On the nth day, since parting from Ergouzi, I find myself missing him, a saying circulates within the halls of Hogwarts. It is preferable to utter Voldemort's name than to mention Ergouzi. Otherwise, you shall find yourself regretting it. Chapter 1. This is not my fault. Ivan Effery. Ivan Effery. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, and no one dared to respond. Ivan turned to look again, only to realize he stood in a European-style auditorium, surrounded by students clad in cloaks, that in the center of the hall sat a weathered wooden chair, upon which rested a tattered hat. Could this possibly be a cult ritual? Ivan mused uneasily. Ivan Effery, please step forward. Professor McGonagall's voice remained as calm as ever, yet the moment she spoke, all eyes turned toward him. Suddenly, someone behind him gave Ivan a shove, causing him to stagger forward, approaching that tattered hat. As he walked, Ivan muttered under his breath, I am Ivan, but I am not Ivan Effery. All right, child, come here. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, placing a hand on Ivan's shoulder, guiding him to sit upon the chair. Then, she placed the sorting hat upon his head. The hat shifted uneasily atop Ivan's head before speaking in a comical and mischievous tone. Hey kid, don't be so shy. Trust me, you're not the first to feel nervous in a place like this. Just close your eyes, and it will be over soon. It doesn't hurt at all. Ivan rolled his eyes. I bet you're from a muggle family, aren't you? Every few years, a new little wizard arrives, doubting the existence of magic. They think it's all a trick, wanting me to conjure a long-eared rabbit from their body. I tell them there's nothing in my hat, yet they refuse to believe. The sorting hat rambled on with foolish jokes, its mouth nearly stretching to the brim. Now, young man, let's see into which house you belong. What is this? No. Before the sorting hat could utter another sound, a dark red flame erupted from above it. The crimson flames instantly engulfed the sorting hat, crackling ominously, a scent of charred fabric wafting through the air. The flames coiled around the edges of the hat like a greedy serpent, licking every inch of its fabric. The students in the hall gasped, some timid souls even rising from their seats, their eyes wide with fear and confusion. Professor Dumbledore swiftly cast a large protective spell, containing the flames within a defined perimeter to prevent them from reaching the other students. His wand traced a silver arc in the air, forming a transparent barrier that sealed the flames inside. The flames quickly reduced the sorting hat to ashes, yet not a single hair on Ivan's head was singed. Such a minor spirit daring to invade the consciousness of the sole inheritor of my empty mountain temple, truly a waste of a life. A voice echoed in Ivan's mind. Ancestor, you have come as well? I thought I was the only one who had traversed through. Ivan's voice carried a hint of surprise and sentimentality, as if conversing with an unseen presence. His fingers unconsciously brushed against the ring on his left ring finger, its surface gleaming faintly, seemingly resonating with his emotions. The moment his words fell, the ring emitted a blinding flash of light, followed swiftly by a small current surging forth, aimed directly at the crown of Ivan's head. The current moved with such swiftness that Ivan had no time to react. His hair stood on end, each strand erect as if blown by a wild wind. Hiss! Ivan inhaled sharply, raising a hand to touch his hair, a wry smile of resignation crossing his face. I forgot that the ancestor dislikes being touched. Professor Dumbledore approached slowly, his silver beard glimmering in the candlelight, his gaze profound and serious yet tinged with curiosity. He knelt beside the ashes of the sorting hat, meticulously examining the remnants of black fragments. After a moment, he stood, waved his wand gently, and murmured, "Restore to its former state." A soft silver light emanated from the tip of his wand, enveloping the ashes. Gradually, the ashes began to coalesce, reshaping into the crumpled sorting hat. As soon as it regained its form, it emitted a terrified scream, its voice sharp and piercing. No, I don't want to be placed on his head again. Its brim quivered violently, as though attempting to flee the scene. Dumbledore frowned slightly, his gaze shifting to Ivan. An inscrutable depth in his eyes, he reached out to place the sorting hat back upon Ivan's head, but the hat struggled vehemently, its voice tinged with desperation. Dumbledore, please. I can't recall what just transpired, but my instincts tell me that coming closer to him is perilous. Its brim began to curl, resembling a creature cowering in fear. Chapter 2. The Mischievous Big Head. Ivan was abandoned at birth, discovered by a gentleman while he was engrossed in a game of mahjong. As he had an extraordinary streak of luck that night, he was named Ivan. At the tender age of 5, the gentleman passed away, and his relatives, deeming Ivan a harbinger of misfortune, left him at the empty mountain Taoist temple. Terrified, Ivan wept inconsolably until exhaustion overcame him, and he fell asleep in a corner. In his dreams, an ethereal elder appeared, pressing him to bow and refer to him as the Grand Master. Thus, Ivan became the sole disciple of the empty mountain Taoist temple. By the age of 11, Ivan mastered the most profound technique of the Taoist school, the heart-lightening strike, which inadvertently caused the already dilapidated temple to collapse. With no other choice, he set forth for the bustling metropolis, clutching a ring made from the ashes of his grandmaster, the only token of the empty mountain temple. Little did he know that upon crossing a small grove, he would find himself in this peculiar realm, having transformed into a child named Ivan Halls. Fortunately, the grandmaster remained by his side. Hence, one should exercise caution when traversing small groves, as they can be perilous. They are, after all, the very origins of life. As the sole child in the village raised on the kindness of many, Ivan came to understand the nature of his journey through the influence of his peers. Alas, his original body was lost. According to the Grandmaster, it was a natural vessel of the Tao, impervious to all forms of harm. Yet, Ivan felt no difference. Each time a dog bit him, the pain was all too real. Before long, Dumbledore entered through a side door of the hall, holding the recently restored sorting hat. The brim of the hat trembled slightly, as if silently protesting its fate. The sorting ceremony commenced. Dumbledore's voice was steady and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. He placed the hat on the table, its mouth firmly shut, no longer chattering as it had before. It was evident that the hat was in a state of melancholy. Professor McGonagall nodded and continued to read the names of the new students. One by one, they approached, donned the sorting hat, and were assigned to their respective houses. Ivan stood at the end of the line. "Ivan Avery, please step forward." Professor McGonagall's voice interrupted Ivan's thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he walked toward the front. His steps felt heavy, as if he were encumbered by an invisible weight. Dumbledore stood nearby, his gaze penetrating and thoughtful. As Ivan reached the table, he glanced at the sorting hat, which quivered slightly, seemingly reluctant. Without hesitation, he placed the hat upon his head. The moment its edge brushed against his hair, it emitted a low murmur. "Oh, here we go again." Ivan raised an eyebrow. Before he could speak, the hat declared in rapid succession, "Slytherin, Slytherin." Without a doubt, before the words had fully left its brim, the hat soared off his head, as if fleeing from some dreadful entity. Its brim shook violently, letting out a faint plea for help. The hall fell into silence, all eyes fixated on Ivan. Dumbledore cleared his throat gently, shattering the stillness. "Ivan Avery, Slytherin." His voice remained steady, yet his gaze held a profound significance. Ivan turned around, uncertain of the whereabouts of Slytherin. A group of young wizards clad in deep green robes, adorned with silver serpent patterns at the collars and cuffs, waved at Ivan. He approached the long table where they were seated. The Slytherin students cast curious glances in his direction, some even displaying a hint of wariness. Ivan paid them no mind and walked directly to the table, taking a vacant seat. "Welcome to Slytherin," a boy seated beside him murmured. "Slytherin will help you reach your peak." What a cliched slogan, Ivan thought. Even the village simpletons would not utter such a phrase. He turned to see who possessed such creativity, only to be met with the sight of a boy sporting a golden pompadour. "Ah, is it UFA? Oh no, his hair is black." Ivan glanced at him and replied, "Thank you." It appeared to be a memory inherent to this body. Looking at the tadpole-like script, he felt no unfamiliarity, and he could articulate his thoughts with ease. Thus, he had little fear of revealing anything amiss. The boy with the pompadour, Malfoy, glared at Ivan with displeasure, clearly dissatisfied with Ivan's demeanor. "Are you pure blood?" he inquired. "Pure blood? What does that mean?" Ivan was somewhat baffled by the term. "Isn't blood inherently pure? Do the people here have clots in their blood? You don't know? Then you must be a half-blood." Malfoy's expression darkened further. Ivan shook his head. "I'm type B." He was quite certain of this. As a child, after a tussle with the village dog, the village doctor had drawn his blood for testing. "Are you mocking me, you mudblood?" Malfoy seethed, his voice rising, drawing incredulous stares from the surrounding Slytherins. Although Ivan was unfamiliar with the term mudblood, the expressions of those around him indicated it was far from complimentary. Chapter 3. A solo dormitory after the fight, though he had inhabited a new body devoid of true energy that could shatter a table with a single punch. The experience of brawling with the village simpletons remained etched deep within his soul. The first strike aimed at the eyes to obliterate the opponent's line of sight. He followed up with a punch to Malfoy's nose, causing blood to stream from his nostrils. Malfoy was momentarily taken aback. Did wizards not value composure? Traditionally discarding gloves before a duel and maintaining distance to prepare? Why was this Ivan disregarding the established norms, opting for a sudden assault instead? Goodness, what a barbarian. Ivan, however, cared little for Malfoy's thoughts. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed another punch into Malfoy's abdomen, rendering Malfoy's face crimson, his features contorted in pain. Emitting a muffled groan as his body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing to the ground and sending dust swirling. Without a hint of hesitation, Ivan pressed the attack, swiftly mounting Malfoy, raining down blows upon his face like a torrential downpour. Blood gushed from Malfoy's nose, and crimson seeped from the corner of his mouth. He instinctively raised his hands to shield himself from Ivan's onslaught, but Ivan's speed rendered Malfoy's defense futile, allowing only pained groans to escape his lips. The students at the Slytherin long table were utterly taken aback by the sudden eruption of violence, taking several seconds to comprehend what had transpired. It was Goyle, seated near Ivan, who first rose to his feet, his face quivering as he attempted to pull Ivan away from Malfoy. As he reached for Ivan's shoulder, he stammered, "Stop. Are you mad?" Feeling the tug from behind, Ivan retaliated with a swift punch to Goyle's face, connecting squarely with his nose. Goyle let out a pained cry, clutching his nose as he staggered backward, blood seeping through his fingers. He retreated to the edge of the table, collapsing onto the bench, his body going limp as if robbed of the will to resist. Crabbe, witnessing this, scowled and seized a roasted chicken leg from the table, swinging it at Ivan's head. Ivan caught a glimpse of the flying leg and swiftly dodged, grabbing a nearby plate and smashing it forcefully against Crabbe's face. The plate collided with a dull thud, causing Crabbe's head to snap back, blood trickling from his forehead. He stumbled a few steps before collapsing to the ground, groaning softly as he clutched his head. Chaos ensued at the Slytherin long table, with students rising in an attempt to intervene, yet they were cowed by Ivan's fierce demeanor, leaving no one daring enough to approach. Amidst the turmoil, a pale, slender hand suddenly grasped Ivan's shoulder. Though not forceful, it bore an undeniable weight of authority. Snape did not cast another glance at Ivan, but hurried to Malfoy's side, bending down to assess his injuries. Blood trickled from Malfoy's nose and the corner of his mouth. With several bruises marred his cheek, he lay on the floor in a pitiful state, groaning incessantly. Snape furrowed his brow and softly uttered a spell, Episci. With a gentle wave of his wand, the blood and bruises on Malfoy's face began to fade, and the bleeding from his nose ceased. Ivan observed Professor Snape, sensing a force akin to magical energy coalescing at the tip of the wand before it surged into Malfoy, mending his injuries. In an instant, Malfoy was restored, though his spirit remained defeated, avoiding Ivan's gaze. "Grandmaster, did you witness that? Such is the power of magic, remarkably effective," Ivan communicated mentally. "I wish to learn more. I wonder how it compares to the healing arts." The Grandmaster's ring shimmered momentarily, indicating his awareness. 5 points deducted from Slytherin. Snape shot a glare at Ivan and Malfoy. The surrounding young wizards, hearing that their house had incurred penalties before classes had even commenced, displayed palpable anger towards the two. On the very first day of school, an altercation had thrust Ivan and Malfoy into notoriety within the institution. Ivan earned the dubious title of Madman. In apprehension of further bloodshed among classmates, Ivan was assigned a single dormitory. A solitary chamber. This left him somewhat disheartened, as he had hoped to share magical insights with peers. However, solitude also bore its advantages, as he still needed to cater to the Grandmaster. Chapter 4. A Nocturnal Stroll Through Hogwarts. The after effects of soul transmigration gradually manifested. On the very first night in the dormitory, Ivan was admonished by the ancestral spirit in his dreams, instructed to recommence the practice of the physical cultivation methods of the empty mountain Taoist temple. It remains uncertain whether it is the abundant spiritual energy of this world or the unobstructed meridians of Ivan Holst's body, but within just one night, Ivan had already regained the prowess of an 8-year-old. His vital energy flowed freely within his meridians, allowing him to utilize most of the Taoist techniques. The ancestral spirit delivered a sudden jolt of energy, urging Ivan to accompany him on a nocturnal exploration of Hogwarts. The 5th-floor corridor of Hogwarts was enveloped in silence, illuminated solely by the faint glow of the torches affixed to the walls. The figures in the portraits quietly moved between their frames or emitted soft snores and murmurs of dreams. Ivan gazed in wonder. Ancestral spirit, do you think these paintings are manifestations of obsession? Ivan, a studious child, promptly inquired whenever he encountered something he did not understand. The ancestral spirit playfully tapped him on the head within his mind, explaining that this was not obsession. The peculiar patterns on the frames suggested they belonged to a category akin to our magical artifacts. Look, the one ahead is indeed an obsession. With a flash of his ring, the ancestral spirit indicated to Ivan, revealing a ghost clad in a deep crimson robe and wearing a long hat, who emerged from the wall and seamlessly traversed into another. Ivan followed the ghost stealthily, his footsteps nearly imperceptible. The ghost appeared oblivious to his presence, gliding in a half-float. half-walk manner, occasionally humming a disjointed tune. Ivan meticulously maintained his distance, fearful of making any sound that might disturb this ethereal being. They navigated through several corridors until the ghost abruptly halted at the entrance of classroom. Observing this, Ivan quickly concealed himself behind a stone pillar, peeking out to observe. Through the crack of the door, he discerned a group of upperclassmen huddled together, their expressions tense and focused. In their hands was a hefty tome, emanating an eerie green glow that cast an uncanny light upon their faces. One student extended his hand into a basin that shimmered with green light, from which billowed thick white smoke, carrying a pungent odor reminiscent of decaying matter. As the smoke ascended, the student suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, his body beginning to swell uncontrollably as though some force were about to cause him to burst. Just as Ivan prepared to enter for a closer look, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, accompanied by the sharp cry of Madame Loris. Filch's voice soon followed. "Who is there?" "I heard a noise." Ivan's heart raced, and he quickly recited the invisibility spell. Due to his lack of practice and mounting anxiety, he mispronounced the incantation several times. Thankfully, just before Filch's arrival, he finally succeeded in becoming invisible. Filch stormed into the classroom, his lantern swaying in the darkness, illuminating his furious countenance. He surveyed the chaos around him, and his expression darkened further. Who did this? Who is causing trouble here? Meanwhile, Madame Loris began to sniff around, clearly having sensed Ivan's presence. The invisibility spell conceals only one's form, yet it fails to mask the scent of the human body. As her footsteps drew nearer, Ivan's heartbeat quickened in tandem. He stealthily maneuvered his feet, attempting to exit the classroom without making a sound. Just as Madame Loris was about to reach his feet, Ivan abruptly turned and swiftly darted through the back door of the classroom. His movements were light and agile, akin to a cat, barely making a sound. Upon hearing the noise from the back door, Filch rushed over, but by the time he arrived, Ivan had vanished at the corridor's end. Madame Loris followed closely, emitting a sharp cry, clearly displeased with Ivan's escape. Ivan sprinted down the hall, reaching a corner where he abruptly halted, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. Only after confirming that no one was in pursuit did he exhale in relief, a triumphant smile breaking across his face. That night watchman, really, instead of chasing those students? Why is he fixated on me? Ivan muttered to himself as he surveyed his surroundings, confirming his direction before hastily making his way back to his dormitory. His steps were light, and his mood gradually settled. At the end of the corridor, flickering candlelight illuminated his silhouette. As he walked, he hummed a tune softly, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 5. Thus begins the tale of Harry Potter. The following morning, Ivan, sporting a disheveled hairstyle, made his way to the potions classroom. Due to his lack of proficiency with the invisibility spell and being subjected to extra practice by his mentor until the late hours, Ivan was severely sleep-deprived. As he walked, he complained to his mentor, "I'm still growing. Quality sleep is crucial. Poor sleep will hinder my growth." Professor Snape stood at the podium, his black robe impeccably draped to the floor, casting a stern gaze over each student in the classroom. His eyes lingered on Ivan's unruly hair for a moment, his brows slightly furrowing. He was a man who valued appearance and held disdain for untidy students. A low murmur of laughter erupted in the classroom, prompting Ivan to glance at Snape, shrugging off the professor's scorn with indifference. He leaned back in his chair, lazily scanning the potion preparation steps on the blackboard. I can't make sense of any of it." A glance at his mentor revealed that the latter was diligently focused on his studies. Suddenly, Ivan felt a sharp poke at his back, the motion somewhat urgent. Startled, he turned to see a fellow Gryffindor student, anxiety etched across their face, urgently pointing at Professor Snape while whispering, "Effery, the professor is asking you." It was only then that Ivan realized he had zoned out. Rubbing his eyes, he looked up at Snape, who was glaring at him with palpable irritation, his brows knitted and a chill emanating from his gaze. "Effery," Snape's voice dripped with unmistakable displeasure. "Could you enlighten us on the properties of belladonna?" A profound silence enveloped the classroom, all eyes fixated on Ivan. He froze momentarily, stammering, unable to find his voice. "Mr. Potter, perhaps you could assist Mr. Holst with the answer to the question posed earlier." Snape turned his gaze toward the student in Gryffindor. Ivan followed Professor Snape's gaze towards the student named Potter. The countenance of this Potter intrigued Ivan. He noted the distinct wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, suggesting an unusual maturity for an 11-year-old, perhaps indicative of the early demise of his parents. A lightning-shaped scar on his narrow forehead rendered it broad, smooth, and glistening. The juxtaposition of a life cut short and one destined for great wealth was vividly apparent on his face. Strangely, Ivan sensed a familiar essence emanating from the scar on this boy's head, yet he could not recall its source. Master Ancestor, Ivan thought, please refrain from speaking. You are exhausting your essence. Furthermore, this is not our original world. How could there be anyone you recognize here? He silenced the voice of his ancestor, who was but a fragment of thought. The power of such a fixation was not infinite, and as it waned, it would gradually dissipate, unless it were a malevolent spirit, sustained by the flesh and blood of humanity. Potter shook his head in response to Professor Snape's inquiry. It was evident that Snape was intent on harassing him, disregarding the raised hand of a girl nearby, as he continued his relentless questioning. What do you believe is the most critical step in the preparation of a confounding potion? I do not know, sir. Where might one procure dung? I am uncertain. After a series of probing questions, even Ivan recognized that Professor Snape was targeting the student. Slytherin loses 5 points. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Class dismissed. The first potion's lesson concluded amid the back-and-forth interrogation. Ivan gleaned little knowledge, while his ancestor appeared to relish the experience. Slytherin's students departed in groups, leaving Ivan feeling isolated amidst the throng. No one dared approach him to converse, for the title of madman loomed ominously. In the dining hall, Ivan approached the Gryffindor table alone with his tray. He seated himself before Potter and a young girl. A freckled, red-haired boy spoke up. This is the Gryffindor table. You've taken a wrong turn. Ivan glanced at the boy with surprise. Could you be the legendary red-haired Shanks? He reached out, eager to touch the boy's hair. After all, his friend had often recounted tales of how formidable red-haired Shanks was, even instilling fear in sea monsters with a mere glance. Although this boy appeared rather unimposing, one could not discount the possibility that he was the youthful version of Shanks, after all, who did not have their own youthful days. The red-haired boy swatted Ivan's hand away with annoyance. What red-haired Shanks? I am Ronald Weasley. Please address me as Mr. Weasley. Upon realizing he was not in the presence of red-haired Shanks, Ivan lost interest. Very well, Mr. Weasley, he replied dismissively, then turned to the young girl. Thank you very much for your assistance in the classroom. My name is Ivan Effery, and it is a pleasure to meet you. The girl lifted her chin slightly, with an air of pride. I know you. You are the one who defeated Malfoy at the welcoming feast, the madman. I am Hermione Granger, and beside me is Harry Potter. Ivan followed Hermione's gaze to Harry, nodding in acknowledgement. Greetings, Mr. Potter. Ron frowned, expressing his disdain for Slytherin's insincerity. Do you not know Harry Potter? Ivan felt perplexed. Why should I know Mr. Potter? Is he famous? This time, it was Hermione who was astonished. Goodness, in this magical world, there are still people who do not know Harry Potter. He is the savior, the one who vanquished Voldemort. Hermione, do not say that. I have done nothing, Harry interjected, clearly uncomfortable with being referred to as the savior. So, am I in the world of Harry Potter? What is the plot of Harry Potter? Yeah. Duzi never mentioned it. He always talks about the boy who lived. I miss the days without Duzi. Day 3. Chapter 6. Longing. Upon realizing that Ivan genuinely did not know who Harry Potter was, rather than being arrogant, Ron forgave him. Moreover, in the Great Hall, Ivan had reprimanded Malfoy, indirectly helping Ron take revenge on him. Adhering to the principle that an enemy's friend is a friend, the trio quickly became close with Ivan. Ivan gazed at the last piece of potato on his plate, hesitating with his fork, but ultimately decided to consume it. Ron, seated across from him, swallowed his food and leaned in, speaking in a hushed tone. Ivan, we're going to see Hagrid soon. You should come along. Ivan looked up at Ron, his expression tinged with confusion. He set down his fork, wiped his mouth, and quietly inquired, Hagrid, that giant? Ron nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, he is our friend. His hut is right at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He is quite interesting and always has some peculiar things. You should join us. You won't be disappointed. Ivan nodded, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. All right then, I will go with you. Ron beamed, patting Ivan on the shoulder. Wonderful. We will head out as soon as we finish eating. A few minutes later, the four of them left the Great Hall, traversing the castle corridors towards the Forbidden Forest. Soon, they arrived at a large, low hut. Smoke wafted from its chimney, and a dim lamp hung at the entrance, its light gently swaying in the wind. Ron approached and knocked on the heavy wooden door. Hagrid, open up, it's us. Ron's voice was barely above a whisper. Inside, there was a dull thump of footsteps, accompanied by the sound of deep barks. The door swung open, revealing Hagrid's bearded face, adorned with a warm smile. Hey kids, welcome. Hagrid's voice resonated warmly. He wore a massive leather coat and held a steaming cup of tea. Upon seeing Ivan, his eyes lit up. Oh, a new friend. Come in, come in. Ivan was taken aback by Hagrid's enthusiasm, but still politely nodded. Hello, Hagrid. I'm Ivan Avery. Hagrid's smile widened as he clapped Ivan on the shoulder with such force that Ivan nearly stumbled. Welcome, Ivan. You did wonderfully in the Great Hall. The four of them followed Hagrid into the house, which was sparsely furnished and somewhat chaotic, with a myriad of peculiar items piled atop the table and a massive hunting dog lounging in the corner. Ivan's gaze swept across the room before finally settling on the dog. Noticing his interest, Hagrid promptly introduced, "That's Fong, my hunting dog. Don't let his size fool you. He is quite timid." Hearing his name, Fong lazily lifted his head, wagging his tail gently and letting out a few low barks. Ivan cautiously approached, crouching down to stroke Fong's head. The dog seemed to revel in the attention, closing his eyes and emitting a few contented groans. "It appears he rather likes you," Hagrid remarked with a smile, then turned to retrieve a colossal egg from a nearby cabinet, gingerly placing it on the table. "Look at this, my new pet." Ivan stood up, his gaze fixed on the egg. Its surface was adorned with scales, emanating a faint warmth, as if something within were stirring. "Is this a dragon egg?" Harry's voice carried a hint of astonishment, his eyes wide with wonder. Hagrid nodded proudly, his face alight with joy. "Indeed, it took quite an effort to acquire it. In a few days, it will hatch." Ron's expression grew complex, laced with concern. "Hagrid, are you certain it's legal to raise a dragon? I don't want to see Dumbledore in trouble with the Ministry of Magic because of you." Hagrid waved his hand dismissively, his tone nonchalant. "Worry not. I have it under control. Besides, this is a Norwegian Ridgeback, a rare magical creature. Witnessing its hatching is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Ivan regarded the dragon egg on the table, his expression a mix of curiosity and contemplation. He reached out, gently touching the surface and feeling a faint vibration. "It seems quite lively," Ivan murmured. Hagrid beamed even more brightly, his eyes nearly squinting with delight. "Exactly. It's a healthy little fellow. Once it hatches, I'll take excellent care of it." Hermione, standing nearby, furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought. "Hagrid, I think it would be prudent to exercise caution. Raising a Norwegian Ridgeback is no small feat, and I'm fairly certain it's illegal." Hagrid waved his hand carelessly. "Rest assured, I'll manage. Now, everyone sit down while I prepare some tea." As Hagrid turned to gather the teapot, Ivan remained rooted in place, his gaze still fixated on the dragon egg. He whispered to himself, "A dragon, I never expected this." The ancestral ring flickered incessantly, indicating its excitement. The ancestor was also intrigued, having previously been shown a film where dragons resembled lizards, and he wondered what Hagrid's dragon would look like. He was eager to see if dragon blood might be rich in spiritual energy, suitable for drawing talismans. It seemed the ancestor could sense Ivan's thoughts. As it began to flicker again, likely sharing the same curiosity, Ron approached him, giving his shoulder a playful pat. "So, Ivan, isn't Hagrid's special surprise quite the eye-opener? What do you think, ancestor? Should we come back tonight and steal it?" Hage approached with several cups of steaming tea, a warm smile adorning his face, as if the earlier discussion had stirred no concern within him. His large hands steadied the cups as he carefully distributed them among the group. Ivan accepted his cup, feeling the gentle warmth radiating from it, and took a delicate sip, a subtle sweetness blooming in his mouth. After a brief exchange of conversation, they prepared to depart for their afternoon flying class. Ivan was particularly intrigued by broomstick riding, as were all young wizards, for flight has always been humanity's dream. Who could resist the allure of the skies? Chapter 7. What distinguishes sword flight from broomstick flight? Ivan followed Harry, Ron, and Hermione to the flying lesson venue, where a gentle breeze whispered through the air, carrying the fresh scent of grass. The area was spacious and open. Surrounding trees swayed gently in the wind, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A considerable number of students had already gathered, each gripping a broomstick, their faces a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Madame Hooch stood at the center of the field, tall and imposing in her deep green robes, exuding an air of seriousness and confidence. With a wave of her wand, she beckoned the students to quiet down. Her voice rang out, clear and powerful, reaching every ear. "All right, everyone, today's flying lesson is officially underway. First, I need each of you to stand by your broomsticks. Extend your hand and call it to you." The students promptly complied, positioning themselves beside their broomsticks, their gazes fixed intently on the objects before them, expressions reflecting anticipation and anxiety. Ivan stood beside his seemingly ordinary broom, curiosity piqued as he observed it closely. "I shall demonstrate first," Madame Hooch announced, extending her hand above the broom. Her gaze sharpened, and she proclaimed with authority, "Up." The moment her command left her lips, an invisible energy enveloped the broom, lifting it as if cradled by an unseen force. The broom gracefully soared into her hands, the motion fluid and natural. She mounted the broom, which quivered slightly before ascending, tracing a beautiful arc through the air and hovering steadily above the crowd. Ivan watched her movements with rapt attention, pondering to himself. It fundamentally involves the affinity between energy and alchemical objects, coupled with the mastery of that energy. Utilizing the rules of the magical realm can yield the effect of flight. His gaze swept over the broom, a hint of confidence curling at the corners of his mouth. He inhaled deeply, extending his hand slowly, palm facing down, as a surge of spiritual energy coalesced at his fingertips, a faint halo enveloping his palm. Ivan's expression shifted to one of unwavering focus as he murmured, "Up." In an instant, the spiritual energy rippled, the air around the broom seemingly distorting. The broom trembled lightly on the ground before gently rising, as if lifted by an invisible hand, and steadily flew into Ivan's grasp. His fingers tightened around the broomstick, feeling the subtle resonance between the wooden texture and the spiritual energy. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding classmates, all eyes drawn to Ivan. Ron's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, as disbelief washed over him. "Ivan, you succeeded on your first try? That's incredible." Harry bestowed a friendly smile upon Ivan, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, his tone imbued with a hint of playful jest. "It seems you were born to be a master of the flying broom." Mrs. Hooch gently descended from the air, her gaze resting on Ivan with a glimmer of approval in her eyes. "Well done, Mr. Everly. Your control is quite exceptional. Now, try mounting the broom and experience the sensation of flight." Ivan nodded, nimbly swinging himself onto the broom, legs firmly gripping the handle, his body slightly leaning forward. Eggy felt a twinge of melancholy. What would happen to someone with hemorrhoids? Would they be at risk? "Are you ready?" Mrs. Hooch inquired, her voice laced with encouragement. Ivan slightly inclined his head, his eyes revealing a flicker of anticipation. "I'm ready." "Then let us begin." With a wave of her hand, she signaled him to take off. Ivan's fingers tightened slightly around the broom, which immediately responded with a gentle tremor, lifting him slowly into the air. His body swayed lightly with the broom's rise, but he soon found his balance. The broom, under his command, ascended steadily, gradually distancing itself from the ground. The wind rushed past his ears as Ivan surveyed the arena below, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A subtle movement of his fingers prompted the broom to accelerate, carving a smooth arc through the air before decelerating gracefully, hovering steadily aloft. "Grandmaster, look, I can fly." The Grandmaster's spirits were not high. He felt overshadowed. Harry gazed up at Ivan, excitement shimmering in his eyes as he called out, "Ivan, try some advanced maneuvers. Let us see if you can perform a flip." Hearing Harry's words, Ivan's lips curled into a slight smile, confidence glinting in his eyes. He gently adjusted the broom's angle, leaning forward slightly. The broom responded with a surge of speed, tracing an arc in the sky before abruptly flipping. His body suspended upside down, then smoothly righting itself. A chorus of gasps erupted from the spectators, even Mrs. Hooch's eyes widening in surprise. "Well done, Mr. Everly. Slytherin gains 5 points." Mrs. Hooch nodded slightly, her tone laced with commendation. "Your talent is indeed remarkable. Now you all should give a try." Ivan's flight captivated the attention of everyone present. Harry watched him glide effortlessly through the air, a flicker of envy flashing in his eyes. Gripping his broom tightly, he inhaled deeply, mimicking Ivan's stance, extending his hand and softly uttering, "Up." The broom trembled slightly before soaring steadily into his grasp. Harry mounted the broom, giving a gentle push off the ground, his body ascending alongside the broom. He felt the wind sweep past him, his excitement bubbling within. Malfoy stood nearby, arms crossed, coldly observing the spectacle. His gaze swept over Harry and Ivan, laced with disdain and jealousy, particularly towards Ivan, whose performance was notably outstanding. Not only did he successfully take flight on the first attempt, but he also executed flips with ease, leaving Malfoy feeling quite unsettled. His attention suddenly shifted to Neville. At this moment, Neville stood beside the broom, drenched in sweat, his hands trembling as he repeatedly muttered, "Up, up." Yet the broom remained utterly still, seemingly indifferent to his commands. His face flushed crimson, and his eyes brimmed with helplessness and embarrassment. In an instant, Neville's complexion turned pale, his lips quivered, but he could not utter a single word. Observing this, Malfoy laughed even more triumphantly, snatching the memory orb from Neville's grasp. The orb shimmered in the sunlight as Malfoy raised it, deliberately waving it before Neville's eyes, tauntingly exclaiming, "What is this? A toy from your grandmother?" Neville attempted to reach out and reclaim it, but Malfoy had already stepped back a few paces, effortlessly evading him. Malfoy continued to laugh, elevating the memory orb high, before turning to mount his broom and soar towards the tower. Chapter 8. Harry Potter's Flying Talent. Neville abruptly leaped onto the broom, inhaling deeply as he whispered up. The broom quivered slightly at his command and then began to rise slowly. His legs trembled, fingers gripping the broomstick tightly, his palms already slick with sweat. Yet, at that moment, he was consumed by a singular thought: to pursue. The broom flew unsteadily, swaying precariously as if it might lose control at any moment. "Malfoy, give it back to me." Neville's voice sounded faint in the air, nearly swallowed by the wind. His figure wobbled precariously in the sky, as if he might tumble off the broom at any second, yet he refused to relent, desperately chasing after Malfoy. Suddenly, the broom jolted violently, losing all control and beginning to shake violently in the air. Neville's body swayed with the broom's erratic movements, his fingers barely managing to grip the broomstick. As he was tossed about, his heart raced, threatening to leap from his chest, and a wave of fear washed over him. Help!" Neville's voice rang out, filled with despair and helplessness. His body slipped from the broom, arms flailing in a futile attempt to grasp something, but he could find nothing to hold on to. The wind howled past his ears, the scenery spinning rapidly before him, the ground rushing closer, and Neville's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. Harry, standing on the ground, witnessed Neville's fall, and his expression shifted instantly. Without hesitation, he mounted his broom and soared upward, hastening towards Neville. "Hold on, Neville!" Just as Neville was about to crash, Harry dove down, extending his hand to grasp the collar of Neville's robes. Neville's body halted abruptly in midair, then was pulled upward by Harry, landing safely on Harry's broom. Though still pale, Neville's legs trembled weakly, fingers gripping Harry's robes tightly, as if fearing another fall. His breath came in rapid gasps, his eyes wide with terror and the relief of survival. Malfoy stood nearby in the air, witnessing the scene with a smirk playing upon his lips. He raised the memory orb in his hand, deliberately waving it before Harry and Neville, his tone dripping with mockery. "It seems your friendship is truly profound, even in falling. You must do it together." His gaze was laced with provocation, clearly unfazed by the earlier incident. Malfoy shrugged, a disconcerting smirk still playing on his lips. "Want it? Then come and get it," he declared, pivoting on his broom and soaring back into the sky. Taking a deep breath, Harry mounted his broom and ascended once more, pursuing Malfoy. The two figures carved elegant arcs through the air, their brooms slicing through the atmosphere at astonishing speeds. Ignoring Malfoy's taunts, Harry subtly adjusted the broom's trajectory, leaning forward slightly, which caused the broom to accelerate and align next to Malfoy. "Goodness, why does Harry's flying style remind me so much of the Taoist sword flight?" Ivan mused below, noticing that Harry's technique differed somewhat from Madame Hooch's teachings, resembling the flight methods described in Eastern literature. The image of the Grandmaster flickered in his mind, pondering the similarity. Indeed, Harry's style bore a resemblance to sword flight, but his movements were more fluid and natural, relying less on spiritual energy and resembling a harmonious connection with the broom itself. At that moment, Harry suddenly surged forward, his broom tracing a graceful arc as he swiftly closed the gap to Malfoy. Clearly caught off guard by Harry's speed, Malfoy hastily attempted to veer away, but Harry had already reached out to seize the memory ball from his hand. Malfoy's expression darkened, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes. Just as he was about to explode, he noticed Harry had already turned to fly toward the ground. At that instant, Madame Hooch arrived at the scene, her face pale with fury. Her gaze swept over the gathered students, finally landing on Harry and Malfoy. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy, engaging in such perilous behavior during class is a gross disrespect to the flying lesson. 10 points from Gryffindor and Slytherin each." Just as Madame Hooch was about to continue, a voice interjected. "Mr. Potter." Professor McGonagall was striding towards them. "Come with me to the office." Ivan chose to disregard Potter's predicament, eager to further experience flying himself. After all, this was a skill that even the Grandmaster had never mastered in his lifetime. Chapter 9. The empty mountain Taoist temple seemed to embody a villainous presence. Perhaps in consideration of the new students, Hogwarts had scheduled 2 classes in a single day. During dinner, the news of Harry becoming the Gryffindor Seeker spread, and upon hearing this, Malfoy fervently declared that he too would become a Seeker and defeat Harry in the Quidditch match. Ivan held little interest in such competitions. As midnight approached, he stealthily took his broom and flew out of Hogwarts toward the Forbidden Forest, intending to practice his flying there. Just as he was nearing the forest's edge, a chilling aura suddenly surged from within, akin to an invisible blade of ice slicing across his skin. Ivan's hair stood on end, and every pore on his body tightened. He abruptly halted his broom, scanning his surroundings with a sense of trepidation. An evil, sinister energy pervaded the area, unlike the ordinary aura of obsession, but rather a fusion of countless human essences. The venerable master began to flicker wildly. After spending so many days in this world, he finally encountered a matter pertinent to his vocation. A Taoist should cleanse their obsessions. However, the obsessions within the campus posed no harm, making it difficult for him to compel Ivan to take action. The scent of malevolence was palpable, suggesting that it had harmed many in the past. He urged Ivan to investigate. Ivan commanded his broom to descend gently, as the surrounding darkness surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping him. The branches of the forbidden forest rustled in the night breeze, casting shadows that swayed as if countless invisible hands were reaching out from the abyss. The Master's ring on his wrist flickered increasingly, its radiance piercing through the darkness, akin to a guiding thread urging him deeper into the forest's embrace. As Ivan pushed aside the dense foliage, the dry leaf crunched softly beneath his feet. Suddenly, he halted, his pupils constricting at the sight before him. Professor Snape was shielded behind a resplendent silver doe. The creature exuded elegance and nobility, its silver coat shimmering under the moonlight like a beacon amidst the encroaching darkness. Yet, the doe appeared remarkably tense, its limbs slightly bent, head lowered, eyes alertly fixed ahead. Following the doe's line of sight, Ivan was seized by a chilling dread. Before the doe stood a group of tall, gaunt beings, their forms cloaked in tattered black robes, beneath which skeletal figures could be discerned. Their skin was pallid, as if long deceased, with elongated, crooked fingers resembling talons, the tips glowing faintly with an eerie luminescence. Ivan's gaze fell upon their heads, devoid of facial features, only a shapeless mass of smoke swirling ominously. Within this haze, a bottomless abyss could be discerned, exuding a suffocating chill. Their breaths echoed like whispers from a tomb, gravelly and deep, laden with an indescribable sense of oppression. Why do these obsessions differ from what the Master described? Ivan murmured. These obsessions bear traces of our empty mountain Taoist temple. Observe how they specifically devour human joy as sustenance. The Master saw through the essence of the obsessions in an instant. These entities, upon their inception, had their instincts altered, a feat achievable only by the merciless array of our empty mountain Taoist temple. However, that array was lost in a cataclysm centuries ago, and I do not possess this technique. Why does it feel as though our empty mountain temple resembles a villain? As Ivan conversed with the Master, he interjected, Master, let us set aside the merciless array for now. Saving lives is our priority. Ivan drew forth his wand, unsure of how its previous owner had chosen it. Crafted from cherry wood with a dragon heartstring core, it could somewhat serve as a peachwood sword with a stretch of imagination. He positioned his left thumb and middle finger together, extending his index and little finger skyward, while his ring finger bent closely against the index finger, murmuring the incantation of the supreme spell to exorcise evil and ward off ghosts. Unity of heaven and earth, all spirits return to their rightful place. Urgent as the law commands. Swift, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into the wand, which shot forth towards the obsessions with fervor. The wand-like peachwood sword sliced through the air, emanating a faint golden light as it struck one of the cloaked apparitions. Ah, cherrywood indeed possesses remarkable qualities. The apparition's form shuddered violently, and its cloak erupted in thick black smoke as if seared by flames. A piercing scream escaped from the apparition, its sound sharp and jarring, akin to countless shards of glass scraping against the eardrum, leaving one's scalp tingling with discomfort. The other apparitions, drawn by this sudden onslaught, turned their gaze towards Ivan, their eyes fixated upon him. Their cloaks billowed in the wind, and their figures glided through the air like phantoms, swiftly lunging toward Ivan with an almost unfathomable speed. Severus Snape's body swayed slightly as he cast a glance at Ivan. Ifiri, flee at once. They are Dementors. Seek out Dumbledore. Yet Ivan remained rooted to the spot, his right hand swiftly biting into his middle finger, blood oozing from the tip. His left palm opened wide, and the blood rapidly inscribed a complex rune in his hand, the lines of which glimmered with a faint crimson glow in the darkness. Palm thunder, Ivan uttered in a low yet powerful voice, invoking the most formidable thunder technique of the Kongshan Taoist temple. The rune flared to life, and a dazzling bolt of lightning erupted from his palm, resembling a silver dragon as it surged toward the Dementors. The sheer force of the lightning seemed to rend the air itself, emitting a crackling sound. When the lightning struck the Dementors, a deafening roar echoed, and their forms trembled violently under the impact, their cloaks instantly charred, with black smoke billowing from their bodies. Chapter 10. The All-Knowing of Hogwarts. Snape observed the retreating figures of the Dementors, exhaling a sigh of relief as the silver stag before him dissipated into the air. His complexion remained pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and a hint of fatigue flickered in his gaze. He cast a cold glance at Ivan, his voice low and hoarse. "Mr. Efiri, your performance has indeed impressed me. However, I have never taught you those spells. Perhaps you could elucidate?" Ivan shrugged nonchalantly, a smile playing on his lips. "Professor, I have just rendered you significant assistance. A simple thank you would suffice, don't you think?" Snape's expression remained stern, his eyes betraying no emotion. "Those spells are not typically within the grasp of an 11-year-old. I doubt Dumbledore possessed such strength at your age." Just then, the voice of the ancestor echoed in Ivan's mind. "Ivan, cease this idle chatter. Observe his arm." Ivan's gaze instinctively fell upon Snape's arm, and in that instant he caught a glimpse of a dark tattoo beneath the professor's sleeve, resembling a skeletal hand adorned with a crown on its index finger, entwined by a serpent. The design appeared particularly sinister under the dim moonlight. The professor bore a peculiar curse, through which someone communicated with him. The ancestor remarked, "A fascinating curse, merging long-distance communication with voodoo. The mind behind this curse is truly a genius." Ivan stood rooted in place, watching Snape depart, his thoughts a whirlwind within his mind. He lowered his head, gazing at the remnants of the runes left by the Palm Thunder. Lost in thought. This world is quite fascinating, yet regrettably, I cannot share it with Ergouzi. The ancestral master unleashed a powerful current, causing Ivan to twitch involuntarily. "Stop incessantly mentioning Ergouzi. My empty mountain Taoist temple does not entertain such matters." The following morning, Ivan rose early, intending to consult the academic prodigy of Hogwarts, Miss Hermione Granger. As he entered the great hall, his gaze swept across the Gryffindor long table, quickly pinpointing his target. Hermione was seated with Harry and Ron, seemingly engrossed in discussion. Her expression bore seriousness, her brows slightly furrowed, lips moving rapidly as she appeared to refute a point made by Ron. Ivan approached and sat directly across from Hermione. His unexpected arrival momentarily startled the trio. Ron lifted his head, a piece of bread stuffed in his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Hey, Ivan, what brings you here?" Harry flashed a friendly smile and nodded. "Good morning, Ivan." Hermione set down her fork, her gaze shifting to Ivan with a hint of confusion. "Is there something you need?" Ivan nodded, retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket, adorned with a complex design, the very tattoo he had observed on Snape's arm the previous night. He pushed the paper towards Hermione and whispered, "Hermione, take a look at this design. Do you recognize it?" Hermione took the paper, her expression shifting dramatically upon viewing the design. Her eyes widened, fingers trembling slightly, and her lips pressed into a thin line. Her breath quickened, and a note of tension crept in her voice. "Where did you see this design?" Harry and Ron leaned in closer, their gazes fixated on the paper. Ron's complexion paled instantly. He snatched the paper from Hermione's hands, quickly folding it and stashing it in his pocket, murmuring, "It's the dark mark." Ivan furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "The dark mark? What is that?" Hermione inhaled deeply, her gaze flitting between Ivan, Harry, and Ron, ultimately resting on Ivan, her tone laced with complexity. "The dark mark is Voldemort's symbol. It is possessed only by his most loyal followers, the Death Eaters." Ron's face grew even paler, instinctively scanning their surroundings as if to ensure no one was eavesdropping. His voice dropped further, trembling slightly. "Yes, it's that Dark Lord, but we usually don't speak his name directly. It's perilous." Hermione exchanged a glance with Harry, who understood her unspoken message and nodded. She then recounted the connection between Voldemort and Harry. "So there are followers of Voldemort at school." Ivan grasped the gravity of the situation. This was the main antagonist. Ergouzi had taught him how to navigate such challenges in games. Hermione nodded. "Ivan, where did you come across this design?" Ivan's gaze flickered, his mind racing as he realized he could not easily divulge Snape's secret. After all, Snape is a professor at Hogwarts, and he himself is not entirely familiar with the rules of this world. To speak carelessly could lead to unnecessary troubles. He hesitated for a moment, his lips gently pressed together, before revealing a vague smile and casually remarked, "Oh, it's nothing. I came across something interesting in a book at the library last night and decided to replicate it." A flicker of doubt crossed Hermione's eyes as her brows arched slightly. Her lips moved as if she wished to inquire further, yet ultimately, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Upon exiting the great hall, Ivan's pace gradually slowed. His brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of contemplation glimmered in his gaze. The terms Dark Mark, Voldemort, and Death Eater swirled incessantly in his mind, as if some ominous shadow was drawing near. Ancestors, do you believe Snape is a Death Eater? Ivan murmured softly, his voice barely audible. Chapter 11. What to do after provoking a professor. Anxiously awaiting responses. Upon entering the classroom, the four houses were divided into distinct sections based on their attire. Noticing that the seats at the back were nearly occupied, Ivan had no choice but to move towards the front. It is an unyielding rule that the front rows in a school are perpetually vacant. One must remember this, especially for examinations. Suddenly, Ivan spotted a tortoiseshell cat crouched at the front of the podium. Are there feline students in this world too? This cat bore an uncanny resemblance to the pet of a friend, save for its eyes. Unable to restrain himself, Ivan reached out to pet the cat. The other students gasped in astonishment at his actions. The tortoiseshell cat, taken aback by the unexpected attention, found it rather pleasant. Upon regaining her composure, the cat escaped his grasp, leaping down from the podium and transforming into Professor McGonagall. Goodness, the art of transfiguration truly is remarkable. Ivan marveled. This skill is an essential one for fleeing situations. With excitement coursing through him, he thought, I must learn this. I cannot allow anger to take hold. Anger only ages one. Hermione, observing Ivan's reckless behavior, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She informed him that Professor McGonagall is an animagus, capable of transforming freely between human and animal forms. Ivan nodded, indicating his understanding. Professor McGonagall began to instruct the class on how to alter the shape of objects. With a deft flick of her wand, she traced a symbol above a matchstick, reciting the incantation to transform the matchstick into a cup. As she spoke, the matchstick morphed before her into a cup. Ivan followed her example, feeling the flow of energy, and soon grasped the technique. However, the object he transformed was not a matchstick, but rather the table. Excellent. Slytherin earns 5 points. As the first to complete the task, Professor McGonagall awarded Ivan points. A pig-headed Malfoy was born, provoking laughter throughout the classroom. I will have you for this, Ivan Effery. Malfoy bellowed, his mouth agape. Silence. Disrupting the classroom will result in a deduction of 10 points from Slytherin. Professor McGonagall's voice was cold and resolute, her gaze sweeping across all the students, emanating a clear warning. I expect everyone to maintain silence and focus on their studies for the remainder of the lesson. After class, as Ivan was preparing to leave the classroom, Malfoy suddenly blocked his path. His expression remained dark, with a hint of menace in his eyes, and his voice was low and chilling. Ivan Effery, I challenge you to a duel tonight. Let us settle this once and for all. Ivan raised an eyebrow, a spark of interest igniting within his gaze. Oh, a duel? That sounds rather intriguing. Very well, I shall arrive on time. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Malfoy's lips, a flicker of pride flashing in his eyes. I hope you won't back out at the last moment. His words dripped with provocation, his gaze fixed on Ivan as if trying to see through him. Ivan shrugged nonchalantly, the hint of a relaxed smile still lingering on his lips. Rest assured, I shan't disappoint you. Malfoy said nothing further, merely casting a cold glance at Ivan before turning to exit the classroom. How did you manage that? Hermione inquired as she hurried to catch up with him. Manage what? Ivan responded, somewhat puzzled. Transforming Malfoy into a pig-headed fool. Ah, for that, you must first understand the meaning behind the transformation spell's patterns, Ivan explained, imparting the essence of the transformation spell as he had learned. Unfortunately, Hermione was unable to grasp the concept of true chi. Never mind, just follow along. My childhood friend, Ergouzi, once said that one need not seek deep understanding to appreciate literature. Your friend Ergouzi possesses remarkable wisdom. Chapter 12. Could he be a relative of Ergouzi? Ivan stood in the corner of the trophy display room, where various glimmering trophies and medals were showcased. The night breeze wafted through the half-open window, carrying a slight chill. Ivan furrowed his brow, wondering if that fellow would indeed stand him up. He murmured to himself. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a faint sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance. Ivan's eyes brightened. He looked up to see Harry, Ron, and Hermione cautiously entering. You? Ivan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with curiosity. Harry, evidently surprised to encounter Ivan there, halted, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Ivan, what are you doing here? Are you Malfoy's accomplice? Ivan shrugged, his tone casual. I'm waiting for Malfoy. Didn't he say this morning that he wished to duel with me? Hermione's expression instantly shifted, her brows knitting together. Malfoy has also summoned Harry for a duel, claiming it would take place here. Ron's countenance darkened as well. His lips quivered slightly as he murmured. That guy, he can't be trying to trick us, can he? We should leave, Ivan decided, certain that Malfoy would not show. He was eager to experiment with transforming the ring into a person. At that moment, heavy and slow footsteps echoed from afar, accompanied by Filch's raspy voice. "Who's there? Step forward." The four swiftly sprang into action, carefully maneuvering around the display cases toward an alternate exit. It was well known that school rules prohibited students from wandering the campus at night. Their footsteps were light and swift, striving to produce no sound, yet Filch's voice grew ever closer, as if he might appear before them at any moment. "Don't run. I can see you." Filch's voice bore a hint of triumph, the urgency of his footsteps increasing. Madame Loris echoed a feline cry. "Over here." The four swiftly turned into a narrow corridor, the end of which was shrouded in darkness, as if leading to an unknown realm. Ivan's pace did not falter. He urged the trio onward until they reached a tightly shut door. "What is this place?" Ron gasped, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "The forbidden corridor," Hermione whispered, her tone tinged with anxiety, for this area was off limits to students. There was no time for hesitation. Ivan's voice was deep as he pushed the door open. Beyond it lay a more profound corridor, at the far end of which loomed a massive wooden door. The four exchanged glances and continued their hurried advance toward the door. Inside, darkness enveloped the room, with only a faint moonlight filtering through the window, illuminating a portion of the chamber. "Are we safe?" Ron's voice carried a hint of uncertainty as he scanned the shadowy surroundings. "That is a Cerberus." Hermione recognized the creature first. Her voice trembled as she clutched Harry's arm tightly. Ron's complexion turned pale, his lips quivering, a stammer escaping his lips. Ivy had never seen a dog so large. Despite his hushed tone, his words resonated clearly in the stillness of the room. The three-headed beast's ears twitched slightly, one head slowly lifted, its crimson eyes glinting with a menacing light in the gloom. "Hush!" Hermione immediately covered Ron's mouth, her eyes brimming with urgency. Her fingers quivered, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her voice barely a whisper. "Don't speak. It will awaken." The Cerberus rose slowly, its massive form nearly filling the entire room, its claws scratching the floor, producing a grating sound. The three heads simultaneously gaped wide, revealing jagged fangs, saliva dripping onto the floor with a hissing, corrosive sound. Yet Ivan remained unfazed. It was merely a small dog. What was there to fear? He had encountered fierce dogs before. Just as the Cerberus was about to pounce on them, Ivan swiftly traced a complex rune in the air before his chest, murmuring, "Gate of Rebirth, open." His voice, though low, carried an unusual cadence as if transcending time and space. As his words fell, the air in the room abruptly warped and a pitch-black fissure materialized, exuding a chilling aura of the underworld. The Cerberus halted abruptly, all three heads pivoting toward the crack, curiosity flickering in their scarlet eyes. Its nose twitched slightly, as if detecting something. Suddenly, all three heads bowed low, emitting a low, mournful whine, as if confronted by an entity that inspired awe. "Seat." Ivan's voice was deep and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable command. "By the ancestors, let this creature guard our gate from now on," he mused, believing that a guardian dog would enhance the grandeur of their abode. Chapter 13. The Emergence of the Three-Headed Hound. The formidable body of the three-headed hound shuddered suddenly, as if oppressed by an unseen force. Its massive form gradually sank, leaving deep gouges in the floor beneath its claws. The trio of heads drooped, emitting low, mournful whines that seemed to convey submission. Ultimately, it knelt completely, resting its three heads against the floor, as docile as an ordinary puppy. Ivan nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. His gaze swept over the creature before lifting to the still tense faces of Harry, Ron, and Hermione behind him. "It's all right. It will no longer harm us." Harry gripped his wand tightly, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "Ivan, how did you manage that?" Ron's legs still trembled, leaning against the wall, his voice quavering. "This is simply incredible. That was a hellhound." Hermione's eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions, her brow furrowed slightly, lips moving as if to articulate something. Yet she ultimately inhaled deeply and spoke softly. "Ivan, who exactly are you?" Ivan shrugged, his tone casual. "I am merely an ordinary person, possessing a few special skills." Upon finishing, he turned to the three-headed hound and gently patted its middle head. The hound let out a low whimper, its form gradually diminishing until it transformed into an ordinary puppy, submissively curling up at Ivan's feet. "From now on, you shall be called Ergouzi," Ivan said, affectionately patting the puppy's head. "Let us proceed," he murmured, turning towards the door. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances and followed closely behind. Upon returning to their respective dormitories, Harry sat at the edge of his bed, his brow furrowed in thought. Ron slumped in a chair, still visibly shaken. Hermione, do you think Ivan was using magic earlier? Hermione shook her head, her expression contemplative. Not entirely. It felt more akin to some ancient power. I have never encountered such a manifestation of force before. I wonder if Ivan could teach us. She paused, turning to Harry. What do you think? Harry remained silent for a moment before responding quietly. Ivan is shrouded in many mysteries. Yet, there's no doubt he saved us. He paused again, his tone resolute. We must keep this a secret for him. Ron nodded, a hint of guilt in his voice. Indeed, though he is a bit peculiar, he ultimately aided us. In the following days, Ivan's life returned to a semblance of normalcy. This was the life of a typical student, oscillating between the classroom, dormitory, and library. Each evening, Ivan still slipped into the restricted section, uncovering many secrets of this world. On one particular day, during potions class, Ivan diligently stirred his cauldron when Professor Snape approached his desk, coldly stating, Mr. Effery, please come to my office after class. Ivan looked up at Snape, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Of course, Professor. After class, Ivan followed Snape into his office, where the air was thick with the scent of herbs, and the walls were adorned with an array of peculiar bottles and jars. Snape turned, his gaze stern. Mr. Avery, could you elucidate the arcane magic you employed that day in the Forbidden Forest? Just as Avery was about to respond, Snape abruptly waved his hand, interrupting him. There is no need for an explanation. Dumbledore wishes to see you. Snape pivoted and strode toward the office door, his voice low. Follow me. Upon reaching the entrance to Dumbledore's office, Snape halted, gesturing for Avery to enter first. The grand door was crafted from heavy oak, intricately engraved with exquisite magical designs, exuding an aura of antiquity. Avery gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Dumbledore's office was far more spacious and luminous than he had imagined. Before the large windows stood an enormous oak desk, laden with a myriad of books and scrolls. Dumbledore sat in a comfortable armchair, an ancient tome in hand, his kind gaze meeting Avery's, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Mr. Avery, please take a seat. Chapter 14. The Serious Individual Among Societies. Dumbledore's eyes were warm and profound, his fingers lightly caressing the cover of the book, a hint of curiosity sparkling in his gaze. He closed the book, rising gracefully to stand before Avery, his blue eyes glinting with wisdom behind crescent-shaped spectacles. Mr. Avery, Professor Snape mentioned that you employed some rather extraordinary magic in the Forbidden Forest. Avery nodded slightly, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the ring in his pocket, the spirit of his ancestor flickering within, as if urging him to remain vigilant. Indeed, Professor, that is a familial secret passed down through generations. After a brief pause, Avery raised his palm, a faint golden light emanating from his hand, a small bolt of lightning dancing within, and a subtle wave of energy enveloped the air. His movements were fluid and natural, as though the magic flowed effortlessly from him. Dumbledore's eyes brightened, his smile deepening. A most remarkable power. I can sense the formidable energy it harbors. Mr. Avery, would you be willing to engage in a brief exchange? It will be harmless. Avery's lips curled into a slight smile, excitement flickering in his eyes. Of course, Professor. It is my honor to spar with you. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the office furniture seamlessly shifted, clearing a spacious area in the center. His actions were graceful and unhurried, the wand in his hand resembling a conductor's baton. With a gentle sweep, a faint magical barrier materialized in the air. Avery positioned himself at one side of the cleared space, taking a deep breath as his inner energy began to flow, the spirit of his ancestor shimmering within the ring, seemingly cheering him on. His gaze remained fixed on Dumbledore, a blend of caution and anticipation in his expression. With a subtle flick of his wand, Dumbledore unleashed a flame that surged forth from the tip, spiraling in the air to form the shape of a phoenix, radiating intense heat as it charged towards Avery. Avery's expression sharpened, his fingers swiftly tracing a rune across his chest, softly intoning, "Water Shield." A crystalline curtain of water materialized, colliding with the flames, enveloping the air in a misty vapor. An intriguing spell, Dumbledore remarked. Dumbledore's voice carried a hint of admiration. Achieving instantaneous effects without the use of a wand is a skill mastered only by seasoned aurors. With another flick of his wand, the flames dissipated, giving way to a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Ivan. Yet, Ivan's movements were swifter than the lightning itself, as he deftly evaded the attack and conjured a beam of golden light in his hand, which he then flung back at Dumbledore. With a gentle tap of his wand, Dumbledore transformed the golden light into a multitude of twinkling stars, dispersing them into the ether. His gaze remained gentle, yet a glimmer of seriousness flickered beneath the surface. Your power is quite extraordinary, Mr. Fairy. I have never encountered such pure energy before. Ivan offered a subtle smile, his fingers once again weaving through the air, summoning a series of golden runes that spun in the atmosphere, coalescing into a vast net that descended upon Dumbledore. With a deft wave of his wand, Dumbledore shattered the rune net instantly, scattering it into countless motes of light. Dumbledore chuckled softly, gesturing with his wand to reveal a complex magical array on the ground, filled with numerous flickering runes that bore a striking resemblance to those Ivan had just employed. Ivan's expression shifted slightly as he sensed the profound energy contained within Dumbledore's magical formation, which, while markedly different from his own studies, resonated with a familiar harmony. "Professor, your magical array," Ivan murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the runes below, his fingers instinctively caressing his ring. The spirit of his ancestor flickered within the ring, seemingly urging him to pay heed to the unique aspects of these runes. Dumbledore smiled faintly, his gaze deep and enigmatic. "Mr. Fairy, these runes are an ancient magical language, imbued with boundless power. Your magic resonates with them. Perhaps this is the foundation for our communication." Drawing a deep breath, Ivan began to inscribe runes upon the ground, creating a radiant interplay with Dumbledore's magical array, thus forming a vast energy field. His movements were fluid and natural, the runes shimmering in the air as if engaging in a mysterious dialogue with Dumbledore's formation. Within this energy field, their magical essences began to intertwine, filling the air with a potent wave of energy as if the very fabric of space were being distorted. Dumbledore's gaze flickered momentarily, with a gentle flick of his wand. The runes within the energy field began to swirl, forming a colossal vortex. Ivan's focus sharpened as he swiftly traced a complex rune across his chest, murmuring, "Heaven and earth unite, all spirits take their place." The energies of the two began to probe and converse within the vortex, Dumbledore observing the characteristics of Ivan's energy, while Ivan absorbed Dumbledore's magical techniques. A look of intense concentration shone in his eyes as his fingers continued to rub the ring, the spirit of his ancestor flickering within, realizing that this encounter was far more enlightening than any classroom lesson. What a tremendous gain it was. Dumbledore's magical energy resembled an expansive ocean, unfathomable and deep, while Ivan's energy flowed like a pristine spring, pure and potent. The two forces collided within the vortex. Yet instead of conflict, they birthed a remarkable harmony. "Mr. Fairy, your energy is truly unique. It differs from all the magic I have previously encountered." Dumbledore's voice carried a note of admiration, his gaze remaining gentle, yet a hint of inquiry flickered in his eyes. Ultimately, both individuals withdrew their energies, the aura gradually dissipating, and the runes faded into nothingness. Dumbledore exhibited a look of approval, his expression still warm, yet imbued with a deeper significance. "Mr. Avery, your talent and prowess have left a profound impression on me," he remarked with appreciation. "I firmly believe you will achieve remarkable feats in the magical realm ahead." Ivan nodded slightly, a touch of humility in his gaze. "Professor, you flatter me. I am merely learning your magical techniques, hoping to continuously better myself." Dumbledore smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. "Mr. Avery, I have a proposition for you. Would you be inclined to join a mysterious organization? This group is composed of like-minded wizards dedicated to safeguarding the peace of our world." "Professor, could it be that this organization is the Avengers?" Ivan inquired softly, curiosity evident in his eyes. Ergouzi mentioned that the most powerful organization in the West is indeed the Avengers, which is said to comprise various extraordinary beings. For the first time, Ivan discerned a look of surprise on Dumbledore's face. "The Avengers? That sounds rather mundane." "No, I am referring to the Order of the Phoenix." Upon hearing the name Order of the Phoenix, Ivan's interest waned significantly. "I am the leader of the Empty Mountain Taoist Temple. Furthermore, who in their right mind joins such organizations? I am no Chinhaonan." Dumbledore, undeterred by Ivan's rejection, maintained his benevolent smile. His fingers gently caressed the phoenix feather quill resting on the table, his tone warm. "No matter. This is merely a suggestion. Everyone possesses the right to choose their own path." Ivan shrugged, his expression relaxed. "That is good to hear. How has Fluffy been lately?" Dumbledore playfully winked from behind his half-moon spectacles. "Fluffy? Ah, you must be referring to that three-headed hellhound. Wait, is that hellhound Dumbledore's?" Dumbledore shook his head, his tone gentle. "No, I'm simply concerned for its well-being. If it is thriving in your care, then I am relieved." Ivan sighed with relief before rising to his feet. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I have a class to attend. Chapter 15. Mirror, mirror, tell me. Since engaging with Dumbledore, Ivan had garnered insights into the use of Taoist techniques. After class, he spent his days immersed in the library in his dormitory, collaborating with his ancestors on how to refine these practices. He had been keenly observing Harry and his friends. Thus, it was a surprise when he encountered Harry in the corridor. His hair remained disheveled, yet dark circles had formed beneath his eyes. Harry, have you been burning the midnight oil lately? Those dark circles are quite pronounced, Ivan greeted him. Previously, Ergouzi had mentioned that boys with dark circles during the day were certainly up late honing their craft under the guidance of their mentors. Ivan, Harry exclaimed upon spotting him, lowering his voice. I have something intriguing to share with you. He glanced around, ensuring no one was in earshot before confiding. I discovered a mirror a few days ago, and it is truly extraordinary. Hermione beheld her achievement of securing the top position in her year, while Ron reveled in his triumph as the Quidditch champion. However, his voice faltered slightly, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze as he caught sight of his parents. Ivan's curiosity was piqued. A mirror? What is it like? Harry inhaled deeply, anticipation lacing his tone. It is quite large, adorned with strange, ancient runes that exude an air of antiquity. The reflections within are not mere images, but rather manifestations of one's deepest desires. Ivan instinctively touched his ring, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him. He scratched his head, acknowledging that this habit was rather unbecoming. Where's this mirror? Ivan inquired. Harry lowered his voice further. It resides in a room on the 7th floor. We can visit it together tonight. Hermione and Ron, however, expressed a lack of interest. Ivan nodded, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Very well. I shall see you tonight. As night descended, the corridors of Hogwarts once again fell into a profound silence, with only the moonlight filtering through the windows, casting a soft silver glow upon the floor. Ivan and Harry met at their agreed-upon location, treading lightly as they ascended to the 7th floor. This is the place. Harry paused before a wooden door, devoid of any markings, resembling an ordinary storage closet. Ivan gently pushed the door open, revealing a spacious room, at the center of which stood a colossal mirror. The frame was intricately carved with complex runes, each pulsating with a faint luminescence. This is the mirror, Harry whispered, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Ivan's gaze fell upon the mirror, a sense of curiosity stirring within him. He approached the mirror, and an image gradually materialized within its depths. Initially, shadows danced before him, but they soon sharpened into clarity. He beheld a bounty of galleons overflowing from the depths of the mirror, their golden sheen glimmering like an endless cascade. A slight smile curled at the corners of Ivan's mouth, a playful glint in his eyes. It seems my thirst for wealth is rather substantial. Harry stood nearby, his attention still fixated on the mirror, where his parents' benevolent smiles beckoned him. A mixture of yearning and sorrow flickered in his gaze as his fingers instinctively tightened around his wand. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed in the room. Both Ivan and Harry turned simultaneously to see Dumbledore standing at the doorway, his expression warm and profound, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Harry, Ivan, Dumbledore's voice resonated softly. It appears you have uncovered the secret of this mirror. Harry's complexion shifted slightly, a hint of panic in his eyes. Professor, we were just... Dumbledore raised his hand, halting his words. There is no need for alarm. I do not intend to reproach you. His gaze shifted to the mirror, a complex emotion reflected in his eyes. This is the mirror of Ariste. It reveals our innermost and most fervent desires. Ivan furrowed his brow, intrigue evident in his expression. Why is it here, Professor? Dumbledore gradually approached the mirror, his gaze fixed upon its surface. It is I who placed it here to remind humanity that while desire is an innate impulse, succumbing to it, especially the illusory kind, will only lead us to lose ourselves. A flicker of anguish crossed Harry's eyes as he murmured softly, but I truly wish to see them again. Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Harry, a hint of affection in his eyes. Harry, I am aware of the pain that resides within you. Yet, you must comprehend that those who have departed cannot return, and those who remain must look ahead. Dumbledore nodded gently, his expression warm. Ivan, your understanding is profound. Ivan shrugged, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, my childhood friend often tells me this. Dumbledore refrained from saying more, lightly waving his wand as the mirror gradually vanished into the air. I shall put the mirror away, hoping that you may derive some insight from it. After Dumbledore departed, Harry remained rooted to the spot, a mixture of confusion and sorrow etched in his eyes. Ivan patted his shoulder, adopting a casual tone. Come on, Harry. We have classes tomorrow. Don't be late. Harry managed a faint smile, nodding. Yes, let us go. The two exited the room, moonlight spilling across the corridor, casting elongated shadows of themselves. After a moment of silence, Harry suddenly turned to Ivan. Ivan, what did you see in the mirror? Ivan chuckled, his tone light. A pile of galleons. It seems I have quite an obsession with wealth. Harry couldn't help but laugh, the shadows in his eyes appearing to lift somewhat. You, my friend, are truly one of a kind. Ivan shrugged, maintaining his carefree demeanor. In life, one must have certain aspirations. After all, it's actually because I fear being poor. Harry leaned in conspiratorially, pulling from his pocket a shimmering piece of fabric, proudly displaying it before Ivan. Look, this is the invisibility cloak I acquired earlier. Children often revel in showcasing their treasures to good friends, and the savior of the wizarding world was no exception. Ivan's eyes widened with excitement as he reached out to touch the fabric, his fingertips experiencing a peculiar sensation, as if brushing against the air itself. Does this truly grant invisibility? Absolutely, Harry declared with pride, shaking the cloak. We often wander about in it, and even Filch has never spotted us, especially when visiting Hagrid. He always has some peculiar creatures around, and without this cloak, we would have been caught long ago. If you wish to try as well, we could go together. Harry enthusiastically invited. Chapter 16. What happened in the Forbidden Forest? In Hagrid's cozy hut, the fire crackled warmly, filling the air with the scent of burning wood mingled with freshly baked cookies. Ivan sat upon a rickety wooden chair, cradling a cup of hot tea, his gaze occasionally darting towards the enormous dragon egg nestled in the corner. The egg's surface was covered in rough scales, occasionally quivering as if something within was struggling to break free. A few days prior, Hagrid had informed them that the dragon egg was about to hatch, inviting Ivan and the trio to witness this marvel. It will be soon, very soon. Hagrid crouched beside the dragon egg, a damp cloth in hand, meticulously wiping its surface. His eyes were alight with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, reminiscent of a father awaiting the birth of his child. Ivan could sense Hagrid's hands trembling slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat nearby, their gaze fixed intently on the egg. Hermione clutched a hefty tome titled Magical Creatures, a guide, occasionally flipping through its pages to quietly explain something to Harry and Ron. At that moment, the dragon egg emitted a crisp, cracking sound, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A fine fissure appeared on the surface, gradually widening until a sharp claw emerged from within. It was about to hatch. Hagrid's voice trembled with uncontainable excitement as he nearly reached out to assist, but ultimately refrained. He turned to the others, whispering a cautionary reminder. Everyone, stay silent. We must not frighten it. The room fell into a hushed silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the fire and the subtle sound of the egg breaking. Ivan's gaze remained fixated on the egg, his fingers unconsciously rubbing a small vial in his pocket, deep in contemplation. At last, the egg splintered completely, and a wet, tiny dragon emerged. Its scales shimmered in a deep gray hue, adorned with a row of sharp spines along its back, and a small plume of flame escaped its mouth. The little dragon shook its head, emitting a faint growl that seemed to emerge from the depths of its throat. Marvelous! Hagrid was nearly leaping with joy, tears glistening in his eyes as he choked out. It's simply perfect. Ron stepped back, swallowing hard, and whispered to Harry, It certainly doesn't look like a well-behaved creature. Just look at those teeth. They could tear a person in half. Meanwhile, Hermione had taken out her notebook, swiftly recording the dragon's characteristics while muttering to herself. Norwegian Ridgeback, approximately 1 foot long at birth, deep gray scales, fully developed spines, temperament to be evaluated. Ivan stood up and cautiously approached the little dragon, his gaze inquisitive. He extended a hand, attempting to reach the creature's head. The dragon immediately became alert, a low growl rumbling in its throat, its spines standing erect. Be careful. Harry couldn't help but warn, it may breathe fire. Yet Ivan pressed on, gently tapping the dragon's head. Startled, the dragon opened its mouth to breathe fire but instead released a puff of smoke rings. Hagrid erupted into hearty laughter, carefully cradling the little dragon with an expression of adoration. I shall name it Norbert, he declared proudly. Look how adorable it is. Just as Harry was about to speak, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past the window, causing his heart to race. He swiftly rose, flung open the door, and dashed outside. Under the moonlight, Draco Malfoy was hastily traversing the grass, heading toward the school. Harry's gaze turned icy as he summoned his Firebolt 2000, leaping onto it and propelling himself forward in pursuit of Malfoy. "Stop!" Harry's voice rang clear in the night air. He relentlessly chased after him, weaving between the treetops. His eyes locked onto Malfoy's retreating figure. The shadows of the forest appeared particularly profound under the moonlight, occasionally disturbed by the shrill calls of startled nightbirds. At last, in a clearing, Harry caught up with Malfoy, leaping off his broom with a sudden motion and grasping Malfoy by the collar. "Why are you running?" Harry's voice was frigid, laced with a hint of anger. Malfoy struggled to free himself from Harry's grip, but Harry's strength proved far greater than he had anticipated. Breathing heavily, with a trace of fear on his face, he exclaimed, "Let go of me, Potter. What gives you the right to seize me? For spying on Hagrid's dragon." Harry's voice rose an octave, his gaze fixed intently on Malfoy. Malfoy's complexion paled, followed by a sneer. "A dragon? That is illegal. Surely you don't expect me to keep your secret?" Not far off, a unicorn's lifeless body lay quietly in a clearing, its pure white coat stained crimson with blood, its form emaciated as if drained of all vitality. Harry's heart sank, and he found himself involuntarily stepping toward the corpse. "A unicorn?" Malfoy's voice trembled. "Someone has killed it," Harry murmured, his brow furrowed, and in some malevolent manner. Malfoy stood beside him, his face paling further, his gaze wandering over the unicorn's remains, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, he spoke. "We need to leave, Potter. This place is not safe." Harry lifted his gaze to Malfoy, a complex mix of emotions in his eyes. "Are you afraid?" Malfoy's expression stiffened, and he scoffed coldly. "I simply do not wish to squander time here. If there truly is something dangerous nearby, we are ill-equipped to handle it." Just as Harry was about to retort, a heavy footfall echoed from the depths of the woods, accompanied by the sound of snapping branches. Both boys instinctively looked up, only to see a tall figure emerging from the shadows. It was a centaur, its upper body human and lower body equine, wielding a long bow and regarding them with a stern gaze. "Humans, you should not be here." The centaur's voice was deep and authoritative, tinged with a note of warning. Harry immediately stood tall and replied respectfully, "We did not mean to intrude. We discovered this unicorn's body and felt it necessary to report to the school." Malfoy's face turned even paler, his voice trembling. "What should we do now?" The centaur said nothing further, turning and disappearing back into the shadows of the forest. Harry and Malfoy exchanged a glance, both silent. Harry stowed his broom and turned to leave the forbidden forest, with Malfoy trailing quietly behind him. Chapter 17. The Troll is so weak. As Harry and Malfoy exited the forbidden forest, the sky began to drizzle, the cold biting sharply. Harry quickened his pace, eager to inform Dumbledore of the events. Malfoy followed closely, his expression still dark, eyes reflecting a swirl of complex emotions. Upon returning to the castle, Harry made a beeline for Dumbledore's office, only to be met by the gargoyle at the door, which coldly informed him that the headmaster was not in. Thus, Harry could only relay the happenings in the Forbidden Forest to Professor McGonagall, and the news of Hagrid's dragon was soon revealed. Professor McGonagall listened to Harry's report, her brow furrowed and her gaze imbued with a solemnity that was hard to ignore. Taking a deep breath, her tone remained calm, yet resolute. "Harry, I shall handle this matter. As for Hagrid's dragon, it must be sent away." A flicker of anxiety crossed Harry's eyes. "But Professor Hagrid," he trailed off, lowering his head, his expression tinged with helplessness and concern. He understood that Professor McGonagall's decision was indisputable. Yet the thought of Hagrid's affection for Norbert weighed heavily on his heart. Inside Hagrid's modest hut, the fire crackled vigorously, but the atmosphere felt stifling. Hagrid sat on his rickety wooden chair, clutching Norbert tightly, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Norbert seemed to sense Hagrid's turmoil, nuzzling against his palm and emitting a faint whimper. "I cannot keep you any longer, little one." Hagrid's voice was low and hoarse, tears shimmering in his eyes. He gently stroked Norbert's head, his fingers trembling as if caressing a treasure he was destined to lose. Norbert appeared to comprehend Hagrid's words, opening his mouth to release a small plume of flame, as if protesting or expressing his own sorrow. At last, Hagrid could no longer restrain his tears. He embraced Norbert tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "I will miss you. I truly will." At the Gryffindor table, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in an atmosphere thick with awkwardness, due to Harry's impulsive decision to chase after Malfoy. Hermione had voiced her discontent. Ron's frustration with Hermione's attitude escalated, leading to a heated quarrel that hinted at a potential rift between them. Ron buried his face in his plate, stealing glances at Hermione, yet he remained silent. Hermione, engrossed in a book, disregarded Ron entirely. Caught in the middle, Harry felt a sense of helplessness. Tentatively, he spoke. Hermione, Ron, aren't you two going to make up? Hermione closed her book. Her tone icy. I'm not at fault. Ron should apologize to me. Ron lifted his head, irritation evident in his eyes. Why should I apologize? You always think you're right. Enraged, Hermione stormed out. As the feast progressed, Professor Quirrell stumbled in, his complexion pale and voice trembling. Troll. A troll has appeared in the school. The prefect sprang into action, swiftly organizing the students to evacuate in an orderly fashion. Harry's heart tightened, and he whispered to Ron, Hermione, doesn't he know what's happening? We must find her. Ron hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded. All right, let's go. The two quickly donned the invisibility cloak, vanishing into the throng. The corridors were in disarray, students hurriedly fleeing towards their respective common rooms. Under the cover of the cloak, Harry and Ron opened the Marauders map, moving against the tide of students towards the girls' bathroom, where Hermione was likely to be. Noticing Harry and Ron's unusual direction, Ivan cast the invisibility charm and followed them. In a corner of the girls' bathroom, Hermione sat curled up, her arms wrapped around her knees, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her gaze filled with a deep sense of injustice and solitude. The incident involving Norbert strained her relationship with Ron, and his accusations left her feeling profoundly sorrowful. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by a low growl. Hermione raised her head, a flicker of terror crossing her eyes. Her heart raced, fingers clutching her skirt tightly, silently praying that the sound was merely a figment of her imagination. However, the footsteps drew nearer, ultimately halting at the bathroom door. The door was thrust open with force, revealing a colossal troll in the doorway. Its skin was a mottled gray-green, its stature imposing, wielding a hefty wooden club, with a gaze that bore a mix of ferocity and confusion. Hermione's heartbeat nearly ceased. She held her breath, striving to remain utterly silent. Yet, the troll's nose twitched, seemingly catching her scent. It let out a low growl and lumbered toward her with heavy steps. Hermione's grip on her wand tightened, though her fingers trembled slightly. She understood that, given her magical abilities, she stood no chance against this beast. Countless thoughts raced through her mind, but ultimately, she could only helplessly shut her eyes, awaiting the arrival of her fate. Suddenly, Hermione opened her eyes to see Ivan's figure standing protectively before her, his right foot poised as if he had just kicked, his gaze coldly fixed on the troll. The troll, evidently taken aback by the unexpected presence, hesitated momentarily before emitting an enraged growl and raising its club once more. Ivan! Hermione's voice quavered with surprise and anxiety as she swiftly rose from the ground, her grip on the wand still quaking. At that moment, Harry and Ron also arrived at the bathroom entrance. Ron swiftly aimed his wand at the troll, hastily reciting Inflation Charm. A beam of magical light shot from the tip of his wand, striking the troll's nose with pinpoint accuracy. The troll's movements faltered for an instant, its nose swelling as if struck by an unseen force. Its eyes widened in agony, letting out a pained roar before turning its fierce gaze toward Ron. Oh no! Ron's face went pale as he witnessed the troll's club swinging toward him, involuntarily stepping back a few paces. Hermione's mind raced through the incantations learned in class. Her fingers tightened around her wand, her gaze resolutely fixed on the troll's club. Levitation Charm. Her voice rang clear and strong, a beam of light emanating from the tip of her wand, causing the troll's club to float from its grasp, slowly ascending into the air. Harry took a deep breath, quickly pointing his wand at the troll while murmuring Petrification Charm. A magical beam shot from his wand, aimed directly at the troll's body. The instant the beam struck, the troll's movements froze, its body becoming rigid as if ensnared by an unseen force. Simultaneously, Ivan's runes burst forth, a stream of golden light tracing an elegant arc through the air, directly impacting the troll's form. The runes swiftly spread across the troll's body, forming a complex array. Under the influence of the magical formation, the giant's body began to gradually shatter, ultimately dissolving into countless fragments that vanished into the air. Are you all right? Harry swiftly approached Hermione, resting a supportive hand on her shoulder. Hermione nodded, her voice faint. I'm fine, just a bit startled. She glanced up at Ron, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Yet she remained silent, merely offering a gentle nod. The adolescent discord was resolved amidst the crisis. Chapter 18. Harry's Quidditch. Moments later, Professor McGonagall and other faculty members arrived at the scene, where Hermione took full responsibility for the incident. Consequently, Gryffindor lost 5 points, while Slytherin gained 20 for Ivan's defeat of the giant. Upon returning to the dormitory, as Ivan lay down, he heard the voice of his mentor echoing in his mind. Well done today, lad. But did you notice something peculiar about Professor Quirrell? The tone of his mentor grew serious. There's a strange aura of a soul about him. Albeit faint, it unsettles me. Exercise caution in the future. Ivan nodded. I hadn't noticed anything unusual in defense against the dark arts class before. It seems I should find an opportunity to probe Professor Quirrell. The news of Ivan's triumph over the giant spread rapidly throughout Hogwarts. By the next morning, Ivan found himself inundated with an abundance of love letters. From breakfast to lunch, his seat was overwhelmed with various notes, some tied with pink ribbons, others exuding a faint fragrance. Malfoy sat nearby, his gaze dark and fixed on Ivan, a mixture of fear and jealousy flickering in his eyes. He whispered to Crabbe and Goyle, "What kind of monster is that guy? He can even take down a giant." Crabbe scratched his head, a hint of confusion in his tone. Is he really a Slytherin? He doesn't seem to embody their essence at all. Goyle nodded in agreement, murmuring, "Indeed, he looks more like a madman." In the dormitory, Ivan stared at the dragon's blood and parchment before him. Prior to Norbert's departure, he had obtained a large barrel of dragon's blood from Hagrid, and now he was attempting to create a talisman using the dragon's blood and parchment. He carefully poured the dragon's blood onto the parchment, his fingers gliding lightly through the air as he endeavored to infuse his vital energy into it. However, the dragon's blood proved inadequate to sustain his energy, and the parchment's poor breathability caused the energy to flow unevenly, ultimately resulting in the entire talisman turning to ash. Furrowing his brow, Ivan murmured to himself, "It seems dragon's blood is not suitable for talisman crafting. Perhaps I need to consider an alternative material." Rising to his feet, he tidied the dragon's blood and parchment, his gaze filled with contemplation. What was referred to as dragon's blood was nothing more than lizard blood. The liquid itself lacked any spiritual essence, which explained why even alchemy had little demand for it. Regardless, he would not abandon his research into talismans, for many magical arts benefited from their enhancement, proving to be immensely convenient. For instance, charms offered far superior protection compared to armor. With determination, Ivan stood and made his way toward the Hogwarts library. The library was so hushed that one could hear the sound of dust settling. Towering bookshelves were filled with an array of ancient tomes, and the air was permeated with the scent of parchment mingled with ink. Ivan's gaze swiftly traversed the shelves, his fingertips gently brushing against the spines of the books, until they finally rested upon a rather antiquated volume with a green cover. He carefully extracted the book, its title etched in indistinct letters, "The Secrets of Magical Plants." Ivan's fingers hesitated slightly, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He rapidly flipped through the pages, his gaze darting among the densely packed text, eventually pausing at an illustration depicting a particular plant. It was a rare species known as stargrass, with deep blue leaves that emitted a faint glow at night, notable for its excellent solubility. Ah, this could indeed be worth a try. I should jot it down. With that thought, he exited the library, intending to make his way to the Forbidden Forest. As he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered Hermione. "Ivan, why didn't you go to the Quidditch match? You must be joking if you don't know there's a game today. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. This is the highlight of the year." Ivan suddenly realized that it was indeed the day of the Gryffindor and Slytherin match. He shrugged nonchalantly, his tone flat. What if a student with hemorrhoids gets squished? I wouldn't want to witness that. Hermione's expression shifted to one of mild exasperation. She shook her head, a hint of reproach in her voice. "Ivan, you are a student at Hogwarts. How can you be so indifferent towards Quidditch? Besides, Harry is our friend. He's competing today. Aren't you going to cheer him on?" Ivan rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Though he had little interest in Quidditch, Hermione's mention of Harry compelled him to reconsider. After all, Harry was one of his few friends. Sensing his hesitation, Hermione seized the opportunity, her tone more fervent. "Come on, Ivan. The match has already begun. If we don't hurry, we'll miss the best parts." Ivan let out a resigned sigh and nodded. "Fine." At the Quidditch pitch, the atmosphere was electric, with excited students packed into the stands. The vibrant red of Gryffindor intertwined with the green of Slytherin, creating a kaleidoscopic sea. Hermione pulled Ivan into the crowd, guiding him to a spot with a decent view. Pointing to the sky, her voice brimmed with pride. "Look, that's Harry. He has the best seeker Gryffindor has." Ivan raised an eyebrow, a teasing tone creeping into his voice. "He certainly appears quite dashing. I just wonder if he can catch that little thing." Hermione shot him a disapproving glance, her tone resolute. "Of course he can. Harry never lets us down." At that moment, a commotion erupted on the field. Harry suddenly swerved, as if struck by something, nearly toppling from his broom. Gasps erupted from the stands, and Ivan's expression grew serious. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. That of his ancestor. Kid, pay attention to that fellow in the purple scarf in the stands. Ivan furrowed his brow, scanning the crowd until his gaze settled on Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell was seated in the corner of the stands. The voice of the founder echoed once more. His soul's vibrations were peculiar, as if possessed by an obsession, yet not entirely so. Ivan's gaze lingered on Professor Quirrell for a moment, silently noting his observations. He turned to Hermione, his tone light-hearted. "Hermione, what do you think of Professor Quirrell?" Hermione paused, seemingly taken aback by Ivan's sudden mention of the professor. She furrowed her brow, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Professor Quirrell? He teaches defense against the dark arts. But his classes always feel a bit odd, as though something is lacking." After the match concluded, Hermione pulled Ivan down from the stands. Running towards the center of the field, Harry stood in the middle, clutching the golden snitch, a victorious smile gracing his face. Ron and Neville gathered around him, excitedly discussing the recent game. Hermione rushed to Harry's side, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. "Harry, you were incredible. We all thought you were going to fall." Harry wore a proud smile, his tone casual. "Just a minor mishap. Nothing to worry about." The group laughed and made their way towards the castle. But as Ivan passed by Professor Quirrell, his gaze involuntarily lingered for a moment. Professor Quirrell stood aside, his eyes appearing somewhat unfocused, as if he were unaware of their presence. Chapter 19. Voldemort's First Encounter, A Touch of Pain. The following morning, Ivan sought out Hagrid. Outside Hagrid's hut, several enormous birds strolled leisurely, one tilting its head and emitting a low call upon noticing Ivan's approach. Ivan knocked on the door, and Hagrid's bearded face appeared from behind it, adorned with his customary smile. "Ivan, it's almost exam time, yet you're here so early. What brings you?" Hagrid's voice was loud and warm, his eyes filled with concern. Ivan chuckled, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Hagrid, I was hoping you could help me find some alchemical materials from magical creatures." Hagrid's eyes brightened, and he clapped Ivan on the shoulder, pride evident in his voice. "Ha! You've come to the right person. I have plenty of good stuff here. Come in, let me see what I can find." Following Hagrid into the hut, Ivan was greeted by a rich aroma of tea mingled with the scent of wood. Hagrid rummaged through the room, soon dragging out a massive wooden chest overflowing with various magical creature remnants, including dragon scales, phoenix feathers, and spider leg hairs. "These are all valuable items. See if there's anything you can use," Hagrid enthusiastically suggested as he continued to search. Ivan's eyes scanned the contents of the chest before finally resting upon a pristine unicorn horn. He reached for the horn, feeling a faint yet pure energy emanating from it, and his heart surged with excitement. This unicorn horn. Ivan's voice was laced with anticipation. Hagrid nodded with a smile. "That's a natural shedding horn, exceedingly rare. It's the only one I have. The horns of slain unicorns are tainted and unusable." Ivan examined the unicorn horn closely, his fingertips gently grazing its surface, attuned to the pure and gentle energy it radiated. He endeavored to channel his own vital energy, and to his astonishment, it flowed effortlessly. A flicker of surprise danced in his eyes as he murmured to Hagrid, "The energy of this unicorn horn is exceptionally pure, perfectly aligning with our needs." "I cannot thank you enough, Hagrid." Hagrid chuckled warmly, waving his hand in dismissal. "No need for thanks. You are my friend, and this is but a small favor. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Ivan nodded, carefully stowing the unicorn horn away, and turned to leave Hagrid's humble abode. The sunlight outside bathed him in warmth, and with a lightness in his step, Ivan was already devising his next course of action. He needed to venture deep into the Forbidden Forest in search of stargrass and other unique materials. At the forest's edge, Ivan stood beside a towering ancient tree, surveying his surroundings. The depths of the Forbidden Forest were thick and shadowy, occasionally pierced by the distant calls of birds, amplifying the stillness that enveloped him. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand gently, enveloped in a faint aura of vital energy that concealed his form and presence. This was the signature invisibility spell of a secluded mountain temple, far more effective than Harry's invisibility cloak, though it had its limitations. Allowing only one person to use at a time, silently, Ivan stepped into the Forbidden Forest, his movements light as a whisper, barely disturbing the silence. His gaze flickered around, searching for signs of stargrass, a rare magical plant found only in the heart of the forest. After roughly half an hour of wandering, an open clearing unexpectedly appeared before him, the ground carpeted in deep blue grass blades that shimmered faintly under the sunlight. A smile crept onto Ivan's lips, a surge of joy swelling within him. He had finally found it. He crouched down, meticulously inspecting the stargrass, and upon confirming its authenticity, he carefully harvested a few stalks, placing them in a small cloth pouch he carried. Just then, his ears perked up, catching a faint rustling sound from afar, reminiscent of a mollusk in motion. Ivan's expression sharpened, and he swiftly rose, darting behind a large tree. Holding his breath, he peered through the gaps in the trunk, witnessing a figure slowly approaching. A person cloaked in a wizard's robe, their face obscured by a hood. The individual's movements were peculiar, advancing in a slithering manner akin to a serpent weaving through the grass. His breathing grew increasingly shallow, fearful of making any sound. Orochimaru. A voice echoed in his mind. Master, look, it truly is Orochimaru, the character from the manga that Ergouzi showed me. The voice of his master resounded in his thoughts. Fool, that is your Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell? Does he lack bones? Slithering on the ground, is it cooler? Or has the culture of crawling on the ground among university students spread to this universe? Ivan's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Suddenly, the figure halted, slowly lifting its head, casting its gaze in Ivan's direction. A wave of tension surged through him, prompting him to shrink further behind the tree. All right, I forgot. I am invisible. What am I afraid of? Ivan ceased his evasion. The voice of the ancestral master resounded once more. You rascal. His soul's fluctuations are peculiar, as if he is under the control of some malevolent force. Exercise caution. Ivan stealthily emerged from behind the tree, his gaze fixed intently on the figure writhing on the ground. Professor Quirrell's movements were sluggish and stiff, as though he were being tugged by an invisible power. His cloak trailed on the ground, producing a faint rustling sound with each motion, occasionally accompanied by a low, intermittent chant that resembled an ancient, sinister incantation. Master, what has befallen him? Ivan whispered in his mind, his steps deliberate and quiet, striving to make no sound. The ancestral master's tone bore a weight of seriousness. The soul fluctuations within him are chaotic, as if two consciousnesses are vying for control of the body. One is evidently far more powerful, gradually consuming his will. Ivan stealthily approached Professor Quirrell, his footfalls light as if treading on cotton, barely stirring the air. Once within a sufficient proximity, his gaze fell upon the professor's back. Black mist coiled around him like countless tiny serpents, undulating with his movements and occasionally emitting a deep, chilling whisper. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell unleashed a low, piercing laugh that seemed to emerge from the depths of his throat, imbued with an unsettling eeriness. I've known you were here all along, boy. Quirrell slowly turned his head, revealing a pair of crimson eyes beneath his hood, glinting with mockery and disdain. Did you think your invisibility cloak could elude me? It's merely a remnant of Potter's. Ivan felt a chill run through him, yet maintained a light tone. I see you are familiar with Harry's father, Professor Quirrell. However, this is not an invisibility cloak. Your perception is lacking. Quirrell's laughter grew colder, the black mist swirling around him as if on the brink of unleashing a dreadful energy. His voice was hoarse and grating. Quirrell? No. That fool Quirrell could never detect you. Ivan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with jest. Oh, so it is not Quirrell who dominates this body? Huh? You can see through it? Quirrell appeared somewhat astonished. Avada Kedavra! He suddenly thrust his wrist upwards, his wand aimed directly at Ivan, reciting the incantation with alarming rapidity. The killing curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. A blinding green light erupted from the tip of his wand, racing towards Ivan with a breath of death. Although Ivan recognized the curse, the speed of the green light was overwhelming, striking his chest in an instant. The force of the impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing violently against the tree behind him, leaves cascading down with a rustling sound. Professor Quirrell remained rooted in place, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips, his voice tinged with triumph. Easily dispatched. In the distance, Ivan slowly rose from the ground, his movements somewhat sluggish. Yet he did not succumb to death, as Professor Chilo had anticipated. He brushed off the dirt from his body. His school uniform bore a tear, revealing his well-defined pectorals. Ivan glanced down at his attire, a hint of resignation in his tone. Alas, my clothes are torn, but I lack the funds to purchase a new uniform. Professor Chilo's expression darkened instantly, his crimson eyes fixated on Ivan with disbelief. How is this possible? How could you have survived? Ivan shrugged nonchalantly, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor. If you wish to see my pectorals, just say so. I'd be happy to oblige without resorting to physical altercations. Chapter 20. The Bald Man is a Winner in Life. Professor Chilo lifted his gaze, revealing a flat-featured bald head, nearly devoid of a nose, as dark mist swirled ominously around him, intensifying as if preparing for another assault. His voice was low and gravelly. Who exactly are you, boy? Clearly unperturbed by Ivan's jest, Professor Chilo raised his wrist once more, the tip of his wand flickering with a sinister crimson glow as he intoned a dark and eerie incantation. Heart-piercing, bone-excising. A beam of green light surged toward Ivan, enveloping the air in a stifling pressure. Ivan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly sidestepped the spell. Although it could not breach his protective energy, it would still inflict pain. His movements appeared casual, yet each step was impeccably timed, deftly finding a sliver of opportunity amidst the onslaught. Despite the ferocity of Professor Chilo's attacks, Ivan's reactions kept him just out of reach. The professor's onslaught grew increasingly aggressive, the dark mist swirling around him more violently, as if intent on devouring the entire forbidden forest. Ivan maneuvered gracefully through the air, occasionally trailing his fingers through the atmosphere, leaving behind shimmering golden runes that swiftly dissipated, transforming into an intangible force that resisted Professor Chilo's strikes. Master, can you perform the Vitality Slash? You know, that technique used by Baldwin in that comic by Ergouzi? The master, uninterested, regarded Ivan with disdain, believing that Ergouzi had led him astray. Struck by a palm thunderbolt, Professor Chilo trembled violently before collapsing to the ground, the dark mist gradually dissipating from his form. His features contorted, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, as if he were enduring immense agony. Ivan sighed in relief and prepared to approach him, but suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from grass. His eyes swiftly honed in on the source of the noise, stepping back warily. Then, a colossal python burst forth from the underbrush, its girth akin to that of a tree trunk, its scales shimmering with a chilling luminescence. Its movements were astonishingly swift, and with a flick of its tail, it ensnared the fallen Professor Chilo tightly before retreating into the depths of the forbidden forest. Alarmed, Ivan instinctively took a step to pursue, but a deep voice from the master cautioned him. Hold on, Ivan. The aura of that snake is eerily familiar. I feel as though I have encountered it before. Ivan halted, pondering. After all, the master was from centuries past. How could a snake possibly survive for so long, especially in this unfamiliar realm? He stood still, furrowing his brow in contemplation before regaining his composure. Never mind. Some matters are best left unpondered until the events themselves illuminate the truth. Ergouzi remarked that any situation could be resolved with a nonchalant attitude of not my problem or not your problem. Ivan would not burden himself with peculiarities, for this was not a matter of study. Once again, he cast the invisibility spell, merging seamlessly with the air as he silently ventured deeper into the forbidden forest. The surrounding trees grew increasingly towering and ancient, their trunks cloaked in thick moss, and the air was suffused with the damp aroma of decaying wood. Occasionally a low, ominous growl echoed from afar, sending shivers down one's spine. Ivan stood still, watching as the enormous serpent vanished into the depths of the forest. Despite his initial confusion, tranquility soon enveloped him once more. He dusted himself off and conducted a thorough inspection of his attire, noticing the conspicuous tear at his chest. Restoring himself to his former state, he retrieved his wand and cast a mending charm on his clothing. To Ivan, the wand was merely an accessory, casting magic without it felt devoid of ceremonial significance. He then took out the unicorn horn he had acquired from Hagrid, examining it closely as ideas began to form in his mind about crafting a protective talisman from it. His fingers gently caressed the horn's smooth texture, and his gaze fell upon Ergouzi, who was lazily sprawled in a corner, yawning. A smile crept onto Ivan's face as he mused. Crafting a talisman in the shape of Ergouzi would be delightful, both amusing and unlikely to embarrass the trio of little ones. Rising to his feet, he picked up a finely crafted carving knife from the table. As the blade glided over the unicorn horn, the likeness of Ergouzi began to take shape in his hands, a charmingly goofy head, a rotund body, and the signature 3 heads, one yawning, one sticking out its tongue, and one rolling its eyes. The corners of Ivan's mouth lifted slightly as he spoke to himself. Indeed, this adorably foolish visage suits them quite well. Upon completing the carving, Ivan traced his fingers through the air, and golden runes gradually emerged upon the figure of Ergouzi. Infusing it with his energy, the talisman flickered with a faint glow. It was finished. Satisfied, Ivan nodded and held the talisman up to his eyes for a closer inspection. Although the unicorn horn was exceedingly rare, he lamented the inability to procure more. With a sigh, he thought, if only I could create several more, selling them would surely yield a handsome profit. After tidying up, Ivan carefully placed the talisman in his pocket and made his way to the library. With exams approaching as a top student, he was undoubtedly dragging the less diligent ones to study. Sure enough, in the library, Hermione was engrossed in a hefty tome. while Harry and Ron wore expressions of despair as they stared blankly at their books. "Ivan!" Harry exclaimed upon spotting him, his face brightening. "What brings you here?" Ivan pulled the talisman from his pocket and offered it to Harry with a casual tone. "I made you a little something. Keep it for your safety." Harry accepted the talisman and examined it closely, bursting into laughter as he remarked, "This design is quite amusing. Is it Ergouzi?" Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "How charming! Ivan, did you craft this by hand?" Ivan nodded, a hint of pride in his tone. "Indeed, it is carved from a unicorn's horn. The effect should be quite remarkable. Remember to keep it with you at all times, even while bathing." Hermione immediately hung the talisman around her neck, her face radiant with joy. "Thank you, Ivan. I shall carry it with me always." Harry also secured the talisman, giving Ivan's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Thank you, Ivan. This item appears truly special." Ron took the talisman, toyed with it for a moment, and then tucked it into his pocket. After they had all stowed away their talismans, Ivan turned to leave. "Continue your studies at your own pace. I must take my leave." Hermione looked up, surprise etched on her face. "Ivan, you're leaving? Aren't you going to study with us? The exam is tomorrow." Ivan shook his head lightly, his tone relaxed. "No, I need to pay a visit to Professor Snape's office." Upon hearing Snape's name, Harry's expression shifted slightly, and he whispered, "Ivan, we have recently discovered that Professor Snape frequently visits that room where the three-headed dog resides. We suspect he is searching for the legendary Philosopher's Stone." Ivan's brow furrowed in intrigue. "The Philosopher's Stone? What is that?" Hermione, her excitement palpable, set her book aside. "The Philosopher's Stone is an extraordinarily magical artifact said to transmute any metal into pure gold and to create the elixir of life. Its creator was an alchemist named Nicholas Flamel." Ivan's eyes widened in astonishment, his interest piqued. "The elixir of life? That sounds far-fetched. If it truly existed, this world would be teeming with ancient beings." Hermione continued, "It is reputed to be one of the most powerful alchemical creations in existence. Its existence has long been a legend, yet many believe it is indeed real." Harry murmured, "We suspect Professor Snape's pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone is linked to the Death Eaters." Chapter 21. All clues lead to Voldemort. Upon hearing Harry's words, Ivan furrowed his brow, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. After a moment of reflection, he spoke softly. "Harry, considering that Professor Snape is the headmaster of Hogwarts, without concrete evidence, casting suspicion on him could lead to trouble." Harry nodded, a hint of uncertainty on his face. "However, Professor Snape's actions are undeniably suspicious. He consistently enters and exits that room in a furtive manner." Ron interjected, "Moreover, during our last Quidditch match, Hermione also saw him murmuring incantations towards Harry, which led to Harry's peril." Hermione concurred, "Indeed. Once I interrupted him, Harry returned to normal." Ivan nodded firmly. "You may relay this to Professor Dumbledore. But until matters are clarified, Harry, it would be wise to refrain from discussing such topics to avoid unnecessary complications." Harry remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. "Understood. I will be cautious." Satisfied that Harry had comprehended, Ivan turned and departed the library. He soon arrived at the door of Professor Snape's office. The door was tightly shut, with a faint beam of light seeping through the crack. Ivan stood at the entrance, and with a delicate flick of his fingers, an invisible force penetrated the keyhole, causing the lock to click open. The door slowly creaked ajar, and Ivan slipped inside. The office was dimly lit, illuminated only by a solitary magical lamp perched on the desk. Professor Snape was absent, which gave Ivan a sense of relief. He quickly commenced a search, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the room. The desk was cluttered with various magical tomes and parchment. Ivan casually flipped through a few pages, discovering that most were dedicated to the studies of potions and dark magic. Frowning, he continued to rummage until his eyes were drawn to a scroll of parchment nestled within the desk drawer. With utmost caution, Ivan opened the drawer and retrieved the scroll. It was neatly folded and sealed with wax. Gently, he broke the seal and unfurled the parchment. The runes inscribed with moonlight grass powder came into clear view. Ivan's expression froze, his heart racing with tumultuous waves. Runes? How could he find runes here? Were they not products of his original world? Why did Professor Snape possess them? What was happening? Was there a predecessor among the Traversers of Realms? The ancestral spirit fixated on the runes, flickering with fervor. He communicated to Ivan that this was the soul separation rune. Humans possess three souls: the celestial soul, the human soul, and the earthly soul. Upon death, the celestial soul dissipates into energy, returning to the cosmos. Additionally, there are 7 spirits: heaven, earth, fate, blood, chi, spirit, and desire, which correspond to the 7 emotions. After a being's passing, the seven spirits, influenced by their obsessions, will manifest one prominently. The Pippi ghost is a quintessential example of obsession, amplifying the desire spirit due to its craving for worldly pleasures. When combined with the earthly soul, it transforms into a malevolent obsession. The Dementors embody a fusion of the seven spirits and the human soul, drawing upon human emotions to sustain and empower themselves. Conversely, the soul separation rune serves to split the seven spirits, allowing them to exist independently. As long as one spirit remains in the world, the three souls will not dissipate, thus presenting an opportunity for reassembly. This was a forbidden technique of the Empty Mountain Taoist temple, long lost hundreds of years ago. Its appearance in this world would undoubtedly astound the ancestral spirit. It was evident that Snape had copied this soul separation rune. Ivan murmured to himself, his gaze lingering on the runes. The parchment itself would not activate the runes, and without the true energy of Taoism, the runes could not function. He set the parchment down and shifted his focus to the plethora of books and scrolls on the desk, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Snape had once been, or perhaps still was, a Death Eater, and the dark mark on his arm was clearly linked to Voldemort. Reflecting on the obsessions encountered previously in the Forbidden Forest, Ivan harbored a growing suspicion that these runes belonging to Snape might very well be derived from Voldemort. Ivan temporarily set aside his doubts, his gaze sweeping across the parchment and the weighty tomes of magic resting upon his desk. His current endeavor was to discover an alternative to vermilion, thereby better equipping himself. Since Snape had chosen moonlight grass powder for transcribing the talisman, it suggested that moonlight grass might serve as a substitute for vermilion in this realm, much like cherry wood could replace peach wood. Chapter 22. The Substitute for Vermilion. Ivan made his way toward the greenhouse, a haven of magical flora where Hogwarts herbology classes frequently convened. Upon pushing open the greenhouse door, he was greeted by a refreshing, earthy aroma. The soft light filtered through the glass ceiling, illuminating the lush foliage and casting a gentle halo around the verdant leaves. The greenhouse was devoid of any presence. Clearly free from classes at this hour, Ivan's eyes scanned the interior, searching for traces of the moonlight grass. The leaves of moonlight grass shimmered a silvery hue, emitting a faint glow at night. Though rare, it should be found within Hogwarts' greenhouse. He tread lightly, as if to avoid disturbing the slumbering plants. In one corner of the greenhouse, Ivan finally spotted a patch of moonlight grass. They thrived in damp soil, their leaves glinting with silvery brilliance in the subdued light. As though the very essence of moonlight had solidified, Ivan crouched down, reaching out to gently touch the leaves of the moonlight grass. The coolness of the leaves was accompanied by a subtle vibration, as if they were imbued with life. He retrieved a small cloth pouch from his pocket, carefully plucking a few sprigs of moonlight grass, ensuring that their roots remained unharmed. "May you serve as a substitute for vermilion," Ivan murmured softly, his gaze filled with anticipation. He placed the moonlight grass into the pouch, and, as he stood to depart the greenhouse, he suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps behind him. "Mr. Avery, what brings you to the greenhouse?" A deep, icy voice resonated from behind. Ivan's heart raced as he swiftly turned, discovering Professor Snape standing at the entrance. His penetrating gaze fixed coldly upon him. Snape's expression remained as grim as ever, his black robes swaying slightly with his movements, casting a shadow that loomed ominously over Ivan. Snape's eyes lingered for a moment on the pouch in Ivan's hand, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight, derisive smile. "Moonlight grass? Mr. Avery, I recall your performance in potions class was rather lackluster. What has sparked this newfound interest in potion making?" Ivan raised an eyebrow, maintaining his composure. "Knowledge is an ever-evolving pursuit. Professor, I find the properties of moonlight grass quite intriguing. It may prove beneficial in certain specialized potions." Snape's gaze sharpened, like a keen blade piercing Ivan's soul. He advanced slowly, his black robes trailing behind him, casting a faint shadow on the ground. "Moonlight grass is indeed rare, yet its applications are not widely recognized, Mr. Avery. I am curious as to how you came by the notion that moonlight grass could be advantageous for potions." A subtle smile played on Ivan's lips, his tone laced with a hint of jest. "Perhaps it is simply my fondness for studying rare plants, Professor. After all, some truths can only be uncovered through personal exploration." Ivan nodded, maintaining a casual tone. "I understand, Professor. I will be cautious." Snape did not utter another word and turned to leave the greenhouse, his black robes slicing through the air with a chilling arc. Upon returning to his dormitory, Ivan swiftly set to work. He retrieved a small mortar and pestle from his desk, placing the moonlight grass within, and began to grind it meticulously. As the pestle rotated, The leaves of the moonlight grass were gradually crushed, emanating a faint luminescence. A subtle smile played at the corners of Ivan's mouth, his eyes glinting with anticipation. He poured the finely ground moonlight grass powder into a small porcelain bowl. The powder shimmered in a delicate silvery hue, as if the moonlight had solidified into a tangible form. Next came the moment of verification. Ivan murmured softly as he drew a blank piece of parchment from the shelf, dipping his finger into the moonlight grass powder and commencing to inscribe runes upon the parchment. His fingers glided gracefully through the air, the powder cascading from his fingertips to form intricate symbols. The moonlight grass powder flickered with a faint glow on the parchment, seemingly imbued with life. Ivan's gaze was intense, and his movements were fluid and precise, the runes gradually taking shape beneath his deft touch. Once the runes were complete, Ivan inhaled deeply and flicked his finger gently, infusing the runes with a surge of energy. Instantly, the symbols illuminated, their brilliance flickering before stabilizing. A glimmer of surprise crossed Ivan's eyes as he whispered, "It worked." Although the parchment could not harness the full potency of the runes, it could still manifest a formidable 70% of their power. Chapter 23. Ivan's Strategy in Chess. Days later, a palpable tension filled the air at Hogwarts as the end-of-term examinations loomed. Ivan had already completed his potions, transfiguration, and history of magic exams. Seated at the long table in the Great Hall, he toyed with a Thunderspell rune, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the entrance. He awaited the arrival of Hermione, Harry, and Ron, contemplating how to best present these runes to them. Ron trudged into the hall, his red hair in disarray, resembling someone who had just weathered a calamity. He plopped down into the chair beside Ivan, exhaling a heavy sigh, his tone laden with disappointment. Transfiguration is over, and I couldn't even turn a needle into a button. Professor McGonagall's gaze could have killed me. Ivan raised an eyebrow, his tone lighthearted. At least you have the courage to face Professor McGonagall. A more timid soul might have simply skipped class. At that moment, Hermione strode in purposefully, clutching a thick tome of spells, a confident smile adorning her face. Her eyes scanned the room before settling on Ivan, concern lacing her voice. "How did your exams go, Ivan?" Ivan's lips curved into a slight smile. "Oh, it was nothing too daunting. By the way, here's my alchemical spell. It's for your protection." He retrieved several Thunderspell runes from his pocket and offered them to them. Hermione examined the runes closely, her expression brimming with curiosity. "They appear similar to magical scrolls. Do they contain some kind of sealed spell?" Ivan replied nonchalantly. "This is a thunder spell. When activated, utter thunder strike, and it will unleash a surge of electrical energy quite potent. However, use it sparingly, especially against others." Ron held the talisman, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Sounds quite thrilling, Ivan. May I give it a try?" Ivan furrowed his brows slightly, his tone serious. "Do not be reckless, Ron. This is not a mere toy. By the way, where is Harry?" With Ivan's reminder, Ron recalled his plan to follow Snape with Harry and hurriedly took Hermione along as they left. Ivan reclined on his dormitory bed, still fatigued from the recent exam. Suddenly, he sensed a ripple of magic. It was a sign that his talisman had been triggered. It was likely that Ron, the unfortunate lad, had disregarded his warnings and was meddling again. Nevertheless, Ivan thought, there was another disturbance, a surge from the protective charm. He sat up abruptly. The trio was in danger. Ivan swiftly donned his robe and burst out the door, racing down the corridor. His footsteps were brisk and urgent, the soles of his shoes echoing softly against the stone floor. Following the direction of the charm's energy, he navigated through the hallways of Hogwarts, finally halting before a heavy wooden door. This place was familiar, the very room once guarded by the three-headed dog. Upon entering, Ivan discovered an open secret door that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Behind it lay a dark, deep passageway. "What a nuisance," he muttered under his breath, then leaped into the tunnel. The descent was brief. Ivan's body adeptly twisted in midair, landing gracefully on the ground. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, revealing a spacious chamber adorned with glowing magical runes, the air thick with a musty, damp scent. His attention was quickly drawn to the center of the chamber. Ron lay on the ground, pale and seemingly unconscious. In the middle of the room, a massive chessboard stood, the pieces turning their cold, unblinking gazes upon Ivan. "Oh," Ivan raised an eyebrow. "Wizard chess? I'm not well versed in this." He approached Ron cautiously, crouching to assess his condition. Ron's breathing was relatively steady. He appeared to be only temporarily unconscious, with no severe injuries. Ivan breathed a sigh of relief, gently channeling a surge of energy into Ron to help him regain consciousness. "Ugh," Ron groaned, slowly opening his eyes. His gaze was initially dazed, but upon recognizing Ivan's face, he snapped fully awake. "Ivan, what are you doing here?" Shrugging nonchalantly, Ivan replied, "I sensed the protective charm was triggered, so I came to investigate." "You have quite the knack for getting into trouble, venturing to a place like this alone." A hint of embarrassment crossed Ron's face as he scratched his head. "Actually, I came with Harry and the others." Suddenly, recalling something, he became anxious. "Quickly, Harry and Hermione are still ahead. We must go help them." Ivan frowned slightly, a mixture of exasperation and concern in his voice. "Is it bravery or recklessness I should commend you for?" Ron managed a wry smile, struggling to rise from the ground. "We certainly didn't anticipate encountering such dire trouble. Those chess pieces are terrifying. I shattered one with the talisman, and it instantly reformed." Ivan's gaze returned to the chessboard, where the pieces glimmered with a cold light, as if poised to strike at any moment. "Is it truly that formidable? Let me give it a try," he declared, stepping onto the board. The chess pieces began to move. The white soldiers advanced rapidly, their spears aimed directly at Ivan. Ivan's expression sharpened, and he raised his right hand slightly, his fingertips shimmering with a faint golden light. "Ron, stand behind me," Ivan instructed in a tone that brooked no argument. Without hesitation, Ron positioned himself at Ivan's back, his eyes fixed on the pieces, a sense of unease swelling within him. With a swift motion of his right hand, Ivan conjured a golden rune that rapidly took shape in the air. "Thunderstrike," he intoned, and as the command escaped his lips, the rune erupted in a blinding flash, unleashing a torrent of lightning energy that surged toward the chess pieces. The pieces seemed to sense the impending danger, raising their weapons in a futile attempt to defend themselves. But the lightning energy consumed them in an instant, accompanied by a deafening roar. When the lightning faded, only a heap of ashes remained. Ron stood in stunned silence, his voice tinged with astonishment. "Is that really possible?" Ivan shrugged, maintaining a carefree demeanor. "This is what one might call breaking through myriad methods with sheer force." Ron trailed behind him, his expression a blend of complexity, as if he had gained a newfound appreciation for Ivan's formidable prowess. Chapter 24. Must one have a key to enter? As Ivan prepared to continue onward, he suddenly sensed another faint ripple of lightning magic emanating from afar. He exchanged a glance with Ron, who appeared anxious. "Do you think Harry and the others are in trouble?" Ivan furrowed his brow, his tone steady. "Do not panic. Let us proceed and investigate." The two quickened their pace, following the direction of the lightning's resonance. After traversing a narrow corridor, they pushed open a partially ajar door, and the sight before them left both Ivan and Ron momentarily speechless. Hermione sat on the ground, her complexion pale, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, clearly having just endured an intense battle. Her wand lay discarded nearby, while in her grasp, she clutched a singed talisman. Before her lay a pitch-black creature, its body charred and emitting smoke, filling the air with the scent of roasting flesh. Ron's nose twitched, and he instinctively swallowed, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. "Why does it smell rather appetizing?" Hermione looked up, relief flickering in her eyes upon seeing Ivan and Ron. She took a deep breath, speaking with difficulty. "A troll suddenly charged at me. I used the talisman you gave me. Thankfully, it was effective." Ivan approached, crouching down to examine the troll's corpse closely. The creature had been thoroughly incinerated by the lightning, its limbs rigid, unmistakably lifeless. He gently patted Hermione's shoulder, his voice softening. "Well done, Hermione." Hermione managed a wry smile, her tone laced with trepidation. "I nearly thought I would perish here." She paused, her expression growing more serious. "Ivan, Harry is still ahead. We must hasten to assist him. Professor Quirrell is the true mastermind, not Professor Snape." Ivan raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised at Chilo's swift recovery. Ron assisted Hermione to her feet, following Ivan into the next room. As Ivan pushed open the door and stepped inside, a buzzing sound filled the air. He looked up to find a swarm of flying keys swirling around the ceiling, their wings flapping rapidly, producing a piercing noise. The keys resembled a disturbed hive of bees, frantically darting through the air, with a few occasionally swooping past their heads, creating a gentle breeze. Hermione and Ron entered right behind him, taken aback by the scene before them. Hermione furrowed her brow, her gaze swiftly scanning the room as if searching for something. She murmured, "It seems we must find a key that opens the door." Ron pulled out his wand, a spark of eagerness in his eyes. "How about we try the summoning charm? Perhaps we can attract the keys." Hermione nodded, also drawing her wand, her focus fixed on the airborne keys. "All right, let's give it a try." The two raised their wands simultaneously, reciting the incantation. The tips of their wands glimmered with a faint light, and several keys, drawn by the magical force, began to approach them. However, These ordinary keys quickly broke free from the enchantment, rejoining the swirling mass overhead. Ivan stood aside, disregarding their conversation entirely. He lifted his hand, his fingertips gently tracing the air, and an invisible force emanated from his fingertips. He then leaned forward slightly, stepping nimbly towards the locked door. Hermione noticed Ivan's actions, surprise lacing her voice. "Ivan, what are you doing? That door is locked." She and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. Ron muttered softly, "Is he going to try to pass through? Has he lost his mind?" Before he could finish, Ivan's form suddenly blurred, as if he melded into the air. In the next moment, he had passed through the locked door, vanishing from their sight. Hermione and Ron stood frozen, Ron's eyes wide and mouth agape, as if witnessing an incredible spectacle. Did he just pass through? Hermione's brow furrowed, her fingers instinctively tightening around her wand, her voice tinged with shock and confusion. Is this some form of spatial magic? Or an advanced transfiguration? Ron scratched his head, sounding somewhat resigned. Whatever it is, he got through. What do we do now? Taking a deep breath, Hermione refocused on the flying keys, her tone resolute. We must find that key. We cannot let a mere door hinder us. Ron sighed, raising his wand once more. All right, let's try again. Upon crossing the threshold, Ivan was greeted by a sudden burst of brightness, only to be confronted by a wall of searing flames blocking his path. He paused for a moment, a smirk playing on his lips as he muttered to himself with a hint of sarcasm. Well, this truly feels like a side-scrolling game. One level after another. The fire blazed fiercely, the scorching flames nearly consuming the entire passage, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred material. Ivan squinted slightly, his fingertips delicately forming a gesture as he softly chanted the fire-repelling spell. As his incantation concluded, an invisible barrier materialized around him, causing the flames to retreat as if they had encountered a formidable adversary, creating a path through the fiery wall. He stepped confidently into the blaze, his demeanor composed, as though he were traversing not a deadly inferno, but rather an ordinary curtain. The flames danced around him, yet they could inflict no harm. Instead, they resembled subservient attendants, respectfully parting to grant him passage. Once through the fiery barrier, Ivan did not pause for a moment, striding directly into the next chamber. Chapter 25, A Formal Introduction. Upon entering, Ivan's pupils constricted slightly, the scene before him instantly igniting his vigilance. In the center of the room, Professor Quirrell had Harry firmly pinned against a towering, enchanted mirror. The sight was rather disconcerting. Quirrell's face contorted with intensity, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes glinting with a frenzied and malevolent light. One hand pressed down forcibly on Harry's shoulder while the other gripped his neck tightly, compelling him to gaze into the mirror. Harry's complexion was pale, breath quickening as he struggled futilely against Quirrell's overpowering grasp. His gaze was inexorably drawn to the mirror. Harry, tell me, what do you see in the mirror? Quirrell's voice was low and hoarse, as if it were being forced from the depths of his throat, imbued with a chilling sense of coercion. Harry's breath quickened, his eyes betraying a mix of terror and confusion. He could feel Quirrell's grip tightening, nearly constricting his air supply. His eyes were compelled to focus on the mirror, which reflected a shadow, but suddenly that shadow moved. The Harry in the mirror blinked at him, a slight smile curving his lips, revealing a mysterious grin. Harry's heart raced. The reflection raised a hand and gently tapped its pocket, as if hinting at something. Instantly, a subtle sensation emanated from Harry's own pocket, as if something had materialized within. The ancestor flickered for a moment. Dumbledore's prowess was indeed formidable. The illusion intertwined with time and space, concealing objects within the realm of the ethereal. And Harry was the key to unlocking it. The ancestor had seen through Dumbledore's magic. I saw myself winning the Quidditch match. Harry's voice trembled. Quirrell's countenance darkened abruptly, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. The Quidditch match? Are you certain, Harry? His tone grew colder, and his grip tightened further, making it increasingly difficult for Harry to breathe. At that moment, Quirrell's body suddenly stiffened, his expression twisting as if something within him were in turmoil. His gaze became vacant, his voice transforming into a low, raspy whisper, imbued with a disquieting aura. He is lying. Quirrell, you fool. He is lying. Harry's heart sank. Was there someone else present? In his prime, Voldemort had been a force capable of holding his own against Dumbledore. How could he be oblivious to Dumbledore's magic? Quirrell abruptly released his grip on Harry's neck and reached into his pocket. Harry attempted to struggle, but Quirrell's strength far surpassed his own. His fingers rummaged through Harry's pocket, suddenly halting before he swiftly withdrew his hand, clutching a glimmering red gem, the Philosopher's Stone. The stone, Voldemort's voice echoed once more, imbued with frenzied excitement. At last, it was within reach. Harry's heart raced, his eyes brimming with despair. He understood that Voldemort had obtained what he desired. A sinister smile crept across Quirrell's face, his eyes sparkling with triumph as he stepped back, the stone emanating an eerie glow in his hand. Ivan narrowed his eyes slightly, approaching Quirrell with nimble, silent steps. He raised his palm, gathering an invisible energy at his fingertips. Immersed in the joy of his acquisition, Voldemort remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Quirrell, old friend. Celebrating too soon is never wise. Ivan's voice rang out softly, laced with a hint of mockery. Voldemort slammed against the wall, his face pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He struggled to steady himself, his eyes filled with shock and fury. How could you be here? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ivan Effery, a first-year student from Slytherin, affectionately known in the circles as the Slytherin powerhouse, the Madman. What sort of first year are you? Dumbledore himself cannot match your prowess. A melee-crazed mage? You're courting death. A glint of malice flickered in Voldemort's eyes as he violently waved his hand, unleashing a surge of green magical energy from his wand, hurtling towards Ivan. Unfazed, Ivan nimbly sidestepped, evading the spell like a leaf caught in the wind. A piece of parchment materialized between his fingers. Thunderstrike, the sigil illuminated with blinding lightning, striking directly at Voldemort. He swiftly swung his arm, conjuring an armored shield. A transparent barrier coalesced before him, deflecting the lightning's onslaught. However, the power of the strike exceeded his expectations, the barrier shattering under its force, causing him to stagger backward. It seems your strength is lacking, Ivan teased, advancing towards Voldemort with a lighthearted gait. Voldemort's expression darkened further, anger and apprehension flickering in his eyes. He abruptly raised his hand, reciting a series of obscure incantations as the air in the room grew heavy, seemingly suppressed by an invisible force. Harry felt a suffocating pressure, as if bound by unseen chains, rendering him immobile. Ivan, be cautious, that is the soul-binding curse. Soul confinement? Ivan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with surprise. Magic targeting the soul, how intriguing. Unfortunately, it is ineffective against me. He lightly traced a line across his chest, a golden aura radiating from within him, instantly dispelling the oppressive weight. Voldemort's complexion shifted dramatically, involuntarily retreating a step. How is it possible that you manipulating souls? I am the expert here. Ivan's voice remained calm as he continued his deliberate approach towards Voldemort. Chapter 26. The Fragile Voldemort. Ivan's lips curled slightly upward as he flicked his fingertips, causing an invisible surge of energy to silently infiltrate Voldemort's body. Voldemort's form suddenly stiffened, his complexion paling, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in his eyes, as if he sensed an irresistible force eroding his very soul. What have you done to me? Voldemort's voice trembled, the previously deep and raspy tone now sounding somewhat frail. As the words left his lips, Ivan's right hand swung down suddenly, unleashing a burst of lightning from his palm. A blinding bolt descended from the air, striking directly at Voldemort. The speed of the lightning was astonishing, hitting him almost instantaneously as he raised his hand. Voldemort let out a chilling scream as the lightning struck him, sending him hurtling backward to crash into the mirror of Ergouzi. With a resounding crash, the mirror shattered under his impact, its surface fracturing into countless shards that flew about chaotically. Voldemort's body fell to the ground alongside the broken mirror, writhing in agony, emitting a scent of charred flesh. His dark robes were torn with gaping holes, and his skin bore the marks of severe burns, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. No, it's impossible. How could I be defeated by a mere boy wizard? Voldemort's voice was fragmented, imbued with bitterness and rage. He struggled to rise, but it seemed all strength had abandoned him, leaving him helplessly collapsed on the floor. At that moment, the door to the room was flung open, and Professors McGonagall and Snape hurried onto the scene. McGonagall's expression was grave as her eyes quickly scanned the room, finally resting on the fallen Voldemort. A flicker of shock crossed her face, clearly unprepared for such a sight. This is Voldemort? McGonagall's voice carried a note of disbelief. Ivan shrugged nonchalantly, his tone relaxed. As you can see, Professor, Voldemort attempted to seize the Philosopher's Stone, and I thwarted him. Professor Snape's brow furrowed, his gaze lingering on Ivan for several seconds, as if attempting to decipher the secrets hidden within this new student. His lips moved slightly, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet he ultimately remained silent. turning instead to McGonagall. "We must inform Professor Dumbledore immediately." McGonagall nodded, swiftly retrieving a silver whistle from her robes and blowing it gently. The shrill and prolonged note pierced through the very walls of Hogwarts. As the whistle echoed, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, Voldemort's body trembled, his gaze becoming vacant, and his expression contorted grotesquely. He slowly lifted his head, a strange red light flashing his eyes as he murmured, "Quirrell, your body can no longer sustain my soul." As the words left his lips, Voldemort's body went rigid, a dark mist rising from him, rapidly coalescing into a blurred visage of a ghastly face. The spectral visage floated ominously in the air, emitting a low, sinister laugh before gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. Voldemort's body, devoid of life, slowly collapsed to the ground, motionless and silent. After the departure of Voldemort's soul, Professor Quirrell's body instantaneously lost all its vitality. He lay helplessly on the ground, his eyes rolled back, and his breath faint, clearly on the brink of death. Professor Snape swiftly crouched down to assess Quirrell's condition, then shook his head gravely, stating, "He is beyond saving. Voldemort's soul has drained him of all his life force." Ivan stood nearby, his gaze calm as he surveyed the scene before him. Remarkably, he had noticed nothing amiss when Voldemort's soul fled. It seemed this infamous Dark Lord indeed possessed formidable abilities. Professors McGonagall and Snape quickly divided their tasks, with McGonagall attending to Quirrell's remains, while Snape turned his attention to Harry. Harry's condition was similarly dire. His complexion was pale, and his breathing was rapid, a clear indication of the excessive exertion he had endured during the confrontation. Snape retrieved a vial of purple potion from his robes and handed it to Harry, his tone detached yet laced with a subtle concern. "Drink this. It will help you regain some strength." Harry accepted the potion without hesitation, now assured that Snape meant him no harm. The potion was cool upon entry, with a slightly bitter taste, but soon he felt his breathing stabilize considerably. He glanced at Ivan, his eyes filled with gratitude and curiosity. "Ivan, what exactly did you do? How did Voldemort fall to you?" Ivan offered a slight smile, his demeanor relaxed. Nothing extraordinary. Despite his nonchalant words, Harry could sense the confidence and composure behind them. Professor McGonagall nodded, her tone stern. "Especially you, Mr. Potter. After enduring such peril, you must undergo a thorough examination." She turned her gaze to Ivan, her expression tinged with complexity. "Mr. Avery, you too. Although you performed admirably, we must ensure no lingering dangers remain." Ivan shrugged, saying little more, and followed Harry and the others out of the chamber. As they walked, Harry inquired, "Ivan, how did you find us? Do you possess the Marauder's map?" Ivan turned his head slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "You utilized the alchemical tools I provided, so naturally, I was able to sense your location." The group soon arrived at the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey had been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing her, Harry's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he promptly fell into a deep slumber. Noticing this, Madame Pomfrey quickly arranged for him to lie on a bed and covered him with a blanket. "He needs to rest well," she murmured, her tone tinged with resignation. "This child always encounters so much trouble." For the next 3 days, Harry remained in a state of deep sleep. During this time, Ron and Hermione visited him in turns, but Harry's condition showed no signs of improvement. Madame Pomfrey checked on him multiple times, confirming that he was merely suffering from extreme fatigue and required additional rest. When Harry finally awoke, it was already the day of the graduation ceremony. Chapter 27. Which house emerges victorious? Within the hall, the green and silver decorations of Slytherin stood out vividly, filling the space with an air of triumph. The students of Slytherin radiated with pride and arrogance, as if they had already claimed dominion over all of Hogwarts. Draco Malfoy sat at the long table, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, occasionally casting disdainful and provocative glances at Harry across the hall. Albus Dumbledore stood at the forefront of the great hall, his silver beard flowing, blue eyes surveying the crowd through half-moon spectacles, exuding both calmness and authority. His voice, steady and imbued with undeniable strength, announced that Slytherin had triumphed in this semester's House Cup with a score of 160 points. As soon as he finished speaking, the Slytherin table erupted into thunderous cheers and stomping, causing the entire hall to tremble. Malfoy leapt to his feet, arms raised high, his face a portrait of a victor, his gaze fixed defiantly on Harry, as if proclaiming his triumph. Dumbledore's eyes scanned the hall, seemingly waiting for the cacophony to subside. He raised a hand gently, his movements composed and graceful, as if soothing a restless cat. However, several recent events must also be taken into account. His voice remained calm. yet carried an air of undeniable authority, instantly silencing the room. The Slytherin students exchanged anxious glances, their faces paling as an ominous realization loomed. Malfoy's smile faltered, his brow furrowing slightly, a hint of unease creeping into his expression. Ron abruptly raised his head, his face flushing crimson, eyes wide with disbelief and surprise. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately stammered out, "I?" Hermione gently applauded from the side, a proud smile gracing her lips, clearly delighted for Ron. Harry also wore a faint smile, his clenched fists loosening slightly. Yet the Slytherin students could no longer remain seated, murmuring amongst themselves, their expressions darkening. Dumbledore paid no heed to the unrest in the hall and continued his announcement. Secondly, Miss Hermione Granger, who displayed remarkable wit in facing the troll. "I shall award Gryffindor House 40 points. Hermione's cheeks flushed with a soft pink, her lips curving into a slight smile, her eyes reflecting a blend of pride and shyness. She lowered her gaze, seemingly bashful in accepting this honor. Both Harry and Ron beamed with joy, evidently pleased for Hermione. The Slytherin students grew increasingly displeased, their faces clouded with jealousy and anger. Dumbledore continued. Thirdly, Mr. Harry Potter, who exhibited remarkable bravery and extraordinary courage. For this, I shall award Gryffindor House 50 points. Harry's head shot up, his eyes wide with astonishment and gratitude, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush, clearly unprepared for such an outcome. His fingers trembled slightly, as if struggling to rein in his emotions. Ron and Hermione shared radiant smiles, clearly proud of Harry. The Slytherin students were now in an uproar, their faces turning ashen, eyes filled with rage and resentment. Malfoy sprang to his feet, his expression twisted, his voice tinged with hysteria. "This is unfair. Why should they receive so many points? This is unjust." Within the hall, other houses erupted into a chorus of cheers, with the Gryffindor students raising their arms high, their faces illuminated by the joy of victory. The cacophony nearly threatened to topple all of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's gaze swept across the crowd once more. He gently raised his hand, his movements steady. Yet his voice bore an invisible authority. "Silence, please." As his words resonated, the tumult gradually subsided, as if subdued by an unseen force. All held their breath, their eyes fixed upon Dumbledore, awaiting his next announcement. Dumbledore's gaze slowly shifted to a corner of the hall, his eyes sparkling with profound significance. His voice was calm and deliberate, seemingly emphasizing what was to come. "At last, Mr. Ivan Effery." He continued, "Mr. Effery, with his keen intuition and meticulous observation, uncovered the identity of that individual. He bravely ventured forth to rescue the imperiled Harry Potter, vanquishing that foe and safeguarding Hogwarts. For this, I shall award Slytherin an additional 80 points. An astonishing turnaround. At that moment, Ivan Effery stood as a hero of Slytherin. Students from the other three houses stared at Ivan Effery in disbelief, the name Madman resurfacing in their minds. The crux of the matter was that he had defeated that individual, the one whose name could not even be uttered, who had fallen to a mere young wizard. Even the Ministry of Magic had dared not acknowledge this person's survival. This marked the second defeat since the emergence of Harry Potter. Remarkable. Daphne was the first to cheer, and soon the entire Slytherin house was engulfed in jubilation. Ivan Effery would become renowned throughout the magical realm. Chapter 28. The True Name of the Philosopher's Stone. He traversed the corridor, making his way to Dumbledore's office with ease. As he passed the spiral staircase, his palm grazed the banister, the wood's unique warmth transmitting through his fingertips. The staircase ascended slowly, yet Ivan's thoughts remained unceasing. At the moment his ancestor encountered the Philosopher's Stone, a staggering secret was revealed to him. This famed magical stone of the wizarding world originated from the East, a remnant of the legendary Stone of Heaven. His ancestor explained that this stone had been thoroughly misused by the alchemists of the magical realm. Originally, the energy of the remnant was scarce, and now, having been meddled with, it had become a mere facade, retaining only the singular characteristic of immortality. In other words, the Stone of Heaven itself would endure as long as the heavens. Though the treasure was damaged, the remaining aspect of immortality sparked in Ivan a notion of utility. He envisioned crafting a body for his ancestor, representing a form of unconventional resurrection. Standing before the door to Dumbledore's office, Ivan paused, slightly raising his gaze to the gargoyle that guarded the entrance. The gargoyle slowly opened its eyes, its gaze cold and scrutinizing. Ivan raised an eyebrow. His tone relaxed, lemon snowball. The gargoyle tilted its head, seemingly confirming something, before silently granting passage. Ivan pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped into the office. The room was bathed in a soft glow, its walls adorned with ancient magical portraits, the figures within appearing as if in a deep slumber. Dumbledore sat behind an expansive desk, cradling a hefty tome of spells. Upon hearing footsteps, he lifted his gaze, his eyes, magnified by half-moon spectacles, settling upon Ivan. "Good evening, Mr. Avery," he said, his voice warm and tinged with kindness. "Is there something I can assist you with?" "Professor Dumbledore, I am quite intrigued by your Philosopher's Stone. I wish to remain and study it," Ivan stated directly. Though he could have taken the stone without permission, such an act would surely incur the wrath of the founder. After a moment's pause, Dumbledore replied, "Very well, Mr. Avery, I shall grant your request. However, I have one condition." "What condition?" Ivan inquired, sensing the gravity in Dumbledore's deepening gaze. "I require your assistance in healing a patient," Dumbledore replied, his tone firm yet gentle. Ivan's expression flickered with confusion. "A patient? Professor, I am not a trained healer. I fear I may be of little help." Dumbledore's voice remained soft, yet it carried an undeniable authority. "This individual requires more than mere healing skills. They need a unique power that you possess." Ivan hesitated. "I need to consider this." He turned to leave, but as his hand brushed the doorknob, Dumbledore's voice called out once more, "Mr. Avery, there is one more thing." Ivan's eyes brightened as he quickly weighed the implications. He had no steady source of income, and the memories of his past life did not reveal any savings. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced his lips, and gratitude colored his tone. "Professor, you are truly generous. I accept your terms." Dumbledore nodded, his gaze still warm. "Then it is settled. Mr. Avery, I look forward to your performance during the holiday." Ivan gently pushed the door open and stepped out of the office. After all, there is no shame in bending for the sake of sustenance. The following morning, as Ivan opened the door, he found Harry, Ron, and Hermione waiting in the corridor, seemingly anticipating his arrival. Harry appeared visibly fatigued, yet his resolve remained steadfast. Ron fidgeted, scratching his head, looking somewhat awkward. Hermione held several books, her gaze lingering on Ivan for a moment, as if contemplating something. "Are you waiting for me?" Ivan raised an eyebrow, his tone casual. Ron immediately nodded, a smile breaking across his face. "Ivan, I wanted to ask if you'd like to visit my home over the summer. My parents are eager to meet you. They are particularly grateful for your help with Harry." Ivan smiled, shaking his head. "Thank you for the kind offer, Ron. However, I must accompany Professor Dumbledore on a journey during the summer. I doubt I will have the time." Ron's expression fell slightly, but soon transformed into understanding. "All right, you must come next time." Harry expressed his envy at the prospect of Ivan's journey with Dumbledore. Ivan paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face before he quickly regained his composure. He truly had never contemplated this matter. He had always believed his predecessor to be an orphan, unaware that he too possessed a noble lineage. Ivan shook his head and stated, "I live for myself." Hermione seemed poised to say more, but Ron interrupted, exclaiming, "We won't have time. Let us hurry." The group bid a reluctant farewell. As Ivan traversed the lengthy corridor, his mind continued to ponder the question Hermione had raised. The Avery family? The 28 sacred families? These terms felt both alien and familiar to him. Before him loomed Dumbledore's office, and Ivan halted, lifting his gaze to the gargoyle guarding the entrance. The creature slowly opened its eyes, its gaze cold and scrutinizing. Ivan, well acquainted with the protocol, confidently declared lemon sherbet. The gargoyle tilted its head slightly before silently granting him passage. Ivan pushed the door open and entered Dumbledore's office. Chapter 29. The Promising Ivan. The office remained cluttered with bookshelves and magical artifacts, a faint aroma of lemon sherbet wafting through the air. The headmaster sat at his desk, cradling a cup of hot tea, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing the door open, he raised his head, his gaze softening through his crescent-shaped spectacles as it settled on Ivan. "Mr. Avery, your timing is impeccable," Dumbledore remarked, his voice calm and tinged with a hint of paternal warmth. Ivan nodded, closing the door with ease, and replied cheerfully, "Professor, I believe we can set off now." Dumbledore set down his teacup, his tone turning serious. "Before we proceed, I must apprise you of the situation regarding this patient. His name is Credence Barebone, my nephew, and he is afflicted by a condition known as obscurus. An obscurus is not a creature, but rather a form of dark magic, typically manifesting in young wizards, especially those who have suffered profound psychological trauma due to their magical abilities. This magical energy is birthed from the profound pain and repression within the young wizard's heart. Those controlled by this power can transform into a formless cloud of destructive black mist, exhibiting immense devastation while their lifespan diminishes rapidly. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ivan's eyes. Though he swiftly regained his composure, his tone inquisitive. As recorded in the library, once an obscurus erupts, the host's lifespan can only be sustained for 5 more years. How long has your nephew been sealed? Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Mr. Avery, you are correct. Decades ago, Credence lost control and nearly obliterated the entire magical world of America. Ultimately, I sealed him within the depths of the American Ministry of Magic until this day. Decades ago. So this obscurus has persisted for many years. If this were to become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly stir the magical community. Upon learning that the matter originated from America, Ivan instinctively wished to decline. After all, wasn't America notoriously arrogant? Perhaps its destruction would lead to a clearer world. Dumbledore discerned Ivan's thoughts. Despite its reputation, there are many honorable wizards within the American Ministry of Magic. I hope you can avert this crisis. Of course, I also harbor a personal interest, as he is my nephew, my last remaining family. Upon hearing Dumbledore appeal to emotion, Ivan felt compelled to reluctantly acquiesce. Dumbledore handed Ivan a scroll of parchment, playfully remarking that it would pique his interest. Ivan accepted the scroll, which bore the family roster of the Effrey lineage. He turned to Dumbledore in astonishment, who merely responded with a mischievous wink, revealing his awareness of Ivan's troubles without stating them outright, thus embracing Ivan's existence. Truly, the foremost figure in the magical world. Grateful, Ivan tucked the scroll away, knowing he needed to delve into his ancestral background. After a brief silence, he inquired, "When shall we depart? Some matters require no words. They are best acted upon." Dumbledore set down his teacup, rose, and in a tone both gentle and commanding, declared, "We shall leave at once. Time waits for no one, and Credence's seal cannot hold much longer." He retrieved a small pouch of flue powder from his desk drawer and handed it to Ivan. "Take this. We will travel directly to the American Ministry of Magic via the Floo network." Ivan accepted the powder, weighing it in his hand with a mixture of curiosity and excitement. Though he had read about the workings of the Floo network, this would be his inaugural experience. Dumbledore approached the fireplace, produced a handful of flue powder from his pocket, and sprinkled it into the flames. Instantly, the green fire blazed violently, accompanied by a low, resonant humming. "Stay close to me," Dumbledore instructed Ivan, stepping into the flames. His figure quickly engulfed. Taking a deep breath, Ivan followed suit, tossing the flue powder into the fire and calling out, "American Ministry of Magic." Intrigued by this mode of transportation, he was unprepared for the rapidity with which the flames engulfed him, distorting the surrounding space. Ivan felt himself being drawn by a tremendous force, the scenery blurring as if he were caught in a swirling vortex. The wind howled around him, and the crackling of flames echoed in his ears, while the shifting lights coalesced into a hazy tableau. He sensed his feet leave the ground as he spun through the air at breakneck speed. Moments later, Ivan's feet finally met solid ground once more. He shook his head, attempting to recover from the disorientation. The velocity was overwhelming. His consciousness struggled to keep pace, rivaling even the lost art of teleportation. "Welcome to the American Ministry of Magic." Dumbledore's voice resonated nearby, his tone relaxed as if the journey had left no mark upon him. Ivan scanned his surroundings. In the center of the hall stood a colossal magical statue, its hand clutching a shimmering wand, whose tip continuously emitted a golden light that illuminated the entire chamber. Ancient spell runes adorned the surrounding walls, and a faint magical essence permeated the air. At that moment, a tall, poised witch approached briskly, clad in a deep green robe, with a finely crafted wand secured at her waist. "Mr. Dumbledore, welcome to your arrival," she greeted, her voice steady and authoritative. Tina nodded slightly, her gaze once again fixed on Ivan, her eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Mr. Everly, the accomplished young man, I am Tina Goldstein, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." She was taken aback by the youthfulness of the healer Dumbledore had brought. Ivan returned the gesture politely, his tone composed. "Ms. Goldstein, it is a pleasure to meet you." Indeed, Americans seem to prefer viewing the world through spectacles. Had the timing been more opportune, Ivan would have been tempted to sing a few lines about youthful promise. He had heard a rendition from Ergouzi once, and it had been quite stirring. After exchanging pleasantries, Ivan chose to disengage from Tina, thinking, "Come on, I'm here to assist. What kind of attitude is this? So what if you're accomplished? Have you feasted on my rice?" Chapter 30, Trapped in the Silence of America. Tina sensed Ivan's emotional turbulence, yet she remained indifferent. Those with true prowess could easily win her over. Her gaze lingered on Ivan for a few seconds before shifting to Dumbledore, her tone taking on a more serious note. "Mr. Dumbledore, Credence's condition is far worse than we anticipated. His seal is beginning to weaken, and the fluctuations of his magical energy are intensifying. It is likely that by tomorrow afternoon, he will break free from the seal. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. We must proceed immediately. Tina refrained from saying anything further and swiftly turned to walk toward the opposite side of the hall, with Ivan and Dumbledore closely following. Professor, why not seal Mr. Balfour within our Ministry of Magic? Dumbledore replied with a hint of resignation. Credence was abandoned here in America from a young age. By the time I found him, he had already transformed into a state of silence. It is not easy to relocate him in this condition. Keeping him sealed in place is already a considerable challenge. Navigating through numerous magical barriers and corridors, they finally arrived at an elevator. The doors opened slowly, revealing dim lighting within. We need to descend. The Silent One is confined in the sealing chamber deep underground, Tina declared, stepping into the elevator and rapidly pressing the buttons. Ivan followed Dumbledore inside, and the doors closed gently behind them. As the elevator descended, Ivan felt the air around him grow increasingly heavy, as if an unseen force was pressing down upon his body. His brow furrowed slightly, and he scanned the interior of the elevator, seemingly in search of something. Dumbledore, sensing Ivan's discomfort, softly explained, "This is the defense mechanism of the sealing chamber. The closer we approach Credence, the stronger the fluctuations of his magical energy will become." Ivan nodded, but refrained from further comment, though his hand instinctively clenched, with a faint ripple of energy emanating from his fingertips, as if to resist the oppressive sensation. The elevator continued its descent, a disquieting aura permeating the air. Ivan's expression grew grave as he sensed the magical energy intensifying, akin to an invisible hand relentlessly tugging at his nerves. Suddenly, the elevator jolted slightly and came to a halt. The doors opened slowly, revealing a dark corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy stone door, adorned with intricate runes that faintly glimmered with a soft light. Tina guided them to the stone door, her fingers lightly tracing the runes as she softly recited an arcane incantation. As her voice faded, the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a vast expanse within. Ivan's gaze was instantly drawn inside. The interior of the sealing chamber was suffused with an intense black magic, as if it threatened to engulf the entire space. The dark energy writhed in the air like a living entity, occasionally emitting deep, chilling growls that sent shivers down one's spine. In the center of the chamber, a swirling mass of black smoke was ensnared within a magical cage. The surface of the cage was riddled with cracks, through which the black magic surged forth with wild intensity. Its power was growing, and the seal could no longer contain it completely. Tina's voice carried a note of gravity as her gaze remained fixed on Clyden's, as if bracing for his imminent outburst. As Ivan stepped into the sealing chamber, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, as though the ground was bearing some invisible weight. His eyes fell upon Clyden's, the roiling black mist radiating a disquieting aura, as if it were silently roaring. Ivan narrowed his eyes slightly, a flurry of information about the entity flooding his mind, and his expression gradually shifted to one of focus and calm. He raised his hand, a faint essence of true energy coalescing at his fingertips, attempting to discern Clyden's state. The energy slipped into the black mist like a delicate thread, but upon contact, it vanished without a trace, as if it had sunk into the abyss. A frown creased Ivan's brow, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had anticipated that his energy would yield some effect, especially since Dumbledore had recognized its potential. Mr. Ivory, Clyden's exists in a state between reality and illusion, devoid of a corporeal form, and thus impervious to energy attacks. Tina's voice came from behind, tinged with a hint of admonishment. Even though your magic is rather peculiar, it is ineffective against him. She was evidently dissatisfied with Ivan's performance. His gaze returned to Clyden's as he swiftly analyzed the situation. The essence of Clyden's was an extreme manifestation of emotion, with the black mist serving as a tangible representation of that emotion. Thus, it was clear that mere physical or energy-based assaults would be futile. Just as he pondered this, a faint current of electricity suddenly leapt from his ring, striking his arm with force. The voice of his ancestor resonated in his mind. "You foolish boy. When I urged you to study diligently, you ignored me. Can you now not recognize this as a manifestation of emotional power? Emotional energy is intangible and omnipresent. How could your feeble true energy possibly affect it? Ah, you recognize it, ancestor? Having an elder at home is like possessing a treasure. With you here, we are assured victory." Ivan grinned. Ancestor, with your vast experience, do you have any solutions?" The ancestor's voice remained steady. As the saying goes, it is better to divert than to block. These foreigners know not this wisdom. You merely need to channel his resentment, and his state will naturally resolve. This is akin to losing one's mind when consumed by passion. Forceful suppression will only exacerbate the situation. Ivan's eyes brightened, excitement evident in his tone. Then what should we do? The voice of the ancestral master reverberated once more, a range of phantasmic array to guide his outburst. Allow him to emerge on his own. This is the most prudent approach. Ivan clapped his hands, a glimmer of understanding crossing his eyes. Ah, I see now. Previously, Ergouzi mentioned that there exists a 12th labor array designed for this purpose, correct? No sooner had he spoken than an electric current surged forth, more potent than before, striking him directly on the crown of his head. Ivan's hair stood upright in an instant, his entire being jolted by the shock. Damn, the 12th labor array. That's from an anime. Such formations do not exist in the Kongshan Taoist temple. The ancestral master felt utterly exhausted, pondering the futility of Ivan's training and yearning for a simpler resolution. Chapter 31. The ancestral master is weary. Ivan, electrified, resembled a figure struck by lightning, his hair standing on end. Tina, witnessing this spectacle, furrowed her brow in concern, a flicker of doubt in her gaze, suspecting that Ivan had been inadvertently affected by a silent attack. Although she harbored no fondness for the youth, her sense of duty compelled her to inquire, "Mr. Affley, are you injured?" Ivan waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned, patting down his hair in an attempt to restore order. A slight smile graced his lips, his tone light. "I'm fine. I just conceived a plan that requires a bit of preparation. Let us step outside." The trio exited the sealing chamber, the stone door slowly closing behind them, sealing away the suffocating dark magic within. The air in the corridor remained heavy, yet it was considerably lighter than that within the chamber. Tina stood vigil at the stone door, her gaze fixed upon it, as if wary of any slightest disturbance from within. "Mr. Affley, what do you need to prepare?" Dumbledore turned to Ivan, curiosity lacing his voice. "I require some powdered moonlight grass and a substantial quantity of parchment, preferably pre-cut," Ivan added. He then translated the ancestral master's words into a form comprehensible within the magical realm, elaborating on the concept. "Better to allow passage than to obstruct." Dumbledore nodded, his gaze shifting to Tina, his tone gentle. "Ms. Goldstein, does the Ministry's storeroom contain moonlight grass?" Tina pondered for a moment before nodding. "Yes, but in limited supply. I will need to request more." "Then I must trouble you." Dumbledore smiled. "Time is of the essence, and we need to act swiftly." He turned his attention back to Ivan, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Ivan, your idea is quite original. Indeed, seeking your assistance was a wise choice." Ivan shrugged nonchalantly, his tone relaxed. "Just a spontaneous thought. I hope it proves effective." The ancestral master scoffed subtly, regarding this unfilial descendant's self-aggrandizement. Dumbledore offered a slight smile, refraining from further comment, merely placing a gentle hand on Ivan's shoulder. He had sensed an unusual wave of energy surrounding Ivan, reminiscent of occurrences at Hogwarts in the past. Not perceiving any malice, he chose to overlook it. Ivan took the jar, opened the lid for inspection, nodded in affirmation. "This is sufficient. Thank you." He turned to Dumbledore, his tone imbued with a hint of solicitation. "Professor, I require a quiet room for preparation, perhaps around half an hour." Tina said little more, turning to lead Ivan down the corridor to a spare room at the end. The room was spacious and tranquil, furnished with a few chairs and a simple table. Upon the table lay a stack of trimmed parchment. Ivan entered the room, casually closing the door behind him and placing the jar on the table. His gaze swept across the room, ensuring he would not be disturbed, before retrieving a talisman from his sleeve and gently affixing it to the doorframe. The talisman emitted a faint glow before vanishing into the air, forming an invisible barrier that shielded against external prying. Ivan took a deep breath, his focus sharpening. He withdrew a piece of parchment, his fingertips lifting a pinch of moonlight grass powder, coalescing a thread of true energy as he began to inscribe intricate runes upon the talisman paper. With each stroke, the true energy seemed to transform into delicate threads, meticulously outlining profound patterns. He fondly recalled the brush from the empty mountain Taoist temple, which made drawing talismans effortless. The quills of the magical world lacked the same finesse, proving less adept than his own fingers. The essence of the void illusion array lies in invoking the desires of the heart. Each stroke of the talisman must embody the caster's intent. The voice of his ancestral master resonated once more, carrying a tone of guidance. When you broke the array back then, though devoid of desire, that simple sense of satisfaction was also crucial to the formation. Ivan's hand faltered slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "I remember, The array was filled with food, and once it was consumed, the array fell apart. It hardly seemed formidable. Years ago, the master had punished Ivan for his lack of diligence by trapping him within the void illusion array. To his surprise, Ivan, preoccupied with thoughts of food and devoid of other desires, effortlessly dismantled the array without unleashing its myriad transformative effects. The master huffed softly. Ivan refrained from further conversation, continuing his concentrated task of crafting the talismans. Soon, dozens of talismans were completed. Next came the moment of witnessing a miracle. Ivan pushed open the door and stepped outside. Immediately, Tina turned to him, her gaze fixed intently upon him, her tone laced with a hint of skepticism. "Mr. Effery, have you completed your preparations?" It had been scarcely an hour. Could the preliminary preparations for a magical array truly be accomplished in such brevity? Tina found it hard to believe that any great wizard could prepare a magical array in less than a day. The instantaneous formation of an array was something even Dumbledore himself struggled to achieve. Tina suspected Ivan was merely going through the motions, and she resolved to inform the minister to prepare for battle. She had long wished to eliminate the silent threat. Had it not been for Dumbledore's intervention, the threat would have been neutralized long ago, as it was a waste of the American Ministry of Magic's resources. He raised his hand, his fingertips giving a gentle flick as a talisman flew from his hand and adhered to the wall of the sealing chamber. The talisman glimmered faintly before melding into the wall, transforming into a wisp of soft blue light. Soon after, a second and third talisman followed suit, each affixed in accordance with the operational positions of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams in the chamber's corners. As the talismans activated, the entire sealing chamber was enveloped in a gentle blue glow, and the air became suffused with an invigorating essence. Tina stood outside the door, her gaze fixed intently on the changes occurring within the sealed chamber. She did not sense any potent magical fluctuations, and her brow furrowed even tighter. Unable to restrain herself, she spoke up. "Mr. Effery, is this magical array truly effective? I do not perceive any magical energy." Ivan did not turn around. He merely replied in a calm tone. "The magical array has been completed. We can now lift the seal." Tina's expression shifted instantly, her voice laced with irritation. "Are you jesting? I cannot discern any efficacy in this magical array. The consequences of releasing credence could be catastrophic." Dumbledore stepped forward, his tone gentle. "Ms. Goldstein, Mr. Effery has his methods. We should place our trust in him." However, this time, Tina's stance was resolute. "No, I cannot gamble with the safety of the entire Ministry of Magic. Professor Dumbledore, we should not pin our hopes on a mere young wizard, even if there are rumors he has defeated the Dark Lord." It seemed Tina had conducted her own investigation into Ivan. Chapter 32. The Americans are ineffective. Ivan raised an eyebrow at Tina's words, shrugging indifferently. "Since Ms. Goldstein is so insistent, do you possess a better solution? If the Americans had a viable plan, they would have implemented it long ago. Would they let it drag on for decades?" Dumbledore slightly furrowed his brow, contemplating dissuasion, though he had yet to speak. After all, this was American territory, and given their nature, they were prone to cause disturbances regardless of the setting. The ancestors would be displeased to see the Kongshan Temple underestimated. Tina's gaze sharpened, her fingers gripping her wand tightly, her tone imbued with undeniable determination. "I have summoned all the Aurors from the American Ministry of Magic. They're on standby at the entrance. The best course of action is to eliminate this potential threat. We cannot allow credence to breach the seal and jeopardize the entire world." Her eyes turned towards Dumbledore, a hint of apology in her expression. "Professor, I understand he is your nephew, but we cannot afford to hesitate any longer." Dumbledore's demeanor momentarily faltered, his fingers gently caressing the handle of his wand, revealing a flicker of complex emotions in his gaze. He spoke slowly, his voice heavy with gravity. "Tina, while credence is under the control of the Dark Lord, he remains a wizard. He was once my kin. I cannot relinquish him so easily." Tina shook her head. "Professor, over the decades, we have attempted numerous methods, yet we have been unable to restore Mr. Balfour. This time, the breaking of the seal presents an opportunity to decisively address the threat posed by the Dark Lord. This aligns with the minister's intentions." Ivan stood silently to the side, listening to their exchange. It appeared that the Americans were resolute in their determination to eliminate Balfour. Bringing Ivan in for healing was merely a pretext, a way to provide Dumbledore with an exit. A grand excuse to vanquish the Dark Lord. The magic that could not be controlled would be obliterated, truly a hallmark of American resolve. Disregarding the two, Tina turned and strode purposefully towards the corridor outside the sealed chamber. With a flick of her fingers, the tip of her wand illuminated with a silvery glow. As she moved, the great door at the end of the corridor slowly opened, and dozens of aurors clad in black robes swiftly surged in, forming an orderly line at the entrance of the sealed chamber. Tina stood at the threshold of the sealing chamber, her gaze sternly surveying the swirling black mist within. With a swift motion of her wand, she quietly commanded, "Prepare to lift the seal. All aurors, heed my call. Once the seal is broken, unleash your most potent spells to subdue it." The aurors responded in unison, raising their wands high, as a palpable tension enveloped the air. Tina's wand traced intricate runes in the air, causing the magical energy within the chamber to intensify, while the black mist roiled more violently. The sealing runes began to fracture, emitting faint cracking sounds. As the final rune shattered, the black mist surged forth like a deluge, revealing its true form to all present. A mass of viscous, black substance hovered in the chamber, coalescing into a core pulsating with red electric light. It was evident that this entity had reached an extreme state of fury, forming the core as a testament to its wrath. The aurors promptly raised their wands, incantations echoing throughout the chamber. Armored protection, fire shield, various defensive spells ignited, erecting barriers against the impending threat. Soon after, offensive spells followed in rapid succession. Petrify, gale force, barrier blast. The magical energies intertwined in the air, forcibly repressing the black mist, while Clayton's struggled painfully within its depths. His roars gradually morphed into low growls, as if he were enduring immense suffering. Dumbledore stood at the entrance of the sealing chamber, his gaze fixated on Clayton's, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes. He murmured softly, "Freeze charm." A cold surge of magic erupted from his wand, striking Clayton's directly. The black mist instantly froze, and Clayton's movements began to slow. A flicker of pain crossed Dumbledore's eyes. It was clear he did not wish to harm his kin. Suddenly, the entity became intangible, as though merging with the very air. The auror's spells struck nothingness, plunging the sealing chamber into a brief silence. Then, an invisible force erupted violently, akin to countless unseen tendrils, swiftly ensnaring several aurors. Before they could react, their bodies stiffened and collapsed, consciousness slipping away. "Be careful. The entity possesses the ability of intangible binding." Tina's voice held a hint of panic as she swiftly retreated, conjuring a defensive barrier with her wand. Yet, the entity's assault did not wane. The black mist reformed, surging forth like a tempest, crashing into the remaining aurors. Several were caught off guard, sent hurtling against the walls with a resounding thud. Chaos reigned within the sealing chamber. The aurors' incantations rang out, yet they could not inflict any tangible harm upon Clayton's. Tina's countenance grew increasingly grim. Decades earlier, when the entity first emerged, she had not participated in the battle and remained unaware of its true power. Ivan stood in a corner of the sealing chamber, his demeanor cold as he scrutinized the turbulent scene. He observed that the entity's attacks were not random. Rather, they were precisely aimed at those aurors whose emotions were most volatile. The dark mist emanating from Credence resembled an invisible hand, effortlessly capturing the fears and anger residing within each individual, transforming these negative emotions into its own energy. Silently akin to a dementor, it absorbed emotions to strengthen itself. A thought flashed through Ivan's mind. This dark magic is indeed peculiar. Ivan furrowed his brow slightly, casting a furtive glance at the pale-faced Dumbledore standing at the doorway. The old professor's gaze was fixed intently on Credence, his wand trembling slightly in his hand, clearly struggling to control his own emotions. Ivan understood that Dumbledore was reluctant to unleash lethal force against Credence, yet the current situation left no room for further hesitation. As Ivan's voice fell, the ground of the sealing chamber suddenly illuminated with a soft blue glow, the light rippling outward, enveloping the entire space. The talismans Ivan had previously arranged were activated at that moment, their runes sparkling with arcane brilliance as the energy in the air was swiftly mobilized. Once the grand formation was initiated, a strange force enveloped everyone in the sealing chamber, including the aurors and even the silent form of Credence. Before each person appeared a vision, as if being drawn into individual realms of consciousness. One auror suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, raising his wand high and shouting, "I am the greatest! You scum, kneel before me!" He brandished his wand, frantically casting spells into the void, but those incantations struck nothingness, lacking any target. Another auror frantically ran in a corner of the sealing chamber, calling out, "Wait for me! Don't leave! Don't abandon me!" His eyes were filled with despair and anguish, as if in pursuit of something vital. Yet the path before him was utterly empty. Meanwhile, Credence, transformed into a silent figure, found himself ensnared in his own illusion. The black mist churned within the sealing chamber, at times coalescing into a humanoid shape, and at others dissipating into nothingness. His roars were interlaced with anguished howls, as if battling an unseen adversary. Tina, too, was ensnared in her own vision, confronting memories she most dreaded. Scenes from decades past when a misjudgment during a mission at the Ministry of Magic led to the sacrifice of a wizard. As the illusionary shadow formation operated, the magical fluctuations within the sealing chamber gradually stabilized, and Credence's violent black mist began to lose some of its ferocity. Goodness, this formation is quite draining, Ivan murmured softly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. The primary energy source for the illusionary shadow formation was Ivan's own life force, and the current consumption far exceeded his expectations. You brat, didn't you learn to cultivate properly before? Now you realize the burden? The voice of his ancestor echoed in his mind, tinged with a note of reprimand. However, you were clever enough to use the illusion formation to guide his emotions rather than forcefully suppress them. But what? Ivan's brow furrowed slightly. Though the effect of the illusory array is to guide emotions, it necessitates that the casters will be sufficiently robust to maintain the stability of the formation. The voice of the ancestral master grew solemn as he cautioned. You are now confronting an emotional eruption that has been suppressed for decades. Should his emotions spiral out of control, the entire array could be breached. Within the confines of the sealing chamber, the atmosphere became exceedingly grave. The aurors remained ensnared in the illusion. Some frantically wielded their wands in place, while others muttered in corners, as though battling unseen foes. The black mist surrounding Clydence ebbed and flowed, as if it were undergoing some experience within the illusion. Time passed inexorably, and at last, the black mist began to tranquilize. It no longer surged violently, but coalesced slowly into a vague human form. A flicker of joy ignited in Ivan's eyes. He understood that Clydence's emotions were finally beginning to stabilize. Mr. Balfe, it is time to awaken, Ivan murmured, his tone imbued with a peculiar rhythm. As his words resonated, the black mist around Clydence crystallized into a distinct human figure. It was a gaunt old man, pallid of complexion, with eyes brimming with confusion and anguish. After years of confinement, he had transformed from a graceful youth into a frail elder. Time is impartial to all, regardless of whether one has been sealed away. He gradually opened his eyes, surveying the sealing chamber, ultimately resting his gaze upon Dumbledore. There was a familiar warmth emanating from this elder. As clarity returned to Clydence's eyes, he parted his lips, seemingly wishing to utter something, but ultimately he merely sighed softly and nodded slowly. His body quivered slightly, and then he appeared to succumb to weariness. Gradually toppling over, Dumbledore promptly stepped forward, extending his hand to support Clydence, releasing a sigh of relief. Swiftly, Dumbledore waved his wand, and a gentle white light emanated from the tip, enveloping Clydence's form tenderly. The white light flowed like warm water, gradually permeating Clydence's being, stabilizing his frail body. Observing Clydence's stabilization, Dumbledore turned his gaze to Ivan, his eyes reflecting gratitude. Mr. Effrey, we owe you a great deal this time. I shall escort Clydence to the treatment room, and shortly, I shall present you with a surprise. A surprise? Might there be an additional reward? In her restored state, Tina, having overheard their conversation, approached Ivan swiftly, her gaze fixed upon him, her tone laced with inquiry. Mr. Effrey, your illusory array is exceptionally unique. Could you kindly share the detailed arrangement method of this magical formation with the Ministry of Magic? We are willing to offer appropriate compensation for it. Ivan resolutely declined, thinking it absurd to expect to acquire something so valuable effortlessly. Regardless of the realm, the Americans always seem to display such tendencies. The treatment room, situated deep within the Ministry of Magic, was suffused with a faint aroma of herbs, standing in stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere of the corridor. The therapist, Josephina Calderon, gently placed Credence upon a soft treatment bed. Credence's pallid visage and feeble breathing revealed his vulnerability, yet he remained peacefully with his eyes closed. Josephina softly intoned ancient healing incantations as silver luminescence danced at her fingertips, tenderly enveloping Credence's frail form. Outside the expansive windows, the night in New York deepened gradually, the bustling metropolis aglow with vibrant lights. Suddenly, the dormitory door creaked open, revealing Tina accompanied by a middle-aged woman clad in an exquisite custom gown. This woman was Seraphina Pitquery, the esteemed president of the Magical Congress of the United States, her countenance grave and tinged with displeasure. Her gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixed unreservedly upon Ivan. With a slight elevation of her chin, her tone carried an unmistakable air of superiority. "Mr. Ethery, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Seraphina Pickweary, president of the Magical Congress." Ivan, immersed in his tea, chose to ignore her. The rudeness displayed by the Americans was simply astonishing. Seraphina, however, paid no heed to niceties. Within her dominion, her word was law. "Mr. Ethery, I find your phantasmagoric array exceedingly intriguing. The efficacy of this enchantment surpasses our conventional understanding of magic. We are prepared to offer a substantial remuneration for the methodology behind its construction, and we could even extend a special position within the Congress to you." Ivan continued to sip his tea, seemingly far more captivated by the infusion than by Seraphina Pickery's propositions. A slight furrow formed on her brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. Her fingers absent-mindedly stroked her sleeve, as if suppressing an inner tumult. After a brief pause, she spoke in a measured tone. "Mr. Ethery, personal convictions can sometimes lead to unnecessary complications. The Congress places a significance on such enchantments that far exceeds your expectations." As her words settled, the atmosphere in the room shifted abruptly, tension thickening palpably. Her gaze, as sharp as a blade, bore into Ivan, seemingly dissecting each of his subtle reactions. With a new Albus Dumbledore emerging at Hogwarts, she was determined not to allow another individual beyond the Congress's control to arise. Just then, Dumbledore entered the room. "Ms. Pickweary, what a pleasure to see you again after so long." Seraphina, upon recognizing Dumbledore's arrival, sensed the futility of her previous stance. Her demeanor softened instantly, and she stepped forward to embrace Dumbledore warmly. "My dear old friend, it has indeed been a while. Thank you for your unwavering care of Credence over the years." Dumbledore gently patted Seraphina's back. Releasing him, Seraphina wore an appropriately courteous smile. "Dumbledore, my old friend, you remain as gracious as ever." With a playful grin, Dumbledore remarked, "At this late hour, are you not inclined to rest? A lack of sleep can be quite a foe for ladies." Dumbledore, well aware of Seraphina's formidable nature, understood that without offering something substantial, he might find himself in a predicament. Fortunately, this was already part of his grand design. "Mr. Ethery will be participating as an exchange student at Marcus this summer." Dumbledore unleashed a bombshell. Marcus Magic School is one of the 4 premier institutions in the magical realm. Distinctly different from other magic schools, it is directly governed by the American Ministry of Magic, serving as a training ground for its direct affiliates. Ivan entered, harboring hopes of secrecy. Yet, how could he escape the grasp of Seraphina? Seraphina did not believe that Dumbledore was oblivious to this situation. It was likely a compromise befitting the foremost figure in the magical community. The seriousness on Seraphina's face softened slightly, a subtle smile gracing her lips, revealing a touch of decorum. Her fingers gently caressed her sleeve before she lowered her hand, her tone laced with satisfaction. "Dumbledore, your proposal is indeed delightful. The academic atmosphere at Marcus has always been robust. Mr. Ethery will certainly gain much from his time here." Dumbledore nodded slightly, his gaze warm as it swept over Ivan, as if to reassure him not to worry. He spoke softly. "Marcus is indeed a splendid place. I believe Ivan will come to appreciate it." Ivan set down his teacup, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with Marcus. However, judging by Seraphina's demeanor, he assumed that Dumbledore must have made considerable sacrifices to secure this compromise. Upon noticing Ivan's lack of opposition, Seraphina turned and departed the room with Tina, the sound of her high heels gradually fading in the corridor. Only Ivan and Dumbledore remained in the room. Dumbledore approached Ivan, speaking gently. "Mr. Ethery, Marcus is truly a wonderful place. You will discover the surprises I've left for you there." He patted Ivan on the shoulder before turning to leave. The ancestral spirit began to flicker wildly. Had Ivan not intervened moments ago, it would have expended all its energy in a furious attempt to vanquish Seraphina. How audacious to dare intrude upon the legacy of the empty mountain Taoist temple. After offering some comfort to the ancestral spirit, Ivan drifted peacefully into slumber. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtained seams, illuminating the room as Ivan opened his eyes and stretched. Although last night's events were somewhat unexpected, he harbored no excessive worries. Dumbledore was a trustworthy individual. He rolled out of bed, opened the window, and was greeted by the cool morning breeze. Outside, wizards were already bustling about, and the distant sounds of flying broomsticks could be heard. Ivan took a deep breath, reveling in the magical energy permeating the air, which lifted his spirits considerably. "It is time to set off." Ivan murmured to himself. In the corridor, Dumbledore awaited him. Still clad in his deep purple robe, holding a finely crafted wand, his gaze warm as he regarded Ivan. "Are you ready?" Ivan nodded. His tone relaxed. "I am ready to depart at any moment." Dumbledore smiled gently, retrieving a soiled shoe from his robe's pocket. Ivan recognized it as a key, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. He had already tried Floo powder, but this was his first encounter with a portkey. Marcus is not connected to the Floo network. "We shall use the portkey to get there," Dumbledore softly reminded him, then extended his hand to grasp the shoe. Ivan followed suit, and as his fingers brushed against the shoe, a powerful force enveloped him entirely. The surrounding scenery began to whirl rapidly, as if ensnared in an immense vortex. Moments later, Ivan's feet found solid ground once more. He shook his head, striving to recover from the disorientation he had just experienced. The sight before him momentarily stunned him. They stood atop a towering peak, encircled by dense forests, with several ancient stone edifices faintly visible in the distance. "Welcome to Marcus," came Dumbledore's voice from beside him. Ivan's gaze swept across the surroundings, where a rich aura of magic permeated the air, distinctly different from the magical ambience of Hogwarts. Here, the magic felt more untamed, as if every inch of land was imbued with boundless energy. "The magical atmosphere of Marcus is quite unique," Ivan remarked softly. Dumbledore nodded, his gaze profound. "The history of Marcus predates that of Hogwarts. Its magical system places greater emphasis on practical application and the direct wielding of power. You will learn much here." Ivan chose not to elaborate further, merely nodding gently. He sensed that the fluctuations of magic here were in stark contrast to the gentle currents of Hogwarts, resembling instead a wild force, poised to break free from any restraints. "Albus," a robust and warm voice called out, as an elderly man approached Dumbledore, arms outstretched for an enthusiastic embrace. "It has been too long. You still radiate such vitality." Upon releasing Dumbledore, the elder turned his discerning gaze upon Ivan. "Is this the Ivan Effrey you mentioned?" Dumbledore nodded, his tone gentle. "Indeed, this is Ivan Effrey. Ivan, meet Alastair Breckenridge, the headmaster of Marcus School of Magic." Ivan politely inclined his head, his voice calm. "Headmaster Breckenridge, it is a pleasure to meet you." Alastair's gaze lingered on Ivan for a few moments before he nodded in approval. "He appears quite promising. Albus has always had a keen eye." Dumbledore smiled faintly, his gaze shifting back to Ivan, seemingly on the verge of saying something more, yet ultimately opting for a soft, "Ivan, Alastair will guide you in familiarizing yourself with the environment of Marcus. I hope you enjoy a delightful summer here." Ivan nodded, his expression resolute. "I shall." Alastair patted Ivan's shoulder, his tone imbued with encouragement. "Young man, Marcus is a land brimming with opportunities. I hope you will not disappoint Albus's expectations." With a smile, Alastair turned and led them toward the cluster of buildings in Marcus. Ivan followed closely behind, his eyes roving over the enchanting surroundings, his heart swelling with anticipation. Alastair guided them along a winding path, flanked by towering pines and oaks, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled patterns on the ground. The air was infused with the earthy scent of soil and pine needles, leaving Ivan feeling invigorated. He inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh mountain air, a stark contrast to the damp atmosphere of Hogwarts. "This forest has a history spanning several centuries," Alastair introduced as he walked, his voice deep and resonant. "It harbors numerous extraordinary creatures and magical flora. However, for newcomers, it is advisable to refrain from venturing too deep." He gestured towards a magnificent Gothic structure ahead, which is the main building of the Marcus Academy of Magic, the very place we are about to explore. Ivan listened intently, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. He noted that Alastair's steps were strong and steady, quite unlike those of a man past his 60s. Upon reaching the main building, Ivan observed clusters of students gathered in the courtyard, some practicing spells, others engaged in quiet conversation, creating a relaxed and lively atmosphere. The stone walls of the building were adorned with ivy, imparting an air of antiquity and solemnity. During the summer break at Hogwarts, the campus often lay desolate, with few students remaining. Alastair smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the bustling students. His tone laced with pride. Most of the students at Marcus Academy hail from various parts of America, and during the summer, they remain at school to study or partake in various activities, ensuring that even in vacation, the campus remains vibrant. As he spoke, he led Ivan and Dumbledore into the main building. The moment Ivan stepped into the hall, he was awestruck by the sight before him. The grand hall was adorned with numerous ancient magical portraits, the figures within appearing so lifelike that they seemed ready to speak at any moment. He looked up closely and noticed a hint of subtle vigilance in the gazes of these portraits, as if they were secretly observing these outsiders. Ivan furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering between the portraits and Alster, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Do these portraits seem somewhat wary of me?" Alster chuckled lightly, a teasing tone in his voice. "The elders in the portraits are always like this, maintaining a watchful eye on any newcomers. After all, they have weathered many storms and have acquired this habit." He paused, turning his gaze towards Ivan, his tone becoming more serious. "However, you need not worry. As long as you do not engage in any outrageous behavior, they will not trouble you." Chapter 35. The forbidden book I refer to is not this kind of forbidden book. The elderly figure in the portrait had deep-set eyes and an indifferent expression, holding what appeared to be an ordinary staff, the top of which was embedded with a crystal-clear gem, within which a subtle light seemed to swirl. "Ivan, it seems you are quite intrigued by this portrait." Alster's voice interrupted Ivan's thoughts as he approached, looking up at the portrait with a hint of reverence. "This is one of the founders of Marcus Academy, the greatest alchemist in the history of magic, Nicholas Flamel." Nicholas Flamel? Ivan's heart raced at the mention. Is this truly Nicholas Flamel? In that instant, Ivan comprehended the surprise Dumbledore had alluded to. Dumbledore had discerned Ivan's fascination with the Philosopher's Stone. Who better to understand the stone than Nicholas Flamel? It appeared that Flamel resided near the school, and finding him would expedite the process of crafting the Philosopher's Stone into the vessel of the ancients. Therefore, is Nicholas Flamel still at Marcus Academy? Ivan inquired tentatively. Alster nodded slightly. Although Nicholas Flamel had long withdrawn for worldly affairs, he remained the honorary director of Marcus Academy and occasionally graced the alchemical laboratory with his presence. Should you have the opportunity to meet him, you might acquire a wealth of knowledge from his wisdom. Ivan felt a burgeoning anticipation for this exchange student journey. Alster guided Ivan through the grand hall and into the library. The library was spacious and bright, with shelves meticulously arranged, filled with a diverse array of magical tomes. A faint scent of ink permeated the air, providing a refreshing ambience. Alster approached a male student who was organizing books and softly said, "Jack, please show this new student around the library." The student turned, his gaze sweeping over Ivan before he nodded, a friendly smile gracing his face. "Of course, headmaster." Ivan nodded in acknowledgement as he watched Alster depart, then turned his attention to Jack. Jack was tall and slender, clad in a deep blue robe, with an air of scholarly charm about him. "I am Jack. Pleased to meet you," he said, extending his hand with a hint of enthusiasm. "Ivan Effery," Ivan replied, shaking Jack's hand and allowing a slight smile to play at the corners of his mouth. Jack led Ivan on a tour of the library, narrating as they walked. Ivan inquired if there were any forbidden books. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Jack's eyes as he lowered his voice. "Are you intrigued by forbidden tomes?" Jack chuckled softly, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before discreetly producing a magazine from his pocket and handing it to Ivan. "This is one of the most renowned magazines in the Muggle world. It will surely ignite your passion." Feeling an inexplicable thrill, Ivan wished to peruse it again. Jack's expression shifted to one of mild disappointment as he shrugged. "Oh, so it's about magical forbidden books." He stowed the magazine away, his tone returning to normal. The final level of the library is the restricted section, containing numerous ancient magical texts, but entry requires special permission. Ivan nodded and then asked, "Is there a place here akin to a room of requirement?" Jack pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No, although the spatial magic at Marcus Academy is advanced, there is no such marvelous room." Ivan felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly adjusted his mood. Jack continued to show Ivan around the library, introducing him to several other students they encountered. As Ivan listened, he observed the library's environment, secretly devising his plans. Surely, a school of this magnitude must harbor hidden chambers. Either Jack was unaware, or he simply chose not to divulge such secrets. Ivan resolved to return and search by night. As night fell, Ivan cast an invisibility spell and roamed the school in search of hidden passages. Fortune favored his endeavor. Beneath the statue at the school gate, he discovered the entrance to a secret chamber. Who would have imagined that Marcus would conceal a secret room at the very threshold? Upon entering, Ivan found himself in an alchemical laboratory, brimming with various materials and texts for alchemy. Initially believing it to be Nicholas Flamel's laboratory, he soon learned from a diary that the last occupant of this room was none other than Gellert Grindelwald. Ivan, it seems, is a veritable simpleton when it comes to the history of magic. Any native of the magical realm would undoubtedly be taken aback upon hearing that name. He is a formidable dark wizard, rivaling even Voldemort, who nearly dominated the American magical community single-handedly. Initially, Ivan felt a sense of disappointment, as he held no interest in alchemy. However, upon discovering Grindelwald's research on the Philosopher's Stone in a notebook, his curiosity was piqued. No Dark Lord could resist the allure of immortality. Contemplating this, Ivan inscribed a query in the notebook regarding how to melt the Philosopher's Stone. Instantly, he found himself confounded. Grindelwald's handwriting emerged beneath Ivan's own. The Philosopher's Stone is indestructible and cannot be melted. To his astonishment, it was indeed possible to converse in this manner. Ivan recalled having seen a type of alchemical notebook in the Hogwarts library, which could retain the knowledge of its owner, akin to a miniature computer. By inscribing relevant information, one could obtain answers. It appeared that he would need to seek out Nicholas Flamel or study alchemy himself to unravel the mysteries surrounding the enchantments placed upon the Philosopher's Stone. In the following days, Ivan spent his daylight hours engaging in discourse with Jack at school, while in the evenings he secluded himself in the alchemical chamber, delving into the alchemical practices of the first Dark Lord. Based on the alchemical methods left behind by the Dark Lord, Ivan crafted several practical artifacts, such as a necklace utilizing spatial folding techniques, which contained 3 cubic feet of space, allowing for the storage of numerous items, though living creatures could not be accommodated. Even the founding ancestor marveled at this creation, having ventured inside on several occasions himself. One day, Jack approached Ivan, inquiring whether he would be interested in attending a Quidditch match. Initially, Ivan declined, as he held no genuine interest in the sport. However, upon hearing Jack mention that the match would be held at Tintagel Castle, the birthplace of Merlin, he became intrigued. He wished to witness the environment in which the legendary figure, often referenced in whispers, had grown up. When Jack noted Ivan's newfound willingness, they agreed to meet the following day to purchase a key for entry. Indeed, a key was required for admission. After all, how else would an alchemist sustain themselves? Chapter 36. An encounter with danger. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the mist, casting a warm glow upon Diagon Alley, where the air was infused with freshness. Ivan and Jack arrived early at the magical shop, which boasted an array of enchanted items, from flying broomsticks to wands. The shopkeeper was a stout, middle-aged wizard, his thinning hair slicked to one side, creating a rather comical appearance. Jack approached the counter, and the proprietor glanced up, speaking casually. "What can I do for you, gentlemen?" "A key to Tintagel Castle," Jack replied, his tone tinged with excitement. The shopkeeper nodded, turning to rummage through a shelf behind the counter. After a brief search, he produced a key resembling a rubbish bin, intricately engraved with runes that subtly emanated a magical aura. "That will be 12 galleons," he stated flatly. Placing the key on the counter, Ivan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the steep price. Is it truly so costly? His entire wealth amounted to merely 10 galleons. Should he contribute to the purchase of a key, he was uncertain whether the remaining 4 galleons could sustain his expenses throughout the summer. Furthermore, acquiring alchemical materials would also necessitate a significant expenditure of galleons. In an instant, Ivan felt disinclined to proceed. It seemed a prodigious waste. The proprietor chuckled softly and shrugged. "The price of the key has always been this way, young wizard. I presume this is your inaugural purchase?" Jack retrieved galleons from his pocket, paying without hesitation. "Do not fret, Ivan. I possess a bit of pocket money." Observing this, Ivan refrained from further protest. The two gripped the key tightly. In the next moment, a dazzling light flashed from the key, and Ivan felt an immense force envelop him. The surrounding scenery began to whirl rapidly, as if he were caught in a colossal vortex. Moments later, Ivan's feet found solid ground once more. He shook his head, attempting to recover from the disorientation. The sight before him momentarily stunned him. They stood before an ancient castle, its walls entwined with vines, exuding an air of antiquity and mystery. In the distance, the azure sea stretched out, waves crashing against the rocky shore with a thunderous roar. The air was suffused with a briny sea breeze, invigorating and delightful. "Welcome to Tintagel Castle," Jack's voice came from beside him, laced with pride. This was the homeland of Merlin, where it was said he had spent his childhood. Ivan's gaze swept around, his curiosity towards the castle peaked. Just as he was about to step forward, a sudden surge of potent magical energy emanated from the castle's entrance. Both Ivan and Jack turned in unison to see a robed wizard clad in black striding towards them, a palpable hostility etched on his face. "Be cautious," Jack whispered, his grip tightening around his wand. The dark-robed wizard clearly had no intention of granting them any time to react. Raising a hand, he unleashed a surge of black magic towards Ivan and Jack. Jack swiftly brandished his wand, uttering a defensive incantation, yet the dark magic pierced through his protective barrier, striking him squarely in the chest. Jack gasped, stumbling backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ivan's expression hardened, Jack was the one who had purchased the key, and now he was injured before his very eyes. Truly, one could not fathom the extent of fate's cruelty. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you shall remain oblivious to the nature of blossoms. Ivan swiftly evaded, his figure appearing beside the dark-robed wizard in an instant, delivering a fist to the adversary's abdomen. Shattering the armor spell he had just conjured, Ivan granted his opponent no respite, swiftly raising his hand, his wand appearing within his palm as he quietly intoned, "Disarm." The incantation struck like an invisible bolt of lightning, instantly disarming the black-robed wizard. The wizard's hand involuntarily released its grip, the wand flying from his grasp, tracing an arc before landing squarely in Ivan's hands. The dark-robed wizard lay on the ground, breathing heavily, his eyes filled with fear and rage. He struggled to rise, yet the grievous injuries rendered him immobile. With great effort, he managed to lift his head, fixating intently on Ivan, his voice hoarse and trembling. "The Dark Lord will not spare you." Ivan paid no heed to the black-robed wizard's threat, his gaze calmly sweeping over him before shifting to Jack. Jack lay on the ground, his shirt stained crimson with blood, his complexion pallid, and his breathing somewhat labored. Ivan hastened to his side, crouching down, his fingers gently pressing against Jack's wrist to assess his wounds. "Do not worry, merely superficial injuries," Ivan murmured softly. "Episki." He cast a healing spell upon Jack. As the warmth radiated from the wound, Jack exhaled in relief, offering a quiet thanks. Ivan rose, his gaze returning to the black-robed wizard, his wand turning lightly in his hand as he whispered, "Memory block." A pale blue light shot forth from the tip of his wand, penetrating the wizard's forehead. Instantly, the black-robed wizard's expression froze, his eyes becoming hollow, as though all his memories had been extracted. Moments later, his body slumped to the ground, his consciousness utterly obscured. Ivan stowed his wand and turned back to Jack, relieved to see his wounds healed and his demeanor restored to normal. In the distance, the waves continued to crash against the rocky shore, the wind howled, as if the battle had never transpired. "Who was that person?" Jack inquired, clutching his chest, his brow furrowed, evidently perplexed by the recent attack. "It seems I've been targeted," Ivan remarked nonchalantly. "Could the rumors of someone defeating the Dark Lord at Hogwarts be true?" Jack, evidently aware of the gossip, questioned, "Is the Dark Lord truly still alive?" Ivan nodded, reassuring Jack, "Do not fret. In times of crisis, Dumbledore and the others will stand firm. We need not concern ourselves with such matters." Jack gazed at Ivan with admiration. "You are remarkably unfazed, even when targeted. Yet, you truly are formidable, vanquishing a Death Eater so swiftly." "Ivan, may I learn magic from you?" Jack hesitated, yearning to possess strength akin to Ivan's. Chapter 37, Serafina's Plan. Ivan contemplated for a moment, refraining from immediately responding to Jack. Although Jack embodied the archetypal American beauty, he lacked the arrogance commonly associated with it. After several days of interaction, Ivan found Jack to be quite agreeable. However, if he sought to learn the spells of the Kongshan Temple, it would be far from sufficient. The first test lay with the founder, who was notoriously discerning in matters of beauty, and Jack's appearance was perfectly at odds with the founder's aesthetic. "We will communicate about this later. For now, let's attend the Quidditch match. We must not waste 12 galleons." Ivan redirected the conversation. The silhouette of Tintergal Castle appeared particularly enigmatic under the setting sun, its towering stone walls entwined with thick vines, seemingly recounting millennia of history. Ivan and Jack stood at the castle's entrance, gazing up at the massive, tightly shut wooden door, intricately carved with complex runes that faintly emanated a hint of magical energy. It seemed the castle door was locked. Jack furrowed his brow, reaching out to push the door, yet it did not budge. Jack was momentarily taken aback, then retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket. As he unfurled it, his brow furrowed even more tightly. How curious. The map clearly indicated that this should be the main hall of the castle, yet it now resembled a labyrinth. Ivan leaned in to take a glance, discovering that the route depicted on the map bore no resemblance to the scene before them. What should have been a straight path leading to the main hall had morphed into a narrow corridor flanked by towering stone walls, with darkness looming at the end. "It appears we are ensnared," Ivan murmured, his tone devoid of any hint of panic. The sheer scale of this magical array could not possibly be conjured by mere Death Eater. It seemed to possess the backing of an official power. When it comes to influence, who could rival the American Ministry of Magic? Serafina truly was undeterred. Did she really think I could be manipulated so easily? Ivan felt a flicker of anger rising within him. If Djeezy were present, he would certainly keep his distance. Ivan's fury could be quite terrifying. Ivan slowly raised his hands, a faint blue glow emanating from his palms. His gaze was calm and focused. as if the magical array before him was merely a trivial matter. The air around him seemed to vibrate with this burgeoning force, producing a subtle humming sound. Ivan's most powerful lightning palm was on the verge of release. This strike would be sufficient to obliterate any obstacle in his path. If you wish to play, then I shall engage you on a grand scale, Ivan murmured to himself. He paid no heed to the complexity of the magical array. After all, it was not Hogwarts, and any destruction caused was of little consequence. Regardless of your myriad transformations, I shall overcome them all. The blue light in his palm gradually coalesced into a small sphere of lightning, its interior crackling with electrical energy and producing a series of sharp pops. Ivan took a deep breath and then forcefully propelled the lightning sphere forward. In an instant, a thick bolt of blue lightning descended from the heavens, striking the ground with the ferocity of divine retribution. The lightning illuminated the entire castle as it tore through the air, devastating the walls as if they were mere fragile parchment, sending stones crumbling and debris flying. The acrid scent of burnt materials filled the air, as if the very world were trembling. Under the impact of this formidable power, the magical array disintegrated in an instant, its once complex runes reduced to ashes. Jack's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, clearly awestruck by this terrifying display of power. He had never witnessed such potent magic. Even after years of study at Marcus Academy, he had never heard of anyone capable of annihilating such a massive magical array in a single blow. This is simply outrageous, Jack muttered, his tone laced with disbelief. The surrounding walls had collapsed significantly, and the ground was marred by deep fissures wrought by the lightning. The intricate magical array had vanished, leaving behind only charred remnants. Well, the problem is resolved, Ivan remarked casually, as if the preceding destruction were merely a trivial affair. As Ivan and Jack stepped through the fallen walls into the main hall of the castle, the sight before them was staggering. Scattered across the floor were shattered wands, torn robes, and several lifeless bodies, clearly the casualties of wizards who had been caught off guard in the ensuing chaos. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants, and the flames in the corner flickered ominously, casting a chaotic glow upon the surroundings. Indeed, this was a trap, and Jack, who had led him here, was likely compromised. Ivan grasped the reality of the situation instantly. His lack of enthusiasm for mental exertion did not equate to ignorance, for a fool could never master the arcane arts of the empty mountain Taoist temple. Jack crouched down, picking up a tattered piece of robe from the ground, examining it closely. These marks were not from a lightning strike. Who do you think is behind this? Jack rose, turning to Ivan, his gaze laced with a hint of challenge. The orchestrator was all too evident. Jack, this is not Tintagel Castle. Nor is there a Quidditch match to be had here, Ivan replied, turning away from Jack. Jack paused, his expression momentarily stiff, before forcing a smile. Ivan, what are you talking about? We are most certainly at Tintagel Castle. Look at these murals. Aren't they the legends of Merlin? Ivan disregarded Jack's reaction and continued. From the very beginning, you have been guiding me into this trap. From your suggestion to observe a Quidditch match, to purchasing the key, and most recently, the magical circle. Each step was meticulously crafted. Jack sighed, offering no rebuttal. For once unmasked, further evasion was futile. Soul probe. Ivan suddenly invoked a technique from the empty mountain Taoist temple, one he had never dared to use until now. The soul probe could delve deep into another's memories, revealing even the most intimate details, knowing them better than the individual themselves. However, the side effects were equally pronounced. It often led to confusion within the target's recollections, which was why his master had always advised against its use. Within Jack's memories, Ivan indeed glimpsed the figure of Seraphina. They had initially planned to imprison Ivan and frame an enigmatic figure for the deed, thereby ensuring Dumbledore would not lay blame at their feet. They had meticulously calculated every angle, yet they failed to account for Ivan's formidable prowess. This was their gravest miscalculation. One misstep could unravel the entire scheme. Chapter 38. The Teachings of Nicola Lamé. The letter was penned by Dumbledore, the script elegant and forceful, containing only a single address, situated not far from Marcus Academy. Ivan estimated he could reach it in about an hour on his flying broomstick. Folding the letter, he tucked it into his pocket and pushed open the window, the night breeze enveloping him with a refreshing chill. The starry sky over Marcus was enchanting, the distant mountains appearing particularly mysterious under the moonlight. Ivan mounted his broom, giving a gentle nudge, and ascended slowly before accelerating into the night sky. The sensation of soaring through the nocturnal expanse brought Ivan a sense of liberation. He relished this feeling of freedom, as if the entire world lay beneath him. The broom glided through the night, creating a soft whisper of wind. Ivan's gaze was fixed ahead, guided by Dumbledore's address. He swiftly located a small cottage nestled deep within the forest. The cottage's outline was distinctly illuminated by the moonlight, its roof blanketed in thick moss, and the surrounding trees stood tall and dense. As if isolating the dwelling from the outside world, Ivan descended gradually, the broom coming to rest in the clearing before the cottage. He leaped from his broom, his gaze sweeping over the door of the quaint cottage. A wooden sign hung upon it, inscribed with the words, "Sanctuary of Tranquility." Ivan gently pushed open the wooden door, and a faint aroma of herbs wafted towards him. The interior was simply adorned, yet immaculate. A rustic wooden table occupied the center of the room, upon which lay several yellowed tomes and an exquisite alchemical furnace. Within the furnace, azure flames flickered quietly, occasionally crackling softly, as an ancient and enigmatic atmosphere pervaded the air. An elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, sat beside the fire, perusing a hefty parchment scroll. His visage radiated kindness, with wrinkles etched upon his face like the rings of time, revealing the marks of age. His gaze was focused and profound, as though he were immersed in the ancient script. Upon hearing the door creak open, he slowly lifted his head, his eyes meeting Ivan's, a gentle smile flickering in his gaze. "Ivan Effery, I have been expecting you," he spoke, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with an enchanting quality that instilled an unbidden sense of comfort. Ivan was momentarily taken aback, then hastened to the old man's side, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Nicholas Flamel, I did not anticipate your presence here." Indeed, this venerable figure was none other than the illustrious Nicholas Flamel, the very creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Flamel set aside the parchment, his eyes resting on Ivan for a brief moment, his tone tinged with approval. "Dumbledore has informed me that you are a remarkable young man." It seems he was not mistaken. He gestured for Ivan to take a seat. Ivan complied, settling into a chair opposite the wooden table, his gaze drawn to the alchemical furnace. The flames within continued to burn steadily, seemingly harboring some arcane power. "Are you intrigued by alchemy?" Flamel inquired, noting Ivan's rapt attention, his tone laced with curiosity. Ivan nodded, his eyes still fixated on the furnace. "To be honest, I am solely interested in the alchemy applied to the Philosopher's Stone. I wish to restore its original essence." "The Philosopher's Stone," Flamel murmured, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. "The world believes I created it, yet only I know that I merely discovered it and unleashed its energy." He rose and approached a bookshelf in the corner, his fingers gliding over the spines of the tomes before he retrieved a hefty volume and handed it to Ivan. The cover was adorned with intricate runes, emanating a faint glow. "This book chronicles my research on the Philosopher's Stone. It may answer some of your inquiries." Flamel's voice was calm and gentle, as if recounting the most ordinary of tales. Ivan accepted the weighty tome, and as his fingers brushed against its spine, he felt a subtle surge of magical energy. The surface was inscribed with complex runes, each seeming to quiver softly, as if imparting some ancient wisdom. He cautiously opened the pages, which were slightly yellowed. The script meticulously clear, yet the content exceedingly arcane and difficult to comprehend. These constitute the core knowledge of alchemy. The voice of Nicholas Flamel drifted from the side, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. "In my youth, I too devoted myself to this pursuit, losing track of time until one day, I suddenly grasped its profound essence." Ivan nodded, his gaze intensely fixed on the text before him. He endeavored to comprehend it word by word, yet discovered that each term seemed shrouded in a dense fog. The theories of alchemy are exceedingly intricate, encompassing elements of transformation, energy conservation, and material reconfiguration, along with many concepts he had never encountered before. Time slipped by silently as Ivan immersed himself in reading. The fire in the hearth continued to burn, occasionally crackling softly, as if marking the passage of time. Nicholas Flamel sat quietly beside him, occasionally pouring Ivan a cup of warm tea, yet never disturbing his thoughts. After several hours, Ivan's brow finally relaxed, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. He lifted his head and looked at Nicholas Flamel, his tone imbued with curiosity and urgency. "Mr. Flamel, I have a question. The book mentions the heart of the elements, but I cannot comprehend what it truly refers to. Does it denote the Philosopher's Stone itself?" Nicholas Flamel smiled faintly, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. "Excellent. You have touched upon the crux of the matter." He set down his teacup, approached Ivan, and gently pointed to a line of text on the page. "The heart of the elements is not the traditional notion of elements. It is a conglomeration of energy. It is not any of the classical elements of gold, wood, water, fire, or earth, but rather the essence of these elements amalgamated. Alchemy is profoundly esoteric. and Ivan could not assimilate its depths in a short span of time. Moreover, crafting a doppelganger using the Philosopher's Stone necessitated first dispelling the alchemical enchantments upon it, akin to an infinite nesting doll. In the following days, Ivan embarked on the tedious path of alchemical study. Fortunately, with Nicholas Flamel's guidance, he began to make progress. The alchemical enchantments on the Philosopher's Stone were gradually eliminated, leaving only the final step. Chapter 39, Harry's Holiday. The removal of the last lingering alchemical enchantments from the Philosopher's Stone required phoenix blood and moon essence. Nicholas Flamel observed the stone, now nearing its original state. The Philosopher's Stone no longer radiated a brilliant red light. Its hue had become subdued, revealing only occasional flickers of divine light, while its surface displayed intricate patterns, as if inscribing the principles of the cosmos. Nicholas Flamel caressed the stone, stating, "It was these very patterns that inspired me to derive the abilities of immortality and the transmutation of base metals into gold." He handed the Philosopher's Stone to Ivan. "For phoenix blood, you may seek out Dumbledore. He possesses a phoenix companion. As for the moon essence, it is a rare and elusive treasure." Ivan expressed his gratitude to Nicholas Flamel, and as they parted, he used his inner energy to assist Flamel in restoring his health. Immortality does not equate to freedom from illness. Nicholas Flamel, having long been in contact with alchemy, had suffered the corrosive effects of various magical elements, often enduring great pain. In fact, immortality had become a torment. This was one of the significant reasons he was willing to aid Ivan in restoring the Philosopher's Stone. Upon arriving at the gates of Hogwarts, a flurry of agitated owls descended upon Ivan, their wings beating furiously as letters cascaded down like snowflakes, nearly engulfing his shins. Sensing the chaos, Ivan hastily retrieved some food from his necklace to pacify the irate creatures. The owls, tasked with delivering messages from Nicholas Flamel's hidden abode, found themselves unable to locate Ivan due to a concealment charm, forcing them to wait at the school for over half a month. It was nothing short of a miracle that they had not perished from hunger. Ivan had initially contemplated seeking some flu powder from Dumbledore to travel directly to Privet Drive. However, upon opening the door to Dumbledore's office, he found it eerily empty, save for a solitary desk. The keys were exorbitantly priced, far beyond Ivan's means. Never mind, he thought, I shall try my luck with Hagrid. That fellow has an impressive array of rare beasts. Perhaps he possesses something capable of flight. Relying solely on his broomstick would likely result in untold discomfort before he even arrived. Determined to learn some high-speed transport spells, Ivan traversed the castle, descending the stone steps until he spotted Hagrid squatting outside his hut, engaging in conversation with an unknown creature. He approached quickly, clearing his throat to announce, Hagrid. Hagrid rose with a broad grin. Ivan, what a fortuitous time for your arrival. I was just about to seek assistance. Hagrid, I need to make a trip to Privet Drive, and wondered if you had any flying mounts available, Ivan stated directly. Indeed, Hermione and Ron mentioned the same. They asked me to check on you, he reassured Hagrid. Hagrid stood, pulling Ivan toward the back of the hut. There are a few thestrals back here. They fly soundlessly, perfect for venturing into the Muggle world. As they rounded the hut, bathed in moonlight, several thestrals grazed quietly, their sleek black bodies shimmering, wings folded against their sides, eyes gleaming with intelligence. Ivan's interest peaked as he approached a thestral. Goodness, they certainly look formidable. Far more impressive than the three-headed dog, which, when shrunk, is merely adorable and lacks any semblance of majesty. Hagrid instructed Ivan on how to mount the thestral. With a swift motion, Ivan swung himself onto the creature's back, squeezing his legs tightly, and the thestral soared into the air. The night breeze howled as Ivan firmly grasped the reins, heading towards Privet Drive. By the time he reached Harry's home, the night had deepened. He landed gracefully on the lawn, and the thestral knelt elegantly, allowing Ivan to stroke its mane. Wait for me here, he whispered. The thestral seemed to understand, letting out a soft whinny before rising alertly to survey its surroundings. As Ivan approached the window of Harry's house, a sudden blinding light descended from the sky, striking him directly. Looking up, he beheld an old Ford Anglia floating in midair, inside which sat three red-haired boys, Ron and his twin brothers. In no time, Ron and the twins managed to extract Harry from the attic on the second floor, ready to whisk him away to spend the remaining days of summer at their home. Ivan had yet to see what a house elf looked like and was intrigued. Did they resemble the winged little beings from fairy tales? What reason could they have for specifically preventing Harry's departure? Though he found it perplexing, it bore no relevance to Ivan, who remained focused on his research of moon essence. Harry had also mentioned in his letter that Hermione was at Ron's home, and he hoped they might encounter Ivan in Diagon Alley. Ivan resolved to ask Hagrid to accompany him to Diagon Alley for his school supplies. Having never ventured there before, he was unfamiliar with the route, so a familiar face would prove beneficial. He also wished to search Nocturne Alley for traces of moon essence, as Nicholas Flamel had once suggested that it was most likely to be found there amidst the eclectic array of magical items. Hagrid eagerly agreed and emerged from his cluttered hut with a well-worn yet remarkably efficient motorcycle. Ivan's eyes sparkled. It resembled the ghost car frequently mentioned by Ergouzi. Chapter 40, The Bookstore Brawl. Hagrid mounted the motorcycle, and Ivan settled securely in the sidecar. With a roar powered by magic, they ascended into the air, racing toward Diagon Alley. Along the way, Hagrid animatedly regaled Ivan with tales of various shops and curiosities in Diagon Alley. Before long, they arrived at the bustling locale. They first visited the Leaky Cauldron to access the hidden entrance to Diagon Alley. Inside the pub, Hagrid ordered Ivan a butterfly pea flower beverage, which Ivan found excessively sweet and unpalatable. After a brief respite, Ivan followed Hagrid through a concealed door, entering the enchanting world of Diagon Alley. He memorized the sequence of Hagrid's movements to ensure he could return independently in the future. Hagrid parted ways with Ivan at Gringotts, as he had matters of his own to attend to. Alone, Ivan navigated through the throngs of Diagon Alley, searching for the path to Nocturne Alley. The entrance was discreet, concealed behind an unassuming magical shop. With caution, Ivan pushed open an inconspicuous wooden door, stirring up a cloud of dust that prompted a few coughs from him. He traversed the dimly lit passageway and finally emerged in a Nocturne Alley. The atmosphere there starkly contrasted with that of Diagon Alley, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. The streets were narrow, flanked by dilapidated shops displaying an array of eerie magical artifacts. Ivan's gaze flitted from shop to shop, seeking any clues regarding moon essence. At that moment, he heard a familiar laugh. Turning a corner, he spotted Harry surrounded by a group of dark wizards, his expression one of fear and helplessness, as if bound by some unseen force. Observing this, Ivan swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, like a shadow, and seized Harry's wrist, whispering urgently, "Come with me." Without a moment's delay, he propelled Harry forward, forcefully clearing a path through the obstructive dark wizards. Patting Harry on the shoulder with a calm, yet serious tone, he cautioned, "Nocturne Alley is the territory of dark wizards. It's best to avoid it, especially for young wizards like you, who can easily become their targets." Harry, somewhat defiant, replied, "But you're a young wizard too." Ivan spoke with an air of disdain, asserting that even without magic, he could easily overpower them single-handedly. Indeed, none could rival Ivan, even among wizards, whether they wielded magic or not. Surveying his surroundings, Ivan inquired, "Where are Hermione and Ron? Aren't they supposed to be together?" "They're waiting for me at the bookstore. I spotted something intriguing and wandered off." Harry's voice trailed off, tinged with a hint of regret. Ivan chose not to dwell on the topic further and gently patted Harry on the shoulder. "Let's head to the bookstore and reunite with them." Refrain from straying again. As they approached the bookstore, they caught sight of Hermione and Ron peering out from the entrance. Upon noticing Harry and Ivan, Hermione's face brightened with relief as she rushed towards them. "Harry, where have you been? We've been searching for you for ages." Harry recounted the events that had transpired, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Entering the bustling bookstore, they found it teeming with families of wizards procuring textbooks for the upcoming school year. Ivan glanced around, noting the vast array of literature available, from foundational theories of magic to comprehensive spell compendiums. Ron's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, were also present, assisting Ron's sister, Ginny, in selecting her textbooks. Upon seeing Ivan and the others, Mr. Weasley waved cheerfully. "Ah, you finally arrived. We thought you had lost your way." Ron hurried to his parents' side and introduced Ivan. "Mom, Dad, this is Ivan, the friend I mentioned in my letters." Mr. Weasley extended his hand with a warm smile. "Ivan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Ron has spoken highly of you, declaring you to be a remarkable wizard." Mrs. Weasley stepped forward, examining Ivan appreciatively. "What an admirable young man. Ron is fortunate to have a friend like you." Turning to Ginny, Mrs. Weasley beckoned her forward. "Ginny, this is Ivan, Ron's friend. Ivan, this is Ginny, our little princess." Ginny, a bit shy, looked up at Ivan and softly greeted, "Hello, Ivan." Ivan smiled and nodded, his tone gentle. "Hello, Ginny. It is a pleasure to meet you." Mr. Weasley clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Well then, everyone is here. Let us continue our shopping. At this rate, the books may be snatched up." The group busied themselves once more in the store. Just as they delved into a pile of textbooks, a harsh, mocking laugh echoed from the entrance. "Mr. Weasley, you remain as impoverished as ever, unable to afford new textbooks for your children." Everyone looked up to see Malfoy and his father, Lucius Malfoy, standing at the door, Lucius brandishing his serpent-headed cane, a displeasing smirk plastered across his face. Mr. Weasley's expression darkened instantly. He set down the book in his hands and turned, fixing Lucius with a piercing gaze. Malfoy, mind your words, and do not embarrass yourself here. Lucius chuckled lightly as he sauntered into the bookstore, his gaze sweeping over the tattered robes of the Weasley family, his tone dripping with unmasked derision. Embarrassing, isn't it? Weasley, your family's pitiful appearance is the true disgrace. I hear you can't even afford a wand. How tragic. No wonder you used to associate with James. Mr. Weasley's fists clenched tightly, his veins bulging with rage, clearly pushed to the brink. He strode up to Lucius, his voice low and seething with anger. Lucius, if you dare insult James again, you'll find out what I'm capable of. Lucius raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Oh? Weasley, what might that be? Are you planning to confront me with that decrepit wand of yours? How utterly foolish. Unable to contain himself any longer, Mr. Weasley swung a punch at Lucius's face. Clearly unprepared for such an immediate response, Lucius was staggered back by the blow, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Regaining his footing, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his wand and struck violently at Mr. Weasley. The two men immediately became entangled in a fierce struggle, while surrounding wizards hurriedly stepped aside, the bookstore descending into chaos. The nearby shopkeeper attempted to intervene, but feared being caught in the fray, instead shouting for them to cease. Though Mr. Weasley fought fiercely, he was evidently no match for Lucius. With each swing of Lucius's wand, fierce and precise, Mr. Weasley struggled to defend himself, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. The Weasley twins, witnessing their father's brawl, chose not to assist, but rather to cheer him on. Just as Lucius prepared to strike again, Ivan suddenly dashed forward, delivering a swift kick to Lucius's chest. Lucius had no time to react, and was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing into the bookstore wall before sliding to the ground, his serpent-headed wand slipping from his grasp and rolling into a corner. Lying on the ground, Lucius clutched his chest in agony, his face pale, as he furiously pointed his wand at Ivan. Who are you? The bookstore fell into a hushed silence, everyone stunned by the unfolding scene. Draco stood nearby, his face ashen, filled with terror at the unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated Ivan's sudden intervention, nor that his father would be so easily overpowered. Mr. Weasley also drew his wand, aiming it at Lucius. Ivan remained unfazed by Lucius's threats. The Ministry of Magic forbade wizards from dueling with magic in public. While two wizards could engage in a physical altercation, employing magic would result in punishment for the instigator, especially considering both men were ministry officials, unlikely to break the law. Draco turned to his father, saying, "Father, this is Ivan Effery." Lucius sheathed his wand, muttering a hateful remark before departing with Draco. No one noticed that a worn notebook had found its way into Ginny's cauldron. Chapter 41, Dobby's Visit. Mr. Slughorn also retracted his wand, extending his hand to Ivan with solemn gravity, his voice deep and sincere. "Ivan, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. Lucius, that scoundrel, has always used his status and wealth to bully others. Today, you made him taste the consequences." Harry stood nearby, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Ivan, that kick you just delivered was spectacular." Malfoy's face turned pale. Ivan offered a slight smile, gently releasing Mr. Weasley's hand, his tone calm. In dealing with such individuals, a fist proves more effective than magic. However, Mr. Weasley, the James he mentioned, was he Harry's father? Mr. Weasley nodded, his expression growing somber. Yes. James was Harry's father and an old friend of mine. He and Lily, it's better left unsaid. Lucius has harbored resentment towards us pure-blood traitors, especially towards James, and he seizes every opportunity to slander him. Ivan couldn't help but regard Mr. Weasley with increased respect. A person who defends the reputation of a long-departed friend must possess commendable character. Loyalty takes precedence. Back in the village, whenever someone spoke ill of Ivan, Dago would charge in without hesitation. It has been days since he left Dago, and he finds himself missing him. Ivan chose not to say more. Turning to organize the textbooks he had selected, he picked up a thick tome titled Advanced Spell Theory, flipping through a few pages with a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Hermione, watching from the side, couldn't resist approaching out of curiosity. "Ivan, many of the books you've chosen are for upper year courses. Have you read them already?" Ivan shook his head. "No, but since Dumbledore mentioned he would cover my second-year textbook expenses, I plan to purchase the upper year ones as well. A wizard who does not take advantage of such opportunities is no qualified wizard." Ivan recounted to the trio his trip abroad with Dumbledore, omitting the details regarding Nicholas Flamel. The trio was envious of Ivan's opportunity to travel with Dumbledore, yet they expressed disdain for the actions of the American Ministry of Magic. Ivan nodded, having the shopkeeper package his selected textbooks to send to Dumbledore, then followed the group out of the bookstore. Sunlight bathed the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley, with shop windows displaying an array of peculiar magical items, and the air was sweetened by the aroma of confections. Mr. Weasley turned and smiled at Ivan. If you don't mind, you are welcome to visit our home. We will be delighted to have you. Mr. Weasley nodded, saying no more, simply patting Ivan on the shoulder. Well then, see you next time. Harry, Ron, and Hermione waved farewell to Ivan as he departed with Hagrid. Ivan furrowed his brow, scanning the room until his gaze landed on the wardrobe by the bed. The door was slightly ajar, revealing a small figure hiding within, with round, bright eyes peeking out. Come out. Did you think I wouldn't notice you? Ivan said coldly. The lack of privacy in this world is disconcerting. So many can easily intrude into dormitories. In the future, he would need to arrange a secret chamber or a concealment charm akin to Nicholas Flamel's cottage. The figure sprang from the wardrobe, landing softly on the floor. Ivan finally discerned that it was a house elf clad in a tattered little garment, adorned with a crooked hat perched atop its head. The elf's eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety as its hands clutched tightly against its chest, voice trembling. Dobby has come to request your assistance, Mr. Everett. Ivan scrutinized the diminutive creature, noting its small eyes and oversized ears, pondering. Are you a house elf? The one Harry mentioned? After some reflection, he concluded that only the house elf Harry spoke of could find him. The elf appeared somewhat agitated, its fingers incessantly twisting its attire as it murmured, Yes. Dobby saw something in Diagon Alley, but Dobby cannot say too much. However, you must be cautious. Hogwarts is going to face danger, and Dobby does not wish to see Harry Potter and his friends in peril. Ivan raised an eyebrow, curiosity mingling with concern. Danger? What kind of danger? The elf shook its head, eyes filled with distress. Dobby cannot divulge, but please, you must trust Dobby's words. Upon uttering this, Dobby realized he had nearly spoken ill of his master and felt compelled to punish himself, yet was firmly restrained. He resorted to banging his head against the wall, muttering, Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. Ivan sensed that this little elf was in a state of mental turmoil and hastily restrained Dobby to prevent further self-harm. I believe you. Just calm down. Ivan reassured Dobby, not wishing for the elf to harm itself within the dormitory. He reached into his necklace and retrieved a piece of chocolate, gently offering it to Dobby. Have something to eat. Dobby's gaze fell upon the chocolate, a flicker of longing crossing his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and cautiously took a small bite. The delectable sweetness of the chocolate seemed to soothe his emotions slightly. His voice remained low, yet clearer than before. Mr. Everett, Dobby believes in you. Dobby will certainly protect Harry Potter, no matter what happens. Having spoken, Dobby snapped his fingers and vanished. How wondrous it would be to master such instantaneous movement. Chapter 42. The Debut of the Whomping Willow. As the new term commenced, a familiar aura of magic permeated the Hogwarts campus. Second-year students no longer arrived by boat across the Black Lake, as they had in their first year, but instead alighted at the new location of Hogsmeade Station. Outside the platform, a row of horse-drawn carriages awaited silently, seemingly poised to transport the students to that mysterious and ancient castle. Ivan stood before the grand entrance of Hogwarts, scanning the crowd for familiar faces. He had anticipated Harry and Ron would arrive punctually as always. However, as time slipped away and students trickled into the campus, he still did not catch sight of them. Where could they be? Ivan murmured to himself. Just then, Hermione hurriedly emerged from the throng, her hair somewhat disheveled, evidently having just navigated through the crowd. Her eyes darted around until they landed on Ivan, at which point a look of relief graced her face. She hurriedly approached Ivan, a hint of anxiety in her tone. Ivan, have you seen Harry and Ron? Ivan shook his head, an expression of similar confusion in his eyes. No, I thought they were with you. Hermione bit her lip, her brow furrowed. We did set off from King's Cross together, but on the train, I searched every carriage and couldn't find them. I assumed they would come on their own, her voice gradually dwindling, revealing a trace of worry. Ivan glanced back at the now empty entrance of the school. All the students had already entered the castle, leaving only the two of them standing there. Perhaps they have already gone into the Great Hall. Let us check there. With Dumbledore around, everything will be fine, Ivan suggested as he and Hermione walked together. The Great Hall was ablaze with light, countless floating candles illuminating the ceiling, their glow casting a golden radiance upon the 4 long tables. Students had begun to take their seats, and the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of food and the lively hum of conversation. Ivan and Hermione entered the hall, their eyes swiftly scanning the long tables in search of Harry and Ron. However, there was no sign of them within the hall. Mr. Avery, Miss Granger, please take your seats, Dumbledore reminded them. Ivan and Hermione hurried to find their places within their respective houses. Professor McGonagall stood up, moving to the center of the platform. Her list unfurled, her voice resonant and clear. Welcome, new students, to Hogwarts. We shall now commence the sorting ceremony. The first to be assigned to a house is... Her voice paused as she surveyed the line of newcomers, then called out a name, Ginny Weasley. A wave of murmurs rippled through the hall. Many students turning to focus on Ginny. She stood at the front of the new students, her face a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Her hands were tightly clasped in front of her, her gaze resolutely fixed on Professor McGonagall on the platform. Ginny was Ron's sister, and Ivan had encountered her once in a bookstore. Although their conversation had been brief, the determination and resilience reflected in her eyes left a lasting impression on him. The sorting hat gently descended upon Ginny's head, and after a moment of silence, a deep and solemn voice emerged from its folds. Gryffindor. The hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. Students at the Gryffindor table rising to cheer, welcoming their new member. A smile finally graced Ginny's face as she hurried to the Gryffindor table, taking the seat that had been Ron's. The sorting ceremony continued, each newcomer being assigned to their respective houses, and the atmosphere within the hall grew increasingly lively. Yet, Ivan's gaze did not remain entirely fixed on the ceremony. His attention was consistently drawn to the other side of the platform. Professor McGonagall's steps appeared somewhat hurried, her robes swaying gently with her pace. Soon, she traversed the castle's corridor, pushing open a heavy wooden door, and the knight outside rushed in. Ivan and Hermione exchanged a glance and quickly followed suit. The cold wind outside rushed towards them, carrying a hint of chill, while the forbidden forest in the distance appeared particularly profound under the moonlight, as if concealing countless secrets. Professor McGonagall did not pause for a moment, striding directly towards the edge of the forbidden forest. Ivan, look over there, Hermione suddenly exclaimed in a hushed tone, pointing towards a magnificent willow tree at the forest's edge. This willow stood in stark contrast to the surrounding trees, its branches thrashing wildly as if imbued with life, emitting a whooshing sound as they sliced through the air. Ivan's pupils narrowed slightly, his gaze fixated on the willow. At the top of the tree, he could faintly discern the silhouette of a car, its body glinting with a metallic sheen under the moonlight. Hermione's breath caught in her throat, disbelief lacing her voice. That's Ron's flying car? Ivan nodded. It seems Harry and Ron have gotten themselves into trouble again. Professor McGonagall had evidently spotted the vehicle as well. She quickened her pace, her wand glowing softly with a silvery light, clearly prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Ivan and Hermione hastened to keep pace with her. As they drew closer, the frenzied thrashing of the willow's branches became increasingly pronounced, the air thick with tension. Professor McGonagall. Hermione couldn't help but call out, urgency creeping into her tone. McGonagall, fully aware of their presence behind her, turned back, her gaze once again fixated on the wildly thrashing willow, her voice steady and calm. That's a whomping willow. Once provoked, it is exceedingly difficult to halt unless its weakness is discovered. Hermione's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. She spoke rapidly. I recall reading in magical plants that there is a special knot near the roots of the whomping willow. If struck with magic, it could be temporarily immobilized. A glimmer of approval flickered in McGonagall's gaze. Well done, Miss Granger. Your knowledge is indeed commendable. However, the question remains, how do we approach its roots without being attacked? Ivan smiled slightly. Leave it to me. I have a plan. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. His movements were swift and agile, blending seamlessly with the surrounding night. The willow's branches lashed out at him, yet Ivan evaded them with ghostly finesse, each dodge perfectly timed. McGonagall and Hermione stood by, their eyes riveted on Ivan. Professor McGonagall's grip on her wand tightened, clearly ready to assist him at any moment. Ivan swiftly approached the roots of the whomping willow, scanning the trunk. Soon, he spotted a slightly raised, knot hidden among the dense roots. With a deft flick of his finger, a faint pulse of magical energy shot forth, striking the knot with precision. Instantly, the willow's branches ceased their thrashing. As if frozen in place, Ivan quickly stepped back a few paces, ensuring he was at a safe distance. We did it! Hermione exclaimed joyfully, a smile breaking across her face. McGonagall nodded, swiftly moving to Ivan's side, her tone imbued with admiration. Well done, Mr. Effrey. Ivan offered a faint smile, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the aggressive willow. Now is the time. Let us hasten to rescue them. Professor McGonagall said little more, raising her wand and directing it towards the car, perched atop the tree. The vehicle began to levitate gently, and under her deft control, it descended steadily to the ground. Inside, Harry and Ron appeared utterly disoriented, and as the door swung open, they nearly tumbled out. Harry clutched his glasses tightly, which had shattered into a web of cracks, while Ron's wand had fractured into 2 pieces, leaving him with merely a splintered stick. Seeing that the two were unharmed, Ivan seized the moment while the willow had momentarily calmed, snapping off a branch. Within the mountain temple, there existed a magical artifact capable of countering malevolent intentions. Its essence derived from a willow branch. Ivan was curious to test whether this branch from the aggressive willow could be used to forge such an artifact. The moment he broke the branch, the willow erupted with renewed ferocity, its massive vines crashing down and shattering the car into fragments. The sheer force of the impact sent the trio sprawling. Chapter 43. Ron's terrifying cry. Ivan hurried forward to assist Harry, Ron, and Hermione, carefully assessing their injuries. Although the 3 appeared somewhat disheveled, fortune favored them. Aside from a few minor scrapes, they had not sustained any serious harm. Ivan let out a sigh of relief, then retrieved his wand from his robe and softly uttered a healing charm. A gentle radiance emanated from the tip of his wand, gradually mending the wounds on Harry and Ron, alleviating their pain. At that moment, Professor McGonagall approached, her gaze sweeping coldly over the scattered remnants of the car. Her brow furrowed in dismay. She waved her wand, casting a levitation spell to meticulously clear the debris to the side, her movements precise and composed. Once finished, her attention turned to Harry and Ron, her tone imbued with an unmistakable severity. You two have caused another mess. To think you dared to drive the car into the forbidden forest and provoke the aggressive willow. Do you have any idea how perilous this is? Harry lowered his head, nervously fiddling with his broken glasses, murmuring, I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. We couldn't enter King's Cross Station, so we had to come by car. Ron, however, appeared somewhat defiant, muttering, we didn't expect to encounter the willow. Didn't expect? You are wizards. You should be well aware of the aggressive willow. Professor McGonagall's voice rose in pitch, her eyes blazing with anger. Your actions not only jeopardize your own safety, but also brought trouble to the school. Each of you loses 20 points. Instantly, Harry and Ron's faces turned pale. Professor McGonagall then turned her attention to Ivan. Mr. Avery, while you managed to subdue the aggressive willow, breaking off a branch has caused it to go berserk, resulting in Slytherin losing 5 points. Ivan shrugged nonchalantly. The unexpected acquisition of the willow branch was reward enough. Hermione stood nearby, gingerly holding Ron's wand, attempting to restore it with a repair charm. Her brow furrowed slightly as she delicately maneuvered the wand, reciting incantations. However, after the wand was repaired, it splintered once more. Professor McGonagall cast a cold glance at her, her tone remaining stern. Once a wand is broken, it cannot be mended by mere wizards. One must either procure a new one or seek the services of a wand maker. Ivan nearly choked, realizing the truth in her words. Indeed, those who craft wands are known as wand makers. The trio dared not speak further, silently following Professor McGonagall towards the castle. Sensing Ivan's thoughts, a jolt of electricity surged from the ancestral ring, sending Ivan tumbling to the ground in convulsions. Unworthy descendant, always wishing for the ancestors to toil like beasts of burden. The new term was unaffected by the incident with the Whomping Willow. Classes across various subjects commenced in succession, with the exception of the defense against the dark arts, which had a new professor, the idol of Hermione, Gilderoy Lockhart. To be precise, he was the idol of many a girl. It was said that he was a renowned author and adventurer. In the great hall, an owl delivered a crimson letter to Ron, who was enjoying his breakfast. Neville's eyes widened in alarm, his hand trembling as he pointed at the letter, his voice rising to an almost breaking pitch. Ron, that's a howler. Don't open it. Just as Ron's fingers grazed the edge of the envelope, he paused at Neville's warning, then donned an expression of indifference. A howler? Impossible. Who would use such a thing? Before he could finish his sentence, the red of the envelope deepened, seemingly activated by some unseen force, and it suddenly burst from Ron's grasp, hovering in the air with a piercing hiss. Other students in the hall halted their activities, drawn by the unexpected spectacle. A few younger students shrank back on the benches, their eyes wide with fear. The great hall fell silent, save for the howler, which slowly unfurled in midair, resembling a beast with a gaping maw. Ronald Weasley. A familiar female voice erupted from the envelope, laced with anger and anxiety. It was Mrs. Weasley. Her voice pierced through the air like the chill winds of winter, jabbing at every ear. Do you know what you've done? Taking Harry in that flying car and crashing into the Whomping Willow. Do you realize that the Ministry has issued a warning regarding your actions? Your father's position at the ministry could be jeopardized. You are simply an incorrigible troublemaker. Malfoy's mocking laughter rang out from the Slytherin table, sharp and grating. Ha! Look at our flying car hero. Weasley, your father's position at the ministry is truly precarious. His face bore a loathsome grin, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Ron's head snapped up, fury flashing in his eyes, his face turning crimson. He sprang to his feet, the hem of his robes billowing with his movement, his voice low and seething with anger. Malfoy, you had better shut your foul mouth. Malfoy, evidently unwilling to back down, leisurely rose from his seat, arms crossed, a more pronounced smirk on his lips. Oh, Weasley, what do you intend to do? Use your broken wand against me? His gaze swept over the wand in Ron's hand, a look of mockery crossing his face. Oh, right, your wand is already broken. ISNT it? How pathetic. Ron had yet to react when a spell struck his body, launching him into the air before he crashed heavily onto the floor. Producing a dull thud, his wand slipped from his grasp, the tape holding it together completely severed, rendering it in two fragmented pieces that rolled aside. Chapter 44, Divination and Fortune-Telling. The hall gradually regained its order as students resumed their meals, aware that classes were imminent and professors would be merciless in deducting points. The first lesson for the second years was divination. The classroom for this subject was situated in the lofty towers of Hogwarts, the ceiling designed as a grand astronomical dome, twinkling with stars that seemed to encapsulate the entirety of the cosmos. Inside, numerous round tables were arranged, each adorned with a crystal-clear crystal ball, surrounded by an array of mysterious runes and candles. Professor Trelawney stood at the podium, her hands slightly outstretched, her eyes half-closed as if enveloped in an enigmatic ambience. Her headscarf swayed gently, with long tassels cascading over her shoulders, presenting an aura that was both mystifying and unkempt. Students entered the classroom in succession, their footsteps resonating distinctly in the tranquil space. Ivan walked in and noticed the seat beside Hermione was vacant, so he took a place there. Hermione was flipping through her textbook on the fundamentals of divination, her brow furrowed in evident skepticism towards the subject. Upon noticing Ivan's arrival, she whispered, "Ivan, is it truly possible to predict the future?" Ivan smiled and replied, "I am uncertain whether the crystal ball can foresee the future. Yet I possess a form of magic that allows for such predictions, though it is not to be employed lightly. Knowing the future does not significantly benefit the present." At that moment, Professor Trelawney's voice resonated throughout the room. "Welcome, dear students. Today, we shall delve into the mist of the future, peering into the crystal ball to glimpse the trajectory of destiny." She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze vacant and dreamy, as if she were gazing beyond the classroom and into a distant future. Her eyes roamed over each face present. "Some of you," she continued, her tone low and mysterious, "may have already sensed the call of fate. Today, we shall attempt to converse with our future selves through the crystal ball." With a gentle wave of her hand, the candles in the classroom suddenly ignited, their soft glow reflecting upon the crystal ball, causing it to emit an unusual luminescence. "Please, everyone, take hold of the crystal ball," Professor Trelawney instructed softly. "Close your eyes, calm your thoughts, and strive to attune to the energy within the crystal." Ivan complied, grasping the crystal ball. Its cold surface made him instinctively frown. He shut his eyes, the sounds of his fellow students' quiet breaths and Trelawney's gentle guidance filling his ears. Yet his thoughts were communicating with his ancestral master regarding the art of fortune-telling. Indeed, predicting the future was but a step in the process of divination. Ivan's skills in this craft were more comprehensive, capable of revealing both past and future. However, his ancestor generally advised against him reading fortunes for others, as revealing too much of the celestial plan could result in a backlash of fate. To put it simply, those who prophesy for others risk encountering misfortune if they divulge excessive details about future events. Furthermore, Ivan's divination techniques were not applicable for calculating his own fate. The crystal ball, however, is distinct. Divination places greater emphasis on assessing one's own fortune. Ivan intends to merge the practices of divination and fortune-telling in this instance. If successful, he could utilize divination to gauge his fortune and determine the extent of information to reveal to the other party during fortune-telling, thus avoiding any potential backlash. Now, slowly opening his eyes, he focuses intently on the crystal ball as Professor Trelawney's voice continues, urging him to envision his future and attempt to perceive it. Ivan gazes fixedly at the crystal ball, where the mist within appears to float gently, as if something is brewing inside. Initially, he sees nothing, but suddenly, the mist within the crystal ball becomes chaotic, lightning flickering through as if a tremendous storm is raging within. Professor Trelawney suddenly appears beside him, her previously ethereal gaze sharpening. Her eyes fixate on the crystal ball, her complexion gradually paling, as if she has witnessed some horrific vision. A great catastrophe. She trembles, her voice laced with an indescribable terror. Hogwarts will face an unprecedented calamity. Her voice then becomes indistinct, as if some force has siphoned away her very spirit. She sways and ultimately collapses to the ground. The students in the classroom gasp, rising in a flurry of confusion. Could divination also bring about a backlash? Indeed, revealing secrets of fate incurs retribution in any realm, as the ancestors have whispered. Ivan swiftly sets the crystal ball aside and rushes to support Professor Trelawney, gently laying her on the ground. Her face is pale and her breathing rapid, as if she has just endured an immense psychological shock. Professor, Ivan softly calls, attempting to rouse her, but she remains with her eyes closed, murmuring keywords such as mysterious person and prophecy. The other students exchange glances, some quietly muttering. What did Professor Trelawney see? Why did she suddenly faint? Malfoy stands nearby, a smirk on his face, his tone mocking. It seems the so-called art of divination is nothing extraordinary. Even she cannot withstand it. His voice is not loud, yet it is sufficient to draw the attention of nearby Slytherin students, prompting them to emit a low chuckle. She hurriedly approaches Professor Trelawney, crouching beside her to carefully examine her pupils and breathing, then retrieves a vial of light blue potion from her bag, gently administering it to her lips. Trelawney is not gravely harmed. She has merely suffered a significant mental shock and requires rest. Madame Pomfrey rises, her tone calm. You there? Assist in carrying her to the infirmary. Ivan nods, along with Harry and Ron, as they cautiously lift Professor Trelawney and slowly exit the classroom. The students within the classroom watch them depart, whispers resuming once more. Hermione trails beside Ivan, perplexed by the recent events. Ivan, what did you see? Why did Professor Trelawney react so strongly? Hermione clearly finds his response unsatisfactory, her eyes glinting with skepticism. Did you truly not see anything? I find it hard to believe that anything substantial exists within a crystal ball. Divination classes are nothing more than a deception. Ivan chuckled softly. Perhaps. As my friend Ergouzi once remarked, some matters exist only if one believes in them. After escorting Professor Trelawney to the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey gestured for them to depart. Ivan cast a final glance at Professor Trelawney, silently contemplating the words of the venerable master. Indeed, the backlash of crystal ball divination shares an uncanny resemblance to the taboos inherent in Taoist fortune-telling. As night descended, the corridors of Hogwarts were illuminated solely by the dim glow of wall sconces. Ivan lay in bed, yet slumber eluded him. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night. Chapter 45. Who is the heir? Ivan swiftly sprang from his bed, deftly donning his outer robe, and pushed open the door to the dormitory. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, with only the distant wall lamps flickering faintly. He hastened toward the source of the sound, and as he approached, a cacophony of hushed whispers and anxious gasps began to emanate from the end of the corridor. Someone had been petrified. Good heavens, what has transpired? Quickly summon a professor. Ivan quickened his pace, parting the crowd to penetrate the encircled throng. Navigating past several younger students, he beheld a motionless classmate sprawled upon the floor in the center of the corridor. It was evident that this was a first-year student, daring to explore the secrets of Hogwarts in the dead of night, a curiosity that nearly every newcomer harbored. The Ravenclaw student lay rigid, their skin exhibiting a pale, stone-like sheen, eyes wide with terror, as if they had glimpsed a frightful apparition in their final moments. The surrounding students formed a circle, their faces etched with fear and unease. Some covered their mouths, struggling to stifle their screams, while others clutched their companions' arms tightly, seemingly terrified they might share the same fate. Ivan's gaze swiftly scanned the scene, landing on the wall behind the student, where the word heir was inscribed. Just as he intended to step forward for a closer inspection, the crowd suddenly stirred. Professor Snape's figure emerged rapidly from the opposite end of the corridor, his black robes billowing behind him, his countenance stern and grave. Clear the way. Snape's voice resonated, deep and authoritative, imbued with undeniable command. The students hastily parted, creating a passage for him. Snape knelt beside the petrified student, his gaze sweeping over the rigid form. His brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Swiftly, he withdrew his wand from within his robes, pointing the tip at the student as he murmured an incantation. Revert swiftly. A faint blue light emitted from the wand's tip, enveloping the student. However, as the light dissipated, The petrified state remained unchanged. Snape's expression darkened further, unease flickering in his eyes. He attempted several counterspells, yet to no avail. At that moment, Professor Lockhart emerged from the crowd, his trademark confident smile still adorning his face. His golden locks shimmered brilliantly in the dimly lit corridor as he firmly clutched his wand, seemingly poised to showcase his remarkable skills. Professor Lockhart, as the instructor for defense against the dark arts, ought to find it quite simple to reverse petrification. Wouldn't you agree? Severus Snape cast him a frosty glance. For a fleeting moment, Lockhart's smile faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. Approaching the petrified student, he waved his wand and recited, "Finite incantatem." A pale yellow beam emanated from his wand, striking the student. Minutes slipped by, yet the statue-like condition showed no sign of abating. Beads of perspiration began to form on Lockhart's forehead, and his grin turned increasingly strained. This spell may require a bit more time to take effect," he stammered, his voice tinged with embarrassment. At that moment, the figure of Professor Dumbledore appeared at the far end of the corridor. His silvery beard glimmered softly in the faint light, and his eyes expressed a hint of concern. Yet this time, his stride was hurried and disordered. "Make way, children," Dumbledore's voice resonated gently yet firmly, prompting the students to part and allow him passage. He approached the petrified student, pausing to examine the rigid form before glancing at the words inscribed on the wall. Then exhaling softly. As the corridor emptied, students gradually dispersed, their footsteps fading into the distant corners. Whispers arose, discussing the recent terrifying incident, laced with anxiety and fear. Just then, a student adorned in vibrant attire and extravagant jewelry spoke up, her voice carrying a note of lamentation. "Poor Penelope, her mirror is shattered." That was her favorite. How could one focus on a mirror at such a moment, rather than the safety of a fellow classmate? Ivan turned to regard the student, her golden hair slightly curled, and her gaze somewhat unfocused, as though lost in her own reverie. Ah, it was she, the girl known as Luna Lovegood, whimsically referred to as the crazy girl by her Ravenclaw peers. In the classroom, students had gathered, yet weariness was etched on every face, with dark circles under their eyes starkly visible. Hermione sat at the front, poring over a hefty textbook, her brow furrowed, though her gaze was somewhat vacant, clearly affected by the previous night's unexpected events. Ron slumped over his desk, chin resting on his arms, eyes half closed, resembling someone on the verge of slumber. Harry, on the other hand, maintained an upright posture, yet his expression was dazed, evidently still preoccupied with the occurrences of the previous night. Last night, Harry had not arrived at the scene amid the raucous crowd. He had been asleep, but the incessant chatter of voices grew louder in his ears, with one voice persistently lamenting about hunger and a desire to eat. Frustrated by the noise, Harry had followed the sounds, only to find himself embroiled in the ensuing chaos. Hermione lifted her head, massaging her temples, her voice weary. "No, Professor Dumbledore has sealed the information, and Madame Pomfrey is reluctant to divulge much. It is only known that Penelope, the one petrified, remains in the infirmary, showing no signs of awakening, although she is not in any immediate danger." Ivan nodded, casting a glance around the classroom, only to discover that his fellow students were also engaged in hushed whispers, seemingly deliberating over the events of the previous night. Malfoy sat on the Slytherin side, a smirk adorning his face as he quietly conversed with Crabbe and Goyle, occasionally glancing towards Gryffindor with an air of disdain. "It appeared that everyone was quite unsettled by last night's turmoil," Ivan murmured. Just as he was about to speak further, the classroom door swung open once more, and Professor Lockhart strode in with confidence, his characteristic smile firmly in place, clutching a hefty tome titled Adventures with Lockhart. Chapter 46, A Unique Lesson in Defense Against the Dark Arts. Lockhart approached the podium and placed the book down with a resounding clap, capturing the attention of all present. His beaming smile and golden hair glistened in the sunlight, as if the chaos of the previous night had no bearing on him whatsoever. "Good morning, class." Lockhart's voice rang out, vibrant and invigorating, seemingly capable of dispelling any weariness. "Today marks the commencement of our defense against the dark arts course, and I have decided to initiate it in a rather special manner, through a questionnaire, as is my custom." A murmur of low discussions arose in the classroom. Harry's eyes widened slightly, clearly taken aback by this approach. Ron lifted his head, furrowing his brow as he muttered, "A questionnaire? What does that even mean? Professor, shouldn't we be learning how to defend against dark magic? Spells like the shield charm or the disarming charm?" Harry raised his hand decisively to inquire. Lockhart smiled at Harry, gesturing for him to lower his hand. "I truly appreciate Mr. Potter's enthusiasm for learning. I was just as eager during my own school days. However, defense against the dark arts is not merely about mastering spells to vanquish opponents. Lockhart paused before continuing. Spells are directed at individuals. Only by understanding a person's habits can one effectively employ the appropriate spell. This brings me to my travelogue. Lockhart brandished his book, Adventures with Lockhart, declaring that it contained accounts of how he had utilized his opponent's habits to triumph over them. The prize for the top score on this questionnaire will be a personally signed copy of this very book. Once more, the classroom erupted into a low hum of discussion as students contemplated the validity of Lockhart's assertions. Ivan yawned in boredom. Such nonsense might fool children, but not him. Lockhart, seemingly pleased with the students' reactions, smiled slightly and waved his wand, causing parchment scrolls to drift down gracefully onto each student's desk. Ivan picked up the parchment, glancing down to find his brow slightly raised. The questions on the questionnaire were varied and mostly centered around Professor Lockhart's heroic exploits. The first question read, in my book, Giant's Breakfast, what is my favorite breakfast? Honey toast or cream rolls? The corners of Ivan's mouth twitched. Did this imply one could administer a potion to Lockhart? He glanced at Hermione, who was diligently filling out the questionnaire, her expression focused as if each question held paramount importance. Beside them, Ron and Harry appeared utterly bewildered, their fingers mindlessly tapping on the parchment, clearly at a loss. They had resigned themselves to silence. Ivan casually sketched a few options on the parchment, his cool tapping with a hint of indifference. The mnemonic for selecting the shortest answer was a staple for the academically challenged. He glanced up at Lockhart, who stood at the podium with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing his signature confident smile, as if his questionnaire were a grand academic symposium. Time's up, Professor Lockhart proclaimed loudly. With a flick of his wand, the parchments floated from the students' desks, neatly stacking themselves and flying into his hands. He lowered his gaze to review the questionnaires, a smile of satisfaction deepening at the corners of his mouth. Thus, we conclude today's lesson, Lockhart announced, still adorned with that self-assured grin. Ravenclaw achieves a perfect score, an additional 10 points. A low murmur of astonishment rippled through the classroom, especially among the Ravenclaw students, who wore expressions of pride. Hermione frowned slightly. It was the first time the top student faced defeat in a written exam. Is that it? Ron muttered under his breath, his tone laced with palpable disdain. I thought we might learn something practical. Harry remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lockhart, seemingly still contemplating the remark about understanding one's opponent's habits. He sensed that there was something significant being overlooked in those words. Ivan, Harry, and Ron gathered their textbooks, preparing to head to the Whomping Willow. Following the incident with the flying car, although Harry and Ron had not been expelled, they were tasked with caring for the Whomping Willow until it fully recovered. Ivan, the adept at delivering the final blow, was similarly obliged to share in this responsibility. Curious about the Whomping Willow's restoration, Hermione decided to join them. The group traversed the corridors of the castle, making their way toward the Whomping Willow at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The morning sun filtered through the treetops, casting dappled light on the grass, and the air was infused with the rich aroma of damp earth. Hermione walked briskly, cradling a hefty magical plants compendium, her brow slightly furrowed, evidently lost in thought. Hermione, do you really think we can heal it? Ron asked anxiously, slowing his pace, still haunted by the memory of being struck by a branch. His gaze frequently darted toward the distant Whomping Willow, a glimmer of caution in his expression. Ivan, however, held a different view. From their brief previous encounter, he had distinctly sensed the emotional fluctuations of the Whomping Willow, which, according to the ancient texts, indicated a form of sentience. Once sentient, it transcended the realm of mere flora. Let's hope so, Harry murmured in agreement, his gaze also fixed on the Whomping Willow. The massive tree stood quietly at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, its branches drooping listlessly, no longer thrashing about as it had previously. The last attack had inflicted considerable damage. Hermione approached the Whomping Willow, gazing up at its trunk, her brow knitting slightly. Its root system may have been affected. We need to examine it first. Having spoken, Hermione produced her wand from her robes and quietly began to incant a spell. A pale green radiance emanated from the tip of the wand, gradually enveloping the trunk of the Whomping Willow. The light flowed along the bark, as if probing the internal condition of the tree. How is it? Harry inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Hermione's actions. Hermione's expression grew increasingly grave as she shook her head. I don't know either. Perhaps we should consult Professor Sprout. As she spoke, her eyes turned toward Ron. Did you not acquire some plant potions from Professor Sprout? Perhaps we could give them a try. Ron paused for a moment, then retrieved a small vial of green liquid from his pocket, the label reading Plant Revitalizer. His fingers trembled slightly, clearly hesitant to approach the Whomping Willow. "Why don't you take it?" Ron suggested, handing the potion to Hermione, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Hermione accepted the potion, nodded, and cautiously approached the Whomping Willow. Her movements were deliberate and slow, as if trying to avoid any potential provocation. Harry and Ron stood nearby, their eyes locked on her, a hint of tension evident in their expressions. Chapter 47. The Secrets of the Whomping Willow. Just as Hermione was about to reach the roots of the tree, the branches of the Whomping Willow suddenly trembled slightly. Hermione's steps halted instantaneously, her breath catching in her throat. However, the tree made no further movements, its branches still drooping helplessly. Hermione exhaled in relief and continued forward. She crouched down, carefully directing the mouth of the potion bottle towards the roots, and gently poured the liquid out. The green elixir flowed slowly into the soil, quickly seeping into the roots. A faint herbal fragrance filled the air, as if a certain vitality was gradually reviving. Hermione stood back, observing the tree's response. Yet, the Whomping Willow remained unchanged. Its branches continued to droop, and there were no signs of healing in the fissures on its trunk. "It seems the potion's effects are rather subtle," Hermione remarked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Ron furrowed his brows, a sense of reluctance flickering in his eyes. "Perhaps the potion's dosage is insufficient? I shall pour in some more." With that, Ron strode forward, his movements far more casual than Hermione's. As his steps neared the roots of the tree, the branches of the Whomping Willow suddenly lashed out with great force. A thick branch striking towards Ron with lightning speed. "Ron, be careful," Harry shouted, instinctively drawing his wand and quickly casting a spell. Protego, a silvery shield manifested instantly before Ron, the branch crashing against it with a dull thud. Ron was jolted back several steps, his face a mask of terror. "Damn it, why is this thing still so aggressive?" Ron complained, his complexion paling. "It is merely acting in self-defense," Ivan's voice chimed in from the side. Creatures prior to their evolution possess a sense of self-preservation. Crossing this threshold of biological evolution represents an entirely different life form. Were it not for the Whomping Willow's inability to move, it would undoubtedly choose to distance itself from humans. Ivan approached the Whomping Willow slowly, his steps light and measured, as if each stride was in harmony with the ground beneath him. His eyes narrowed slightly, fixating on the stout trunk of the Whomping Willow, his expression both focused and calm. Ron's earlier misadventure did not surprise him. Rather, it reinforced his belief that the Whomping Willow remembered the scent of those who had harmed it. Harboring grudges is, after all, a sign of sentience. As he approached, the branches of the willow trembled subtly, as if silently warning him to halt his advance. Yet, Ivan did not pause. His steps remained resolute. The three young ones held their breath, wary that even the slightest sound might disturb the willow. Ivan's hand gradually rose, gently resting against the trunk, his touch tender as though caressing a startled beast. "I know you remember me," Ivan murmured softly, his voice gentle, as if whispering to an old friend. "But this time, I do not come to harm you." His palm pressed against the bark, a flow of vital energy coursing from within him, streaming through his fingertips into the Whomping Willow. This warm force resembled a gentle brook, flowing steadily into every branch and leaf of the tree. "Effective," Hermione exclaimed, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. "Ivan, how did you accomplish this?" "Look, its branches are rejuvenating," Harry whispered, threading his tone. The previously wilted and broken branches were now visibly reviving at an astonishing rate. Those fractured limbs began to heal, and the withered leaves transformed back into vibrant green. The entire Whomping Willow seemed to awaken from slumber in an instant, its branches swaying gently, radiating an indescribable joy. "That should suffice," Ivan said softly, his tone calm and assured. "Ivan, how did you manage this?" Hermione hurried forward, curiosity and confusion illuminating her features. "You merely caressed it, and yet it recovered so swiftly. Are you a plant speaker, like Professor Sprout?" Professor Sprout was capable of communicating with plants and had imparted much valuable herbological knowledge to Harry and his friends in their first year. This could be seen as a form of communication, and it would not be inaccurate to label him a plant speaker. Suddenly, Harry's voice broke in from the side. "Look, beneath the roots of the Whomping Willow, something seems to be there." Following Harry's gaze, Ivan indeed saw that a fissure had formed beneath the roots of the willow. The gap was not large, but it was sufficient to warrant attention. A faint glow emanated from within that crevice. Ron's voice, tinged with uncertainty, echoed. "It can't be that the Whomping Willow is having issues again, can it?" "I'll investigate," Ivan declared without hesitation, striding swiftly toward the opening. He crouched down, deftly parting the fissure with his fingers, his gaze peering into the narrow passage below. This appears to be a secret passage, Ivan whispered. A secret passage? Harry hurried over, his eyes drawn to the opening. He quickly produced the Marauder's map, eager to check, but it revealed no sign of the passage. Chapter 48, News of Aragog. Ivan gently cleared the soil from the roots of the Whomping Willow, gradually revealing a dark and mysterious passageway. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and a chill breeze wafted from its depths, carrying a hint of dampness. Where does this secret passage lead? Ron leaned closer, his gaze filled with uncertainty, tinged with a deeper sense of unease. He stared into the inky void, as if fearing that something terrifying might suddenly leap forth. I don't know, Ivan replied, shaking his head, his brow furrowed in evident puzzlement at the sudden emergence of this hidden corridor. He crouched down and tentatively reached into the passage, brushing his fingers against its cold, damp stone walls, which felt slick with a thick layer of moss. Last time we encountered the Whomping Willow, we certainly didn't discover this place, Harry remarked, glancing down at the Marauder's map in his hands, confirming that there were still no markings indicating this passage. Perhaps we should venture inside, Harry suggested, his eyes devoid of fear, brimming instead with an eagerness for exploration. This passage might lead to some hidden part of the castle, or even deep within the Forbidden Forest. Wait, Ron interjected, his expression visibly tense. Are we truly going to enter? What are dangerous creatures lurking within? Like spiders, for instance. Hermione shot him a sidelong glance, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Ron, are you afraid of spiders? Of course not. Ron's voice rose slightly, though his complexion paled. He instinctively took a step back, his gaze evasive, clearly reluctant to admit his fear of spiders. Perhaps we should notify Professor Dumbledore first, Hermione suggested cautiously. Just then, Hagrid approached from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, greeting them with a hearty call. He strode closer, his heavy boots crunching on the grass. His gaze fell upon the Whomping Willow, brow furrowing slightly as he boomed. What are you little ones doing here? The Whomping Willow is not to be trifled with. Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? Harry pointed towards the gap beside the tree roots, excitement evident in his voice. Hagrid, we've discovered a secret passage right beneath the Whomping Willow. Hagrid followed Harry's gesture, and upon seeing the crevice, his eyes widened, the gravity of the moment settling in. He squatted down, his enormous frame casting a shadow over the sunlight, and gently cleared the soil from the sides of the gap for a closer inspection. The Shrieking Shack? Hermione's voice brimmed with curiosity, a thoughtful glint in her eyes. I've heard it's haunted, and no one dares to approach it. Ivan shook his head, chuckling lightly. It's just some obsessions within the castle. Why be afraid? In Ivan's view, ghosts, phantoms, and dementors were merely manifestations of obsession. That's right, Hagrid nodded, rising to his feet and brushing off the dirt from his hands. However, you all should refrain from entering. It is far from a safe place, especially now. Why not? Ron couldn't help but ask, a note of apprehension creeping into his tone. Hagrid's expression grew somber, an unmistakable warning gleaming in his eyes. He lowered his voice, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Aragog, the spider in the Forbidden Forest, has informed me that all is not well at the Academy. There are monsters afoot. You must exercise caution. Monsters? Hermione's tone was laced with skepticism. Hagrid nodded gravely, his demeanor serious. Aragog claims that this creature is exceedingly dangerous. All the spiders within the castle have fled. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, a sense of unease creeping in as Hagrid's warning resonated within them. Particularly Ron, whose complexion paled noticeably at the mention of spiders, gripping the hem of his robe tightly. What do you think the monster Hagrid spoke of could be? Hermione inquired softly, her expression contemplative. Could it be related to Penelope's petrification last night? Harry shook his head, his brow furrowed. I don't know, but I sense that matters are far more complex than they appear. The words on the wall last night felt like part of a deeper conspiracy. Ron, with a hint of impatience, retorted, who cares about any conspiracy? I have no desire to encounter spiders again. You have no idea how terrifying Aragog's offspring are. Last semester, I nearly became their meal. Hermione shot him a glance, her eyes reflecting a measure of exasperation. Ron, can you refrain from fixating on spiders? We are currently addressing the issue of the Academy's safety. I merely believe that Hagrid is right. It would be wise for us to stay put for the time being. Ron muttered, his voice trailing off. Ivan had not engaged in their discussion, his thoughts still lingering on the Whomping Willow. As they entered the Great Hall, Harry was intercepted by Wood, who wore an enthusiastic grin and clutched his broomstick. Harry, I've been looking for you. Quidditch practice has been moved up. Come with me to the pitch. Wood's tone was urgent, brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming match. Harry nodded, somewhat resigned, and turned to Ivan and the others. "I'll head to practice. What about you?" Ron patted Harry on the shoulder, smiling. "Go ahead, I need to find Percy. The wand our family sent should have arrived. I'm tired of using that wand wrapped in tape." Hermione closed her book, her gaze resolute. "I'm off to the library to see if I can find any information on the petrifying creature. I suspect last night's incident was not a mere coincidence. There may be clues." Upon finishing her statement, she turned to Ivan. "Would you care to join me? Perhaps we can uncover some useful information." Ivan shook his head, his tone calm. "I'll pass. I have some matters to attend to." Hermione nodded, refraining from further inquiry, and proceeded toward the library. Ron hastily departed, sprinting towards Gryffindor Tower. Ivan stood still, watching their retreating figures before turning and heading to the dormitory. Upon entering the dormitory, Ivan retrieved a branch from the whomping willow from around his neck. The branch still emanated a faint vitality, as though freshly plucked from a tree. The voice of the ancestor echoed once more. "The willow branch is one of the finest materials for crafting magical artifacts, particularly for combating obsessions. I wonder if this whomping willow branch possesses similar properties." Ivan nodded gently, his fingers gliding softly over the surface of the willow branch, sensing its faint pulsations. He closed his eyes, allowing the chi within him to gradually flow forth, streaming through his fingertips into the heart of the willow branch, initiating the process of refinement. Time trickled away, leaving only the soft sound of Ivan's breathing and the slight tremors of the willow branch under the influence of his chi in the dormitory. The sunlight outside gradually softened, casting a warm glow upon the table, illuminating the focused profile of Ivan. At last, Ivan opened his eyes. The willow branch in his hand had transformed into an exquisite and delicate magical artifact. It resembled a willow leaf, emanating a gentle emerald glow, as if it harbored boundless vitality. Indeed, came the voice of the ancestral master, laced with a hint of approval. "This willow tuft is perfectly suited to adorn your wand." Chapter 49. The Peeves Testing Experiment. Ivan grasped his wand, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, as though a warm current was seeping from the wand into his palm, traversing his meridians throughout his body. This sensation ignited a spark of curiosity within him, compelling him to immediately test the capabilities of this new artifact. He pushed open the dormitory door, finding the corridor deserted, illuminated only by the dim glow of wall sconces that cast elongated shadows upon the stone walls. With a light step, Ivan descended the stairs, traversing several quiet hallways until he reached the castle's grand hall. At that moment, a shrill scream shattered the tranquility of the night. Ivan turned towards the sound, spotting Peeves floating in midair, brandishing a bottle filled with ink, and dousing a Slytherin student below. The student, in a frantic attempt to evade the onslaught, found himself too slow. Ink splattered across his robes, leaving a dark stain. His face turned ashen, lips pressed tightly together, clearly incensed by Peeves' mischief. Drawing his wand in a bid for retaliation, he was thwarted as Peeves nimbly dodged the incantation, continuing to tumble through the air while cackling even more audaciously. Ivan furrowed his brow slightly, raising his wand with a deliberate grace. Without hesitation, he flicked the willow tuft, sending forth a stream of emerald light that struck Peeves like a bolt of lightning. The ghost's laughter ceased abruptly, his body hurled away by a powerful force, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. Peeves momentarily hung, suspended in the air, before slowly descending to the ground, his form becoming increasingly transparent. A vivid green mark forming upon his visage, as if branded. Gazing down at his altered body, the once smug expression on Peeves' face was swiftly replaced by one of sheer terror. "What is this? My body?" His voice trembled, laced with disbelief and fear. He reached out to touch the mark, but as his fingers drew near, his form became even more insubstantial, as if on the brink of vanishing altogether. Peeves' complexion paled, his eyes wide with horror, lips quivering violently. Suddenly, he clutched his face and emitted a deafening wail. "Ah, it hurts. How could you harm me?" The panic in Peeves' voice was palpable, echoing with an unprecedented dread, as though he had suffered an unimaginable blow. At that moment, Professor Lockhart emerged from the crowd, his trademark confident smile still adorning his face. His golden hair shimmered under the dim light, and he clutched his wand tightly, seemingly poised to showcase his remarkable skills. Such opportunities for ostentation, devoid of risk, delighted him immensely. "Mr. Effery Peeves?" Lockhart glanced at Ivan, who was wielding a peculiar wand, and at Peeves, who was curled up in a corner, sobbing, his brow furrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by the scene. "You lot, follow me to my office." He summoned Ivan, Peeves, and a Slytherin student. All right, now that everyone is present, Lockhart positioned himself behind his desk, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the three faces, his smile unwavering. Can anyone tell me what transpired here? The Slytherin student immediately spoke up, his tone laced with unmistakable anger. Peeves played another prank. He splattered ink on me. I was about to retaliate when he glanced at Ivan, hesitating momentarily, and then he was sent flying by Effery. Lockhart's attention shifted to Ivan, his smile deepening. Oh, Mr. Effery, how did you manage that? Peeves is one of the most mischievous ghosts at Hogwarts. Ivan raised his eyes, his expression unperturbed. I merely employed a minor technique, Professor. He chose not to elaborate further, offering only a slight nod. Ivan arched an eyebrow, remaining silent. Lockhart chuckled, his tone tinged with curiosity. You know, I have many friends in the magical community and have encountered numerous perilous situations. Dealing with ghosts, especially one like Peeves, is no trivial matter. I suspect you possess some rather unique, methods? Ivan continued to maintain his silence, his gaze steady upon Lockhart, as if awaiting his next words. Professor, Ivan interjected calmly, I have nothing you would wish to include in your book. Frustrated by Ivan's refusal to divulge any information despite his coaxing, Lockhart finally lost his patience. He abruptly drew his wand, aiming it directly at Ivan. Chapter 50. The True Face of Lockhart. Obliviate. However, just as the spell was about to strike Ivan, he waved his wand gently, a vibrant emerald glow emanating from it, creating a barrier that effortlessly deflected Lockhart's incantation. What? Lockhart's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. His spell had been so effortlessly neutralized by Ivan. How could this be? How did you accomplish that? Lockhart's voice quivered, clearly stunned by his own failure. Clenching his wand, he attempted to cast another spell. But Ivan was no longer willing to grant him the opportunity. Like a specter, Ivan swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful strike to Lockhart's wrist with his wand. Lockhart grimaced in pain, the wand slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. In quick succession, Ivan kicked Lockhart's knee, causing him to cry out as he lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Lockhart emitted a pained wail, curling up on the ground. His hands clasped around his knees, his complexion ashen. His golden hair fell messily across his forehead. The once confident smile now vanished, replaced by a visage of agony and terror. Enough! Lockhart finally could not restrain himself, shouting, Stop! I concede. Ivan stood upright, his wand still directed at Lockhart, his expression cold and indifferent. Now, you may speak the truth. Lockhart gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly shaken by Ivan's actions. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with fear and unease. What do you wish to know? How many of your so-called heroic deeds are genuine? Ivan's tone was frigid, his gaze piercing Lockhart like a blade. Lockhart's countenance instantly turned ghostly pale, his lips quivering, evidently struck at his core by Ivan's inquiry. He lowered his head, his voice dwindling to a near whisper. I merely speak. Ivan's voice rose slightly, his wand twitching, causing Lockhart to flinch involuntarily. Finally, Lockhart spoke, a hint of despair lacing his voice. I appropriated the stories of other wizards, then used the Obliviate charm to make them forget their experiences, subsequently reshaping those tales into my adventures. Lockhart's face was as pale as a specter, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. His hands trembled as they clutched his garment tightly, as if seeking solace from the fabric. His gaze flickered, unable to meet Ivan's stern eyes, his tone tinged with a plea. Mr. Effery, no, Ivan, I admit I have committed some dishonorable acts, but I truly harbor no malice. I came to Hogwarts solely to enhance my reputation. Ivan's gaze remained icy, his wand slightly raised, its tip directed at Lockhart, his tone unwavering. Do you believe such an explanation will spare you? Appropriating other stories and altering their memories with the Obliviate charm. This is your notion of having no ill intent? Lockhart's lips quivered more violently, his body instinctively recoiling, as if seeking to escape Ivan's penetrating gaze. His voice was barely audible. I truly recognize my mistakes. I swear, if you spare me, I shall never again employ the Obliviate charm, and I can offer you half of my earnings as compensation. Ivan's brow arched slightly. This was no trifling sum. For the impoverished Ivan, such a fortune would alleviate his worries about galleons in the future. Noticing that Ivan did not immediately refuse, a glimmer of hope flickered in Lockhart's eyes as he hastily continued. Ivan, I know my words may lack sincerity, but please believe me, I shall not repeat the same errors. I will start anew and strive to be a truly good professor. Ivan's gaze lingered on Lockhart's face for a moment before he nodded slightly, a hint of chill in his tone. I have no interest in your affairs. But you would do well not to provoke me in the future. Furthermore, as a silencing fee, I demand 10,000 galleons. Rest assured, I shall not take half of your earnings. Ivan added, while it is often said that the more wealth one possesses, the better, it is wise to refrain from acquiring what is not rightfully earned. As Ergouzi remarked, a gentleman cherishes wealth, but only through righteous means. Today, having resisted temptation, may I beseech the ancestral spirits for a reprieve from practicing my martial arts. The daily exertion has left me somewhat fatigued. The following day, Ivan approached the hall with a buoyant spirit. Along the way, he encountered several Slytherin students engaged in hushed conversation, their gazes laden with a complex mixture of emotions upon seeing him. It was evident that the tales of his encounter with Peeves had circulated, enveloping the school once more in a palpable sense of fear dictated by madness. Ivan paid them no mind and strode directly into the hall, where the air was infused with the delightful aromas of toasted bread and pumpkin juice. He seated himself at an empty table, casually reaching for a slice of perfectly golden toast. With a bite, he delighted in its crisp exterior and soft interior. Not far away, Malfoy lounged at the long table, a cup of pumpkin juice in hand, occasionally casting glances in Ivan's direction. Noticing Ivan seated, he sauntered over, taking a seat across from him, a teasing tone lacing his voice. It seems you are in good spirits today, Ivan. I have heard about last night's escapade. Yvon met Malfoy Eshgage, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It's all right. I suppose the pumpkin juice at breakfast is a tad sweeter than usual. Malfoy chuckled lightly. Is that so? You should come to the Quidditch pitch at noon. I'll show you what true Slytherin excellence looks like. Ivan nodded. Certainly. I'll swing by if time permits. Malfoy's lips curled slightly. Then I shall see you at noon. Do not miss it. Following the previous encounter where Lucius had come to recognize Ivan's strength, he had instructed his son to befriend Ivan, hence the invitation from Malfoy. Ivan chose to remain silent, returning to his breakfast. Malfoy rose, casually taking a piece of bread before departing the table. Ivan was indifferent to Malfoy's overtures, disliking the latter's haughty demeanor. After finishing breakfast, Ivan walked towards herbology class alongside Ron and Harry. Hermione awaited them at the greenhouse entrance, cradling a hefty tome titled Magical Plants Illustrated, her expression brimming with anticipation. Professor Sprout stood at the entrance, directing students inside. Today's lesson focused on cultivating mandrakes. Professor Sprout's voice resonated clearly as she scanned her pupils, her tone imbued with gravity. Mandrakes are exceedingly precious herbs, essential for concocting potions that cure petrification. Therefore, handle them with utmost care. You are aware that a fellow student has been petrified. This herb can be used for the remedy. As Ivan entered the greenhouse, the air was rich with the earthy scent of soil and vegetation. The light within was soft, streaming through the glass ceiling and illuminating each plant. The mandrake cultivation area was distinctly marked, with each mandrake nestled in specially designed pots, their robust leaves and roots faintly visible. Professor Sprout approached a mandrake plant, gently caressing its leaves with a soft tone. The roots of the mandrake emit a piercing scream that can be detrimental to human health, so it is imperative that everyone wears ear protection while handling them. She beckoned the students forward and meticulously explained the process of planting and nurturing the mandrake. Ivan stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the roots of the mandrake, his brow slightly furrowed. The shape of the roots reminded him of the ginseng fruit from the east. Although differing in color and texture, the rounded form bore a striking resemblance. All right, now you may begin planting. Professor Sprout clapped her hands, signaling the students to proceed. Hermione promptly donned her ear protection, carefully lifting a mandrake and skillfully transplanting it into a new ceramic pot. Her expression was one of intense concentration, as if every inch of soil required meticulous precision. Harry and Ron, on the other hand, appeared somewhat clumsy. Ron inadvertently brushed against the mandrake's roots during the transplant, nearly dropping it to the ground. Ivan chose to observe from the sidelines, waiting for the right moment to act. Just as he was about to make his move, a sharp cry pierced the air. Instinctively, everyone clasped their hands over their ears, yet the sound penetrated the ear protection, leaving them momentarily disoriented. Turning to investigate, Ivan saw Neville clutching his head, pale and collapsed on the ground. Neville! Hermione dashed over, removing her ear protection in haste, anxiously helping him up. Neville's eyes were tightly shut, his breathing rapid, clearly overwhelmed by the mandrake's scream. Professor Sprout hurried to his side, retrieving a vial of potion from her pocket and applying a few drops to Neville's nose. His breathing gradually steadied, and some color returned to his face. It seemed Neville was particularly sensitive to the mandrake's cries. Professor Sprout sighed with a hint of exasperation. You all, Please take Neville to the infirmary. Let us hope this mandrake survives. She picked up the fallen mandrake from the ground. Chapter 51. Malfoy's elite theory after the herbology class concluded. Ivan was about to leave the greenhouse when he suddenly recalled Malfoy's invitation. He paused for a moment, pondering, and decided to visit the Quidditch pitch to witness the so-called Slytherin elite. Traversing the castle's corridors, sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting patterns on the floor, while a faint scent of fresh grass filled the air. Ivan ambled leisurely, his gaze casually sweeping over the portraits lining the walls, with the figures engaged in hushed conversations, occasionally casting glances in his direction. As he approached the Quidditch pitch, Ivan spotted Harry, already donned in his gear, standing in the center of the field alongside other Gryffindor players, awaiting the arrival of their captain, Oliver Wood. Harry, wearing protective goggles and gripping his broom, focused intently on the sky, clearly brimming with anticipation for the impending practice. The other players appeared equally spirited, diligently checking their equipment. The atmosphere charged with a blend of tension and excitement. Just as Ivan drew closer, Colin rushed over, breathless and carrying a camera. A look of urgency etched across his face. His footsteps were hurried, his face somewhat pale, clearly having sprinted from a distance. Colin dashed in front of Harry, gasping for breath, and exclaimed, "Harry, trouble. Wood is in a conflict with the Slytherins in the corridor." Harry's brow immediately furrowed, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the broom in his hand. He turned to the other team members, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Let us go see." Without hesitation, the team members followed Harry as they ran toward the castle. Ivan, seeing this, joined them as well. Their hurried steps echoed through the castle's corridors, swiftly leading them to the scene of the incident. A considerable number of students had already gathered in the corridor, and a palpable tension filled the air. Oliver Wood stood in the center of the corridor, his face ashen and his gaze aflame with anger, clearly incensed. Opposite him stood the Slytherin team. "On what grounds do you demand we vacate the training grounds?" Wood's voice was laced with suppressed fury, his fists clenched tightly as he struggled to maintain his composure. Marcus Flint let out a derisive chuckle. "Wood, Professor Snape has specifically granted us the use of the field to train our new seeker." He raised a parchment in his hand, bearing Snape's signature. Wood's gaze lingered on the parchment for a few seconds, and his expression darkened further. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke, his voice simmering with restrained anger. "A seeker? ISNT, your Slytherin seeker already established? Quidditch positions are typically fixed, and unless one graduates, substitutions are unlikely. The Slytherin seeker is merely a fifth-year student, thus it is impossible for them to have graduated." Wood was certain they were lying. Flint's smirk grew more arrogant. "Wood, our selection process for Slytherin players is not as rigid as your Gryffindors. Talent can elevate one at any moment." He cast a challenging glance at the Gryffindor players behind Wood, adding, "Moreover, our new seeker's capabilities far exceed yours." "I am the new seeker," Draco Malfoy declared with pride. Ever since Harry had become the Gryffindor seeker in his first year, Malfoy had been irked. This year, he had implored his father to leverage his financial influence, outfitting the team with Nimbus 2001 brooms in exchange for Snape's support, thus fulfilling his ambition of becoming the seeker. Now, he could finally defeat Harry on the pitch. Malfoy strode with buoyancy, a smug smile gracing his face. He approached Flint, letting his gaze sweep over the Gryffindor team before settling on Harry, a smirk curving his lips as he taunted. "What's this, Harry? I hear your Gryffindor brooms are still stuck in the Nimbus 2000 era? That one do. Quidditch ISN T1 merely on enthusiasm." Standing beside Harry, Hermione furrowed her brow in response to Malfoy's mockery, her tone laced with indignation. "Malfoy, do you really think that your father's wealth and Professor Snape's favoritism grant you the right to act as you please? You stand here only due to your parents' benevolence. What entitlement do you have to compare yourself with Harry?" Malfoy's expression darkened in an instant, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Hermione, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he spoke with a sharp, scornful tone. "You, mudblood, dare to speak here?" The term mudblood pierced Hermione's heart like a dagger. Her face turned pale, and her body trembled slightly, clearly incensed by the remark. Ivan, standing not far away, furrowed his brow in confusion and quietly inquired of Ron, "What does mudblood mean?" It was Malfoy who had hurled that insult at Ivan during their first year, resulting in Ivan retaliating with a punch. Evidently, even after all this time, Ivan still did not comprehend the significance of the term. Ron's expression grew even more grim as he clenched his teeth and replied, "It is a derogatory term used by pure-blood wizards to insult those of Muggle descent, implying their bloodline is impure and as filthy as mud." As Ron spoke, the fire of indignation in his eyes nearly erupted. he fixed his stare on Malfoy, his voice low and seething with anger. "Ivan, though you are a Slytherin, for Hermione's sake, I must confront Malfoy this time." With that, Ron abruptly drew his wand from his robes, its tip aimed directly at Malfoy. His movements were swift and fierce. Evidently, the pent-up anger had finally erupted. In an instant, Ron's complexion turned ashen, his body involuntarily bending as he clutched his abdomen, groaning in agony. His mouth gaped open, and then a stream of slimy slugs surged from his throat, splattering onto the floor with a wet thud. Ron collapsed to the ground, trembling, with slugs continually pouring from his mouth, the scene exceedingly grotesque. "Ron!" Harry and Hermione exclaimed in unison, Harry rushing over to support Ron's shoulder, his expression filled with concern. Hermione, her face pale and eyes brimming with worry, crouched down, wanting to assist Ron in clearing the slugs, yet unsure of how to proceed. Malfoy, witnessing the spectacle, erupted into a shrill, mocking laugh, his voice sharp and dripping with sarcasm. "Ha! Weasley, is this your idea of a new magic trick? Those slugs are quite impressive." As he spoke, he nudged Flint beside him with his elbow, both of them laughing uproariously. Ivan's brow furrowed even deeper, watching Ron's suffering. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He gently patted Harry's shoulder and murmured, "We should take him to Hagrid. He knows how to deal with this curse." Harry nodded, and Hermione quickly stood up. The three of them supported Ron and hurried towards Hagrid's hut. Ron stumbled along, his face pale, slugs still oozing from his mouth. The situation utterly disgraceful. Ivan approached Malfoy. "Is this what you call elite?" Malfoy's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression darkening as fury flashed in his eyes. He turned to Ivan, a slight smirk gracing his lips, his tone laced with sarcasm. "A mudblood's lineage is that of a mudblood. No amount of pretense can alter the truth. Pureblood wizards are the true elite. That is the spirit of Slytherin." Ivan said nothing more, merely casting a cold glance at Malfoy before turning to follow in Harry's footsteps. Previously, Ivan had been unclear about his purpose in this world, as if merely serving as a vessel for the Founder was sufficient. However, he now possessed a new objective: to eradicate prejudice and discrimination. Years later, when a reporter from the Daily Prophet investigated Ivan's growth records, this day was designated as his awakening day. Chapter 52, The Myrtle's Lavatory. When Ivan arrived at Hagrid's hut, Ron was nearly recovered. Hagrid stood by the hearth, carefully pouring a green potion into Ron's mouth. Ron's complexion had improved from its earlier pallor, and his breathing had steadied. He sat on Hagrid's wooden chair, hands resting on the armrests, his head slightly bowed, still appearing somewhat weakened. "Hagrid, do you know something?" Hermione keenly sensed the deeper meaning in Hagrid's words. Hagrid's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He turned his back to them, fiddling with the firewood by the hearth. His voice low, "Do not inquire further. These matters are not for you to concern yourselves with. I do not wish to see the events of decades past unfold again." Decades ago, Harry's voice carried a note of surprise, his gaze fixed intently on Hagrid's back. "Hagrid, what exactly happened?" Hermione wished to press further, but Harry placed a hand on her shoulder, signaling her to refrain from pursuing the matter. Hagrid's resolve was evident. He would divulge no more. "Let us depart," Harry murmured, glancing between Hermione and Ivan before finally settling on Ron. "Ron, can you walk?" Ron nodded. Though his complexion remained somewhat pale, he was able to rise. He grasped the chair's armrests, slowly standing up, his body swaying slightly before he steadied himself. "I'm fine now. I can walk," Ron declared, his voice tinged with weakness yet resolute. The group exited Hagrid's hut and made their way along the path to the castle. Night had fallen, and moonlight bathed the pathway, with the surrounding woods whispering in the gentle breeze. Ron's steps were considerably more stable than before, though still somewhat slow. Hermione walked beside him, occasionally reaching out to steady his arm, her eyes reflecting lingering concern. What did Hagrid's words mean? Hermione inquired softly, her gaze flitting between Harry and Ivan. Could the events from over a decade ago be connected to the petrifications occurring now at the school? Harry shook his head. "I am uncertain." Ivan descended the staircase, traversing several quiet corridors until he reached the vicinity of the library, when suddenly he heard a faint sound of weeping. The sound emanated from the adjacent girls' lavatory. Imbued with a sense of desolation and sorrow, Ivan paused momentarily. While he had encountered many obsessions within Hogwarts, this voice felt unfamiliar. He gently pushed open the lavatory door, scanning the interior, where he beheld a blurred female figure standing by the sink, hands covering her face, shoulders trembling slightly as she emitted soft cries. The obsession seemed to sense Ivan's presence, abruptly raising her head, a flicker of terror flashing in her eyes. Her face was as pale as parchment, her gaze hollow, and her lips trembled slightly, as if she had witnessed something frightful. In the next moment, she emitted a sharp scream, her body leaping backward into the toilet, disappearing without a trace. The ancestor mocked Ivan, whose appearance was already enough to terrify the obsession. He descended from the bed and approached Ron, giving him a gentle nudge. Ron, groggy, turned over, mumbling, "Stop it, let me sleep a little longer." "Ron." Harry's voice was tinged with urgency as he gripped Ron's shoulder tightly, the force of it rousing Ron instantly. "What's wrong?" Ron rubbed his eyes, sitting up and noticing Harry's pale complexion, his brow furrowing slightly. "You look as though you've seen a ghost." "I just heard a voice," Harry whispered, scanning the corners of the dormitory with vigilance. "It said it was hungry and wanted to eat." Ron paused, then shrugged, his tone casual. "Did you perhaps dream it?" "I haven't heard anything." Harry shook his head, a semblance of unease flickering in his gaze. "No, the voice was quite clear. It didn't seem like a dream, and I heard it the last time something happened." Ron's expression turned serious, his brow furrowing deeply. In the magical realm, hearing voices that others could not was far from a good omen. "What should we do?" Ron asked quietly, glancing at Harry's face with a hint of hesitation. "I believe we should investigate," Harry replied with conviction. His fingers slightly clenched as if resolved to uncover something. Though Ron felt a twinge of reluctance, he nodded and hastily donned his coat, following Harry out of the dormitory. They traversed the Gryffindor common room, where the fire in the hearth had long extinguished, leaving only faint embers radiating a gentle warmth. Hermione sat in a chair by the fireplace, cradling a hefty tome of magic, her brow slightly furrowed, evidently engrossed in her studies. Neville sat beside her, holding a herbology textbook, occasionally glancing up at Hermione, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately restraining himself. "Hermione, Neville, why are you still awake?" Harry approached them, his voice subdued, as though wary of disturbing something. Hermione lifted her gaze, fatigue evident in her eyes, her lips pressed together. "I'm delving into some theories on spells. I feel that our previous lessons lacked depth." Her fingers lightly tapped the pages of the book. Neville nodded, gripping the edge of his textbook tightly, his voice trembling slightly. I can't seem to sleep either. I have this feeling that something is about to happen." "We just heard some strange sounds," Harry said quietly, his eyes sweeping over Hermione and Neville's faces, "and I thought we might explore together. Perhaps we will uncover something." Hermione's brow immediately knitted in concern, her gaze sharpening with alertness. "Strange sounds? What exactly did you hear?" Harry succinctly recounted the conversation he had overheard, and Hermione's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. "Indeed, this is quite unusual," Hermione murmured. Neville's complexion grew even paler, his fingers gripping the textbook tightly as he stammered. "Are we really going?" "Let us go. No more hesitating," Ron urged, patting Neville on the shoulder, his tone tinged with impatience. Hermione nodded, swiftly organizing her books, standing with a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "We shall go and take a look, but we must exercise caution." The four of them donned the invisibility cloak and stepped out of the common room. The corridor enveloped in silence, illuminated only by the faint glow of wall sconces casting shadows upon the stone walls. They arrived near the 8th floor corridor, where an inexplicable chill hung in the air, as if something unseen was observing them from the shadows. Harry's gaze fell upon the door of the lavatory at the end of the corridor, the low voice echoing in his ears once more. "I am hungry. I want to eat." Hermione approached the lavatory door, gently pushing it open, her eyes scanning the interior. "This is Moaning Myrtle's domain. She is a ghost of Hogwarts who often weeps here." Harry surveyed the lavatory, the air thick with dampness, and several mirrors hung on the walls, their surfaces obscured, reflecting their indistinct silhouettes. The faucet by the sink dripped rhythmically, the sound piercing the emptiness of the room. Harry examined the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. He moved closer to the sink, lightly tapping the faucet. Nothing unusual. Just as they prepared to depart, Neville suddenly gasped. "Look!" Chapter 53, The Puppet Alchemy. Following Neville's indication, Harry's gaze turned to the wall of the corridor, where the figure of Mrs. Norris was frozen in place, as if petrified by some powerful spell. Her eyes were wide, fur bristling, and her mouth slightly ajar, as though she had emitted a terrified cry in her final moments. Hermione's face drained of color instantly. "This is petrification," she whispered, just like those students who were attacked before. Ron instinctively took a step back, his lips trembling. Who could have done this? Why Mrs. Norris? Neville's face blanched, his voice quaking. "We should leave quickly." Harry remained still, his gaze fixed upon the wall above Mrs. Norris's figure. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the Air, beware," was inscribed in crimson letters on the wall. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor, accompanied by Filch's low, furious voice. "Who is there?" Upon his arrival, Filch discovered his cat petrified before him. "My Mrs. Norris." Filch's voice trembled, clearly unable to accept the sight before him. "Who has done this to my Mrs. Norris? Was it you lot?" Filch interrogated Harry and the others, who quickly denied the accusation. The fierce argument shattered the stillness of the night, rousing students who had yet to retire. Students hurried over, relishing the rare opportunity to be out in the night without fear of reprisal. However, upon witnessing Madame Loris and the words inscribed on the wall, they were left in stunned silence. This was a grave situation. Dumbledore and the other professors soon arrived at the scene, a somber expression etched upon Dumbledore's face. He approached Madame Loris, gently brushing his fingers against the cat's fur, his tone laced with a sigh. Indeed, it is a petrification curse akin to the previous attacks. Filch's gaze was fixed intently on Dumbledore, his voice tinged with desperation. "Professor, is Loris unharmed?" Dumbledore nodded. "She is in no mortal peril." He then raised his gaze to the words on the wall. At that moment, Malfoy squeezed through the crowd, his eyes scanning each individual present before settling on Hermione, his voice dripping with coldness. "Some may be in peril." Hermione's complexion paled instantly, for she understood Malfoy's implication. Dumbledore dispersed the students, escorting Madame Loris to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Ivan stood in a dimly lit chamber within the academy, his eyes fixated on the imposing serpent before him. The creature's body shimmered with an eerie luminescence in the subdued light, its gaze as frigid as crystal, betraying no hint of emotion. The voice of his ancestor resonated in his mind. "Be cautious. This is not a living being. It is the shed skin of a snake. A puppet forged by dark alchemy." Ivan's brow furrowed slightly, his focus unwavering on the serpent as he delicately stroked his wand. A puppet? Who would employ such a thing? The ancestor's voice conveyed a sense of urgency. Its essence bears a strong aura of the Taoist arts, which piques my interest. Ivan took a cautious step back, his gaze still locked on the serpent. Its scales glimmered with a chilling light, and its forked tongue flicked out intermittently, producing a low, hissing sound, as if awaiting the opportune moment to strike. "Ancestor, if you claim this is a puppet, then who holds its reins?" Ivan inquired softly. The ancestor's voice reverberated once more in his mind. "The aura of this puppet is peculiar, as if infused with a power that transcends Taoist principles. Perhaps it is a fusion with the alchemy of the magical realm." Before he could finish, the serpent suddenly lunged, its tail snapping like a whip towards Ivan. Quick as a flash, he dodged, narrowly escaping the blow. However, the serpent's tail struck the wall behind him with tremendous force, shattering the stone and sending dust swirling into the air. Ivan regained his footing, his expression steely as he regarded the serpent, quite swift, yet regrettably insufficient. The serpent, seemingly incensed by Ivan's words, whipped its head around and lunged at him once more. This time, Ivan chose not to evade but to confront it directly. He arched his body through the air, delivering a powerful kick to the head of the serpent. Yet upon impact, he was met with an unexpectedly soft sensation, as though he had struck not a serpent but a mass of cotton. The ancestor's voice echoed again, laced with warning. "Beware. This is the flesh-shaking technique of the empty mountain Taoist temple, against which mere martial prowess proves futile." "Flesh-shaking?" Ivan inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. How could he, the sole disciple of the empty mountain Taoist temple, be unaware of such a skill? The voice of the Grand Master carried a tone of resignation. "This flesh-shaking technique is rather obscure within our temple's arts, known only to my corpulent senior brother. It is surprising to see it manifested here, especially in conjunction with magic." Before Ivan could pose another question, the serpent's tail lashed out once more. This time, instead of evading, Ivan boldly reached out and grasped the tail. "If fists and feet are ineffective, I shall employ a different approach," Ivan exclaimed, his arm exerting tremendous force as he swung the serpent overhead, forcefully bringing it down upon the ground. Bang! The serpent's form crashed heavily onto the floor, producing a dull thud. The stone tiles shattered instantly, while the serpent writhed in agony, emitting a series of hissing cries. Ivan did not relent. With renewed vigor, he hurled the serpent against the wall. The impact created a massive fissure in the wall, dust and debris cascading down. The serpent's cries grew more anguished, evidently suffering significant harm. Observing the fallen serpent, Ivan furrowed his brow and turned to the Grand Master. "Master, did you not say this was merely a puppet? Why does it seem to possess awareness?" The Grand Master's voice carried a note of contemplation. Perhaps the amalgamation of alchemy and Taoist arts has endowed it with a semblance of life. At that moment, The serpent's body quivered violently before it abruptly sprang from the ground, swiftly slithering towards the far end of the room, evidently attempting to escape. Trying to flee? Ivan scoffed, swiftly extracting a lightning talisman from his necklace. With a flick of his wrist, the talisman shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards the serpent. Boom! The talisman detonated upon contact with the serpent, enveloping it in a crackling blue arc of electricity. The serpent thrashed violently before collapsing heavily to the ground, emitting a low, sibilant hiss. Ivan approached, peering down at the prostrate serpent, exhaling in relief. Surely, this must be the end. However, in that moment of relaxation, the serpent's body suddenly stirred anew. Its head slowly lifted, cold eyes fixating on Ivan, a peculiar glimmer flashing within its pupils. Ivan's heart raced. He felt an uncanny force emanating from the serpent, as if invisible tendrils were gradually coiling around his form. His skin began to harden, as though some power were petrifying him from within. This is bad. Ivan immediately summoned his internal energy, striving to resist this encroaching force. Yet, it clung to him like a relentless parasite, refusing to be shaken off. Seizing the opportunity, the serpent twisted violently and swiftly vanished into a water pipe in the corner of the room, leaving no trace behind. Ivan stood rooted, his gaze fixed on the direction of the serpent's disappearance. This has truly become a predicament. Taking a deep breath, Ivan endeavored to calm the tumult within his energy. The chilling sensation of petrification lingered on his skin, rendering him profoundly uncomfortable. Chapter 54. The Legend of the Secret Chamber. Master, what is the true source of this serpent puppet's power? Ivan inquired softly. The voice of the ancestral master echoed in his mind. This is not merely the power of Taoist magic, but rather a blend of a certain alchemy from the world of sorcery. The petrifying effect of the serpent puppet is not true petrification, but rather a forced temporary confinement of the target's flesh achieved through the combination of Taoism and alchemy. This must be what Dumbledore and the others refer to as dark magic. A glimmer of contemplation crossed Ivan's eyes. In other words, there may be someone behind this serpent puppet who is both knowledgeable in Taoism and proficient in alchemy. Indeed, the voice of the ancestral master bore a note of warning, and it pertains to the Taoist magic of our Kongshan Taoist temple. Ivan rubbed his temples and said, Ancestral master, could this person possibly be one of us from the Kongshan Taoist temple? The ancestral master remained silent, and Ivan let out a soft sigh. Realizing he had indeed guessed correctly, Ivan pondered, intending to seek out Dumbledore to inquire about the serpent. In Hogwarts, when faced with uncertainty, consulting Dumbledore is always a wise choice. However, upon arriving at Dumbledore's office, he found himself at a loss. The following morning, as Ivan entered the Great Hall, he was enveloped by a tense atmosphere. Students sat in small groups, whispering to one another, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. Ivan chose a seat, absent-mindedly picking up a piece of golden brown toast, taking a bite. The crust was crisp while the interior was soft, yet he found himself distracted. Ivan, did you hear anything unusual last night? Came Harry's voice from beside him. Harry had not seen Ivan appear the previous night. Ivan set down the bread, raising an eyebrow slightly. Unusual? What do you mean? Harry lowered his voice, urgency lacing his tone. Last night, we found Madame Loris in the corridor. She was petrified. There was a message on the wall that read, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." A flicker of surprise flashed in Ivan's eyes. He had been present when Madame Loris was petrified, yet he had seen no such writing. Could there be a third party involved? Might it be the puppeteer behind the scenes? After a moment's hesitation, Ivan decided to divulge part of the information. Last night, I encountered the perpetrator who petrified Madame Loris. It was a massive serpent, but I did not see any writing. He withheld the details about the puppet. A serpent? Harry's expression grew serious. The emblem of Slytherin is indeed a serpent. Ivan nodded. Hermione leaned in, suggesting, is it possible that what Harry heard was parcel tongue? Harry nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with the possibility. Parcel tongue? Now it was Ivan's turn to be taken aback. Harry, do you possess the ability to speak to all creatures? The ability to communicate with beasts is a skill from the Kongshan Taoist temple, requiring a deep bond with animals, something Ivan himself could not master. Harry shook his head. What is this ability you speak of? I have never heard of it. Dumbledore said what I have is parcel tongue, a gift from Voldemort. He touched the scar on his forehead. I would rather not have this parcel tongue. Ron patted Harry on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Hermione quickly shifted the conversation, asserting, I'm certain that the one who wrote the message is Malfoy. He is the heir. Ron concurred, expressing to Ivan, did you not witness Malfoy's demeanor last night? It was as if he had pure blood, superiority etched upon his very countenance. Ivan pondered this notion, recognizing the strong bloodline ideology prevalent within the magical community. Reversing such entrenched beliefs would undoubtedly be no simple task. Ideally, he would gain mastery over the entire magical realm to propagate his ideals. Yet even someone as formidable as Dumbledore had not succeeded in such endeavors, suggesting that this path may be fraught with obstacles. Ivan massaged his temples, relinquishing his internal conflict. One step at a time, he resolved. During Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the classroom, her wand flicking gently, causing an ink pot on the desk to transform into a delicate owl. The creature flapped its wings, circled the room, and then alighted gracefully back onto the desk. Her gaze swept over the students, her brow slightly furrowed, clearly aware of their distraction. Transfiguration is one of the most intricate and precise branches of magic. McGonagall's voice remained steady, yet tinged with gravity, emphasizing the necessity for unwavering concentration and meticulous control. A moment's distraction could lead to failure in transformation or even perilous consequences. Nevertheless, the students in the classroom seemed to disregard her caution. Hermione raised her head, hesitating momentarily before lifting her hand. "Professor McGonagall, might we discuss the matter of the Chamber of Secrets?" The classroom fell silent instantly, all eyes fixated on Hermione and Professor McGonagall. The professor's expression momentarily stiffened, evidently taken aback by such a request. Her fingers instinctively tightened around her wand, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her features. "The Chamber of Secrets," she echoed softly, her tone laden with weight. Harry, Ron, and Ivan's gazes were intensely fixed upon Professor McGonagall, clearly invested in the inquiry. Other students also perked up their ears, seemingly having discovered a topic more captivating than Transfiguration itself. After a brief silence, McGonagall sighed and lowered her wand. She approached the window, her gaze drifting beyond the castle, her voice imbued with nostalgia. The four founders of Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin, Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff, were once close friends, united in their vision to establish this school. However, their philosophies gradually diverged. Salazar Slytherin held a profound reverence for blood purity, believing that only those of unblemished wizarding lineage deserved to learn magic. In contrast, the other three founders, particularly Gryffindor, maintained that magic should be accessible to all who possess talent. This fundamental disagreement ultimately led to Slytherin's departure. Legend has it that before he left, he concealed a chamber within Hogwarts, harboring a dreadful entity that only his heir could unlock. McGonagall turned to face the students, her gaze sweeping across their faces, her tone imbued with a foreboding warning. The legend of the Chamber of Secrets is not merely a tale of history. It symbolizes the past divisions within Hogwarts and represents a source of danger. Should the chamber truly be opened, it would pose a monumental threat to the entire school. She paused momentarily, her tone growing more solemn. "Therefore, I implore you all to concentrate on your studies at hand, rather than allowing these legends to divert your attention. Only by mastering a sufficient breadth of magical knowledge can you adequately prepare for any potential dangers." A profound silence enveloped the classroom, as the students were evidently taken aback by Professor McGonagall's words. One by one, they lowered their heads, redirecting their focus to their own exercises. Chapter 55, Lockhart and his House Elves. Ivan maneuvered through the crowd, overhearing the hushed discussions among his peers. Clearly, everyone harbored hopes that Lockhart might impart something genuinely useful this time. Ivan, however, remained skeptical, for he was all too aware of Lockhart's true capabilities. "Welcome, welcome." Lockhart's voice resonated loudly and theatrically as his gaze swept across the classroom, ultimately resting upon Ivan. He seemed to recall something, the smile at the corner of his mouth faltering for a moment before he swiftly averted his eyes. "Wizards, today we shall embark on a lesson of significant practical value." There was a hint of excitement in Lockhart's tone as he waved his wand, indicating a large box in the corner of the classroom. "Today, we shall learn how to capture Cornish pixies." Originally, this was not part of Lockhart's teaching agenda. Yet, after being chastised by Ivan, he felt compelled to invest some effort into sharing knowledge he deemed beneficial. Instantly, a murmur of low discussions arose throughout the classroom. Cornish pixies? Mischievous yet relatively harmless magical creatures. They posed little threat to Hogwarts students. However, few had ever truly encountered such beings. Lockhart appeared quite pleased with the students' reactions. Approaching the box, he gently tapped its top with his fingers, infusing his tone with an air of mystery. "Students, though Cornish pixies may seem innocuous, they possess a formidable capacity for destruction. Especially when in groups, their power can unleash chaos upon an entire classroom." As he spoke, he opened the box. Immediately, Dozens of blue Cornish pixies erupted from within, their wings buzzing rapidly in the air. "Now, allow me to demonstrate how to capture them," Lockhart proclaimed, waving his wand through the air. However, before he could complete his incantation, one of the pixies darted in front of him, snatching his wand and flinging it across the classroom. Laughter erupted throughout the room. The students watched Lockhart in his disheveled state, their faith in his prowess noticeably waning. Ron was doubled over in laughter. Harry shook his head in disbelief, while Hermione furrowed her brow, clearly disapproving of Lockhart's blunder. "Stop it, you little rascals!" Lockhart shouted in exasperation, but his voice was soon drowned out by the cacophony of the pixies. More Cornish pixies burst forth from the box, careening wildly around the classroom. They seized books, quills, inkpots, and even yanked a few students' hats off, plunging the room into utter chaos. "Help!" A girl screamed as her robe was tugged askew by a mischievous little sprite. Meanwhile, another boy found himself surrounded by several sprites, who were attempting to wrest his wand from his grasp. Neville was being yanked by the ears into the air by a handful of these sprites. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Hermione drew her wand and murmured, "Glacius." A beam of blue light shot forth from the tip of her wand, instantly enveloping the entire classroom. All the Cornish pixies were frozen in place, their movements abruptly halted as if the play button had been pressed. This freezing charm was one Hermione had learned from the library's book of spells. Gilderoy Lockhart picked himself up from the floor, attempting to regain his dignity. Yet his disheveled appearance betrayed his ineptitude. He cleared his throat and forced a smile, stating, "It seems these little creatures are more formidable than I had anticipated. However, my dear students, this only underscores the significance of our defense against the dark arts class. We must remain ever vigilant in the face of any potential dangers." Before he could finish, the students had already lost interest in him. That evening, Lockhart knocked on Ivan's dormitory door. Following the day's teaching debacle, he realized that if he continued down this path, he would soon be unmasked. Having witnessed Ivan's remarkable abilities, he sought his assistance. However, aside from the sounds of barking dogs, there was no response from Ivan's room. Had Ivan slipped out again at this late hour? Such an act would be against the school rules. Disheartened, Lockhart departed from Ivan's dormitory and wandered aimlessly down the corridor. He sighed and raised his gaze to the night sky beyond the corridor's end. The moonlight bathed the courtyard, casting dancing shadows of trees and creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Just as he was about to turn away, he caught sight of a diminutive figure lingering at the other end of the corridor. The familiar red hair stood out vividly in the moonlight. Ginny Weasley? Lockhart's eyes brightened. He recognized the girl. Ginny had gazed at him with admiration in class on numerous occasions and had even queued for a long time at his signing event just to obtain his autograph. She was indeed one of his most ardent fans. However, as he took a step forward, Ginny's actions caused him to halt. She stood at the entrance of the washroom, an odd expression on her face, her gaze wandering as if she were hesitating to enter. Her fingers gripped her wand tightly, and her body trembled slightly, as if embroiled in an internal struggle. Lockhart's brow furrowed in confusion. What could she possibly be doing at the washroom entrance at such a late hour? He murmured to himself, instinctively lightening his footsteps. Before he could finish his thought, Ginny seemed to react instinctively to his movement. Her body jolted, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes, and she instinctively waved her wand. Expelliarmus. Ginny's voice was laced with urgency and panic, and the tip of her wand erupted with a red light, hurtling directly towards Lockhart. Lockhart was utterly unprepared for the scene that unfolded before him. The spell struck him directly, propelling his body as if thrust by an invisible force, sending him crashing to the floor several meters away. His back slammed against the stone wall, eliciting a muffled groan of pain. In the moment the spell was cast, Ginny seemed to realize the gravity of her actions. Like a startled fawn, she swiftly turned and fled the scene with remarkable speed. Lockhart lay on the ground, immobilized by the pain in his back. His eyes widened in confusion, his mind a tumultuous whirl, completely unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Chapter 56, Dumbledore's Preparations. Enduring the pain, Lockhart leaned against the wall and gradually rose to his feet. The dull ache in his back persisted as his fingers groped the ground, locating his wand that had fallen several meters away. Trembling, he picked up the wand, delicately brushing off the dust with his fingertips. The wand's light flickered weakly, as if mocking his predicament. Lockhart's gaze drifted towards the end of the corridor, where Ginny's figure had long since vanished, leaving behind a desolate hallway that appeared especially forlorn under the moonlight. He sighed, feeling the humiliation of being bested by a student as a professor. His attention was suddenly drawn to a notebook lying on the floor. It rested there quietly, its cover somewhat worn, evidently a testament to frequent use. Once back in his office, Lockhart placed the notebook on his desk and casually ignited the flames in the fireplace. The flickering light danced across his face, revealing his slightly fatigued expression. Seated in his chair, his fingers unconsciously brushed over the cover of the notebook, which bore no name, only a faint aura of magic. Lockhart recognized it as a notebook for alchemical creations. He took up a quill and inscribed on a blank page, "How to teach students about defense against the dark arts." Suddenly, a line of text materialized in the notebook. "Establish a dueling club, allowing students to learn spells through combat." Lockhart froze in surprise, his eyes widening, and his fingers trembling slightly. He quickly wrote, "Dueling club? How should this be implemented?" The writing in the notebook transformed once more. "Let the students duel amongst themselves, familiarizing them with the practical application of spells through real combat. Only in battle can they truly grasp the essence of magic." As Lockhart contemplated the words, a surge of excitement welled within him. He had not anticipated that the dilemma troubling him would be resolved in such a manner. Meanwhile, Ivan was pushing open the door to Dumbledore's office. The room still lingered with a faint aroma of lemon drops. Dumbledore sat behind his expansive oak desk, cradling a steaming cup of honey tea, his gaze fixed on Ivan through his half-moon spectacles. "Professor, I believe I have uncovered the identity of the culprit behind the recent petrifications of students," Ivan said as he approached the desk, recounting his encounter with the puppet snake to Dumbledore. Dumbledore rose and moved to the window, gazing through the glass towards the distant castle. 50 years ago, Hogwarts experienced a similar petrification incident, resulting in the death of a student. It was then that Hagrid was expelled from the school. "Hagrid?" Ivan queried, perplexed. "He hardly seems like the heir." With a graceful wave of his hand, Dumbledore poured a cup of tea for Ivan and continued, "Of course not, Ivan. The true terror lies not within the monsters, but in the hearts of men." He paused momentarily, contemplating the recent events that may not solely target Hogwarts, but rather himself. Ivan understood the significance of Hogwarts to Dumbledore. Should Dumbledore fall, the integrity of Hogwarts would undoubtedly be shattered. Dumbledore's fingers delicately traced the rim of his teacup, as if weighing his next words with great care. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. "Ivan, there are certain matters I believe only you can handle. When I am absent from the school, you must ensure the safety of these students." Ivan furrowed his brow slightly. "Professor, are you planning to leave?" Dumbledore's tone carried a hint of gravity. "My child, it is not my intention, yet some matters lie beyond my control." Ivan rubbed his temples, concerned that if he continued to worry, he would age prematurely. "The blood of Fawkes as a reward," he stated with a deep, unwavering voice, infused with an air of insistence. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, was a creature Ivan wished to nurture himself. When he first heard the name, he mistakenly assumed it referred to the car belonging to Ergouzi, who often boasted of his family's Fawkes. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. "Very well. I shall grant you Fawkes blood. However, this can only be procured after Fawkes has undergone his rebirth." He gestured toward the pile of golden ashes nearby. "In its current state, the blood cannot be obtained." Ivan nodded in agreement. "It's a deal." A few days later, the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts was abuzz with excitement. The match between Slytherin and Gryffindor was set to commence, with stands filled to capacity with eager students. Notably, Lucius Malfoy was seen in the Slytherin section, clad in an extravagant black cloak, holding a wand adorned with a silver serpent's head, his gaze coldly fixed upon the field. Harry stood on the pitch, gripping his Nimbus 2000, his eyes locked onto the elusive golden snitch in the sky. His heartbeat quickened, and his breath became slightly labored. This match was of utmost importance to him. It was not merely a game for Gryffindor, but a personal contest against Malfoy. Malfoy stood directly opposite him, a smirk of provocation dancing in his eyes. With a casual flick of his broom, he taunted, "Potter, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Just as the two engaged in a fierce aerial duel, a bludger suddenly veered off course, hurtling towards Harry at alarming speed. Startled, Harry swiftly sidestepped, but the bludger struck his left arm with considerable force. Harry cried out in pain, the intensity of the impact nearly causing him to lose his grip on the broom. Yet he gritted his teeth, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the golden snitch. He could not afford to surrender, not now. At that moment, the snitch appeared within his line of sight, and despite the pain coursing through him, Harry surged forward with newfound determination. Malfoy, noticing his move, swiftly pursued, but it was too late. The moment Harry's fingers grasped the golden snitch, a thunderous cheer erupted throughout the stadium. Gryffindor emerged victorious. The referee's voice resonated across the entire arena as Harry descended from his broom. His left hand hung limply by his side, pain rendering his face pale. Ron and Hermione rushed over, concern etched in Hermione's eyes. "Harry, your arm." Harry managed a faint smile. "It's nothing. Winning is what matters." However, once they escorted Harry to the infirmary, matters took a turn for the worse. Gilderoy Lockhart volunteered to treat Harry, but his spell not only failed to heal Harry's arm, it caused his bones to vanish. Madame Pomfrey had to undertake the treatment anew, extending Harry's recovery period by an entire week. Chapter 57, Dobby's Identity. I suspect that the robe bludger incident was orchestrated by the heir. Hermione, seated by Harry's bedside, suddenly spoke in a hushed tone, as though fearing eavesdroppers. "We must uncover the heir swiftly." Ron asserted confidently. "Malfoy, he must be the heir, don't you think?" His words were surely laden with implications. A hint of a confident smile graced Hermione's lips. "We can test him, using Polyjuice Potion to transform into Crabbe, and extract the truth from him." Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Polyjuice Potion? The one that allows one to assume another's appearance?" "Hermione, you're a genius." Hermione waved her hand dismissively, her face betraying a hint of pride. "Don't celebrate too soon. The potion requires considerable time to brew, and the ingredients are quite rare. We must proceed with caution to avoid detection." The two swiftly departed the infirmary, heading straight for the library. Hermione navigated the shelves with expertise, locating several tomes on potion making, while Ron assisted by flipping through pages. They immersed themselves in study until nightfall, meticulously noting down the necessary ingredients and procedures. By the time Harry was discharged, Hermione and Ron had just perfected their Polyjuice Potion. They cautiously cradled several vials of bizarrely colored elixirs, standing in the girls' lavatory, ready to commence their plan. "All right, Ron, Harry, we need to be careful," Hermione whispered, a touch of anxiety in her gaze. "Once we mix in each other's hair and drink the potion, we'll assume one another's forms. But time is of the essence." Ron nodded, taking a vial, his brow furrowing slightly. "This smells quite pungent. Are you sure this is safe?" Hermione shot him an exasperated look, her tone tinged with impatience. "Ron, this was made precisely according to the recipe. There won't be any issues. Hurry. Time waits for no one." Moments later, the potion's effects began to manifest. Ron and Harry's features gradually distorted. Their bodies began to transform. Ron's hair thickened, and his facial contours became rugged. In mere moments, he had fully morphed into Crabbe, even adopting a slightly dazed expression. Harry's transformation was equally swift, his physique growing taller, shoulders widening, and his features hardening, until he ultimately resembled Goyle. However, Hermione remained hidden in the cubicle, prompting Harry and Ron to embark on their journey alone. Yet, before they could approach the Slytherin common room, they were abruptly halted by the sudden appearance of Ivan. A faint, enigmatic smile graced Ivan's lips as he addressed them. "Where do you two intend to go?" "Come now, Harry, Ron, cease your pretense. Malfoy is not the heir." The chaos during the Quidditch match was orchestrated by Dobby. Ivan, devoid of any desire to jest with them, laid the truth bare. Harry and Ron, eager to continue their defense, were met with Ivan's pointed gesture towards their chests. "My protective charm remains right here." Reluctantly, Harry and Ron had no choice but to reveal their true selves. A frown creased Harry's brow as he voiced his confusion. "You mean Dobby? That house elf? Why would he wish to harm me?" They moved to a quieter corner before Ivan halted, turning to face Harry and Ron. "Dobby is a loyal house elf, yet he possesses his own discernment. He perceives Hogwarts as a threat to you and wishes to compel you to depart through this means." "Compel me to leave?" Harry's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction, reminiscent of events prior to the term's commencement. He found Dobby's actions utterly perplexing. A silence enveloped Harry as he reflected, for he had not sensed any malice from Dobby. Just as Ivan was about to speak, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor's end, accompanied by low, ominous conversations. The trio turned their gazes toward the source of the noise, where Lucius Malfoy approached, accompanied by Dobby. Lucius's robes shimmered with a chilling gleam under the torchlight, while Dobby trailed behind, head bowed, his body quivering with evident trepidation. Lucius's footsteps resonated clearly in the empty corridor as he surveyed Harry, Ron, and Ivan, a cold smirk curving his lips. "Potter, Weasley, it appears you have yet to learn the propriety of avoiding forbidden places." Dobby stood behind Lucius, trembling slightly, his gaze fixated on Harry, filled with guilt and unease. Lucius's scrutinizing gaze swept over the trio before lingering momentarily. He uttered no further words, merely cast a disdainful glance at Dobby, signaling him to follow, before turning to depart. In that moment, they could not afford to display any familiarity with Dobby, Otherwise, considering the Malfoy family's treatment of Harry, Dobby would surely suffer the consequences. Ron watched Lucius's retreating figure, muttering under his breath with a hint of discontent. Look at him, as if Hogwarts belongs to his family. Ivan remained silent, while Harry was lost in thought. Sensing the tension, Ron suggested, "Let us find Hermione." It was then that Harry remembered Hermione was still in the lavatory. The three hastened towards Moaning Myrtle's lavatory, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension. Upon pushing open the lavatory door, they found Myrtle's ghost floating in the air, an eerie smile gracing her face. Harry's expression shifted slightly as he hurried to the cubicle where Hermione was located, knocking on the door. "Hermione, are you in there?" Ron called out. "Hermione, are you all right?" "We're coming in." He reached out and gently pushed the door of the cubicle, which opened slowly with a creak, revealing Hermione curled up in the corner. Her complexion ashen and beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Her body trembled slightly, and her lips parted as if she wished to utter something. Yet only a few indistinct murmurs escaped her. "Hermione!" Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison, hurrying towards her. Ivan stood at the doorway, his sharp gaze sweeping over Hermione's frail form. Something was amiss. Her appearance was not right. Hermione's fingers clutched her robe tightly as she lifted her head to look at them, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of terror and despair. Subtle changes began to manifest on her face. Delicate fur emerged upon her skin, her cheeks elongated, and her ears gradually took on a pointed shape. What had she turned into? Ron's voice quivered as he took a step back. Ivan approached, crouching down to scrutinize Hermione's visage, his fingers gently brushing against her forehead. Hermione's body jolted suddenly, emitting a low, mournful groan. "She is transformed into a cat." Ivan's expression registered mild shock. She was still a cat girl. Harry and the others swiftly carried Hermione to Madame Pomfrey for treatment. Chapter 58. Lockhart's magical proficiency. Hermione lay upon the infirmary bed, her complexion still pale. Though Madame Pomfrey had already cast a soothing spell, she still required rest. Naturally, she missed the first session of the dueling club. The classroom for defense against the dark arts had been transformed by Lockhart into a makeshift dueling arena. He stood at the center, hands on his hips, a confident grin adorning his face, as though he had the entire Hogwarts under his command. The room was packed with students, all eyes fixed upon Lockhart, eagerly anticipating his forthcoming demonstration of dueling prowess. "Dear students," Lockhart's voice boomed, infused with a touch of theatrical exaggeration, "today, we shall witness a true demonstration of dueling. As an expert in defense against the dark arts, I am fortunate to have our esteemed Professor Snape as my assistant." Snape stood to the side, his dark robes cloaking his ever-somber expression. Upon hearing Lockhart's words, he furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze betraying a barely perceptible hint of annoyance. His fingers idly stroked his wand, as if contemplating whether to silence Lockhart with a discreet charm. "Now let us begin." Lockhart waved his wand with a flourish, his posture elegant, as though performing on stage. He bent slightly, assuming a standard dueling stance, his signature smile still gracing his lips. Snape cast a cold glance in his direction, saying nothing further, merely raising his wand slowly, his eyes sharp as a hawk's fixated on Lockhart. "Come now, Professor Snape." Lockhart's voice carried a note of provocation. Lockhart seemed well prepared. With a swift flick of his wand, a defensive barrier appeared before him, blocking Snape's attack. "Excellent." Lockhart nodded with a smile, as if the earlier attack had merely been a warm-up. "However, Professor Snape, true dueling is not merely this." As his words faded, the wand was waved once more, a beam of azure light shooting forth from its tip, aimed directly at Snape. Snape's gaze sharpened momentarily, and he swiftly sidestepped to evade the luminous projectile. Although Lockhart's attack missed its mark, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the classroom. How curious it was that Lockhart's magical prowess had seemingly escalated so rapidly. Ivan, standing amidst the crowd, contemplated this development, acutely aware that while Lockhart's spell lacked potency, its speed and precision far surpassed his usual performance. Seeing Snape evade his assault, Lockhart's smile broadened radiantly. He brandished his wand again, reciting a complex incantation. This time, a spell emanating with a peculiar shimmer surged forth, hurtling towards Snape. Recognizing the unusual nature of the incantation, Snape's expression darkened slightly, his wand moving swiftly to conjure a protective shield. However, the spell appeared to pierce through his defenses, continuing its advance. Snape's countenance shifted subtly. He retreated rapidly, his wand once more in motion, casting an Expelliarmus that collided with Lockhart's spell, resulting in a muted explosion that neutralized the attack. The classroom erupted into thunderous applause. This was the attention he sought, the honor that rightfully belonged to him, rather than being the subject of mockery by diminutive creatures. It seemed, indeed, that Professor Snape's abilities were not to be underestimated. Lockhart feigned nonchalance, his voice laced with insincere praise, yet he knew that the true spectacle was yet to unfold. Before he could finish his thought, he brandished his wand with fervor, uttering another intricate incantation. In an instant, a blinding green light erupted from the wand's tip, morphing in midair into a tome with a gaping maw, emitting a shrill shriek. The classroom was instantly thrown into chaos, students recoiling in fear, their gasps echoing throughout the room. That was a monster book of monsters. A tremor of recognition rippled through the crowd. Originally a third-year textbook, it possessed a fierce attack instinct, often utilized by wizards for summoning spells. Snape's expression darkened further, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Clearly, he had not anticipated Lockhart's invocation of such a formidable spell, yet his demeanor swiftly regained its composure. With a swift flick of his wand, he uttered the words, "Shadowless Blade." A surge of pitch-black magic shot forth from Snape's wand, piercing the monster book and sending Lockhart sprawling backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, his wand slipping from his grasp, tracing an arc through the air before landing with a resounding thud. Professor Snape's magic was truly awe-inspiring. Lockhart managed to muster a strained smile, attempting to mask his embarrassment with his habitual exaggerated flair, yet the tremor in his voice betrayed his unease. He slowly rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his robe, and feigned nonchalance as he remarked, "However, this demonstration was far from flawless. You see, I could have easily triumphed over Professor Snape. I merely wished to provide the students with a more vivid experience, for practical teaching is of utmost importance." Snape cast a cold glance at Lockhart, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of derision. Yet, he refrained from exposing Lockhart's deception and merely stated, "I hope that next time, Professor Lockhart will present us with a more thrilling demonstration." Lockhart let out a couple of forced chuckles, his gaze darting around, clearly reluctant to pursue the topic further. He turned to face the students, arms outstretched, attempting to regain control of the situation. "All right, class, the previous demonstration illustrates just how vital reaction time and precision are in dueling. Now, let us continue with today's lesson. Which student would like to come up and showcase their skills?" His eyes scanned the classroom and finally landed on Harry. "Harry, would you care to give it a try? I am certain you will deliver a captivating duel." Harry hesitated momentarily, but before he could respond, Snape's deep voice interjected, "Since Mr. Potter has stepped forward, Malfoy, you shall duel him." Malfoy emerged from the crowd, a smug smile adorning his face. His gaze swept over Harry, and with a taunting tone, he declared, "Potter, I will show you the true meaning of disparity." Chapter 59. Harry's Parseltongue is revealed. Harry and Malfoy positioned themselves at opposite ends of the arena, slowly raising their wands. Their eyes locking, the air thick with tension. The surrounding classmates held their breath, their eyes glued to the center of the arena. "Begin." With Lockhart's command, Malfoy made the first move, swiftly waving his wand and incanting disarm. A crimson beam shot toward Harry with remarkable speed. Reacting quickly, Harry sidestepped and waved his wand, Protego. A transparent barrier appeared before him, successfully deflecting Malfoy's attack. Seizing the opportunity, Harry counterattacked Expelliarmus. A silvery light burst forth from the tip of his wand, hurtling toward Malfoy. Malfoy's expression shifted as he hastily waved his wand in an attempt to defend himself, but Harry's spell was too swift. He could only sidestep. It still felt the spell graze his shoulder. Malfoy let out a low gasp, his body swaying slightly, clearly struck by Harry's spell. A flicker of anger crossed his face, and his gaze sharpened. "Potter, is that all you can muster? These childish spells?" Malfoy sneered, waving his wand once more, Levi Corpus. Before Harry could react, the spell hit him, leaving him suspended helplessly in midair. Levi Corpus was a spell invented by Snape himself, possessing a strong element of surprise. It was primarily used for punishment and was not particularly harmful. Malfoy, seeing his advantage, allowed a victorious smile to spread across his face as he raised his wand again, stupefied. A red beam surged toward Harry, poised to strike him. At this critical juncture, Harry cast a levitation charm upon himself, causing his body to ascend slightly, thereby narrowly evading Malfoy's attack. The crowd erupted in cheers, marveling at the audacity of Harry's magical prowess. "Malfoy, your spells are hardly impressive." Harry hung upside down in the air, straining to maintain his balance, his fingers gripping his wand tightly, a hint of a smug smile dancing on his lips. Malfoy's expression darkened momentarily, his eyes flashing with fury. taken aback by Harry's unexpected counterattack in such a precarious position. With a swift motion, Harry brandished his wand, uttering, "Slip on your feet." A faint beam of light shot forth from the tip of his wand, heading straight for Malfoy's feet. Before Malfoy could react, he lost his footing and crashed heavily to the ground, his wand flying from his grasp and rolling aside. Instantly, Harry felt the magic dissipate from his body. Plummeting to the floor with a thud, his shoulder colliding with the ground, emitting a muffled groan. Both boys scrambled to their feet, locking eyes with each other, their breaths quickening. Malfoy's face was dark with rage, his eyes glimmering with ire as he retrieved his wand, the corners of his mouth twitching, clearly incensed. "Potter, you filthy mudblood, today you shall witness true magic." Malfoy's voice dripped with twisted hatred as he brandished his wand, reciting a complex incantation, Serpent Shadow. In an instant, a massive serpent, over 2 meters in length, coiled forth from the tip of Malfoy's wand, its scales glinting with a chilling sheen, the forked tongue flicking menacingly as it hissed. The serpent's eyes fixated on Harry, its body shifting slowly, poised to strike. The classroom erupted into chaos, students retreating in horror, gasps and screams echoing through the air. Some had already begun to shriek, their terrified gazes fixed on the monstrous serpent. Seeing the situation escalate, Lockhart waved his wand and shouted, "Flee, quickly!" A beam of light surged from Lockhart's wand toward the serpent. However, the serpent merely soared upwards before plummeting back down, evidently undeterred by Lockhart's interference. The creature opened its gaping maw, emitting a piercing hiss, lunging towards the nearby students. In that moment of impending doom, a thought flashed through Harry's mind. "Stop." His voice resonated low and urgent, accompanied by a peculiar hissing tone. The serpent halted abruptly, turning its cold gaze upon Harry, its tongue flicking as if comprehending his command. Gradually, the serpent's body relaxed, its head lowering, seemingly obeying Harry's directive. Yet, the students in the classroom were plunged into even greater panic. Harry is speaking the serpent's language. He is Parseltongue, the emblem of Slytherin. He is commanding that serpent. A Gryffindor student cried out. Harry's heart sank. He finally grasped the implications of his actions through the eyes of others. His ability to speak Parseltongue had been revealed, and the emergence of the serpent only intensified their suspicion towards him. Snape's expression darkened instantly as he swiftly drew his wand, his gaze sharp and fixed upon the serpent. His voice was deep and frigid. The serpent's shadow vanishes. A beam of black light shot forth from Snape's wand, racing towards the colossal serpent. The creature's form dissipated into smoke upon contact with the dark radiance, restoring tranquility to the classroom. Lockhart hastily announced the end of the class. Yet, Harry's heart remained in turmoil. He stood there, acutely aware of the countless gazes fixed upon him, filled with trepidation and skepticism. In the ensuing days, Harry felt ensnared in an invisible cage. Wherever he ventured, the surrounding students instinctively shied away from him. The once bustling corridors would part swiftly at his mere presence. As if he were some dreadful beast, he hurried along, head bowed, attempting to disregard the peculiar stares. But he could not escape the whispers that coiled around his ears like venomous serpents. It was him. He was the Parselmouth. They say he is the heir. He commanded that serpent. Did you see it? Harry's fists clenched unconsciously, fingernails digging deep into his palms. He wished to explain, yet found himself incapable of doing so. He understood the implications of being a Parselmouth at Hogwarts, particularly in such a sensitive time. Any explanation would seem woefully inadequate. The sole comfort he derived was from Ron and Hermione, who continued to place their faith in him. Amidst this atmosphere, another incident of petrification among students ignited a fresh wave of panic at Hogwarts. This time, the victim was Colin Creevey, discovered in the boys' lavatory on the 2nd floor. Entirely unclothed, evidently ambushed while preparing for a bath. As the news spread, a greater hysteria engulfed the school. Students murmured, and once again, the blame fell squarely on Harry. Colin was the first to accuse Harry of commanding the serpent during the defense against the dark arts duel. His petrification seemed to serve as retribution from the air against those who questioned him. "It must be Potter," shouted a Slytherin student in the corridor. "He is the Parselmouth. He commanded that serpent, and now he is retaliating against those who doubt him." Harry lingered at the edge of the crowd, absorbing the malicious speculations. A wave of impotent fury surging within him. He knew he was innocent, yet he could not prove it. His very existence appeared to be the source of the panic, leaving him powerless. This could not continue. Ivan stood not far away, his gaze piercing through the throng to land upon Harry. Ivan was not adept at deciphering mysteries, nor accustomed to employing intricate reasoning to uncover the truth. He preferred to confront challenges head-on with sheer strength. It was clear that brute force could not resolve the current predicament. They needed to locate the basilisk post-haste. Chapter 60. The Past of the Myrtle. Mr. Everly, please come to my office. Dumbledore's voice resonated beside Ivan, echoed by the portraits in the corridor emulating his tone. Upon entering Dumbledore's office, Ivan found not only the headmaster, but also Lucius and a slightly portly man. Ivan's gaze drifted from Lucius to settle on the rotund gentleman. On the man's face lingered an unmistakable air of arrogance, yet Ivan perceptibly sensed an underlying disquiet. His gaze was somewhat unfocused, and his breath came in quickened bursts, as if he were grappling with some intangible pressure. Ivan narrowed his eyes slightly, his mental acuity quietly expanding. He detected a faint ripple of psychic energy, subtly influencing Fudge's emotions and actions. This force was not overt. An ordinary person would remain oblivious to it. The man seemed to notice Ivan's scrutiny, furrowing his brow, his tone tinged with annoyance. And who might this be? Dumbledore offered a gentle smile, his voice warm. This is Mr. Ivan Fiery, a second-year student at Hogwarts. The man snorted, his gaze lingering on Ivan for a few seconds before coldly remarking, "Young man, staring at others is rather impolite." Ivan dismissed the man's reprimand, remaining focused on perceiving that psychic energy. He was certain this power did not emanate from Dumbledore. But whose could it be? Lucius? Or someone else entirely? Noticing Ivan's lack of response, the man's expression darkened further, and he turned to Dumbledore, saying, "Professor, the matters we discuss are not suitable for a student's presence." Dumbledore paid the man's words no heed. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze still warm, yet resolute upon Ivan. After a moment, Dumbledore spoke slowly, his voice deep yet clear. "Mr. Fiery, I entrust Fawkes to your care. At once." Ivan understood that Dumbledore needed to depart. His gaze flickered, shifting from Dumbledore's face to the phoenix quietly perched on the windowsill. This phoenix of Dumbledore had already undergone its rebirth. Ivan nodded, his tone devoid of hesitation. "Very well, Professor." He stepped forward, gently extending his hand. Fawkes inclined his head slightly, delicately pecking at Ivan's fingertips, as if to convey his trust. With tender care, Ivan lifted Fawkes and turned toward the door. He was curious as to why Dumbledore placed such trust in a second-year wizard. Ivan exited the office with Fawkes in his arms. The corridor lay deserted, save for the flickering flames in the fireplace, which crackled softly. Ivan's pace was unhurried, and Fawkes seemed to sense his emotions, gently nuzzling his arm. As he reached the staircase, Fawkes suddenly emitted a low trill, his wings fluttering slightly. Ivan looked down to find something clasped within Fawkes' talons. He carefully lifted Fawkes' foot and retrieved a weathered parchment. Unfurling the parchment, Ivan's eyes swiftly scanned its contents. It bore only a few words. "The truth lies hidden in history." Rubbing his temples, Ivan pondered why there was a penchant for such cryptic games. Could matters not be stated plainly? This was a source of vexation for him. He resolved to seek out Hermione, who would surely relish the opportunity for such deciphering. After settling Fawkes, Ivan hastened towards the library. Pushing open the heavy doors of the library, he immediately spotted Hermione. She sat in the corner, surrounded by a plethora of weighty ancient tomes, her quills swiftly inscribing notes onto the pages of her notebook. Ivan approached her gently, whispering, "Hermione, I have something I wish to show you." Hermione looked up, her expression one of mild surprise upon recognizing Ivan. "Ivan, what brings you here?" Ivan relayed Dumbledore's cryptic hint to Hermione. Moments later, she lifted her gaze, a glimmer of contemplation and uncertainty in her eyes. "The truth is concealed within history. It seems to suggest that we must delve into the historical records of Hogwarts." Her voice paused slightly, a spark of insight flickering in her eyes. Perhaps the truth was intertwined with the Chamber of Secrets incident that transpired 50 years ago, a time when a student lost their life. And the incident remains shrouded in mystery to this day. Nearby, Harry, upon hearing her words, immediately recalled a name that surged to the forefront of his mind. His gaze flickered, his voice low and urgent. "Moaning Myrtle. She is the only ghost in the school who wore a uniform, and she could have been attacked by the basilisk. We should seek her out. She may possess some knowledge." The group swiftly made their way to the lavatory where Myrtle was known to linger. Upon opening the door, they were met with a wave of damp air, the sound of dripping water echoing from the pipes in the corner. The ghost of Moaning Myrtle floated in the air, her face adorned with her customary melancholic expression. "Myrtle, we wish to inquire about certain matters." Hermione's voice was gentle yet resolute, aiming to soothe her troubled spirit. Myrtle turned her head, a hint of impatience in her eyes. "Oh, you're here to disturb me again. It's always the same. No one truly cares about me, only coming to ask questions. Harry stepped forward. Urgency, lacing his tone. Myrtle, we seek information regarding the Chamber of Secrets incident from 50 years ago. Were you present? Did you witness anything? Hermione's gaze sharpened, and she softly probed. Did you see anyone else prior to that? Perhaps someone entered the lavatory where you heard any strange sounds. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise passing between them. Hermione whispered, could that boy's voice be related to the opening of the chamber? Ron scratched his head, pondering aloud. If the opening of the chamber requires a specific sound or language, could it be linked to Parseltongue? A spark ignited in Hermione's eyes, her voice quickening. Ron, you are correct. It is indeed possible. Parseltongue is the key to opening the chamber. Harry's expression darkened. At present, I'm the only Parselmouth in the school. Could it truly be me? Chapter 61. The chamber opens. As soon as Harry's words resonated, the lavatory fell into a brief silence. Myrtle's ghost floated in the air, her demeanor still sorrowful, as though oblivious to their conversation. Ivan, standing nearby, remarked nonchalantly, rather than speculate here, we should simply attempt it. Harry took a deep breath and nodded. He positioned himself at the center of the lavatory, his gaze fixed intently on the sink, his throat constricting slightly. He then uttered a low hissing sound. Open. As Harry spoke in Parseltongue, the atmosphere of the lavatory seemed to freeze in anticipation. Several pairs of eyes were fixated on the sink, holding their breath. In the next moment, a deep rumble emanated from the basin, and suddenly, it appeared as though an invisible force had torn the sink apart, slowly parting it to reveal a pitch-black passageway. It truly opened. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. Hermione's gaze sparkled with excitement as she swiftly rose to her feet, her voice breathless. It seems Ron's conjecture was correct. The entrance to the chamber lies right here. Ivan said little, walking directly to the side of the passage and gazing into its shadowy depths. The passage was wide enough to accommodate several people entering simultaneously, yet its end was shrouded in darkness, only a chilling aura wafting upward from below. We must descend to investigate. Harry drew his wand, its tip glowing brightly. He was the first to leap down, followed closely by Ron and Hermione, with Ivan bringing up the rear. They soon landed in a vast underground space, far grander than they had imagined. Towering tree trunks shot up from the ground, their surfaces adorned with ancient runes and carvings, surrounded by various serpentine statues. The eyes of these statues seemed to flicker with a faint light in the darkness, instilling a sense of dread. It felt like stepping into another world. Hermione's voice held a note of wonder as her gaze swept over the statues and trunks. Ron appeared somewhat uneasy, instinctively inching closer to Harry, whispering, these snake statues look a bit frightening. Ivan paid no heed to their reactions, his focus fixed straight ahead. At the end of the passage stood a massive iron door, blocking their way. A coiled serpent was intricately carved into the door, its eyes seemingly watching them, exerting an invisible pressure. It appears we must open a door once more. Ivan's gaze turned to Harry. Harry nodded, stepping up to the iron door, and once again uttered a low hissing sound. Open. However, this time, the door remained unresponsive. Harry attempted several more times, but the result was the same. His expression turned grim, a hint of frustration lacing his tone. It seems this isn't going to work. Ron's voice carried a note of resignation. Are we trapped here? Hermione's brow furrowed as her eyes scanned the area around the iron door, searching for other clues. She gently tapped the door, her voice low. This door appears exceedingly heavy, and there are no handles or mechanisms. We must devise a way to open it. Ivan's gaze lingered on the door for a moment. Then he gradually channeled his energy throughout his body. A faint glow began to emanate from his palm, and the air around him seemed to thicken with his movements. Approaching the iron door, he swung his fist forward, striking the center of the door with force. The entrance to the chamber slowly creaked open, a damp, cold breeze rushing out, carrying with it a musty scent. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ivan stood at the threshold, their eyes locked onto the darkness within. The tip of Harry's wand continued to shimmer with a soft light, illuminating a few meters ahead. The stone walls flanking the passage were etched with ancient patterns, as if narrating a long-forgotten tale. In the heart of the chamber stood a colossal serpentine statue, its head held high, while its sinuous body coiled majestically upon the pedestal. The scales so lifelike that they seemed poised to spring to life at any moment. The serpent's eyes gleamed with an eerie green light, casting an unsettling glow in the darkness. The four individuals halted, their gazes converging upon the statue in unison. Is this the center of the hidden chamber? Ivan stepped forward, scrutinizing the statue intently. His gaze lingered on the serpent's eyes for a brief moment before he turned to Harry. Why not try speaking Parseltongue and see if you can summon the basilisk? Harry nodded, approached the statue, and with a slight movement of his throat, emitted a low, hissing sound. Come forth. However, the statue remained utterly unresponsive. Strange, no reaction. Harry remarked, a hint of confusion lacing his voice as he looked back at Ivan. Ivan's expression hardened slightly. It appears the basilisk is no longer here. Hermione's complexion instantly paled. This is bad. If the basilisk is not in the chamber, it must have escaped. We need to hurry and check outside. Ivan scanned the three of them, directing his words to Harry and Ron. You too, immediately informed Professor McGonagall. Hermione, accompany me as we search for traces of the basilisk. Harry and Ron turned and sprinted towards the exit of the chamber, while Hermione followed closely behind Ivan as the trio swiftly departed the hidden chamber. Upon exiting the lavatory, they were met with a commotion in the corridor. Students were rushing towards the Ollery. What has happened? Ivan inquired, detaining a Hufflepuff student. Another petrification incident, the student replied, panic evident in their voice. Ivan and Hermione hurried over. It's Malfoy. A Slytherin student pointed at the figure on the floor, their voice tinged with alarm. Ivan's gaze fell upon the ground, where Draco Malfoy lay, his body stiff and pallid. A look of terror frozen on his face, as if he had witnessed something dreadfully horrifying just before being petrified. Hermione's brow furrowed. Concern etched in her eyes. It seems the basilisk has indeed emerged, and its targets extend beyond Muggle-born students. Even the pure-blood Malfoy has not been spared. Does this imply that the basilisk has spiraled out of control? Chapter 62. The inaugural collaboration between Dumbledore and Ivan. By the time Professor McGonagall arrived at the scene, news of Malfoy's petrification had already spread among the students. She stood solemnly beside the rigid form of Malfoy, her brow furrowed, a grave expression shadowing her features. Hermione, standing nearby, quietly recounted their discoveries in the chamber to Professor McGonagall, particularly the speculation that the basilisk may have been released from its confinement. Upon hearing this, McGonagall's demeanor grew even more serious. She promptly convened several professors, including Snape, Lockhart, and Flitwick, to brief them on the situation. Upon learning that the chamber had been breached, Lockhart's face drained of color, his eyes flickering nervously. He clutched his chest, suddenly claiming to feel unwell, and hastily departed the scene. Snape proposed, we must immediately secure the chamber and inform Lucius Malfoy. His son's condition is currently unknown. He has the right to be informed of these developments. McGonagall nodded in agreement, refraining from objection. She understood that, at this sensitive juncture, Lucius's involvement was unavoidable. Shortly thereafter, Lucius Malfoy stormed into Hogwarts, his robes billowing in the wind, his countenance dark enough to seem as if it could drip with water. He strode directly towards Professor McGonagall, his voice tinged with suppressed fury. Professor McGonagall, what has happened to my son? Why has he been petrified? Is Hogwarts incapable of ensuring even the most basic safety? In the face of Lucius's interrogation, Professor McGonagall remained composed, though a hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes. Lucius, we are investigating the matter. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, and the basilisk may have escaped its confinement. Draco was petrified by the creature's gaze, but he is not in any immediate danger. Standing aside, Snape cast a cold glance at Lucius, his tone laced with a touch of mockery. Lucius, calm yourself. If you had not forced Dumbledore away, matters would not have escalated to this extent. The priority now is to locate the basilisk, not to vent your anger here. Professor McGonagall nodded, and Lucius huffed disdainfully before turning to leave. He uttered no further words, yet his retreating figure exuded an unmistakable resolve. Dumbledore's presence soon graced the corridors of Hogwarts, his robes gently swaying in the breeze, a familiar, gentle smile adorning his face. His gaze swept over the ancient stone walls and windows, as if silently soothing the restless castle. The trio traversed several corridors until they arrived at the well-known entrance to the chamber. Myrtle's restroom remained cold and damp, the air thick with a musty odor. Professor, we discovered the entrance to the chamber here, Harry informed Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded, turning to regard Harry and Ivan with a warm gaze. I am aware, Harry. Do not worry, you are not the heir. Hearing Dumbledore's faith in him, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been under scrutiny recently, burdened by immense pressure. Dumbledore led them once more into the chamber. With a gentle flick of his wand, he murmured, Revelio. Instantly, a faint silver glow emerged upon the chamber's floor, as if a thin mist enveloped the ground. Within the light, several disordered footprints gradually became visible, varying in depth, clearly left by different individuals. 3 individuals have been here, Dumbledore stated, his gaze lingering on the footprints, his tone growing grave, noting that one belonged to a soul in a spectral state. Dumbledore's magic astounded Ivan, who had not anticipated that mere footprints could reveal such states of being. In some respects, magic proved more practical than traditional spells. The ancestral master concurred, affirming one of the reasons he supported Ivan's pursuit of magic. Ivan gently waved at one of the footprints, and an unseen essence surged towards him. Quickly, he retrieved a blank parchment from his necklace to ensnare the essence. Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes landing on the parchment in Ivan's hands, a flicker of curiosity crossing his gaze. Sensing Dumbledore's attention, Ivan looked up and explained, "Professor, I suddenly thought of a spell that might help us uncover the mastermind behind this." Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Oh? What kind of spell?" Ivan spoke little, gently tearing the parchment into the shape of a small figure. He infused the essence he had just absorbed into the figure, which gradually expanded until it was completely enveloped. With one hand, Ivan formed a seal, touching the air lightly with his fingertip, and softly uttered, "Awaken." The small figure trembled slightly, as if infused with life. It twisted its neck, glanced at its hands and feet, and then leapt forward, landing firmly on the ground. Without the slightest hesitation, it dashed deeper into the secret chamber. "Follow it," Ivan whispered, swiftly following suit. Dumbledore and Harry exchanged a glance, and without delay, they pursued closely behind. The small figure suddenly turned and dove into a narrow passageway. The entrance to the passage was concealed behind a stone wall. Had it not been for the small figure leading the way, they would have struggled to uncover this hidden corner. "Be careful, keep up," Ivan cautioned softly, bending down to enter the passage. Inside, the passage was cramped and low, forcing them to proceed with bent backs. Harry raised his wand, the spell illuminating the path ahead. The walls of the passage were covered in damp moss, and the air was thick with a musty odor. "It seems as though no one has been here for ages," Harry remarked quietly, his voice sounding particularly muffled in the confined space. Chapter 63. The air is actually him. The small figure halted before a stone wall, circling it once, pointing at a certain spot on the wall, emitting a faint sound. Ivan's gaze followed the direction indicated by the figure, scrutinizing the stone wall closely. The wall bore the marks of time, the stones uneven and weathered. His fingers lightly brushed against the stone, detecting a subtle wave of energy. "Something feels off here," Ivan murmured, gently tapping his fingertip against the wall, producing a soft sound. His brow furrowed slightly, his expression revealing a hint of perplexity. There was a stone on the wall that was slightly darker in color, differing from the surrounding stones. Harry approached as well, his wand casting a dim light that illuminated the stone. He examined it carefully and tentatively pushed against it, but the stone remained unmoved. "It seems this stone is fixed in place," Harry said quietly, his tone cautious. "This is a mechanism," Ivan replied softly, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his inner energy and swung his fist forcefully against the stone. Emerging from the passage, they found themselves in the classroom of the Defense Against the Dark Arts. The small figure came to a stop inside the office. Ivan's gaze fell upon the figure, his brow furrowing slightly. He stepped closer, leaning down to examine it carefully. This spell activates the essence of the target, allowing one to locate the places frequented by the original owner. Ivan turned to explain to Harry and Dumbledore. His voice was calm, laced with contemplation. In other words, by tracking the movements of the small figure, we can determine the location most often visited by the mastermind. Harry stood nearby, his eyes fixed intently on the small figure, his expression growing increasingly grave. "So, you're saying this small figure has led us to a place the mastermind frequently visits?" Ivan nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this is the very place where the mastermind frequently operates." Harry's complexion instantly drained of color, his voice quivering slightly. "Does this mean that the little figure representing our Defense Against the Dark Arts class is none other than Professor Lockhart?" Witnessing this revelation, Harry's breath quickened, and a wave of complex emotions flickered in his eyes. His gaze wandered over Lockhart's desk, murmuring, "How could it be him? He is our Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, standing at the threshold of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom." A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Harry's mind. He slapped his forehead and whispered, "The Marauder's map. I still have the Marauder's map." He swiftly retrieved a weathered piece of parchment from his pocket, gently tapping it with his fingers as he intoned, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Instantly, intricate ink lines emerged on the parchment, outlining a detailed map of Hogwarts, with countless tiny footsteps traversing its surface, each labeled with a name. Harry's eyes quickly scanned the map, searching for Lockhart's whereabouts. "Where is Lockhart?" His finger glided swiftly across the map until suddenly his pupils dilated in alarm. His voice betraying a hint of panic. Found him. Lockhart is with Ginny. Ivan leaned closer, his gaze falling upon the names of Lockhart and Ginny on the map. Ivan's eyes darted over the map, pinpointing a location, and he stated solemnly, "They are on the second floor, near the restroom." A wave of dread washed over Harry. A foreboding sensation flashing through his mind. He abruptly lifted his gaze to Ivan, his voice urgent and tinged with anxiety. "We must go. We need to hurry." Ivan nodded in silent agreement, and without further ado, the two turned and dashed toward the staircase. Harry's footsteps were frantic and disordered, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Images of Ginny flooded his mind, filling him with trepidation. "Ginny must be all right," Harry murmured under his breath, his pace quickening. "She cannot perish in the Chamber of Secrets." A chilling realization struck Harry, as if icy water had been poured over him, sending a shiver from his toes to the crown of his head. The Chamber of Secrets. Ginny has been taken into the chamber. Without hesitation, they burst into the restroom. As the door swung open, damp air rushed toward them, the sound of dripping pipes echoing in the corner, and the ghost of moaning Myrtle floated in the air. Her face etched with sorrow as she regarded them. "You've come to disturb me again," Myrtle lamented, her voice tinged with melancholy. "It's always the same. No one truly cares about me. Myrtle, where is Ginny?" Harry's voice was frantic and tense, his eyes scanning the restroom with urgency. The ghost drifted to the sink. Pointing downwards with a foreboding tone, she followed that man down there. "We must go," Ivan said without hesitation, leaping into the passage. Harry followed closely behind, their figures vanishing into the darkness in an instant. In the heart of the chamber, Ginny lay on the ground, her face pale, clutching a tattered notebook tightly in her hands. Her breaths were faint, as if they could cease at any moment. "Ginny!" Harry rushed forward, kneeling beside her, gently shaking her shoulder. "Wake up, Ginny!" Ginny's eyes were tightly shut, unresponsive. Harry's complexion instantly turned ashen, his fingers trembling as he reached to check her pulse. Relieved to detect a faint breath, she was still alive. Harry's voice was hoarse, his eyes brimming with anxiety. Ivan nodded, surveying the surroundings. "Where's Lockhart?" "I am here." A chilling voice emerged from the shadows. Lockhart slowly stepped into view, an eerie smile gracing his face. His robe appeared particularly sinister under the dim glow, and he gripped a wand, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. "Lockhart!" Harry's gaze sharpened, tightening his grip on his wand. "What have you done to Ginny?" Lockhart chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. "She's merely a tool. The true targets are you. What do you intend to do?" Ivan's voice was calm and frigid, his gaze fixed intently on Lockhart. Lockhart's lips curled into a slight smirk, a flicker of fanaticism in his eyes. "I wish to become a true celebrity, no longer the laughingstock of a fraud, and my master can help me achieve this desire." Chapter 64. This is a Soul. Before he finished speaking, Lockhart waved his wand, attempting to ensnare Harry with a powerful, stunning spell. The tip of his wand emitted a blinding light, his face alight with triumph as he envisioned Harry collapsing. However, Harry had anticipated his move. In the instant before Lockhart's spell was fully unleashed, Harry swiftly raised his wand, uttering, "Armor Protect." An invisible barrier unfolded before Harry, and Lockhart's stunning spell collided with it, dissipating instantly. Lockhart was taken aback. He had not expected that after studying magic from the Dark Lord for so long, his battle instincts would be inferior to Harry's. Seizing the moment of Lockhart's surprise, Harry waved his wand, "Disarm." A beam of light shot from Harry's wand, heading straight for Lockhart's wand. Before Lockhart could react, his wand was knocked from his hand, arcing through the air and landing several meters away. Lockhart's eyes widened in disbelief at Harry's swiftness. At that moment, Ivan's figure flickered like a specter beside Lockhart. His movements were almost imperceptible, delivering a clean and precise sidekick that struck Lockhart's chest. Lockhart emitted a muffled grunt, his body sent flying like a rag doll, crashing against the stone wall of the chamber before collapsing to the ground with a pained groan. "Useless." A cold voice resonated from the dark corner of the chamber, low and hoarse, tinged with disdain. Ivan swiftly turned towards the source of the voice. A young man clad in Slytherin robes emerged from the shadows, his complexion pale, features so exquisitely defined that he seemed almost unreal, his eyes resembling bottomless pools devoid of emotion. His steps were leisurely, akin to a stroll, yet each stride emanated an intangible sense of oppression. Ivan's gaze fixated on this young man, his mind racing to recall any information about him. However, he realized he knew nothing of this individual. In his months at Slytherin, he had never encountered this person. "Be careful, you little brat. This is but a specter, not a living soul." The voice of the venerable master resonated within Ivan's mind. Who are you? Ivan's gaze was laced with vigilance. Harry's eyes were fixed intently on the young man. Do you know me? The young man shook his head. I have not encountered you, yet you may have seen me. Harry felt somewhat disoriented by the response. Ivan's eyes swept over the young man, noting that his form seemed to be shrouded in a faint, ethereal haze, as if he could dissipate at any moment. His breath was slow and nearly imperceptible, his entire being drifting like a ghost. Your enchantment is rather peculiar. It seems many intriguing magics have emerged over the decades. The young man lightly clapped his hands, a hint of admiration in his tone. Yet his gaze remained as cold as ice, devoid of warmth. This was his first experience with a failed lightning spell, and it was clear that the young man before him was no ordinary entity. He sought to delay time to absorb the life force of the girl and be reborn. The voice of the venerable master echoed in Ivan's mind, carrying a weighty undertone. Ivan's gaze hardened slightly, swiftly shifting towards Ginny, who lay on the ground. Her complexion had turned exceedingly pale, as if all color had been drained from her, and her breathing had become increasingly faint. A layer of indistinct darkness seemed to coil around her, silently consuming her vitality. Ginny. Harry's attention fell upon her, panic flickering in his eyes. He yearned to rush forward, but Ivan's hand firmly grasped his shoulder, whispering, "Do not approach, it is perilous." Harry abruptly lifted his gaze to Ivan, anxiety etched across his features. But Ginny, she is being drained of her life force. If we recklessly draw near, we will only hasten her demise. Ivan's tone was calm, yet resolute, his eyes still warily fixed on the young man. The young man smiled faintly, his gaze flitting between Harry and Ivan, laced with a hint of mockery. You are clever, but alas, you are too late. His voice was low and hoarse, imbued with an invisible pressure that thickened the atmosphere of the chamber. Since he could become insubstantial, the best course of action would be to render him unable to do so. An invisible energy swiftly spread through the chamber, like an unseen net enveloping the entire space. The young man felt an intangible force constraining his movements, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Interesting, he murmured, a faint smile lingering in his tone. His body struggled slightly, yet that invisible force held him fast. Ivan's gaze remained locked on the young man, his fingers twitching subtly as he gathered lightning in his palm. Now, you can no longer escape. He waved his wand, exhaling a sigh. Such a wretched wand. I shall make do. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light shot towards Ivan. Recognizing the dark magic, Ivan recalled having faced it unscathed the previous year. This time, he had no intention of evading it. Get down, you brat. The venerable master's voice carried urgency. Ivan, hearing the master's words, leaned slightly, narrowly evading the curse, yet still felt it graze him. The true essence could not withstand the encroachment of the curse. The wounded area immediately emitted a plume of black smoke. Ivan, Harry exclaimed upon seeing Ivan injured. Almost forgot about you. The young man uttered words in parcel tongue, launching an attack on the bespectacled boy. At his command, the basilisk slithered forth from the statue, heading straight for Harry. However, the creature disregarded him entirely. Gritting his teeth, Harry diverted the basilisk's attention away from Ivan, making a dash towards the corridor outside the chamber. Chapter 65. The Willow Wand demonstrates its power. The basilisk moved with incredible speed, its crimson tongue flickering in the air, its fierce eyes fixated intently on Harry's form. Harry dared not meet its gaze directly. He executed a sharp turn, his body sliding against a stone pillar. The basilisk followed closely, its massive body crashing into the pillar with a resounding thud. The pillar swayed slightly, but did not topple. Harry furrowed his brow, mentally calculating his next move. One more attempt. He silently urged himself, propelling his figure towards another pillar. Deliberately slowing his pace, he allowed the basilisk to close the distance. Just as the creature was about to pounce, Harry abruptly rolled to the side, and the basilisk's body collided heavily with the pillar. This time, the pillar emitted a mournful creak, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, debris scattering and dust billowing into the air. Harry quickly rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. His gaze fixed intently on the basilisk, now trapped beneath the rubble. The creature struggled to lift its head from the debris, emitting a furious hiss. Meanwhile, Ivan's eyes remained locked on the young man. He sensed the binding spell's power waning, his brow slightly furrowing as he swiftly formed a hand sign, attempting to strengthen the spell's effects. The young man's body trembled slightly, his arm moved, and flames ignited around him, a surge of magical energy instantaneously breaking the binding spell. A fiery shield enveloped him. Realizing the binding spell had been dispelled, Ivan charged forward, intending to engage in hand-to-hand combat, only to find himself passing through the young man's form. His fist struck nothing but air, devoid of substance. "Are you a fool?" The voice of his ancestor echoed in Ivan's mind. "The soul is an essence, formless and intangible. Use your willow wand." A surge of joy washed over Ivan as he nearly forgot his unique means of dealing with manifestations. He retrieved his wand from the necklace, the tip adorned with delicate willow tendrils that swayed gently with his movements. Upon seeing the wand resembling a sword adorned with wisps, the young man's lips curled into a slight smirk, a flicker of mockery glinting in his eyes, finding it amusing. However, Ivan swiftly flicked the willow tendrils, which lashed against the young man like a whip. The young man's form quivered. The previously steady apparition wavered, almost torn apart, on the verge of dissipating. "You can actually touch the soul?" The young man's previously impassive expression finally shifted, his pupils constricting, a hint of incredulous terror seeping into his tone. "What sorcery is this? What is your relation to him? Who? Which him?" Ivan was bewildered, uncertain of whom the young man referred to. Observing the willow tendrils' evident effect, Ivan resolved not to halt his assault. With a flick of his wrist, he sent another tendril arcing through the air, slicing through with a sharp wind, aimed directly at the young man. The young man's form swayed once more as he quickly retreated, attempting to distance himself from Ivan. His gaze fell upon the willow branch in Ivan's hand, his eyes betraying a mixture of vigilance and uncertainty. His fingers twitched slightly, as if he intended to cast a spell, but Ivan's willow branch lashed out again. "Do not think to escape," Ivan hissed, the branch dancing through the air like a serpent, relentlessly pursuing the young man's ethereal shadow. With each strike, the young man's figure trembled violently, as though on the brink of being completely shattered. His expression grew increasingly grave. He attempted to counterattack several times, but each swing of his wand was interrupted by Ivan's willow branch. His movements gradually slowed, a flicker of desperation flashing in his eyes. "Who are you, really?" The young man spoke again, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with suppressed anger. "Why do you wield such power?" He struggled to break free, yet the willow branch coiled tightly around his wrist, as if countless slender tendrils were constricting him. His complexion paled further, the chill in his gaze slowly replaced by a hint of panic. "Do you truly believe you can confine me like this?" The young man suddenly laughed, a note of mockery lacing his tone. His body began to grow increasingly transparent, as if he sought to merge with the surrounding air. Ivan furrowed his brow, tightening the willow branch in a desperate attempt to thwart the young man's phasing. However, the young man's form continued to dissipate, as though destined to vanish entirely into the atmosphere. A grave realization crossed Ivan's mind. He knew that once the young man fully phased out, he would be impossible to capture. "Ivan, he is draining your vital energy. Do not let him ensnare you." The voice of the master echoed in his mind, laced with urgency. Ivan nodded, swiftly forming a seal with his fingers, murmuring, "Thunder Law Shock." "You are indeed connected to him," the young man mentioned once more. At that moment, Harry's startled shout echoed from the other side. "Ivan, be careful." Ivan's attention darted towards Harry, only to witness the serpent creature breaking free from the stone pillar's grasp, its massive form lunging towards him once again. The creature's eyes shimmered with an eerie green light, its gaping maw exuding a foul stench, bearing down on Ivan. Ivan's gaze turned icy as he swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the creature's assault. However, his focus was momentarily diverted by the serpent, causing the willow branch in his hand to slacken slightly. Seizing the opportunity, the young man's form accelerated in its phasing, on the verge of complete disappearance. "Ivan, do not mind the serpent. Capture him first," the master's voice urged, urgent and stern. In an instant, a net of violet lightning formed around the young man, ensnaring him firmly within its grasp. The young man's form wavered again, his process of phasing noticeably slowing. The serpent creature lunged towards Harry, closing in on Ivan. A bird's call echoed above in the chamber, causing the serpent to freeze, as if confronted by a natural enemy. In the magical realm, it is said that serpents fear roosters, for the sound of a rooster's crow closely resembles that of a phoenix. The phoenix is indeed the serpent's true nemesis. Chapter 66. Are you Liu Bang? The phoenix fox gracefully descended upon the serpent's head, its sharp beak ruthlessly pecking at the creature's left eye, the serpent's scales crumbling beneath the beak as if they were mere parchment. A piercing howl of agony erupted from the serpent as its colossal form writhed in fury, its tail striking the wall with such force that dust and debris filled the air. Fox ascended nimbly, deftly evading the serpent's retaliatory strike, and with a powerful flap of its wings, circled majestically overhead. In a swift motion, its claws flicked, sending a tattered hat spiraling downwards, which landed steadily at Harry's feet. Upon glancing down, Harry's pupils constricted slightly. It was the Sorting Hat. He immediately grasped Fawkes' intent, his fingers trembling as he bent swiftly to retrieve the hat. Grasping its brim, he probed within, feeling a hard object nestled inside. His heart raced as his fingertips brushed against the cold metal, and with a sudden jerk, he drew forth a gleaming silver sword from the depths of the hat. Ivan cast a fleeting glance. It was a sword adorned with gemstones at the hilt. Yet the blade remained unsharpened, a decorative weapon, he concluded. If this were to slay the serpent, it would indeed be a miracle. Did he think Harry was akin to Liu Bang, capable of slaying a white serpent? However, Harry harbored no such doubts. He instantly recognized it as the emblem of Gryffindor, the Sword of Gryffindor. Clutching the hilt, he felt a surge of warmth radiating from the blade into his palm. The serpent's left eye was a gruesome mess, blood dripping from its head to the ground, creating a rhythmic patter. It thrashed wildly, its tail striking the walls, causing the entire chamber to tremble. Fawkes circled above, the flapping of its wings conjuring a whirlwind, the flames upon its feathers illuminating the darkness with a brilliant glow. Once more it dove down, its sharp beak aimed directly at the serpent's right eye. Instinctively, the serpent shut its eyes, only for Fawkes' beak to collide with its eyelid, producing a dull thud. The force of the impact threw the serpent's head back, unveiling its soft underbelly. Without hesitation, Harry summoned all his strength, propelling himself toward the serpent like an arrow released from its bow. With both hands firmly gripping the sword, he aimed the point at the serpent's abdomen. Sans signe imminent danger. The serpent twisted its body desperately in an attempt to evade Harry, but it was too late. The blade pierced through the serpent's scales, plunging deeply into its belly. Though the serpent was fortified by protective magic, it was only effective against blunt instruments. It could not withstand the sharpness of the sword's tip. A chilling shriek escaped the serpent as its body convulsed violently, its tail thrashing about, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Harry tightened his grip on the hilt, his body being yanked by the serpent's thrashing, nearly flung away. Yet he gritted his teeth, anchoring his feet to the ground as the veins in his arms bulged. He exerted every ounce of strength to drive the sword deeper. However, just as the serpent collapsed to the ground, its head suddenly jerked up, and its venomous fangs clamped down onto Harry's arm. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him as the fangs pierced his skin, venom coursing into his veins. His body stiffened abruptly, and he fell weakly to the ground, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his breathing becoming rapid. Witnessing the serpent's demise, the young man grew increasingly anxious. The fire shield reactivated once more. The intense flames gradually freed Ivan from his bindings. His spiritual strength was surging. The ancestral master conveyed a message: awaken the heavenly eye and discern any hidden mysteries. Without hesitation, Ivan bit his fingertip and smeared the blood across his eyelids, whispering, "Heavenly eye, awaken." As the heavenly eye opened, Ivan's vision transformed instantaneously. He could clearly perceive a powerful surge of soul energy coiling around the young man, emanating from the tattered notebook clutched tightly in Ginny's hands. Following the flow of that energy, Ivan observed that the notebook was incessantly siphoning soul power from Ginny, whose essence was waning, her complexion growing so pale it was nearly translucent. Understanding dawned upon Ivan as he murmured softly, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. He swiftly turned his gaze towards Harry and shouted, "Harry, destroy that notebook." Harry's body, ravaged by the basilisk's venom, had grown feeble, yet his consciousness remained intact. At Ivan's call, he laboriously lifted his head, his gaze settling on the notebook in Ginny's grasp. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the excruciating pain coursing through him and staggered towards Ginny. The venom coursed through his veins, prickling beneath his skin as if countless needles were piercing him, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. His breath came heavy and rapid, each step akin to walking on the edge of a knife. "Don't be afraid, Ginny." Harry's voice was hoarse, nearly escaping from the depths of his throat. The instant his fingertips brushed against the notebook, an icy chill surged through him, as though an invisible hand sought to repel him. The notebook trembled slightly in his grasp, seemingly alive. A stream of dark energy oozed from the notebook's seams, coiling around Harry's wrist with a bone-chilling grip. "Destroy it." Ivan's voice echoed once more, tinged with urgency. Without hesitation, Harry hurled the notebook to the ground with force. Yet, the notebook was as unyielding as steel, showing no signs of damage. Harry's heart sank, enduring the pain. He withdrew the venomous fang lodged in his arm, and plunged it fiercely into the notebook. Crack! At the moment the fong pierced the notebook, a faint sound of shattering filled the air, as if an invisible barrier had been breached. Subsequently, the surface of the notebook began to fissure, dark energy surging wildly from the cracks, twisting in the air like a grotesque visage. The dark energy ensnared Harry's arm, and he was jolted back by a tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground. As the cracks multiplied, the notebook suddenly erupted with a resounding boom, its corners curling upwards like bread charred by flames. Ginny's body convulsed violently, and the dark energy enveloping her dissipated. Simultaneously, the young man began to tremble intensely, his complexion becoming even more ashen, his features contorting grotesquely. He let out a harrowing scream, his body swiftly disintegrating, as if a wisp of smoke scattered by the wind, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Chapter 67. The Legend of the Soul Artifact. Fawkes alighted gracefully beside Harry. It lowered its head, tears falling onto Harry's wounds. Tears fell upon Harry's skin, instantly transforming into a warm radiance, swiftly neutralizing the serpent's venom, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Ivan recognized that the healing properties of the Phoenix tears had taken effect. As Harry noticed Ivan approaching, the tension in his body relaxed completely, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke once more, it was on Madame Pomfrey's sickbed. "You are awake," Madame Pomfrey's voice emanated from nearby, tinged with both concern and reproach. "You have been unconscious for a full fortnight." 2 weeks, Harry exclaimed, momentarily dazed, as memories of the Chamber of Secrets flashed through his mind. He bolted upright, his gaze frantically scanning the surroundings. "Ginny? Is she all right?" "Ginny is fine," Madame Pomfrey replied with a gentle smile, offering him a vial of potion, urging him to drink it. "All the petrified students have been restored, and the mandrakes have fully matured." Harry exhaled in relief, accepting the potion and taking a sip, the scenes of the chamber resurfacing in his mind. He recalled the excruciating pain of the basilisk's venomous fong piercing his arm, as well as Ginny's pale visage and that peculiar notebook. With a hint of admiration in her tone, Madame Pomfrey advised, "You need to rest now. Do not exert yourself further." Just then, the door to the infirmary creaked open, revealing Ivan's silhouette at the threshold. He held a hefty tome in his hands, his expression as serene as ever. "How do you feel?" Ivan inquired as he approached Harry's bedside, casually leaning against the wall, his gaze fixed upon him. "Much better," Harry nodded, urgency creeping into his voice. "Ivan, who was that young man?" After a moment of contemplation, Ivan responded, "Dumbledore is waiting for you in his office. He wishes to share some matters with you personally." Upon hearing this, Harry immediately flung aside the covers, attempting to rise, but was halted by Madame Pomfrey's stern glare. "Harry Potter, you will lie still," Madame Pomfrey nearly shouted. "Madam, I am fine," Harry replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice, though laced with a plea. "Am I the doctor, or are you?" Madame Pomfrey shot him a disapproving look, then turned to Ivan. "You may take him to see Dumbledore, but do not let him exert himself again." Ivan nodded in agreement. "Let us go," he said softly, guiding Harry out of the infirmary. Before long, the two arrived at Dumbledore's office. "Harry, it brings me great joy to see you awake," Dumbledore said, stepping forward to gently pat Harry's shoulder, his gaze lingering momentarily as if to confirm his condition before continuing. "I understand you have many questions." Harry nodded. "Professor, who exactly was that young man?" Dumbledore paused for a moment, then replied slowly, "That young man is named Tom Riddle." "Tom Riddle?" Harry faltered, quickly searching his memory for this name, but could not recall it. "He was a student 50 years ago," Dumbledore continued, his tone imbued with complexity. "Also known as Voldemort during his time as a student." "Voldemort?" Harry's pupils constricted suddenly, his body involuntarily trembling. He recalled that name. The dark wizard who had once caused his parents' demise. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. That notebook was an alchemical creation made by Voldemort during the school years. A heavy weight settled in Harry's heart. How formidable must Voldemort have been in his prime? Was he truly capable of confronting such a being? A profound doubt enveloped Harry. Ivan informed us that the young man represented a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Dumbledore continued, directing his gaze towards Ivan. Strictly speaking, it was merely a shard of Voldemort's soul. He had fractured his own soul to create this vessel of essence. Dumbledore interjected, "We commonly refer to it as a Horcrux." "A Horcrux?" Harry furrowed his brow. Unfamiliar with the term. "A Horcrux is a form of exceedingly malevolent magic." Dumbledore spoke with a solemn tone. "Through murder, a wizard can divide their soul and conceal it within. As long as the Horcrux endures, they cannot truly perish. So, that notebook, that young man, is essentially a part of Voldemort?" Harry's voice quivered as he instinctively touched the scar that still throbbed painfully. Dumbledore regarded Harry with a hint of pity, gently nodding. Ivan also looked at Harry, understanding why the elder had sensed two souls resonating within him. Harry bore a fragment of Voldemort's essence. Harry was a Horcrux. It was evident that Dumbledore had come to this realization as well. In the magical realm, there existed but one method to eliminate a Horcrux, to destroy its vessel. Yet now, the vessel was Harry himself, making it impossible to eradicate him. Harry felt perplexed under the scrutinizing gazes of Ivan and Dumbledore. What is it? Is there something on my face? He touched his visage, bewildered. Seeing that Dumbledore had no intention of revealing this matter to Harry, Ivan refrained from further discussion on Horcruxes. He said to Harry, based on my observations, Voldemort likely divided his soul into 7 parts. In other words, he possesses 6 additional Horcruxes. Even Dumbledore was taken aback. In his understanding, fracturing a soul required immense suffering, a torment that no one could withstand. Historically, those who had attempted to split their souls invariably succumbed to madness. How could Voldemort have achieved the division of 7? And how did Ivan come to know this? Dumbledore inquired, Mr. Avery, do you have any insights regarding the remaining Horcruxes? Ivan shook his head. Professor, I am not a deity, nor omniscient. Dumbledore recognized his own presumption. Very well, let us cease this discussion. I trust you will not disclose the matter of Horcruxes, he said to Harry, confident that Ivan would keep the secret, though Harry's 2 close friends were another story. One of them, the red-haired companion, had a penchant for loose lips, necessitating caution. Upon leaving the office, Harry implored Ivan, could you teach me magic? Chapter 68, The Call of the Times. Ivan gazed at Harry in astonishment. You wish to learn my magic? Harry nodded, his voice urgent and resolute. Yes. Your magic is entirely different from that of Hogwarts. It is immensely powerful. If you could teach me, I would be able to better protect myself and those around me. Previously, Harry had perceived the protective amulet Ivan provided as merely a unique alchemical artifact. There were many such items in the magical realm that offered protection, and he did not think much of it. However, after the battle in the Chamber of Secrets, he could no longer overlook Ivan's uniqueness. To do so would be foolish. The magic Ivan wielded was evidently distinct from what he had learned, demonstrating greater efficacy in combat. Ivan's gaze lingered on Harry for a moment, as if contemplating something profound. He raised his hand and gently waved it, causing a willow branch to arc gracefully through the air before landing softly in his palm. Clutching the branch, he turned his gaze toward the shadowy corner of the corridor and spoke with a hint of significance. Harry, do you believe that a wizard's physical prowess is more important than their magical power? Harry was taken aback by this unexpected question. Scenes from his recent battle with the basilisk flashed rapidly through his mind, and the lingering feeling of near exhaustion was still daunting. Furrowing his brow, he replied softly, I used to think that as long as a wizard possessed sufficient magical power, they could vanquish any foe. Yet, after facing the basilisk, I realized I was mistaken. Ivan nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue. Taking a deep breath, Harry's expression grew resolute. If it weren't for my stamina, I would have succumbed to the basilisk's venomous fangs long ago. A wizard's physical condition is indeed a vulnerability, especially when confronting alchemical creatures like the basilisk, where this weakness is magnified. Thus, I believe a wizard's physical prowess is more crucial than their magical ability. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile crept onto Ivan's lips. In the shadowy corner, Dumbledore silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, wizards in the magical realm excel at long-range attacks, and once they are engaged in close combat, they find it exceedingly difficult to defend themselves. The protective spells available to wizards are rather limited. However, this has been the nature of dueling for centuries. And Harry felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Ivan did not elaborate on the concepts of cunning and preemptive strikes. Instead, he patted Harry on the shoulder. When I was younger, I would spar with my friend, and we would always leave our opponents in disarray. It was not through courtesy, I assure you. Of course, it wasn't courtesy. With your physique, what child could possibly match you? Harry silently scoffed. Ivan, lacking the ability to read thoughts, remained oblivious to Harry's musings. If you can complete 8 laps around the Quidditch pitch in 10 minutes, I will consider teaching you magic. Ivan posed a small challenge to Harry. The Quidditch pitch was quite expansive, with each lap requiring a run of 312 feet. For a 12-year-old, completing 8 laps in 10 minutes was indeed a formidable task. As the latter laps drew near, it would require not just stamina, but sheer willpower. Unsurprisingly, Harry could only manage 5 laps before he collapsed onto the pitch. Observing Harry's exhaustion, Ivan called upon Hermione to cast a restorative spell to alleviate Harry's fatigue. As Hermione observed Harry's mimicry, She couldn't help but express her grievances towards Ivan. However, upon learning the prerequisites for Harry to study magic with Ivan, she eagerly declared her intention to join. From that moment on, Hogwarts evenings were graced with the presence of two little wizards engaged in their running practice. Indeed, Ron, after a day of effort, soon relinquished his attempts. In the days leading up to the term's conclusion, Harry and Hermione finally met Ivan's expectations. Hermione lamented that had Dumbledore not canceled the exams for the semester, she would likely have only achieved an A, thus falling short of her aspirations. Ivan stood at the center of the room of requirement, raising his hands slowly as his body began to assume peculiar postures. "Follow my movements," he instructed. Harry and Hermione hurriedly mimicked his gestures, though they appeared somewhat stiff. Ivan approached them, gently adjusting their stances. "Listen to my voice. Breathe in, breathe out." Harry closed his eyes, synchronizing his movements with Ivan's voice. Gradually, he sensed a warm current flowing within him. Though faint, it was undeniably present. Hermione focused intently on her breathing, her expression gradually relaxing. "This feeling is extraordinary," Harry exclaimed, opening his eyes with a flicker of excitement. Ivan playfully tapped Harry's head, continuing to guide them through the next set of motions. The following morning, the golden rays of the sun bathed the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts, the air infused with the scent of earth. Harry and Hermione had arrived early, diligently commencing their daily practice as per Ivan's instructions. Though their movements were still not entirely polished, they exhibited a marked improvement in fluidity compared to the previous day, their breathing more even. At that moment, a voice interjected, "Hey, what peculiar exercises are you practicing? It seems like the era of my homeland is beckoning." The speaker was Cho Chang from Ravenclaw, who curiously circled around the two, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. Upon hearing Cho's voice, Harry's heart raced, his face instantly flushing crimson. He halted his movements, glancing at Cho in a flustered manner, his throat seemingly constricted, rendering him speechless. Hermione, standing nearby, caught sight of Harry's reaction and, taking the initiative, spoke up. "We are engaging in a form of physical exercise." As she spoke, she continued with the routines Ivan had taught them, seemingly demonstrating to Cho. Harry stole a glance at Cho's profile, captivated by her almost translucent skin, her long black hair glistening softly in the sunlight, emitting a faint, enchanting fragrance. He quickly averted his gaze, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. Hermione, observing the scene, stifled a laugh. She paused her movements, approached Harry, gently patting his shoulder, and whispered, "Don't stand there like a statue. Go and teach her." At that moment, Harry snapped out of his reverie, stammering, I will demonstrate." His voice trembled, clearly still ensnared by his nervousness. Cho smiled slightly, her eyes crescent-shaped. "That sounds wonderful. I've been wanting to learn." Her tone was light and cheerful, laced with a hint of playfulness, seemingly oblivious to Harry's awkwardness. Xiao Zhang listened attentively, nodding occasionally, her movements gradually becoming more fluid. Her smile radiated warmth akin to a spring breeze, and Harry's tension dissipated unknowingly. In the ensuing days, Xiao Zhang arrived punctually at the Quidditch practice field, joining Harry and Hermione in their training. Her skills became increasingly proficient, and to her astonishment, after one practice session, she sensed a faint surge in her magical power. "Did you feel that?" Xiao Zhang inquired excitedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. "It seems my magic has grown a little stronger." Standing nearby, Harry observed her exhilaration, a swell of inexplicable pride rising within him. Gathering his courage, he suggested, "If you like, we could practice together in the future." Xiao Zhang turned to him, her eyes brimming with delight. "That sounds wonderful. I would love to train with you." Her smile set Harry's heart racing once more, his cheeks involuntarily flushing. As time progressed, an increasing number of onlookers began to notice their activities at the Quidditch practice field. Initially, only a few curious students stopped to watch, but gradually, more joined their ranks. Anthony Goldstein from Ravenclaw, Susan Bones from Hufflepuff, and even Pansy Parkinson from Slytherin could not resist participating. Everyone was captivated by this novel training method. Especially when some discovered their own magical prowess had improved, excitement swiftly spreading through the crowd. Under the sunlight that bathed every face, the Quidditch practice field became a tableau of focus and enthusiasm. Their movements synchronized, with breaths rising and falling in a rhythm that painted a harmonious scene. Ivan occasionally appeared at the edge of the field, silently observing their practice, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. As more individuals gathered, they commenced their gymnastics exercises, laughter, encouraging shouts, and occasional gasps intertwining to create a unique spectacle, rivaling that of square dance. This group of students was none other than the precursors of Dumbledore's army. "Hurry, Harry and Hermione. Come here," Ivan's voice resonated, low and calm, markedly different from his usual demeanor, imbued with an inexplicable authority. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances and hastened forward to stand before Ivan. Harry felt a flutter of apprehension, while Hermione's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ivan slowly retrieved an ancient ring from his robe, its surface adorned with intricate runes that emanated a soft glow. He placed the ring in his palm, gazing at it with solemnity. This ring was left by the founder of our order, symbolizing the inheritance of power. Today, you must pledge to become my apprentices to formally embark on the study of the core of magic. Harry and Hermione exchanged astonished glances, surprise reflected in their eyes. Hermione spoke first, her tone tinged with hesitation. Ivan, what does it mean to become an apprentice? We are already learning at Hogwarts, and the professors here are our teachers. Ivan's gaze remained fixed on the ring, his voice low and resolute. The professor imparts magical knowledge, yet a teacher forges a deeper mentor-student bond with me. You shall inherit my strength and responsibility. Harry furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Ivan, are you suggesting we must undergo a formal apprenticeship ceremony akin to the Eastern Wizards? Ivan nodded, his expression imbued with seriousness. Indeed, an apprenticeship is not merely a ritual. It signifies your commitment to power and my obligation towards you. You may also perceive it as a godfatherly role. If you so desire, we may commence today. Hermione's eyes sparkled with contemplation as she gently bit her lip. After a moment, she lifted her head, her gaze unwavering. I am willing to become your apprentice. I believe you can impart to us not only spells, but something far more profound. Observing Hermione's decision, Harry's inner hesitance began to dissipate. He inhaled deeply and nodded. I am willing as well. Ivan smiled slightly. Excellent. Then let us begin the apprenticeship ceremony. He slowly raised his palm, presenting the ring before them, his tone solemn. You are to kneel thrice and bow 9 times before this ring, expressing your reverence to the ancestors. This is the first step of initiation and the most significant ritual. Harry and Hermione knelt before the ring, following Ivan's instructions to perform the ceremony. As they engaged in the ritual, the runes on the ring's surface gradually illuminated, emanating a gentle glow. Ivan stood nearby, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, knowing that these 2 young wizards would inherit his power and embark on a path distinctly different from that of ordinary wizards. Upon completing the ceremony, Harry and Hermione rose, their expressions tinged with anticipation. Hermione eagerly inquired, Ivan, what shall we learn next? Ivan playfully tapped Hermione on the head, correcting her. Address me as master. Next, I shall teach you to comprehend the fundamental points of power. Hermione rubbed her head, playfully sticking out her tongue. Points? Harry blinked in confusion. What are those? Ideals may be lofty, yet reality often proves stark. Despite several evenings spent studying the diagrams of points with Hermione, Harry remained perplexed. Thus, Ivan abandoned the diagrams and prepared to enhance their abilities. Chapter 70, The Key Incident. Ivan extended his right hand, his fingertip gently touching Harry's forehead. Harry felt a warm sensation emanating from Ivan's finger, as if an electric current coursed through his entire being. His body trembled slightly, and he instinctively closed his eyes. Relax. Do not resist. Harry took a deep breath, striving to ease the tension in his body. Ivan's fingertip lingered on his forehead for a moment before slowly gliding along his brow, down the bridge of his nose, across his cheeks, and finally resting upon his chin. Harry sensed a peculiar energy flowing through his veins, as if a delicate stream meandered within him. Do you feel it? Ivan inquired. Harry nodded, his eyes still shut. Yet a look of astonishment graced his face. He could distinctly feel the energy flowing within him. Though faint, it was undeniably present. Very well. Ivan's voice carried a hint of approval as he noted the flow of energy. The same process was repeated with Hermione, but with a notable difference. He caught sight of her gradually developing form, nearly leaving him breathless. As Ergouzi had pointed out, indeed, women could influence the speed at which one draws a blade. Once both were familiar with the operation of their chi, Ivan instructed them to practice independently in the room of requirement. He was a teacher, not a caretaker. His predecessors had not afforded him such leniency. Failure to learn would result in a dose of electric shock therapy. Ivan's affinity for lightning magic was a product of prolonged exposure to such shocks. The second year culminated on the final day of gymnastics practice. Ivan bluntly stated, I wish to know the birthplace of Tom Riddle. A fleeting look of concern crossed Dumbledore's eyes beneath his half-moon spectacles before he slowly replied, What has prompted this sudden interest? I want to investigate certain matters, Ivan asserted, his tone imbued with an undeniable determination. He felt a deep-seated worry regarding the figure Voldemort referred to as he, and his intuition suggested a connection to the empty mountain Taoist temple. After a moment's silence, Dumbledore retrieved a yellowed piece of parchment from his drawer and handed it to Ivan. This is the address of his birthplace. However, I must caution you. The dangers there far exceed your imagination. Ivan accepted the parchment, his gaze sweeping over the inscribed words. Little Hangleton. Utilizing flue powder, Ivan made his way to Diagon Alley. The streets remained bustling with life, shop windows brimming with an array of magical items, and the calls of vendors echoing around him. His steps halted before a shop named Flue Travel, its sign adorned with an illustration of a soaring broom. A string of copper bells gently swaying at the entrance in the breeze. He needed to purchase a key to Little Hangleton. Welcome, the shopkeeper, a diminutive wizard with round glasses and a beaming smile, inquired, "How can I assist you?" A key to Little Hangleton, Ivan stated directly, his hand already reaching for his pocket to retrieve gold galleons. He had received 10,000 galleons from Lockhart and felt no hesitation in spending. The shopkeeper paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Little Hangleton? That's a rather remote location, a muggle area. Wizards seldom venture there. I am aware, Ivan replied, and the shopkeeper nodded, refraining from further comment. He turned to delve deeper into the shop, and shortly returned with an antique pocket watch, its surface intricately engraved and its hands frozen in time. This is the key. The destination is set to the forest surrounding Little Hangleton. 20 galleons. The shopkeeper extended the watch to Ivan. So expensive? Ivan was taken aback by the price. Previously, during his time in America, a key to Tintagel Castle had only cost 12 galleons. The shopkeeper smiled at Ivan, remaining silent. It was his first encounter with a price-conscious young wizard. This was the only shop selling keys, and given Little Hangleton's obscure nature, he had no apprehension that Ivan would decline. As Ivan pondered the fairness of the key's price, the shop door was suddenly flung open, and a gust of cold wind swept inside. A group of aurors clad in dark robes entered in single file, their expressions grave and their gazes piercing. Ignoring the shopkeeper's attempts at explanation, they strode assertively to the counter, from which one auror produced a piece of parchment. Slamming it down heavily, Ivan glanced at it. The paper bore a blurred image alongside several lines of text, evidently a wanted notice. This was the latest warrant, indicating that the individual had escaped from Azkaban. From this moment forth, all sales of portkeys must be registered, with comprehensive details of the destination and the purchaser meticulously documented. The auror's tone brooked no argument as his gaze swept over Ivan and the shopkeeper. Moreover, all portkeys leading to remote areas were to be confiscated. Confiscated? The shopkeeper's complexion instantly drained of color, his fingers instinctively gripping the edge of the counter. This is against the rules, is it not? We are a legitimate business, and the sale of portkeys is sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic. The auror cast a cold glance at the shopkeeper, his voice tinged with a note of warning. This is a directive from above. Any defiance will be regarded as complicity with the fugitive. You would do well to comply. Sir, where is your portkey destined? Another auror's keen eyes fell upon the pocket watch in Ivan's hand, scrutinizing him sharply. Ivan took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. To Hogsmeade. The auror's gaze sharpened instantaneously, his voice rising an octave. Hogsmeade? That is a secluded muggle area. What business do you have there? Ivan's mind raced. He knew he could not reveal his true intentions. His gaze lowered slightly, and he forced a faint smile. I merely wish to admire the scenery. I've heard the forests there are quite beautiful. Though the auror remained skeptical of Ivan's words, he lacked tangible evidence to prove Ivan was lying. The lead auror finally snorted dismissively, striding towards Ivan and seizing the antiquated pocket watch from his grasp. After a thorough inspection, he casually tossed it into a black cloth bag, which evidently contained numerous other confiscated portkeys, clattering together with a metallic sound. I beg your pardon, sir, but this is a command from the Ministry of Magic. The auror's tone was unyielding. Ivan's gaze fell upon the bag held by the auror. His portkey had been taken, and his original plans lay in disarray. Once the aurors ascertained that all portkeys had been confiscated, they swiftly exited the shop, causing the wind chimes at the entrance to jingle once more with a bright sound. Silence enveloped the store momentarily as the shopkeeper let out a long sigh, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and muttered softly, "How unfortunate. Today's business has been in vain." Ivan paid no heed to the shopkeeper's lament, turning his attention to the wanted notice in the corner of the shop. The blurred image captured his interest. The man depicted bore a sinister expression, his eyes radiating a fierce intensity, as if he might leap from the paper at any moment. Ivan approached a few steps closer, carefully deciphering the text beside the image. Name, Sirius Black. Crimes, fugitive from Azkaban, involved in multiple murders and dark magic activities. Nodding to himself, Ivan turned and departed the shop. The streets remained bustling with activity. Sunlight cascading upon the cobblestones, casting a mosaic of dappled shadows. Ivan did not linger, but walked directly towards the far end of the diagonal alley. His steps halted before a quaint little shop that specialized in an array of peculiar items. Hanging from the shop sign was an oddly shaped lantern, its flickering light seemingly observing each customer that entered. Upon pushing the door ajar, Ivan was greeted by the musty scent of aged dust that permeated the air. Behind the counter, a tall, slender witch was bent over, arranging the shelves. Upon hearing the entrance, she lifted her head, revealing a visage etched with wrinkles. "Welcome, young man," she rasped, her voice laden with a strange mirth. "What can I assist you with?" Ivan's gaze swept across the shelves, which were adorned with an assortment of bizarre objects, spinning tops, luminous stones, and even glass bottles containing unidentifiable liquids. Approaching the counter, he spoke in a steady tone. "I seek a means of transportation to the Hanjiden." The witch raised an eyebrow slightly, her wrinkles contorting into a frown. "The Hanjiden? That is quite a remote place. The Wizarding Travel Network does not reach there. That is why I inquired if there were any alternative options," Ivan replied. The witch shook her head, exhaling a sigh. "Young man, do you truly wish to venture to such a place? It is no haven. I have heard that peculiar occurrences have arisen there recently, prompting even the muggles to flee." "Peculiar occurrences?" Ivan's gaze sharpened slightly. "Such as?" The witch lowered her voice, as if divulging a grand secret. "It is said that traces of dark magic have recently emerged, and there are reports of the deceased wandering at night. The local muggles are terrified and have begun to abandon the village." Ivan nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you for the warning." Noticing that Ivan appeared undeterred, the witch attempted to instill further trepidation. "If you must go, I suggest considering the Muggle way. At least their means of transportation can take you there." The witch found it rather challenging to send a young wizard into the Muggle world, as pure-blood wizards seldom interacted with it, rendering them unfamiliar with its customs. Ivan's appearance was unmistakably characteristic of the Afri family. After expressing his gratitude, Ivan turned to exit the shop. Outside, dusk was settling in, the distant sun having dipped below the horizon, leaving only the last remnants of twilight. Standing at the mouth of the diagonal alley, Ivan cast his gaze into the distance. Moments later, he set forth towards the Muggle world. Hours later, Ivan found himself despondently standing at the bus station, devoid of pounds. Truly, a penny can thwart even the most valiant of heroes. Just then, a double-decker bus appeared before him with a swoosh, its exterior painted in vibrant purple and gold. Quite an abstract vehicle, Ivan thought in a fair assessment. The bus came to a halt, its doors hissing open, and a young man clad in a purple uniform and adorned with a golden hat leaned out, waving enthusiastically at Ivan, his face bright with a beaming smile. "Hey, mate. Where to?" The young man's voice boomed, carrying a hint of the streetwise charm of a seasoned driver. Ivan paused for a moment before hastily striding forward, his gaze sweeping over the bus. "Can you take me to Dahangitten?" he inquired. The young man blinked, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Dahangitten? Now, that's a remote place. However, our bus is dedicated to assisting wizards in need." He gave the door a firm rap, producing a resounding thud. "Hop on, mate. We guarantee your safe arrival." Ivan nodded, retrieving a few golden galleons and offering them to the young man. "Is this fare sufficient?" The young man accepted the coins, his eyes lighting up as his smile widened. "Absolutely. Come aboard, mate. Find yourself a bunk to rest. It will take 2 days to reach Dahangitten." Without further ado, Ivan stepped onto the bus. Inside, the light was dim, and a faint aroma of herbs wafted through the air. The sides of the bus were cluttered with an array of magical items, flying brooms, whirling cauldrons, and even a few dozing owls. At the far end of the compartment, several passengers were either seated or reclined, evidently having been there for quite some time. He selected a bunk by the window and settled in, the curtains swaying slightly to block the outside light. As the bus set off, the vehicle gently swayed, and the scenery outside raced past, the lights and buildings dissolving into indistinct silhouettes against the night sky. Leaning against the head of his bunk, Ivan gazed out the window, his thoughts drifting far away. "Hey, mate, would you like some chocolate?" The young man's voice called from the front of the bus, brandishing a chocolate frog in his hand and waving it toward Ivan. Ivan shook his head, his gaze still fixed outside. "No, thank you." The young man shrugged, popping the chocolate frog into his mouth and savoring it. He sat at the wheel, gripping a slender wand, occasionally waving it to adjust the bus's course. As the bus delved deeper into the night, the streetlights became fewer, replaced by dark fields and the occasional flicker of a lamppost. Suddenly, The bus jolted violently, as though it had collided with something. Items within the compartment tumbled, and several owls screeched, taking flight. The young man's previous smile vanished, replaced by a hint of anxiety. Oh no, it's a Dementor. Ivan followed his gaze, seeing the road ahead engulfed in a thick, black fog, within which pale figures slowly approached the bus. These apparitions bore no features, save for a gaping maw that seemed capable of devouring all light. Indeed, they were the very Dementors Ivan had encountered before. Blast it! Aren't they the guards of Azkaban? What are they doing here? Have a Ministry of Magic lost their minds? The young man muttered under his breath, fiercely waving his wand as the bus's speed increased, attempting to escape the pursuing Dementors. Yet the Dementors were incredibly swift, catching up to the bus in the blink of an eye. Their forms pressed against the window, a chilling breath seeping through the glass, threatening to siphon away every ounce of warmth and hope. Ivan swung the willow branch in his hand, unleashing a golden light that flashed within the compartment. The branch sliced through the air, aimed directly at the Dementors outside the window. The Dementor emitted a chilling wail, its form instantaneously transforming into a dark mist, dissipating into the air. The Dementor had become an inadequate adversary in the presence of Ivan. Goodness! The young man's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of surprise. What kind of magic is this? Could you teach me? A mere Dementor. As the bus resumed its smooth journey, the young man let out a sigh of relief, gripping his wand tightly, his gaze imbued with a trace of reverence. Impressive. My friend, which academy do you hail from? Or are you perhaps a scion of some hidden lineage? Ivan paid no heed to his inquiries. His attention shifted to the rear of the cabin. A filthy large dog was curled up in the corner, its head bowed, eyes warily scanning its surroundings. When did that dog board? Ivan's voice was low, laced with curiosity. The young man followed his gaze, momentarily stunned. Huh, a dog? Why didn't he notice it? It must have slipped on during the earlier commotion. Ivan remained silent, his focus unwavering on the large dog. It seemed to sense his scrutiny, letting out a low growl, curling itself even tighter. Should we drive it away? The young man leaned closer, wand in hand, clearly ready to act. The bus continued on its journey, the night gradually receding, a hint of dawn appearing on the horizon. Ivan reclined against the headboard, while the large dog remained curled in the corner, occasionally lifting its head to scan the cabin with vigilance before lowering it again, as if nothing had transpired. Gradually, the cabin began to stir, some passengers rousing from their slumber, stretching and rubbing their sleepy eyes. A middle-aged woman clad in muggle attire yawned while complaining, "This ride is bumpier than my old jalopy." Rising from her seat, she waved her wand, and a cup of water flew over from the front of the bus. The bus glided smoothly under the morning sun, the clamor within the cabin gradually fading into the background. The large dog still curled in the corner, occasionally lifting its head to cautiously survey the surroundings. "Hey, mate." The young man leaned out from the driver's seat and called to Ivan, "We're approaching Hangleton. Where would you like to disembark?" "All right," the young man responded eagerly, and the bus began to slow, coming to a stop by the bridge. The door hissed open, and Ivan stepped off, the cool morning air enveloping him. Standing by the bridge, he inhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding scenery. The morning in Hangleton exuded an unusual tranquility in the distance. A few horse-drawn carriages ambled by, their wheels creaking over the cobblestones. Ivan, having not heard from his ancestor in quite some time since he had lamented the ancestor's barbaric teaching methods, felt a sense of unease. The atmosphere here is peculiar. Be cautious. Ivan surveyed his surroundings. Although Hangleton appeared calm, the air was thick with an almost imperceptible tension, as if the entire town were shrouded by an invisible barrier. He gently raised his hand, his fingertips brushing through the air, sensing a faint resistance. Frowning, he cast his gaze down the street, a flicker of uncertainty rising within him. The town was unervingly silent, a stillness that instilled a sense of disquiet. Even in the early hours of the morning, it seemed implausible for not a single soul to be present. He halted his steps and lifted his gaze toward a distant clock tower, its hands frozen in place, as if time had come to a standstill in this desolate place. "Master, something feels amiss here," Ivan murmured, his voice resonating distinctly in the empty streets. "Moments latte." The voice of his master echoed in his mind, tinged with seriousness. "Ivan, ascend to the skies and survey the town from above. Perhaps you may uncover some clues from that vantage point." Ivan nodded, retrieving his flying broom from around his neck. With a gentle leap, the broom supported his weight firmly. As he focused his thoughts, the broom swiftly soared into the air, carrying him higher. As he ascended, the entire town gradually unfolded before his eyes. "Master, do you recognize this formation?" Ivan inquired upon his descent. After a moment of silence, his master recounted a tale, one of a mountain temple. Chapter 73, Tales of the Empty Mountain. Centuries ago, the Empty Mountain Temple thrived in its prime. The mountain air was rich with spiritual energy, enveloped in mist, and the grand halls towered majestically, filled with numerous disciples. The master of that era took on many apprentices, among whom was a particularly gifted junior disciple. However, he displayed little interest in cultivation despite his rapid learning. Whenever the master urged him, he would merely smile and evade the topic, ultimately remaining rather mediocre in his advancement. In stark contrast was the elder disciple, the most diligent among all. He would rise before dawn to practice diligently, and even in the stillness of night. He would ponder the teachings of the Tao. Nonetheless, his progress remained sluggish. As he witnessed his fellow disciples surpassing him one by one, a feeling of discontent and even jealousy began to fester within him. One fateful night, under the cloak of darkness, the elder disciple stealthily entered the temple's library while the others slumbered. There he discovered a trove of forbidden texts, among which was a sinister tome titled Soul Devouring Technique. The book claimed that by practicing this technique, one could seize the cultivation of others for oneself. His eyes glimmered with a complex light in the dim candlelight, and after a moment's hesitation, he resolutely tucked the book into his robes. Initially, the elder disciple targeted only the wandering cultivators. Under the cover of night, he descended the mountain, lurking in secluded villages or forests, seeking solitary practitioners. With each successful endeavor, he felt his own cultivation surge, a thrill that became increasingly addictive. Gradually, his audacity grew. He became unsatisfied with outsiders and extended his sinister reach toward his own brothers and sisters. One night, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence of the temple. When a master and disciples rushed to the scene, they found one disciple sprawled on the ground, pallid and devoid of breath. The others were horrified, and upon inspection, the master discovered that the disciple's cultivation had been forcibly extracted, leaving his soul shattered. This is the soul-devouring technique. The master's voice trembled, disbelief etched across his face. Could it be? The elder disciple stood amongst the crowd, head bowed, yet a barely perceptible cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. In the days that followed, disciples began to vanish one by one, all eyes turning towards the elder disciple. At last, a surviving disciple revealed the truth before his demise. It was the elder brother who had practiced the forbidden arts. In a state of shock, the master immediately summoned all disciples to unite in order to subdue the elder brother. However, the elder brother's cultivation had already surpassed their wildest imaginations. Standing in the courtyard of the temple, he was enveloped by a dense aura of darkness, his gaze cold and frenzied. Do you truly believe that you, mere ants, can do anything to me? A fierce battle erupted within the temple. Everyone exerted their utmost efforts, even risking their very souls, to finally shatter the elder brother's spirit. Yet, the temple suffered grievously, nearly annihilating its forces. In the final moments, the master expended his last vestige of vital energy to seal a fragment of the youngest disciple's lingering soul within a ring. He softly murmured, I hope you can find a fated person to continue the legacy of the Empty Mountain Temple. The elder brother's pet, a descendant of the serpent-like Qiongqi, was also sealed away amidst the chaos, its whereabouts unknown. The voice of the ancestral master resonated deeply and slowly, as if recounting an ancient and weighty tale. Ivan stood on the streets of Hagridden, his expression grave, a chill creeping into his heart. Master, do you imply that the traitor here is connected? Ivan inquired softly. After a moment of silence, the ancestral master responded with deliberation. This formation is the reincarnation array from that forbidden book of the elder brother. Ivan muttered to himself. The ancestors are truly becoming senile. If it is a forbidden book, why not destroy it and avoid all this trouble? Throughout history, countless villains have wreaked havoc upon the world due to the inheritance of such forbidden texts. A surge of energy coursed through Ivan's body, accompanied by a slight sting, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. He had misspoken again. Techniques are lifeless, yet humans are alive. The ancestral master's voice was grave and serious. Those with ill intentions will wield any technique to cause harm. Ivan shrugged non-committally. He had no desire to engage in philosophical disputes with the ancestral master. As Ergouzi aptly stated, the truth is whatever you declare it to be when you win. Ivan let out a soft sigh, his gaze drifting toward the distant Hagridden, which remained shrouded in an eerie silence, as if all vitality had been siphoned away by some unseen force. This array had lain dormant for a long time. It had seemed to show signs of having been activated once. Whether that activation had succeeded remained uncertain. The ancestral master transmitted once more. Could these strange occurrences be related to this formation? Are the deceased wandering? Are they of the zombie type? Or perhaps bound by their obsessions? We may only discern the truth by nightfall. Ivan resolved to find a place to stay. After wandering the small town, Ivan discovered the absence of inns. The houses lining the streets had their doors tightly shut, and dust coated the windows, indicating long abandonment. Occasionally, a few shops were open, but the owners languidly sat behind their counters, gazing vacantly at the door, indifferent to Ivan's presence. This place is utterly lifeless, Ivan muttered under his breath. Having circled the town several times without finding a suitable lodging, and with nightfall approaching, Ivan decided to leave the town and explore the surrounding area for a place to rest. He walked along a narrow path, the weeds by the roadside reaching up to his knees, clearly indicating that this trail was seldom traversed. Unbeknownst to him, Ivan found himself amidst a distant grove. The forest was cloaked in dim light, with towering, dense trees allowing only occasional rays of the setting sun to filter through, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and the occasional chirp of birds only heightened the solitude of this woodland. After a few minutes of walking, Ivan abruptly halted. In the distance, he could vaguely discern a dilapidated cabin. The walls of the cabin were weathered and peeling, and the roof tiles were missing in places, suggesting it had long been abandoned. This place appeared to offer a temporary refuge for the night. Ivan mused as he approached the cabin. The wooden door was firmly shut, adorned with a serpent that coiled and twisted to form an S shape. The serpent's eyes were set with glossy black stones, seemingly watching every passerby with intensity. Such an arrangement could hardly be the work of a mere muggle. It was evidently the mark of a wizard. No wonder no one dared to come here. That serpent would surely frighten away many. Muttering to himself, Ivan pushed open the wooden door. As it creaked ajar, a shadow lunged out from within, hurtling towards Ivan's face. Quick to react, he sidestepped slightly, his right hand sweeping forward as a surge of energy shot forth. The shadow was repelled by an invisible force, crashing heavily to the ground with a low whimper. Ivan swiftly conjured his wand from a necklace, waving it gently. The tip of the wand emitted a soft glow, illuminating the interior of the cabin. The room was in disarray, with furniture askew and walls entwined with vines, while dust coated the floor thickly. A movement in the corner caught Ivan's eye, accompanied by a low growl. He focused his gaze and saw a large dog, its filthy black fur and watchful eyes exuding an air of wariness. Ivan recognized it as the same dog he had seen on the bus. Chapter 74, Sirius Black. Ivan observed the dog's demeanor and sensed something amiss. He had raised 3 dogs himself, and, as a guardian of the underworld, they were quite perceptive. Yet, the gaze of this dog failed to convey any emotion. Instead, there was an unusual vitality in its eyes, more akin to that of a human than an ordinary magical creature. An animagus? Upon hearing Ivan's words, the dog stiffened suddenly, letting out a low rumble from its throat, as if caught in hesitation. Moments later, the dog's form began to shift. Its black fur gradually receded, limbs elongated, and it transformed into a tall, slender man. Ivan stared at this unexpected stranger. The man was clad in a tattered black robe, his hair disheveled, and his face bore signs of weariness and hardship. His gaze retained the same wariness as before. You. The man appeared familiar to Ivan, yet he could not recall where they had met. He scrutinized the man's pale face, searching for clues. It was then that recognition dawned upon him. Once again, he transformed into a large black dog, lunging at Ivan. Ivan deftly sidestepped the dog's fierce assault, countering with a powerful kick infused with his internal energy, sending the beast crashing against the window. In an instant, the glass shattered, and the dog was propelled outside. It emitted a heart-wrenching howl as it struggled to flee into the woods. Ivan stood beside the broken window, lacking any inclination to pursue. After all, the Ministry of Magic's bounty did not stipulate any reward. He was not an altruistic orer. As night descended, the light within the small cabin dimmed further. Ivan resolved to spend the night there. He moved to a corner of the room, waved his wand, and cleared a space, then retrieved some simple tools from a necklace. Setting up a makeshift bed, sitting cross-legged upon it, he closed his eyes, allowing his internal energy to flow gently. Since his confrontation with Tom, he had realized his reserves of energy were insufficient to contend with the Dark Lord, prompting him to recommence his nightly training. His ancestral master approved of this newfound diligence. After all, a complacent observer who never faced adversity was not a worthy one. Moments later, Ivan's mind gradually settled, allowing him to perceive the surroundings with greater clarity. The night breeze drifted through the shattered window, carrying a chill, while the air was saturated with the scent of decaying wood and damp earth. Suddenly, the tranquility of the night was shattered by a low, heated argument outside. Ivan abruptly opened his eyes, peering through the window into the gloom. In the moonlight, he discerned two figures, a man and a woman, seemingly embroiled in a fervent debate. Their voices were hushed, yet the anger and discontent were palpable. Michael, perhaps we should not proceed. What if the legend holds true? The woman's voice trembled slightly. Chloe, trust me. The legends are mere fabrications spun by the town's elders. They also claim to have seen the dead wandering. Why have neither of us encountered them? The man's voice was deep and hoarse. A flicker of curiosity ignited within Ivan. What could possibly incite such a quarrel in the woods at this late hour? The figures drew nearer to the cabin. Just then, a sudden knock echoed on the door. Two light raps, as if someone were tentatively testing it. Ivan assumed the couple intended to enter and moved to open the door. The knocking came again, clearer this time. Are they in such a hurry? Ivan thought, abruptly yanking the door open. The moonlight spilled into the cabin, illuminating an empty scene. The couple stood several meters away, clearly caught off guard by the sudden opening of the door. A look of terror crossed their faces, startled by Ivan's unexpected action. They had evidently not anticipated that this long-abandoned cabin would still harbor an occupant, having been uninhabited for over 20 years. Regaining their composure, the girl let out a shriek, grasping the boy's arm as they turned and fled toward the town. Ivan touched his face, pondering, am I truly that frightening? Even muggles run from me. I am hardly a bald-headed giant. His ancestral master within the ring was nearly in fits of laughter, as if the very notion of obsession could induce a fainting spell. What a peculiar occurrence. They come knocking at the door in the dead of night, only to scream and flee. Are they adventurers? Is the small town not steeped in silence? Two lively spirits amidst such stillness? Ivan, rendered speechless, closed the door. The moment the door shut, he sensed an unsettling presence within the room. An obsession materialized before the table. Ivan approached, his gaze fixed intently upon it. The apparition sat at the table, its form indistinct and ethereal, as if woven from mist, faintly revealing a shade of grayish-white. Its hollow eyes stared vacantly out the window, seemingly following the two figures that had just escaped. Moonlight streamed through the shattered glass, casting a cold, spectral glow upon the obsession, rendering it particularly forlorn. Ivan felt no malevolence emanating from it. Instead, an overwhelming wave of sorrow and resentment surged forth, nearly engulfing him. This emotion did not arise from the external. It resonated from the depths of his soul, as if the obsession's feelings permeated the air and seeped into his heart. Ivan extended his hand, attempting to touch the apparition, but his fingers passed through its form, encountering only void. The obsession remained unresponsive, quietly fixed in a moment of time. This obsession exists in a realm separate from ours. It is beyond your touch. The master discerned the truth. Ivan was astonished that an obsession could delve into such profound temporal mysteries. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a tattered diary suddenly appearing on the table. The cover was stained with dried blood, a deep brown hue, indicating its age. Faint, indistinct letters were barely legible, hinting at the name Melop. Ivan yearned to grasp the diary, yet, like the obsession, he found himself unable to touch it. It seemed this was its accompanying entity. An accompanying entity is a unique spiritual artifact that manifests beside an obsession laden with deep emotional weight, often chronicling the obsession's existence. However, obsessions accompanied by such entities invariably belong to malevolent spirits. Chapter 75, Do Not Knock Twice. Thus, Ivan spent a tranquil night with the obsession. As the first rays of dawn broke, the apparition silently vanished. Ivan stepped outside, the morning dew dampening the hem of his garments. A thin mist enveloped the woods, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled patterns upon the ground. He followed the path toward the town, intent on inquiring about the clues regarding the couple. It was clear that the apparition's emergence was intricately linked to them. Locating the source of this obsession might lead him to the one referred to as Voldemort. The streets of the town remained desolate, with only a few horse-drawn carriages clattering by, the sound of hooves resonating crisply against the cobblestones. Ivan's gaze swept over the shops lining the street, ultimately resting upon a store named Celestial Bookstore. He pushed the door open, and a bell chimed melodiously. The interior was dimly lit, the air heavy with the scent of aged paper. Behind the counter, an elderly man with graying hair was absorbed in organizing books. Upon hearing the bell ring, he lifted his head, revealing a warm and welcoming smile. Ivan learned from the old man that the couple from the previous night was named Michael Flowers and Chloe Bolton. After acquiring the boy's address, Ivan made his way to their residence. Upon ringing the doorbell, it was indeed Michael Flowers who answered the door. At the sight of Ivan, he recoiled in fright. Falling to the ground, Ivan quickly reached out to steady Michael by his arm, helping him regain his composure. Michael's complexion was pale, his hands trembled slightly, and his gaze flitted about, unable to meet Ivan's eyes directly. "Do not be alarmed. I come not to harm you," Ivan spoke in a low, steady voice, attempting to soothe Michael's nerves. "I merely wish to inquire why you ventured to that cabin in the woods. Why you truly are not." Michael's voice was hoarse. But before he could finish, Chloe interjected as she approached briskly from within the house. Her face was similarly pale, yet she appeared far more composed than Michael. She scrutinized Ivan for a moment before placing a reassuring hand on Michael's shoulder, her tone laced with caution. "Who are you? Why did you come to find us?" Ivan met Chloe's gaze steadily, his voice calm. "Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ivan Effery, a backpacker. I encountered you both at the cabin in the woods last night. I am curious as to why you were there, especially after knocking twice." Upon hearing the mention of 2 knocks, Michael's face drained of color, his fingers instinctively gripping the hem of Chloe's garment, his voice barely audible. "We were merely curious." Intrigued by the legend? Ivan raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting between Michael and Chloe. "What legend?" After a moment of silence, Chloe spoke. "There's a rumor in town that one must never knock twice on the door of that cabin in the woods at midnight, lest a witch come to take you away." A witch? While England is indeed known for its witches, Ivan had not anticipated they would become synonymous with terror. "What occurs when one is taken by a witch?" He pressed further. "No one knows," Chloe replied. "It is said that those who are taken never return. However, recently, some elderly townsfolk have claimed to see individuals who had previously gone missing reappear. That is why we sought to ascertain the truth behind this rumor." Chloe articulated her reasoning clearly. The obsession from the previous night was evidently linked to their knocking, yet it seemed to have no specific target, merely sitting quietly in the shadows. This left Ivan perplexed. Was the manifestation of the obsession connected to their knocking, or was it merely a coincidence? As night fell, Ivan returned to the cabin. In the darkness, the cabin appeared particularly eerie, the moonlight filtering through the shattered windows to cast a stark, cold illumination within. Standing before the door, Ivan inhaled deeply, then raised his hand to gently knock twice. "Knock, knock." Inside, silence reigned, as though nothing had transpired. Ivan pushed open the door and stepped inside, where the obsession once again materialized at the table, its hollow gaze fixed silently on the window. Ivan approached the table, his eyes resting upon the apparition. The expression of the obsession remained unchanged, as if it were entirely unaware of Ivan's presence. He extended his hand, and to his astonishment, he discovered that he could indeed touch the body of the obsession. His hand passed through the figure's shoulder, encountering a chilling sensation, akin to grasping a fragment of icy void. At the moment Ivan's hand made contact with the obsession, the scene within the small room abruptly transformed. The figure grew clearer, no longer a vague mist, but rather a young woman clad in a flowing black robe. Her features were delicate, imbued with a hint of fatigue and sorrow. Her lustrous black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with the gently curling ends swaying softly with her movements. She stood by the boiler, holding a silver teapot, poised to brew tea for the guests in the living room. Scalding water streamed from the spout, steam rising into the air, carrying the fragrant aroma of tea leaves. In the living room, 2 figures in black robes faced each other, wands drawn, while a man lounged on the sofa, a snake coiled around his arm. The man on the sofa lifted his gaze, his eyes icy, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ogden, do you truly wish to intervene in this matter?" The man referred to as Ogden tightened his grip on his wand, his gaze resolute and sharp. "Gunter, you have slain so many muggles, extracting their souls and creating bizarre creatures such as dementors. This has severely disrupted the peace of the magical realm." His voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. "As the head of the Aura Enforcement Squad, it is my duty to bring you to justice." "Arrest me?" Gunter's voice dripped with derision. "Do you think you alone can contend with me?" No sooner had he spoken than Gunter's arm swung violently. The snake coiled upon it, lunging forward as a shadow, aiming directly at Ogden's face. Ogden reacted swiftly, his wand slicing through the air, emitting a blue light that cleaved the serpent in 2. The snake's body twirled midair, dissolving into a cloud of black mist that vanished into the atmosphere. "Kill him." Gunter uttered the command in parcel tongue as a young man in black robes unleashed a killing curse towards Ogden. Chapter 76. The Fog Thickens. Nonverbal spellcasting. Ogden was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young man could reach such a level, nearing the mastery of wandless magic. In a swift motion, Ogden operated outside, where 4 more aurors had arrived. Yet, The anticipated battle did not unfold, for the scene shifted once more. The woman now lay on the floor, her belly swollen, groaning softly, while a man named Gunter stood coldly beside her. Judging by their surroundings, they appeared to be in a church. Melop, the child you bear with a muggle will serve as a vessel for the Dark Lord. It is his fortune. The Dark Lord shall be reborn through him, leading us to conquer the magical realm and subjugate the muggle world. Upon concluding his words, Gunter placed the snake upon Melop's abdomen, where it transformed into a shadow and slithered into her womb. In an instant, Melop's abdomen visibly swelled. The child was about to be born. Gunter stood nearby, his gaze icy, as if everything unfolding before him was of no consequence. Suddenly, Melop let out a piercing scream, and the child's head finally emerged. However, the subsequent scene sent an inexplicable chill coursing through Ivan's heart. The infant did not cry. Instead, it opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth and bit down on Melop's neck. Blood gushed forth, staining the sheets and the floor. Melop's eyes widened, her pupils gradually dilating. Her body convulsed a few times, and then she went limp. Gunther's smile deepened, his eyes gleaming with fervor, as if he beheld some grand triumph. The adult has finally arrived. His voice was hoarse yet exhilarated, his fingers delicately caressing the baby's head. You shall become the new sovereign, leading us to glory. Ivan's breath nearly ceased, the scene before him inducing a wave of dizziness. He had never witnessed such a bizarre and cruel spectacle. A newborn had consumed its mother in the very moment of its birth. Ivan inhaled deeply, attempting to steady the turmoil within him. Ancestor, Ivan murmured. Did you witness what has transpired? The voice of the ancestor echoed in his mind. Witness what? I saw you here dawdling for an entire night. Ivan took a moment to recount the horrific scene to the ancestor in meticulous detail. The ancestor asserted with certainty that Serpent is likely a descendant of Master Brother's pet, Xianglu. Normally, serpents must undergo heavenly tribulations to transform, but their numerous malevolent deeds have rendered them incapable of transcending. Thus, they resorted to seizing a host, taking over the infant to become a new entity. Ivan inquired, if that serpent is the pet of the traitorous ancestor, does that traitor also exist in this world? Could it be the one referred to by Voldemort? Why, until now, have I yet to encounter anything directly related to Voldemort? The ancestor admitted uncertainty, but confirmed that Master Brother's pet resided in this realm. What connection does the traitorous ancestor have with Voldemort? Why does this obsession manifest after knocking twice? And how did this legend in the small town arise? Ivan felt the enigma multiplying, his mind nearly overwhelmed. How I despise puzzles. Puzzles, begone from Gotham. Ivan resolved to visit the two young individuals once more. Upon returning to Michael's home, he discovered a gathering of police officers at the entrance. Inquiring with a neighbor, Ivan learned that Michael's girlfriend had reported to the authorities, claiming to have seen him being taken by some entity while with her. The neighbor muttered, these two children must have been disobedient, going to knock on that door. Curiously, Ivan asked, the door you mentioned, is it the cabin in the woods? I knocked there yesterday as well. Upon hearing this, the neighbor, frightened, promptly shut the door, as though fearing contagion. Ivan was left with nothing but disappointment. He rubbed his head and sought out Chloe for further information. Having been preoccupied with Melop's obsession yesterday, it was evident that Melop was not the captor. Who then could it be? Upon witnessing Ivan's arrival, Chloe screamed, he must be the murderer. Her cries attracted the attention of the police, and left with no alternative, Ivan resorted to a memory-erasing charm, causing both the officers and Chloe to forget his existence. Realizing that he could glean no information from Chloe, Ivan resolved to seek out the location where Melop was to give birth. At the heart of the town stood a church, likely the very place of Melop's delivery. Ivan stood before the church, gazing upwards at the towering edifice. The church's spire pierced the clouds, resembling a sword thrust into the heavens, while a dark mist clung to the roof, adding an air of foreboding. The windows loomed high and narrow, their glass obscured by a thick layer of dust, allowing no light to penetrate. As Ivan circled the church, he eventually discovered a concealed door hidden among the vines and weeds at the rear wall. The edges of the door had been eroded by time, blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding wall. Had he not scrutinized it closely, he would have overlooked its existence. Ivan brushed aside the vines, his fingertips grazing the door's edge, where he sensed a faint magical aura. With a gentle press, the door creaked open slightly, releasing a musty odor that carried the heavy scent of mildew and decay, as if the church's interior had been abandoned for many years. He held his breath and stepped inside. The interior of the church was shrouded in darkness, with only a few feeble beams of light filtering through the shattered stained glass, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the church. It was the bark of a dog. Ivan spun around, his gaze fixating on the source of the sound. Emerging from the shadows of the church's corner was a massive black dog. In Chapter 77, Blake's Past, the black dog's form began to shift. Its dark fur gradually receded. Its limbs elongated, and its stature grew taller until it transformed into a tall, gaunt man. Blake felt a surge of frustration. Why did he always encounter this individual? He had thought that escaping Azkaban would grant him a reprieve, yet here he was, encountering someone capable of easily vanquishing him, possibly a wizard of considerable power. Blake surmised that his illegal animagus form had been discerned by this adversary, which was why this person followed his trail. Although he had been defeated by Ivan before, Blake had no intention of surrendering. Just as he prepared to attack, Ivan spoke. Blake paused, taken aback by Ivan's words. What did this mean? A wizard of such formidable strength was neither an Auror nor a Death Eater. When had the magical world produced such powerful wizards? Had he been so long in Azkaban that he had become out of touch with society? Yet, he had kept up with the Daily Prophet during his imprisonment. Ivan shrugged, his gaze drifting from Blake as he surveyed the church's interior. The dim light rendered the church even more sinister, and the mottled shadows on the walls seemed to whisper tales of a forgotten history. His voice remained calm, imbued with profound significance. I am here to seek the truth. Truth? Blake's voice betrayed a hint of confusion. It seemed this young wizard, like himself, might be ensnared in a web of deception. Blake conjured a series of dramatic scenarios, gazing at Ivan with a mixture of pity and contemplation. Ivan, somewhat bewildered by Blake's intense stare, wondered if this man had lost his wits. It was plausible, after all. Dementors fed on human emotions. Forgive me for not introducing myself. I am Ivan Affery, a second-year student from Hogwarts. Ivan extended his hand toward Blake. Upon hearing the name Hogwarts, Blake's expression momentarily flickered with surprise, as the mention stirred memories of his own school days, causing the tautness in his muscles to ease slightly. He glanced down at Ivan's outstretched hand, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. After a brief silence, he slowly reached out, grasping Ivan's hand. He believed that most students from Hogwarts were inherently good. The moment their palms met, Blake felt the warmth emanating from Ivan's hand, which melted away a fraction of the coldness within him. After a moment of silence, the vigilance in Blake's gaze was gradually replaced by a deeper sentiment. Drawing a deep breath as if steeling himself, he finally spoke. Ivan Affery, is it? I have come here in search of someone I once believed to be dead. Ah, a story awaits? Ivan encouraged him to continue. Blake's tone carried a hint of nostalgia, quickly shifting to one of gravity. But then, James died. Everyone claims I betrayed him, that I was responsible for the deaths of an entire street, including Peter Pettigrew. Yet the truth is far from that. I was imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 long years, while everyone believed me to be a traitor, a murderer. But I did not. I have never betrayed James. The true traitor is Peter Pettigrew. He did not perish. He faked his death and escaped. I must find him to prove my innocence. Peter Pettigrew. Ivan echoed the name, astonished. He's still alive? Blake nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. He is alive. I must locate him. Ivan fell silent for a moment, scanning Blake's face before finally articulating. Mr. Blake, I am willing to believe you. Blake lifted his gaze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you, Mr. Affery. He had long forgotten the taste of trust. You may call me Ivan, he replied with a smile, sensing the truth in Blake's words. Moreover, from Blake's demeanor, it was evident that he was not a man of malevolence. The church descended into a brief silence, broken only by the wind whispering through the shattered stained glass, producing a soft hiss. Blake appeared somewhat taken aback by Ivan's trust. He inhaled deeply. It had been ages since he had befriended anyone. Regaining his composure, his voice steadied. Ivan, what brings you here? This church has been abandoned for many years. Ivan's gaze wandered around the church, his brow furrowing. I'm searching for someone. Or rather, the truth. Last night, I encountered some strange occurrences at a cottage outside of town. A flicker of surprise crossed Blake's eyes. The cottage where we met last night? That is Voldemort's former residence. How could Professor Dumbledore allow you to investigate Voldemort's affairs alone? Blake was somewhat astonished, believing that Dumbledore had sent Ivan. Yet he quickly reconciled himself to the idea upon considering Ivan's formidable abilities. Ivan chose not to correct Dumbledore's assumption. Having a renowned wizard to vouch for him was advantageous, as it would spare him considerable trouble. However, he found it quite remarkable that the small cottage was the residence of Voldemort. Could Merope indeed be Voldemort's mother? A fleeting thought of last night's obsession and the woman named Merope flashed through Ivan's mind. He quietly inquired, do you know Merope? It was indeed the case. Yet, Why was there no trace of the soul mark of the Xiong Lu descendants deep within Voldemort's essence? Ivan refrained from sharing what he had seen in his obsession with Blake. He merely stated, "This church is the birthplace of Voldemort. Perhaps there are still remnants of clues here." Chapter 78, Riddle Manor. Ivan and Blake explored the church, its walls cloaked in cobwebs, dust motes floating in the air as if forgotten for ages. The tip of Ivan's wand gleamed softly, illuminating the path ahead. The depths of the church appeared even more ominous. Suddenly, Ivan halted, his gaze fixated on the ground at the church's center. There lay a massive circular pattern, seemingly a kind of array. The edges of the array were inscribed with intricate runes, while the center bore a charred mark, as if once seared by some potent force. "It appears this is where Merope gave birth," Ivan murmured. Blake's expression grew serious as he crouched down to scrutinize the runes on the array. "I cannot decipher what these runes signify. They do not seem to be magical." Ivan nodded. "Indeed, this is not magic. The array is primarily designed to enhance the soul." Blake rose, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. "How do you possess knowledge of such matters?" At that moment, he began to question Ivan's identity. Was he truly a student of Hogwarts? When had Hogwarts begun to teach such things? Ivan perceived Blake's skepticism, but chose not to elaborate. "The essence of this array has dissipated for too long. It is challenging to extract any useful clues from it." He glanced at Blake. "Perhaps we might investigate through an alternative approach." "An alternative approach?" "Indeed." Ivan's lips curled into a slight smile. "You can transform into a large black dog and inquire about the situation in town. Muggles typically do not regard a dog with suspicion. Perhaps you might overhear some valuable rumors." Blake paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit of the suggestion. He swiftly performed the animagus transformation, his form gradually shrinking and fur enveloping his body until he became a tall black dog. He nodded at Ivan before dashing out of the church. Ivan gazed enviously at Blake's magnificent black dog. He had always wished to master the transformation spell, but had yet to grasp its essence and could not transform into an animal. If he could, he would choose to become a panda. The dog had mentioned that pandas could be fierce, and he wondered if such creatures existed in this world. They likely did. In the following days, Blake roamed the town in the guise of a black dog, quietly eavesdropping on the conversations of the townsfolk. He had heard numerous rumors about the town, particularly concerning the affluent merchant, Riddle. It was said that the Riddle family had once been the most illustrious in the town. But decades ago, its members mysteriously vanished one after another, leaving only old Riddle behind. "Oh." Ivan lifted his head, urging him to elaborate. Blake took a deep breath, his tone grave, remarking that the town's rumors originated from the Riddle family. Furthermore, the merchant bearing the Riddle name was likely connected to Voldemort's lineage. The two departed from the church, making their way toward the Riddle Manor located on the western edge of the town, nestled at the periphery of a grove. The manor stood as an ancient and grand edifice, its weathered walls still emanating an air of authority despite their decay. It was evident that the Riddle family had once held a position of considerable prominence. However, the atmosphere surrounding the estate now felt oppressively heavy, as if even the winds avoided this place. The grand entrance was firmly shut. Ivan raised his hand and knocked, but no one answered. He then produced his wand and cast the unlocking charm, allowing them to enter unimpeded. They traversed a lengthy corridor, arriving at a dimly lit parlor. Inside, a stooped old man sat in a rocking chair, gazing vacantly out the window as though entirely unaware of their presence. His face was a tapestry of wrinkles, with skin so sagging it appeared almost to droop. Ivan and Blake approached the elder, their eyes lingering momentarily upon him. Ivan extended his hand, gently probing the old man's neck for a pulse. He felt a faint throb, yet the warmth was swiftly dissipating. The old man had just departed from this world. Blake's expression shifted, and he murmured, "We are too late. He has already passed on." When a person first departs, their 3 souls and 7 spirits have yet to fully separate, allowing for a summoning of the spirit that retains all memories from life. Should one wait until the spirits disperse, they would merely become obsessions, and the memories would be fragmented. The figure before them was indeed the old man's spirit, indistinguishable from his living form, save for a more translucent quality, as if he could vanish into the ether at any moment. The old man glanced at his hands, and then raised his gaze to Ivan and Blake, an expression of confusion and bewilderment clouding his eyes. Blake fixed his stare upon Ivan, his vigilance intensifying. He took a step back, his voice low and icy. "You are indeed a dark wizard. Summoning the spirits of the deceased is dark magic. You have been deceiving me." Ivan paid little heed to Blake, addressing the spirit of the elder. "Good sir, you have only just passed. I have summoned your spirit from the beyond using magic. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Do you know of Merope? Upon hearing Merope's name, the spirit visibly trembled. She is my wife. Ivan and Blake exchanged a glance, both taken aback by the revelation. The old man before them was Merope's husband, and Merope was the mother of Voldemort, implying that the elder might indeed be Voldemort's father. Ivan inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within his heart, and continued, "Good sir, could you enlighten us regarding Merope's experiences within the Gaunt family?" The elderly man's voice bore a trace of resentment, his fingertips trembling slightly as if suppressing some deep-seated emotion. His gaze drifted through the window, seemingly catching glimpses of the dark days of the past. The Gaunt family possessed a serpent, reputed to be the ancestral guardian spirit. A mission was whispered within the Gaunt lineage, one that aimed to transform that serpent into a human. Legend held that when the serpent could take human form, it would lead the family to eradicate muggles and restore the glory of pure blood. Gaunt believed this mission would be fulfilled through him, and he had chosen our child under the serpent's guidance. Ivan's heart sank abruptly, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Is your child Tom Marvolo Riddle?" Chapter 79, The Power of a Dog I Love. The elder's spirit nodded, his expression turning agonized. Indeed, Gaunt sought to have that serpent's soul consume our child's body, using it to manifest in human shape. He even personally infused the serpent's soul into the child during Merope's delivery. Ivan had seen this notion in Merope's obsession. He nearly coughed up blood. The descendants of the serpent were betrayed by the dog I love. Wasn't the love potion just that? He had witnessed its effects when he and Ergouzi watched Stephen Chow films while perched on a wall. He communicated with his ancestor, Master. Must your disciples' chosen pet be so ludicrous? The ancestor too felt a sense of embarrassment, for a dignified ancient beast descendant had been bested by the dog he adored. Blake found Ivan's reaction puzzling. Was it not normal for a love potion to have such effects? Oh, but love potions were prohibited from being taught at Hogwarts. Blake's expression softened somewhat as he turned to the elder, his voice low. "So, the child is not actually dead?" The elder's spirit nodded, a hint of relief in his tone. "Yes. Our child's soul was not consumed when Gaunt attempted to kill him. He was thwarted by the arriving Ministry of Magic and was arrested." Ivan gathered his thoughts, pointing out a flaw. If the serpent's soul is no longer present, how did the town's legend arise? And how did Merope develop her obsession? Your explanation has significant gaps. The rumor originated in such a manner. Ivan was taken aback. Whom was Voldemort referring to? The serpent or Gaunt? And from where did he learn those esoteric arts? The mystery was far from unraveled, and it defied logic. Thus, the serpent's soul had not been entirely vanquished, but had been summoned back by Gaunt. Ivan finally spoke. The elder's spirit nodded, fatigue evident in his gaze. "Yes. The serpent can be resurrected. I implore you to eradicate that serpent. Perhaps I have a simpler method, but it requires waiting for the curse on the girl named Chloe to be lifted before experimentation can commence." Ivan contemplated a solution that could address the curse at its root. He raised his hand, his fingertips delicately tracing the air, as a faint golden light began to coalesce with his movements, seemingly sketching the outline of a door in the air. The golden radiance gradually expanded, ultimately forming a translucent portal, within which a vague expanse of nothingness was discernible, as if leading to another realm. The figure of the elderly man's spirit was gradually enveloped by the golden light, gently drifting towards the entrance. "Dear elder, go in peace." Ivan's voice was calm and gentle, yet there lingered a hint of complexity in his gaze. He watched as the old man's spirit vanished within the portal, then softly waved his hand, causing the golden light to dissipate, and the ethereal doorway to the afterlife faded into oblivion. Blake stood nearby, his eyes fixed intently on Ivan, his brow furrowed in concern, his fingers clenched slightly, filled with vigilance and doubt. "You just employed dark magic, didn't you?" Blake's voice was low, tinged with suppressed anger. "Summoning the dead, even manipulating souls. These are hallmarks of dark wizards. Who exactly are you? No student of Hogwarts possesses such formidable magical prowess. You have been deceiving me. I have no time to explain myself to you right now, Blake. If you truly wish to know the truth, once this matter is resolved, I will present you with evidence that will reveal I am not the person you presume me to be." Ivan's tone was deep and resolute, his gaze unwavering. Blake's frown deepened as he scrutinized Ivan's eyes, attempting to uncover any trace of falsehood or deceit within those profound orbs. Yet, Ivan's gaze remained serene and forthright, as if conveying, "You need not trust me now, but time will unveil all." "What are you planning to do?" Blake finally inquired, the skepticism in his voice still palpable. "Chloe?" A flicker of confusion crossed Blake's eyes. The girl recently dubbed as mad by the townsfolk? What is her connection to all of this? She knocked twice. Ivan's tone turned serious, a shadow of gravity crossing his features. Her soul has been marked by that serpent. If we do not locate her soon, her essence may be consumed, becoming a source of power for the serpent's revival. Blake's body stiffened slightly, his fingers instinctively tightening as a swirl of complex emotions crossed his gaze. Despite his doubts regarding Ivan's identity, his sense of justice compelled him to act. Then what are we waiting for? We must find her immediately. Blake's voice grew urgent, laced with an undeniable conviction. Ivan nodded, a glimmer of approval passing through his eyes. He had indeed not misjudged Blake. He was a man of virtue. Unbeknownst to Blake, having interacted with Ivan for such a brief time, he had already been granted the title of a good person twice over. Ivan turned and strode towards the entrance of the estate, with Blake following closely behind. As they exited the manor, the night breeze enveloped them, carrying a hint of chill. Chapter 80. The Rescue of Chloe. Blake's canine-like nose twitched slightly. His brow furrowed as he murmured, "The scent of the serpent grows stronger. She has indeed become ensnared." Animagi possess a peculiar trait, allowing them to mirror the transformed object in certain aspects. There have even been tales of a wizard who transformed into a horse, with an indescribable attribute that both enchanted and vexed women alike. Blake's distinctive trait was his nose, a dog-like sense of smell. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Ivan's eyes as he pushed open the door and stepped into the room. Chloe stood in the center of the living room, her hands hanging limply at her sides, her gaze vacant, murmuring to herself in a daze, seemingly oblivious to Ivan's arrival. "Chloe?" Ivan's voice was low and steady, an attempt to rouse her consciousness. Blake's expression turned grave as he whispered to Ivan, "Her awareness has been corrupted by the serpent's curse. If this continues, her soul will be completely devoured." Ivan nodded, his gaze still fixed on Chloe. He extended his hand, a faint golden light emanating from his palm, attempting to dispel the serpent spirit's curse that ensnared her. However, as the golden light barely touched Chloe's body, she emitted a piercing scream, her body violently recoiling as if repelled by some unseen force. "This won't do." Ivan's brow furrowed, his voice deepening. Her soul is already entangled with the serpent spirit. Mere counterspells are insufficient to dispel it. We must awaken her consciousness to proceed with the unbinding. A flicker of anxiety crossed Blake's eyes as he quietly inquired, "How can we awaken her? We cannot stand by and watch an innocent suffer." Ivan gazed intently at Chloe, her body still trembling, repeatedly uttering Michael's name as if it were her only salvation. His fingertips trembled slightly, and a flurry of potential solutions raced through his mind. Finally, he inhaled deeply and murmured, "The memory spell might awaken her memories before she fell under the serpent spirit's control." Blake's gaze shifted to Ivan, his brow furrowed. "The memory spell? Are you certain this will be effective? Her soul has been tainted by the serpent spirit." "I am uncertain, but we must try." Ivan's tone was resolute, devoid of hesitation. He raised his wand, aiming its tip at Chloe's temple, softly intoning the incantation, "Memory reawakening." However, just as Chloe's expression began to soften, her body convulsed violently. She clutched her throat as if something within her were struggling to escape. Her mouth twisted in a grimace, releasing a sharp scream, and then a thick black mist erupted from her mouth. The black mist rapidly coalesced in the air, transforming into a colossal serpentine shadow. Its eyes glowed crimson, its tongue flickering ominously, emitting a hissing sound. The serpent's form coiled and then suddenly lashed out, lunging toward Ivan and Blake. Ivan's pupils dilated in shock, his body instinctively retreating as he swiftly waved his wand, conjuring a golden barrier before him. The serpent shadow collided forcefully with the barrier, producing a thunderous sound, as golden light intertwined with black mist, filling the air with a pungent metallic scent. "Blake, be careful!" Ivan's voice was urgent as he once again swung his wand, summoning a blue flame that arced through the air, aimed directly at the serpent shadow. The shadow deftly evaded in midair, the flames grazing its form and leaving behind a burnt odor. The Taoist arts of the empty mountain temple, the serpent shadow halted, emitting a voice akin to that of a human. Ivan's heart raced. This serpent was indeed the descendant of the traitorous ancestral master Espet, Xiang Lu. One must remain vigilant, otherwise disaster may strike. Yet, his countenance remained composed, the wand in his hand unwaveringly aimed at the serpent's shadow, showing no sign of relaxation. The serpent coiled itself, its crimson eyes fixated intently on Ivan, its tongue flickering in the air with a faint tremor, emitting a sibilant hiss laced with derision. "You, boy, with such meager skills, are hardly worthy to flaunt your prowess before me." If you wish to thwart me, summon your elders. Ivan's brow furrowed slightly. With a sudden flourish of his wand, a bolt of golden lightning erupted from his fingertips, hurtling towards the serpent with the force of a tempest. The serpent's movements were swift, twisting in the air to evade the brunt of the onslaught. Nevertheless, the residual energy grazed its form, leaving the air tinged with a charred scent. The serpent let out a low, guttural roar, its body shuddering violently as dark mist swirled in the air. Seemingly affected by the impact, a flicker of fury ignited in its scarlet eyes as its voice deepened ominously. At such a tender age, you have already mastered the art of lightning. It appears you cannot be allowed to live. Ivan, be cautious. In the past, the pet of our master did not utter human words. It seems this wretched creature has significantly enhanced its powers, cautioned the ancestor. Ivan remained silent, his wand once more in motion. This time, a sphere of searing flames coalesced at his fingertips, rapidly expanding into a fiery serpent that surged towards the shadow. The fire serpent moved with astounding speed, radiating intense heat, igniting the very air around it. Though the serpent was agile, the flames spread widely, and the serpent's tail swept fiercely, striking its body directly. The serpent emitted a piercing shriek, its form twisting in the air as the dark mist was swiftly consumed by the flames. Its body began to waver, as if on the brink of complete dissolution. With a voice tinged with resentment and rage, it declared, "You think this will eliminate me? Dream on." Ivan's expression remained stern, with a slight movement of his fingers. The flames surged once more, targeting the serpent's head. The serpent writhed violently in the air, the dark mist churning incessantly. Yet it appeared too feeble to evade this fatal blow. In an instant, the flames enveloped its entire form, accompanied by a series of crackling explosions. As the serpent's body was gradually consumed by the fire, ultimately transforming into a cloud of black smoke, dissipating into the atmosphere, Ivan shook his head, dismissing the notion that it could be so simple. Chapter 81. The simplest method to resolve the curse. His head was spinning. How was he to explain this to Blake? After a moment's contemplation, he finally spoke. It is not akin to the ghosts within Hogwarts. Rather, it is a spirit summoned by some dark force. Its strength is derived from a curse, and I have merely repelled it temporarily. I have not eradicated it. Blake fell silent for a moment, clearly grappling with newfound questions regarding Ivan's identity and abilities. However, he refrained from further inquiries, redirecting his attention to another matter. What of Chloe? How is she faring? Ivan's gaze shifted to Chloe, who lay on the ground. Her breathing had stabilized considerably, and the expression of anguish on her face was gradually fading. Ivan approached her, crouching down, his fingers gently pressing against her wrist to sense her pulse. Her soul had escaped danger. The curse of the serpent had lifted from her. Ivan stood up, declaring, "Now, we must proceed to the Gunther cottage." Moments later, they arrived at the cottage. Ivan stood before the dilapidated structure, raising his gaze towards the decaying building. He turned to Blake, saying, "Do you recall my earlier mention of a straightforward solution? It is to simply obliterate this house, without a medium to trigger the curse. It implies that the curse shall never befall again. It is worth attempting." Ivan's voice was low yet resolute. This cottage itself is the source of the curse. As long as it exists, the serpent's spirit can continue to wreak havoc through it. The cottage lacks any protective measures. Direct destruction is the most fitting course of action. Ivan retrieved his wand from his sleeve, the tip slightly raised, aimed at the Gunther cottage. Shatter. As he uttered the incantation, a brilliant blue light erupted from the tip of his wand, racing towards the cottage. The power of the spell instantaneously exploded around the cottage, causing the already crumbling structure to tremble violently, bricks falling from the walls with a series of cracking sounds. Then, with a resounding crash, the entire cottage collapsed under the force of the magic, dust swirling and debris scattering. Ivan did not pause. He waved his wand once more, murmuring, "Inferno." The tip of the wand unleashed a searing flame that swiftly enveloped the remnants of the fallen cottage. The flames voraciously consumed the surrounding wood and stone, crackling with the sound of burning, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred material. The house was reduced to ashes, rendering any further knocking at its door utterly moot. The intense blaze blazed brilliantly against the night sky, swiftly drawing the attention of nearby residents, who gathered at the forest's edge, murmuring and gesturing in astonishment. Some displayed expressions of terror, while others bore a hint of curiosity, evidently shocked by the sudden collapse and combustion of the cottage. "That is the Gunther cottage. How could it catch fire so unexpectedly? My goodness, who did this? Wasn't that house always shrouded in a curse? Look, there are two wizards." The voices of the townsfolk drifted through the night air, But Ivan and Blake paid them no heed. After a moment, Ivan stowed away his wand, turning to Blake and stating, "Let us depart. There is nothing more for us to do here. The final curse resides within me, and the serpent spirit shall henceforth have to contend with me." A flicker of understanding crossed Blake's eyes. "Ivan, although I am uncertain whether I can fully trust you at this moment, you have indeed resolved a significant trouble. Perhaps you are genuinely a good person." Ivan chuckled lightly, a teasing note in his voice. "Blake, your issuance of the good person card is remarkably swift." Blake paused, then allowed a rare smile to surface. "Good person card? What is that?" Ivan waved his hand dismissively, offering no explanation. "It matters not. Let us go." Meanwhile, as Ivan investigated Voldemort, Harry encountered an unprecedented crisis. "The Potter family? Trash. Your parents are nothing but trash." Her voice pierced his heart like a razor-sharp blade. In the next moment, Aunt Marge's body swelled rapidly, akin to an inflated balloon, until her feet lifted off the ground, and she floated towards the ceiling like a giant orb. Uncle Vernon screamed. Aunt Petunia's face turned as pale as parchment, and Dudley cowered beneath the table, trembling. Harry felt no remorse, not a shred of it. In fact, he felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration at that moment. His gaze wandered aimlessly down the street, overwhelmed by a wave of helplessness. It was utterly dreadful. Harry muttered a self-deprecating remark under his breath, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his lips. He glanced up at the sky, where the stars were sparse and the moon was half obscured by dark clouds, casting a particularly gloomy pallor. Sighing, he rose to his feet, dusted off his trousers, and prepared to drag his suitcase forward in search of an all-night cafe. Just then, a low rumble echoed in the distance, reminiscent of a colossal machine approaching. Harry paused, startled. The sound grew nearer, accompanied by the friction of tires against the pavement, with a metallic tremor lingering in the air. He turned his head towards the source of the noise and beheld a massive, purple triple-decker bus hurtling towards him. His heart raced, and his eyes widened in disbelief. The bus sped towards him with astonishing velocity, as if it would collide with him in the next instant. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, nearly tripping over his own feet. Yet, just as it seemed the bus would crash into him, it screeched to a halt, the tires protesting against the ground, the vehicle jolting violently before coming to a steady stop before him. The door swung open with a thud, and a tall, lanky boy leaned out, wearing a crooked hat and sporting a languid smile. He glanced at Harry, raised an eyebrow, and casually inquired, "Hey, need a ride?" Chapter 82. Harry gets into trouble. "Who are you?" Harry asked cautiously, gripping the handle of his suitcase tightly. "Stan Shunpike." The boy grinned, revealing a set of neat teeth. "The conductor and driver of the night bus. You look like you could use some assistance." "The night bus?" Harry furrowed his brow. He had only heard Ron mention it before, but had never seen such a magical mode of transport. "Indeed," Stan shrugged. "It's dedicated to aiding lost wizards. Hop on. We can take you anywhere you wish to go, provided you can pay the fare." A flurry of thoughts raced through Harry's mind. He had nowhere to go at that moment, and this bus seemed to be his only escape. After a brief hesitation, he nodded. "All right." Dragging his suitcase, Harry stepped onto the bus's steps. Just then, the bus suddenly slammed to a halt, jolting violently, and Harry nearly fell from his seat. He steadied himself and looked ahead, only to find the bus had stopped before an ancient building. "The leaky cauldron has arrived." Stan's voice called from the front of the bus. "Passengers wishing to disembark, please do so promptly." Harry paused for a moment, then rose to his feet, dragging his suitcase behind him. He descended from the bus and stood before the entrance of the inn, lifting his gaze to the ancient structure. The exterior walls of the inn were weathered, and a faint glow emanated from the windows, while the air was imbued with the scent of aged wood. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped inside. The lobby was sparsely furnished, yet exuded a quaint charm, with several wooden tables and chairs arranged neatly, and a few old magical portraits adorning the walls. Harry's eyes scanned the surroundings before settling on a group of individuals gathered at the counter. They were wizards clad in black robes, their expressions grave as they appeared to be engaged in a serious discussion. At the forefront stood a middle-aged woman with short, graying hair and piercing eyes. The moment Harry entered the lobby, her gaze fixed upon him. "Mr. Harry Potter?" Her voice was low and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Harry stiffened slightly, his fingers instinctively tightening around the handle of his suitcase. He locked eyes with the middle-aged witch, an ominous feeling swelling within him. As soon as she finished speaking, Harry sensed the atmosphere around him momentarily freeze, and the eyes of the wizards were collectively directed at him. "Yes, I am Harry Potter." He managed to keep his voice steady. The witch nodded, her expression remaining stern, showing no hint of warmth despite Harry's identity. Her gaze swept over Harry's face as if appraising a valuable object, and she continued, "Harry Potter, we require you to accompany us." Harry instinctively took a step back. "Who are you?" "I am Ms. Amelia Bones from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," she replied, her voice firm and commanding. "You are being accused of violating the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery at the Dursley residence. This is a summons. You will be taken to the Ministry of Magic for a hearing." Harry's heart sank, his brow furrowing tightly. How could the Ministry have anticipated his arrival here? Did wizards no longer possess any rights? Being monitored at every turn, it was astonishing how the Ministry had yet to apprehend Voldemort. Harry muttered under his breath, "The Ministry is nothing but a bully." Amelia clearly did not hear Harry's remark. Otherwise, she would have reacted. She slightly tilted her head, signaling to the Aurors behind her. They sprang into action, their movements swift and orderly, indicating familiarity with such situations. A tall Auror approached Harry, extending his hand with a cold demeanor. "Surrender your wand." "Harry Potter." They confiscated Harry's wand, and his complexion turned pale. Without it, he felt utterly defenseless, akin to being bound hand and foot. Amelia cast a frigid glance at Harry, while two Aurors swiftly positioned themselves at his sides, gripping his arms tightly. Harry attempted to struggle, but their strength was overwhelming as they restrained his wrists and bound him with magical ropes. Outside the inn, a sleek black Ministry of Magic vehicle awaited, its surface as dark as ink, emanating an aura of cold authority. The Aurors propelled Harry into the vehicle, and Amelia subsequently entered, the door slamming shut with a dull thud. The enchanted car ascended slowly. At the moment the wheels lifted from the ground, the body of the vehicle trembled slightly before darting towards the night sky like an arrow released from its bow. Harry, seated in the back, found his hands bound behind him, his body tilting slightly due to the rapid ascent of the flying car. Gazing through the window, he watched as the crowd below diminished in size, the lights of the leaky cauldron fading into the darkness. The car traced a long arc in the air before finally halting in front of the Ministry of Magic's grand edifice. The Aurors swiftly disembarked, dragging Harry from the vehicle and shoving him toward the building. As he surveyed the imposing structure of the Ministry, a complex mix of emotions surged within him. This was his first visit to the Ministry, and under such circumstances, it was far from what he had envisioned. Once, he had aspired to be an Auror, but the reality of this Ministry shattered that dream. "Take him to the hearing," Amelia's cold voice echoed from behind. Chapter 83, Fudge's Intentions. Inside the Ministry's hall, the frigid stone walls and towering ceilings instilled a sense of oppression in Harry. He was led into a dimly lit room, where a long judgment table stood at its center, cluttered with scrolls and documents. Minister Fudge occupied one end of the table, his expression grave, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the surface as if awaiting something. Harry hesitated momentarily, but an Auror gently nudged him forward, indicating that he should occupy the vacant seat at the table. "Harry Potter," Fudge's voice, deep and deliberate, shattered the silence. "You are accused of violating the decree for the restriction of underage wizardry. The hearing will commence now." Harry's heart raced. He looked up at Fudge, surprised that the Minister of Magic himself was presiding over the case. His throat tightened as he prepared to defend himself, but the door to the room suddenly swung open. Dumbledore entered, his silver robes shimmering in the dim light. His gaze was calm and profound, as if he had already discerned the entirety of the situation. Fudge's expression shifted slightly. It was evident he had not anticipated Dumbledore's swift arrival. "Professor Dumbledore," Fudge's tone bore an unnatural edge, "what brings you here?" Dumbledore smiled faintly, his eyes sweeping over Harry before turning to Fudge. "As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I deem it necessary to partake in this hearing, particularly when one of my students is involved." Fudge's brow furrowed slightly, his fingers resuming their rhythmic tapping on the table. "Harry Potter has used magic in front of muggles, which constitutes a violation of wizarding law. According to the intelligence gathered by the Ministry, Mr. Potter exhibits signs of becoming a squib." At the mention of the term squib, the onlooking wizards turned pale, as it was akin to a nuclear threat in the Muggle world. Dumbledore cast a fleeting glance at Fudge before shifting his attention to Harry, his deep blue eyes seemingly capable of seeing through all facades. Harry felt a warm strength emanating from Dumbledore's gaze, which eased his tension somewhat. "Intelligence gathered by the Ministry?" Dumbledore raised an eyebrow gently, his voice remaining calm, yet infused with an undeniable authority. "Minister Fudge, may I inquire what evidence this is based upon?" "Harry Potter has consistently excelled at Hogwarts, exhibiting no aberrant behavior. Such baseless accusations seem rather hasty." Fudge's countenance darkened, and he cleared his throat, attempting to imbue his tone with greater resolve. Dumbledore, the Ministry bears the responsibility of ensuring the safety of the wizarding world. The incident involving Harry Potter's uncontrolled magic has caught the attention of Muggles, necessitating precautionary measures. Precautionary measures? Dumbledore's voice rose slightly. Are we to label a mere underage wizard as a threat solely due to a moment of magical instability? Minister Fudge. Such irresponsible allegations will only serve to undermine the Ministry's credibility. Fudge's brow furrowed even deeper. Dumbledore, do not attempt to exonerate Potter. The Ministry has the authority to investigate and prosecute any wizard posing a threat to the safety of our society. Exonerate? Dumbledore smiled faintly, his gaze still composed. I am merely stating facts. The incident involving Harry was entirely a consequence of extreme emotional provocation. This does not suffice to indicate any propensity towards malevolence. Moreover, the emergence of such darkness requires exceedingly rare circumstances, of which Harry possesses none. It is worth noting that I am perhaps the foremost authority on matters of darkness. Indeed, the first recorded case of such malevolence in magical history was Dumbledore's own nephew. Last year, news had reached Dumbledore from America that he had devised a method for restoration. It was said that a student from Hogwarts had assisted him, though it remained uncertain if they could be persuaded to join the cause. Fudge's expression grew even more grim, clearly unsettled by Dumbledore's remarks. He turned to Amelia Bones, who stood beside him, his tone tinged with urgency. Bones, as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, you should recognize that this accusation is grounded in substantial evidence. Amelia Bones nodded slightly, her demeanor still composed. Minister Fudge, we do possess some leads. However, Professor Dumbledore's perspective merits consideration. I believe it is prudent to conduct a more thorough investigation rather than rush to conclusions. She was no fool. She had no desire to offend the preeminent figure of the magical community due to Fudge's impulsive actions. Fudge, clearly dissatisfied with Amelia's response, seethed internally. Damn it. After all his toil to ascend to this position, he found himself overshadowed by Dumbledore. He inhaled deeply, striving to project a more resolute tone. Regardless, Harry Potter's actions have violated the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. He must face consequences. Consequences? Dumbledore's tone remained calm, yet a hint of chill entered his voice. Minister Fudge, have you forgotten that Harry Potter's magical incident occurred under extraordinarily unique circumstances? He did not willfully cast magic. It was an involuntary outburst triggered by emotional turmoil. According to Ministry law, in such cases, underage wizards should not be penalized. Fudge's expression darkened further, clearly taken aback by Dumbledore's direct rebuttal of his decision. He sought to find other justifications, yet Dumbledore's gaze remained fixed upon him, as if awaiting his continuation. The atmosphere within the room grew increasingly tense, and the observing wizards began to murmur, evidently swayed by Dumbledore's counterarguments. Dumbledore, Fudge's voice carried a hint of menace. Do not attempt to interfere with the Ministry's decisions. Should you persist in defending Potter, I shall conclude you are endeavoring to undermine the authority of the Ministry. Dumbledore smiled slightly, his expression still calm. Minister Fudge, I am merely upholding justice. Harry Potter is innocent. We cannot jeopardize a young wizard's future based on unfounded accusations. Fudge's countenance darkened further, clearly aware of his disadvantage in this debate. He inhaled deeply and ultimately chose to concede. Very well, Dumbledore. Since you insist, we may temporarily set aside the allegations against him. However, Harry Potter's actions have already breached the law, and he must undergo education to prevent the recurrence of such incidents. Dumbledore nodded, evidently content with this resolution. I believe Harry Potter will learn from this experience and exercise greater caution in the future. After the hearing concluded, Minister Fudge departed the room with a grim expression, clearly displeased by Dumbledore's intervention. Dumbledore approached Harry and gently patted his shoulder, his gaze imbued with warmth. Harry, you performed admirably. Harry exhaled in relief, looking up at Dumbledore with gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore smiled faintly, his eyes still profound. No need for thanks. Harry, I merely did what was right. At that moment, Fudge abruptly turned and hastily approached Dumbledore, whispering, Professor Dumbledore, may I have a word? He felt it necessary to placate Dumbledore, fearing complete offense could not be afforded. Dumbledore nodded slightly and followed Fudge to a corner of the room. Fudge lowered his voice, his demeanor becoming exceptionally grave. Professor, my intention in apprehending Potter was, in fact, to protect him. Sirius Black has escaped, and he will undoubtedly seek out Potter. Dumbledore's wise eyes bore into Fudge's, yet he remained silent. Just as Fudge began to feel unnerved under Dumbledore's scrutiny, the latter finally spoke. "Fear not, my old friend. I shall support you." While Fudge was not Dumbledore's ideal choice for Minister of Magic, he had no alternative and could only appoint someone less capable to the position. Even if this individual proved inept, Dumbledore had the means to manage the aftermath. Chapter 84. Ivan's Animagus. "Harry," a familiar voice called out. Harry looked up to see Ron and Hermione standing in a corner of the hall, their faces alight with joy. Ron strode over, clapping Harry on the shoulder, his tone laced with playful banter. "You finally made it. Hermione and I were nearly asleep waiting for you." Hermione quickly approached Harry, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized him. "Are you all right? Did the Ministry give you any trouble?" Harry let out a wry smile and shook his head, expressing relief that Professor Dumbledore had resolved his predicament. Noticing that Harry's friends had arrived, Dumbledore felt reassured and took his leave. Harry expressed his gratitude to Dumbledore once more. The trio found a cozy spot by the window, where several cups of steaming hot cocoa awaited them, the warm vapor rising gently to dispel the chill of the night. As Harry sipped the hot cocoa, a soothing warmth flowed from his throat to his stomach, easing his taut nerves slightly. He recounted the sequence of events in a concise manner. Ron and Hermione listened in astonishment, particularly when Harry mentioned being accused of exhibiting tendencies toward becoming squib. Hermione's expression turned unusually grave. This was utterly absurd. Hermione's voice carried a hint of indignation, asserting that becoming a squib was not something that could occur casually. And how could the Ministry be so reckless in their accusations? "Dumbledore had taken care of that for me," Harry shrugged. "By the way," Ron suddenly recalled something, his face lighting up with excitement. "Let's go to Diagon Alley tomorrow to purchase our third-year textbooks. This year, there's a super cool book titled The Monster Book of Monsters." Hermione's expression grew somewhat complex. During their second year, Professor Lockhart had once summoned it with magic, resulting in chaos throughout the entire classroom. It was quite unbelievable that they were now to acquire it as a textbook. "By the way, Harry, do you have any news from your master?" Hermione inquired suddenly, mentioning that she had yet to receive a response to the letter sent to Ivan over the summer. They referred to Ivan as Master when in private. Harry shook his head, admitting he had not received any messages from Ivan either, as if he had vanished from the realm altogether. The three of them chatted for a while, gradually relaxing. The next morning, they made their way to Diagon Alley. The alley was still bustling with activity, the throngs of people interspersed with various peculiar magical creatures and the lively calls of shopkeepers. "The Monster Book of Monsters is said to be quite challenging to handle," Ron remarked, nudging Harry with his elbow, his expression tinged with concern. The creatures summoned by Lockhart during the dueling class had been truly ferocious, nearly wreaking havoc on the entire classroom. Harry nodded. Since it was part of their school curriculum, they had no other choice. The trio quickened their pace towards the magical creature shop. Indeed, the Monster Book of Monsters was a magical creature. Inside the shop, the lighting was dim, and a peculiar aroma permeated the air, reminiscent of a blend of animal fur, feathers, and some mysterious herbs. The shelves were lined with an assortment of bizarre specimens and live creatures, occasionally punctuated by low growls or sharp hisses. With the assistance of the elderly wizard shopkeeper, the three selected the monster book and opted for a delivery service. They had no desire to carry such a formidable magical creature with them. Just as Black was unable to locate Voldemort and Peter in town and prepare to head towards the werewolf tribe, Ivan suddenly called out to him. Having realized Black's proficiency in Animagus transformation and wishing to seek his guidance on how to transfigure. Although Professor McGonagall at Hogwarts is capable of imparting knowledge, her approach is rather stringent. Should one successfully transform under her tutelage, one's name would inevitably be recorded in the Ministry of Magic's registry, something Ivan wished to avoid. As night deepened, the moon was obscured by heavy clouds, and Black led Ivan to a secluded clearing. Towering trees surrounded them, their lush branches completely shrouding the area, as if it were a world apart from the outside. Black halted, turning to Ivan. "Are you certain you wish to learn to become an Animagus? This endeavor is not merely about transfiguration. It involves the transformation of the soul." Ivan nodded in affirmation. Black fell silent for a moment, recalling how he and two companions had found themselves in a similar environment, teaching a dear friend to become an Animagus, only for that friend to betray them. The essence of becoming an Animagus lies in merging one's soul with that of an animal, a task demanding immense willpower and mastery over one's own spirit. He stepped closer to Ivan, speaking softly. "First, you must understand the nature of your soul. Each individual possesses an inherent animal form, dictated by the depths of their soul. You must discover it and resonate with it." Soul indeed. It was clear that Hogwarts did not cover such matters. For Professor McGonagall would never allow young witches and wizards to delve into spells concerning the soul. As time trickled by, Ivan furrowed his brow, tiny beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His consciousness wandered in the void, yet he could not grasp any distinct form. I can feel it, Ivan murmured, uncertainty tinged in his voice, but it remains vague. I cannot see it clearly. That is normal, Black replied, his tone still calm. Next, we must engage in practical transfiguration exercises. You must attempt to coax that indistinct form into existence and merge it with your body. Black moved beside him, whispering, concentrate your focus. Envision your body gradually transforming into that indistinct shape. Remember, this is not a mere transfiguration spell. It is a transformation of the soul. You must allow the soul and form to unite completely. Ivan closed his eyes again, inhaling deeply as he envisioned his body undergoing a gradual metamorphosis. In his mind's eye, the indistinct shape began to clarify, ultimately revealing a large creature, black and white, a panda. On his first attempt, his body merely quivered slightly, without any significant change. Black stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently upon him, silent yet observant. On the second attempt, Ivan's arms began to shorten slightly, black and white fur emerging on his skin, only to revert to its original state soon after. He gasped, feeling the beads of sweat multiply on his brow. Continue, Black urged, his voice unwavering. Do not rush. Take your time. Ivan nodded, inhaling once more before trying again. This time, he perceived a transformation occurring within his bones, his body gradually diminishing, limbs becoming stout and short, fur rapidly sprouting from beneath his skin. His perspective lowered, and the center of gravity shifted. Just as he believed he was on the verge of success, his body convulsed violently, and the form disintegrated once more. Ivan gasped for breath, his body swaying slightly, barely able to stand. You are very close now, Blake said, approaching him and gently patting his shoulder. Just keep practicing. Chapter 85, The Train Attack Incident. On the Hogwarts Express, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were seated in their compartment, engaged in lively conversation about their summer adventures. The scenery outside the window rushed by in a blur, while the compartment resonated with the cheerful laughter and chatter of students. Who do you think will teach this year's defense against the dark arts class? Ron mumbled through a mouthful of chocolate frogs. Who knows? Hermione replied, engrossed in a thick tome of magic, her gaze unwavering. Regardless of who it is, I hope they teach something useful, considering that the fugitive is roaming free. Indeed, Harry interjected. A mysterious follower has escaped from Azkaban. Goodness, no one knows how he managed to evade those Dementors. Ron exclaimed dramatically, his arms flailing. This is the first escape since Azkaban was established. Harry, you must be cautious, Hermione warned. Everyone knows you are the top target of the mysterious figure. That deranged follower will surely devise a plan to confront you. The Death Eaters are all lunatics. Seated by the window, Harry appeared somewhat distracted. He was not afraid of the fugitive. Rather, he was preoccupied with Aunt Marge's harsh words, which weighed heavily on his mind. He took a deep breath, striving to cast aside those unpleasant memories. At that moment, the temperature in the compartment plummeted sharply, as if the warm air had been siphoned away, replaced by a bone-chilling wind that surged from all directions. Harry shivered violently, lifting his gaze to see a thick layer of frost rapidly forming on the window pane. Hermione's expression turned grave as she closed her book and whispered, "This is not good. It's Dementors." The other students in the compartment sensed the disturbance, halting their activities and revealing expressions of sheer terror. The atmosphere became stifling and oppressive, as if an invisible force were consuming all joy and hope. Harry's heart raced uncontrollably, and he instinctively grasped the edge of his seat, his fingertips turning pale. A Dementor approached Harry's window, its ghastly presence looming as it drew closer. Harry felt as if his very soul were about to be wrenched away, were it not for the agony etched across his face. One might have mistaken him for being under the influence of a narcotic. At that moment, the compartment door swung open violently, revealing a gaunt, middle-aged man clad in tattered robes. His complexion was pallid, his eyes sunken, and there was a hint of fatigue and weariness in his gaze. Clutching a wand, he surveyed the compartment before his eyes finally settled on Harry. Expecto Patronum. Harry barely registered the command before everything went dark, as though something had violently pulled him away. A low wail echoed in his ears, mingling with Ron and Hermione's frantic cries. His consciousness began to blur, and he slumped down, the world around him plunging into darkness. When he finally opened his eyes again, the silhouette of a distant castle loomed closer. Harry rubbed his temples, still feeling slightly dazed, his throat as parched as if he had swallowed sand. You're finally awake. Ron's voice came from nearby, laced with a hint of relief. You suddenly fainted, and it scared us to death. Harry lifted his head to see Ron and Hermione watching him anxiously. You fainted, Hermione said softly, her fingers tightly clutching her skirt, evidently shaken by the recent events. We didn't expect that to happen. It must be the effect of the Dementors. Indeed, Ron nodded, his tone tinged with irritation. Those wretched creatures had the audacity to attack us on the train. Thankfully, Professor Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts teacher, cast the Patronus charm and drove them away. An image of the gaunt middle-aged man emerged in Harry's mind, his wand waving to repel the Dementors. A slight tremor ran through Harry's heart. It seemed this year's defense against the dark arts professor possessed remarkable skill. The train gradually came to a stop at the platform of Hogwarts Station, and the students in the carriage began to rise, gathering their belongings and preparing to disembark. Harry, along with Ron and Hermione, stood up, and, as he picked up his suitcase, he quietly followed them off the train. The platform was bustling with students, who congregated in small groups, discussing the recent Dementor incident. Harry overheard murmurs around him. Some appeared anxious while others seemed indifferent. As his gaze swept through the crowd, he suddenly spotted Draco Malfoy standing not far away, a malicious smile adorning his face, clearly waiting for something. Potter! Malfoy's voice dripped with sarcasm as he swiftly approached Harry, blocking his path. I heard you fainted on the train? Quite the fragile one, aren't you? Ron and Hermione halted, Ron's expression darkening noticeably. He stepped forward, anger simmering in his voice. Malfoy, cut out the snide remarks. Malfoy shrugged, his smile growing more audacious. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Potter is afraid of a mere Dementor, yet still dares to call himself the Chosen One. Ron's fists clenched, clearly ready to charge at him. Harry reached out to restrain Ron, taking a deep breath to keep his voice steady. Malfoy, if you seek trouble, I am more than willing to oblige. But we have more important matters at hand. That guy is insufferable. Ron exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. Harry, you shouldn't have stopped me. I wanted to punch him for ages. Harry shook his head, weariness creeping into his voice. Let go, Ron. It's not worth it. Chapter 86. The Dementors reside in the academy within the Great Hall. Students filled the 4 long tables, the atmosphere vibrant and boisterous. Candles suspended from the ceiling cast a gentle glow, illuminating each face with a warm radiance. However, this cozy ambience did not linger for long, as the arrival of Dumbledore gradually hushed the clamor in the hall. Dumbledore stood upon the elevated platform at the front of the hall, his silver robes shimmering softly in the candlelight. His gaze swept over the students below, his expression remaining deep and serene. Yet, unlike on previous occasions, today he appeared somewhat hurried, a subtle gravity etched between his brows. The students below collectively held their breath, their eyes fixed intently upon Dumbledore, awaiting his forthcoming words. The atmosphere within the hall abruptly shifted to one of tension, as if an invisible string had tautened the nerves of all present. Dumbledore paused momentarily, his eyes scanning the hall, seemingly ensuring that every pair of eyes was upon him, for the Dementors would be patrolling the vicinity of the school. No sooner had he spoken than a hushed murmur of astonishment rippled through the hall. Students exchanged glances, their expressions laden with shock and fear. The presence of Dementors was familiar to every wizard. They were the guards of Azkaban, known to drain humanity of joy and hope, capable of extracting souls from their corporeal vessels. Even in a sanctuary like Hogwarts, the emergence of Dementors was sufficient to instill a sense of unease. I recognize that this is not welcome news for you. Dumbledore's voice remained calm, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. However, please remember that the arrival of the Dementors is to ensure the safety of the school, to prevent the escape of Sirius Black, the escaped convict from Azkaban. The Ministry of Magic has decided to deploy Dementors to patrol Hogwarts to thwart Black's intrusion. Yet Dumbledore's voice again resonated, laced with a note of caution. I must remind you that Dementors are not our allies. They do not distinguish between students and criminals. Their presence is to apprehend Black. But should you inadvertently draw near to them, they will not hesitate to attack. Thus, I implore you to maintain a safe distance from the Dementors, to refrain from approaching or provoking them. The students below nodded in unison, their expressions growing increasingly tense. Dumbledore continued, Next, I wish to introduce 2 new professors joining us this year. The students relaxed slightly, their curiosity piqued as they turned their attention to Dumbledore, evidently excited by the prospect of new faculty members. First, we have our new Care of Magical Creatures professor, Rubeus Hagrid. Dumbledore's voice carried a note of warmth as he turned his gaze to a corner of the hall. Hagrid entered through the back door, his towering figure appearing particularly imposing in the candlelight. A broad smile graced his face, and he held a large umbrella in his hands. The sight of him elicited expressions of delight from the students, particularly Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who shared a close bond with Hagrid. Professor Hagrid will be responsible for imparting knowledge about magical creatures, Dumbledore remarked with a smile, and I believe his lessons will be immensely engaging. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the students, and Hagrid's face flushed slightly, betraying a hint of bashfulness. He approached Dumbledore, murmured a few words, and then took his place beside him. Subsequently, Dumbledore's gaze swept across the hall once more, his tone imbued with a hint of gravity as he introduced our new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin. As Dumbledore's words resonated, Lupin emerged from the opposite side of the hall. His slender figure appeared somewhat weary, his complexion pale, adorned in a somewhat tattered robe. Yet, his eyes shone with unwavering resolve, accompanied by a gentle smile. Professor Lupin will be responsible for imparting knowledge on how to defend against dark magic, Dumbledore continued, and I am confident that his lessons will prove immensely beneficial to you. The students below erupted in applause once more, and Lupin nodded modestly, a hint of humility gracing his features. After concluding his speech, Dumbledore gave a slight nod, beckoning Harry to follow him as they turned to leave the hall. Upon arriving at the headmaster's office, the sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance, heralding the arrival of Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge. He first expressed his apologies to Harry regarding the previous hearing and informed him that Sirius Black was undoubtedly targeting him, as Sirius was one of the culprits responsible for the death of Harry's parents and a close friend of James. Harry's pupils constricted sharply, yet Fudge seemed oblivious to Harry's reaction and continued to speak before taking his leave, clearly eager to avoid lingering in Dumbledore's presence. Feeling the weight of the situation too heavily, as Harry reached for the doorknob, a sudden thought struck him, compelling him to pivot abruptly. Professor, hasn't Ivan come to school? Is he in trouble? Dumbledore approached and enveloped Harry in a warm embrace. Do not worry, my child. Ivan is safe. You shall see him soon. Though Dumbledore was uncertain of Ivan's whereabouts, he could not disclose his ignorance to Harry. Instead, he opted for a light-hearted demeanor, for he was keen to preserve his image of omniscience. Fortunately, his usual cryptic manner had shielded him from Harry's suspicions. Harry's lips moved as if he wished to inquire further, but ultimately, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Silently, he pushed open the door and exited the headmaster's office. The candles in the corridor swaying gently in the breeze, casting flickering shadows. Burdened with unspoken worries, Harry's steps were slow and heavy, each stride reminiscent of traversing through mud. Even when Peeves glided past him, he remained oblivious. Chapter 87. The Ancestor's Obsession. Harry. Suddenly, a familiar voice from the end of the corridor shattered his heavy reverie. Harry looked up to find Ron and Hermione anxiously standing there, their faces etched with concern. Harry quickened his pace, reaching his friends. Ron immediately clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder with enough force to make him sway slightly. You finally emerged. We've been waiting out here long enough to grow mushrooms. Hermione hurried forward, scrutinizing Harry's expression, her brow furrowing deeper. Are you all right? What did Dumbledore say? Harry shook his head, attempting to muster a semblance of a smile. Yet his visage remained somewhat rigid. You know about the escaped convict from Azkaban, right? Dumbledore said he would come looking for me. Ron and Hermione exchanged apprehensive glances, unease flickering in their eyes. Hermione let out a gentle sigh, her tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Harry, we are all aware of this matter. The reason we chose not to inform you is that we feared your impulsiveness. We do not wish for you to act rashly and place yourself in peril. Harry's brow furrowed sharply, a flicker of anger and disappointment flashing in his eyes. You knew. You've been keeping this from me. His voice involuntarily rose several decibels, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Harry felt as though he had been deceived by his closest friends, a sensation far more painful than being cast out by his uncle. Ron's expression turned awkward. He scratched his head, attempting to explain. Harry, we didn't intend to keep this from you. It's just that this situation is too dangerous, and we didn't want you to become entangled in it. Hermione bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a hint of remorse. Harry, we merely wish to protect you. That person is exceedingly dangerous, and we do not want you. Protect me? Harry's tone dripped with sarcasm, his lips twitching slightly. You believe that keeping me in the dark is protecting me? Have you ever considered that I am the one who ought to know? He is coming for me. So on what grounds do you presume to make decisions for me? Ron's face paled, and he opened his mouth as if to retort, but ultimately refrained. Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling. Harry, we simply do not want you to endure any more suffering. Harry inhaled sharply, abruptly turning on his heel and striding towards the far end of the corridor. Ron and Hermione stood frozen, exchanging glances filled with helplessness and anxiety. Hermione's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she shook her head softly, her voice low. We just did not want him to be hurt again. At the end of the corridor lay the path to the highest tower of Hogwarts. The candlelight flickered in the dim hallway, casting elongated shadows that seemed to whisper secrets in the darkness. At that moment, Harry stood at the edge of the tower, his gaze fixed upon the distant night sky. Beside him, Ivan stumbled down from a rickety broom, his face coated in dust and his clothes tousled by the wind. Master, what happened to you? Harry exclaimed, momentarily setting aside his anger as he rushed to support Ivan. Ivan's body trembled slightly, his lips pale. Harry felt Ivan's weight pressing heavily against him, tightening his chest. The night enveloped Hagrid's town, with Ivan standing in a vast expanse of grass, the moonlight cascading upon him, revealing his furrowed brow. The surrounding trees swayed in the breeze, producing a whispering sound as if sharing secrets. Ivan took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he began to gradually summon the magic within him, striving to merge his soul with that of an animagus. He needed to master the transformation of his spirit. Panda Ivan, he silently chanted in his mind, envisioning the massive black and white form. His body began to tremble slightly, a surge of power coursing beneath his skin, and his bones emitted faint cracking sounds. He could feel his limbs gradually shortening, for sprouting rapidly from beneath his skin, and his vision shifting. However, just as he was on the verge of success, a chilling presence suddenly surged from behind, abruptly interrupting his transformation process. Ivan's eyes flew open, and he turned to see a serpent-like shadow swiftly approaching, its eyes gleaming with a sinister green light, mouth agape, lunging straight for his throat. Panic gripped Ivan's heart as he quickly stepped back, brandishing his wand to conjure a defensive spell. Yet, the serpent's speed was astonishing, piercing through his defenses in the blink of an eye, wrapping itself around his body. Ivan felt a frigid force seeping into him, as if it sought to freeze his very soul. In that critical moment, a burst of white light erupted from the ring on Ivan's left hand, revealing a hazy figure, the essence of his revered ancestor. Though ethereal, the figure's gaze was piercing. It raised a hand and, with a gentle wave, unleashed a formidable power that repelled the serpent. The creature staggered back, fear flickering in its emerald eyes. This was the little disciple of its deceased master. How could he be in this realm? It fixated on the ancestor's form, as if trying to discern something. After a moment, the serpent emitted a low hiss and swiftly retreated into the shadowy woods. Ivan felt his strength wane, nearly collapsing to the ground. His breath came in rapid gasps, cold sweat glistening on his forehead, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. He glanced at his hands, noting that the skin of his palms still trembled slightly, clearly haunted by the recent encounter. Ancestor, Ivan murmured softly, raising his gaze to the fading white figure. Filled with gratitude. Thanks to you, I might have. The ancestor's form flickered in the air, shimmering like static electricity. Ivan understood that the energy sustaining the ancestor's essence was waning, rendering it unable to maintain its physical manifestation. An obsession is born from one's thoughts. Once the objective is achieved, or the energy to sustain it diminishes, the obsession fades. The ancestor's goal was to rejuvenate the empty mountain temple, a mission that, in truth, Ivan had fulfilled upon mastering his magical arts. It was Ivan's clandestine nurturing of the ancestor with his own soul's energy that allowed this essence to linger. This was also the reason Ivan contemplated crafting a body for the ancestor using the celestial stone, which could lock in the obsession, effectively serving as a form of resurrection. Now, in a bid to save Ivan, the ancestor had expended the remaining energy, and without prompt action to forge the celestial stone, the ancestor might dissipate entirely. Chapter 88. The Reaper of 996. Time passed with each fleeting second, the night breeze growing increasingly biting, causing Ivan's fingers to numb with cold. Yet, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed at the end of the street. Nevertheless, the night bus did not appear. Ivan took a deep breath and retrieved the worn broomstick from his necklace. The broom was in a state of disrepair, its handle riddled with cracks, evidently not of superior quality. Yet, he had no alternative but to give it a reluctant attempt. He must master the art of shadow shifting. Otherwise, venturing out would be a cumbersome ordeal. He mounted the broomstick, gripping the handle tightly with both hands, his body leaning slightly forward. With a swift push of his feet, the broom trembled and ascended unsteadily into the air. Ivan could sense the broom's instability, as if it might plummet from the sky at any moment. After discerning the direction of Hogwarts, he murmured, "Go." The broom finally began to accelerate gently, soaring toward Hogwarts. The night sky was cloaked in thick clouds, with only sporadic starlight cascading down. Ivan's broom swayed erratically, fluctuating in speed, forcing him to constantly adjust his posture to maintain balance. The biting cold wind howled past his ears, stinging his cheeks, making it nearly impossible to keep his eyes open against the fierce gusts. This was his first extended flight on a broom, and an indescribable ache was beginning to manifest in his lower back. He could not fathom why Harry so adored riding brooms. It was hardly a pleasurable experience. At last, the silhouette of Hogwarts gradually emerged in his view. A flicker of relief crossed Ivan's face, yet his discomfort had reached its peak. His arms trembled slightly, and his breath quickened, just as he prepared to land. The broom suddenly spiraled out of control, plummeting downward. Ivan's pupils dilated as his body lost balance in midair. He attempted to steady the broom, but it was too late. He fell heavily onto the tower of Hogwarts Castle with a muffled thud. He gingerly checked himself, relieved to find no blood. Upon landing, he spotted Harry and thought, "This is disastrous. The master's dignity is gone." Harry reached out to steady Ivan's shoulder, trying to help him up. "Master, you need to go to the infirmary. You look severely injured." Ivan shook his head, pressing his hand against Harry's arm. "No, I will not go to the infirmary. Harry, take me to see Dumbledore." A flicker of confusion crossed Harry's face, but he said nothing further, simply nodding. "All right, I will take you." Ivan recounted the incident with the serpent shadow to Dumbledore, omitting the details of Black's connection to it. It was then that Harry learned that Voldemort was also a tragic figure. Dumbledore sat quietly behind his desk, hands clasped upon the surface, his gaze deep and serene. His eyes swept slowly over Ivan, eventually resting upon his slightly pale face. The office was infused with a subtle scent of lemon, and the flames in the fireplace flickered gently, casting a warm glow that dispelled the chill of the night. "Ivan," Dumbledore began slowly, his voice low and resonant. "The essence of the moon is not an ordinary alchemical material. Its means of acquisition are exceedingly rare, verging on the impossible." A glimmer of urgency flickered in Ivan's eyes. "Professor, do you mean the Grim Reaper?" Ivan's brow furrowed tightly, confusion clouding his expression. "Does the Grim Reaper truly exist? Is it the one from the notes? The one that Ernie idolizes?" Dumbledore nodded, his tone remaining calm. "Indeed, the Grim Reaper. According to legend, the Grim Reaper governs life and death, possessing the most formidable power in existence, capable of manipulating mortality. The essence of the moon is, in fact, a treasure in his possession." Harry stood nearby, utterly astonished, unable to refrain from interjecting, "But Professor, the Grim Reaper is merely a legendary figure. Does he truly exist?" Dumbledore turned his gaze toward Harry, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle yet meaningful smile. "Harry, in the realm of magic, many legendary entities often possess a genuine origin. The Grim Reaper is no exception. However, he is not a being that an ordinary wizard can readily encounter. And you, my dear boy, possess an object that verifies the existence of the Grim Reaper." "Me?" Harry replied, feeling bewildered. Dumbledore's gaze deepened, his voice resonating with a rich and magnetic timbre. "Indeed, Harry, long ago, 3 brothers embarked on a secluded path that led them to the banks of a river. The waters were deep and turbulent, impassable by conventional means. They drew their wands and conjured a bridge. As they stepped upon it, the Grim Reaper appeared before them. The Grim Reaper cannot directly claim human lives. He must manifest through the inevitability of fate, such as various accidents or the voluntary departure of souls. The 3 brothers evaded his design, disrupting the Grim Reaper's list of souls to be taken. It is worth noting that in the realm of the dead, there are many Grim Reapers, each with their own key performance indicators. Failure to meet these metrics can lead to obliteration. The Grim Reaper, intent on punishing the 3 brothers, offered each one a gift. Thus, they selected their respective treasures. The eldest desired an invincible wand, one more powerful than any other, capable of securing victory in all duels. The Grim Reaper procured a branch from a hawthorn tree by the riverbank, crafting it into a wand for the eldest, which would later be known as the Elder Wand. The youngest brother, being cautious, requested something that would render him invisible to others. Consequently, the Grim Reaper bestowed upon him his own invisibility cloak. The youngest brother evaded the Grim Reaper, living a blissful life. He reached a venerable age and felt it was time to depart from the mortal realm. Thus, he bequeathed the cloak to his son before meeting the Grim Reaper, who welcomed him into the afterlife. Upon hearing this tale, Ivan felt a pang of sympathy for the Grim Reaper, who, despite his divine status, appeared to labor tirelessly, A fate more harrowing than the grueling 996 work schedule. Indeed, a relentless 724-hour work week. In contrast, the Eastern deity of the underworld, Yin Wang, seemed far more humane, with less competition and automated tasks. With a mere stroke of a pen, souls would arrive. Chapter 89. A cat that catches mice is a good cat. So, the cloak I possess is one of the 3 items of the Grim Reaper? Harry inquired. Indeed, James is a descendant of the youngest brother, Dumbledore affirmed. Harry, incredulous, marveled at the prowess of his father's ancestor, who could contend with the Grim Reaper himself. If there is an invisibility cloak, then how could they still be found by Voldemort? Harry astutely perceived a flaw in the narrative. This matter involves other individuals, which you will come to understand in due time. Harry, the priority now is to escort Ivan to rest. Dumbledore clearly preferred not to delve further into this topic. In the Great Hall of the new semester, Ivan stared at the subject list, feeling overwhelmed. What does this mean? Electives? Certain subjects overlap in schedule. For instance, attending divination renders one unable to enroll in the history of magic. Although both courses lack excitement, Ivan is determined not to forfeit any opportunity to learn. He had long envied his peers back in the village who had the privilege of attending school, hence he cherishes every class. Even dozing off during lessons counts as participation. Hermione, what courses have you chosen? Ivan inquired, curious about how this diligent student would make her selections. Choosing is for children. Naturally, I wish to take them all. Hermione replied, lifting her chin with an air of pride. All of them? Ivan raised an eyebrow. Hermione, the timetable is replete with conflicting courses. How do you intend to manage? Hermione's gaze flickered momentarily, as if Ivan's question had struck a chord within her. She gently closed her course schedule, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edges of the parchment, her eyes drifting downward to avoid Ivan's gaze. After a brief pause, she lifted her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, her tone laced with a hint of satisfaction. I have my methods, but I cannot divulge them just yet. Ivan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Hermione's expression with suspicion. He chuckled softly, choosing not to press further. Very well, if you prefer to keep it a secret, I shall not pry. Everyone has their little secrets, after all. Hermione seemed to relax a bit, exhaling softly, her confidence returning. She glanced at the course schedule in Ivan's hands and suddenly asked, Master, what about you? How do you plan to choose? Ivan furrowed his brow, tapping the parchment with his finger, his tone tinged with resignation. I wish to attend them all, yet some courses overlap in timing, such as divination and history of magic. Hermione's lips curled into a knowing smile. Divination lacks substance. Professor Trelawney is perpetually vague, and the content is rather insubstantial. On the other hand, history of magic is quite beneficial, though Professor Bin's lectures can be rather dull. At least one can acquire historical knowledge. Ivan remained non-committal. Do not underestimate divination. I am quite adept in the art of reading faces, which is my own method of divination. Should you wish to learn, I can instruct you later. A flicker of exasperation crossed Hermione's eyes. She had little patience for such unrigorous disciplines. At that moment, Harry and Ron entered, their pace hurried, bearing weary expressions. What troubles you? You seem quite fatigued, Ivan observed, his brow furrowing as he scanned their faces. Harry sighed, taking a seat and speaking softly. Master, you won't believe this. Ron's pet rat has gone missing, and we've been searching for it all night. Harry was not one to lack understanding. He had forgiven Hermione and Ron for their concealment. Rones Beitrat, Skebs. Ivan had encountered once and could never fathom why anyone would keep a rat as a pet, as it was not a hamster, but rather a rodent, one of the 4 pests. If given the choice, Ivan would have preferred to eliminate it entirely. Frightened, are we? Hermione's brows knitted tighter, her voice tinged with discontent. Ron, must you always shift the blame onto Crookshanks? It's merely a cat. Merelayakat. Ron abruptly rose to his feet, the chair scraping noisily against the floor. His fists were clenched tightly at his sides, his voice laced with anger. Hermione, that peculiar creature of yours, half cat and half something else, is not an ordinary feline. Ivan finally grasped the situation. This semester, Hermione had acquired a pet cat named Crookshanks. It was in a cat's nature to chase mice. After all, not every cat and mouse could be likened to Tom and Jerry. Hermione narrowed her eyes, her fingers gripping the edge of the page so tightly that her fingertips turned slightly pale. Ron, Crookshanks is an intelligent cat. It wouldn't pursue Scabbers without reason. If Scabbers was frightened, it could be due to his own cowardice. Cowardice? Ron nearly shouted, veins bulging on his forehead, his cheeks flushed with indignation. Scabbers has been with us for over a decade. He is a seasoned mouse, having weathered many storms. How could he possibly be timid? At that moment, Ivan chuckled softly, glancing teasingly between Hermione and Ron. It seems Crookshanks possesses quite the prowess, even scaring off a veteran like Scabbers. He had no patience for Ron's complaints. Anyone who dared to bully his apprentice would face his wrath. Ron abruptly turned to face Ivan, his gaze intense. "Ivan, how can you say that?" Scabbers was not scared away. He must have been driven off by Crookshanks. Ron's shoulders trembled slightly, an anxious glint in his eyes. "But Harry, Scabbers has never behaved like this. He wouldn't just vanish for so long without a trace." Hermione sighed, her expression softening with a hint of concession. "All right, Ron. If Scabbers is truly frightened by Crookshanks, I can attempt to keep Crookshanks away from him. But that doesn't imply Crookshanks is in the wrong. He is merely following his instinct to chase mice." Ron's fingers relaxed slightly, his shoulders easing as a weariness settled in his gaze. "Hermione, I'm merely concerned for Scabbers. He is getting old and cannot endure much turmoil." Hermione nodded, her tone comforting. "I understand, Ron. I will be mindful." Ron nodded in response, his expression lightening somewhat. Chapter 90. The tale of Black's wandering black was indeed unfortunate, truly unfortunate. He pondered whether his streak of good fortune had been entirely exhausted since escaping from Azkaban and encountering Ivan. After bidding farewell to Ivan, he embarked alone on the path toward the werewolf tribe. He had originally planned to catch the night bus for a swift arrival, but after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the bus failed to appear. With no other choice, he resorted to walking. The night air grew increasingly biting, causing his cloak to billow in the wind. His fingers trembled slightly, stiffening from the cold. He refrained from using magic, fearing detection by the Ministry, and transformed back into a large black dog. At least the dog's fur would provide some warmth. However, as he passed through a village, beams of flashlight suddenly pierced the darkness from a distance, momentarily blinding him. Black's heart raced, and his steps involuntarily halted. "It's a wild dog," another voice exclaimed excitedly. "Catch it. We'll have dog meat for dinner tonight." The footsteps of Muggles drew ever closer, intertwining like an invisible net tightening around him. A fine sheen of cold sweat beaded on Black's forehead as he took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. He wished to harm no innocents and could only choose to flee. If captured by this band of Muggles, the only outcome would be a grim fate. Just as the Muggles were about to close in, a flicker of resolve flashed in Black's eyes. He murmured an incantation softly, and, in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Moments later, the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic arrived, drawn by the magical disturbance. The night air in the village carried a chill, stirring the dry leaves on the ground to create a soft, rustling sound. The Aurors moved swiftly through the darkness, their wands emitting a faint glow as they scanned their surroundings warily. A subtle magical aura lingered in the air, a delicate echo of the magic that had just transpired. Faint yet undeniable. The trace of Black's apparition vanished here. An older Auror stepped forward, his expression grave as he slowly crouched down to touch the ground. Faint traces of magic remained, akin to ashes after a fire, gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. It had been a month, and we have yet to capture even a single hair of his. A young Auror could not refrain from complaining, his tone laced with irritation and impatience. His steps were heavy. Though quick, they bore the weight of fatigue. Prolonged pursuit had left him feeling immensely frustrated, especially since Black always managed to escape at the last moment. The older Auror shot him a glance, his tone remaining calm. Black is not an ordinary criminal. He is the first wizard in history to successfully escape from Azkaban. We must be patient. He will inevitably reveal a flaw. However, the young Auror wished to voice further objections, only to be silenced by a raised hand from the older Auror. There are no buts. The older Auror's gaze was sharp, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Our task is to apprehend Black, not to grumble. The Ministry tracked his magical fluctuations, allowing us to arrive promptly. Although we were a step behind, it at least confirms that we have a grasp on his whereabouts. Continue the pursuit. Do not slacken. The young Auror inhaled deeply, suppressing his discontent, and nodded. "Yes, sir." In the distance, a group of Muggles huddled together, their flashlight beams dancing in the night sky, their voices faintly echoing with excitement and noise. Where did that dog suddenly disappear? It was just here a moment ago. One Muggle scratched his head, confusion etched on his face. Whatever, if it ran off, let's continue searching for other game. Another Muggle waved dismissively, clearly unconcerned about the large black dog's disappearance. Black's figure had long since melted into the night. His brief apparition spell sufficient to extricate him from peril. His breath came in quick bursts, beads of sweat dotting his brow. In his animagus form, coupled with the absence of his wand, it was no small feat to have cast such an advanced spell as apparition. That was a close call indeed. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, Black murmured softly, a hint of exhaustion clouding his eyes. In the distance, the magical glow of the aurors continued to flicker, yet he understood that as long as he remained vigilant, they would be unable to trace his whereabouts for the time being. He could not linger here any longer. A slight frown creased Black's brow as his gaze swept the surroundings, swiftly assessing the direction. He needed to vacate this area post-haste. Otherwise, those relentless aurors would inevitably catch up. Damn those aurors. They truly are a persistent bane. Black muttered a curse under his breath, his tone laced with evident irritation. The longer he remained in his canine form, the more his thoughts and essence would gradually become assimilated, which is one of the reasons no wizard dares to maintain an animagus state for extended periods, were it not for his lack of alternatives. Black would never take such a risk. The night was deepening, and the clamor of the village receded into the distance, the figures of the aurors gradually fading into the shadows. Meanwhile, Black had vanished into the vastness of the night, journeying towards a more distant refuge. After a day of arduous travel, he finally arrived at his destination as dusk settled. However, upon stepping into the territory of the werewolf tribe, the scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. In the central clearing of the tribe, a group of werewolves formed a circle, clutching enormous wooden goblets filled with a potent liquid that exuded a pungent aroma. Their faces contorted into grotesque smiles, and their eyes gleamed with a hint of madness. As the moonlight intensified, their bodies began to tremble slightly, for sprouted rapidly beneath their skin, and their bones emitted a chilling, crackling sound. Black's pupils dilated sharply, a wave of discomfort surging within him. He realized that the werewolves were collectively ingesting the antidote to wolfsbane in an effort to retain their sanity during the full moon. Yet, witnessing the spectacle still filled him with a sense of revulsion. Originally, werewolves were solitary creatures. Upon transforming during the full moon, they would lose their human reason, becoming frenzied, aggressive, and bloodthirsty, launching savage attacks on any living beings nearby. They were shunned by the magical community and forced to live at the lowest rungs of society. Voldemort had exploited this phenomenon, developing the wolfsbane antidote during his student years, an elixir that allowed werewolves to maintain their human reasoning even during their transformations. During Voldemort's rise, werewolf wizards rallied under his banner, becoming a fearsome force that instilled dread across the magical realm. Following Voldemort's downfall, the Ministry of Magic was left to confine the remaining werewolves in this locale to prevent any potential upheaval. Black had once had a dear friend, a werewolf who was an undercover agent among the werewolf wizards, the very individual Black was now seeking. As he observed the werewolves' bodies twisting and contorting, muscles bulging and bones thickening, for rapidly enveloping their skin, they emitted deep growls, their gazes revealing a wild, frenzied spirit. Black's body stiffened slightly, instinctively retreating a step to evade the werewolf's line of sight. He understood that the werewolf's reasoning was exceedingly fragile during the full moon, and despite the antidote, a moment's carelessness could precipitate disaster. Chapter 91. Hagrid's First Time. Black moved cautiously amidst the shadows of the trees, the dry leaves beneath his feet producing faint crackling sounds. Although he endeavored to tread lightly, the coarse fabric of his clothing still unavoidably brushed against his skin, creating subtle, rustling noises. The sound reverberated sharply through the stillness of the forest. Suddenly, a werewolf's ears twitched, its nostrils flaring slightly as it turned its head. Its eerie green eyes fixated intently on Blake's direction. A low growl emanated from its throat, its pupils constricting as if it had caught a whiff of something significant. Blake's heart raced, feeling the werewolf's gaze piercing through him like a blade, as if it had unveiled his disguise. A howl escaped the werewolf, raspy and coarse, as though it had been forced from the depths of its throat. The other werewolves turned their heads, their eyes gleaming with a dangerous light reminiscent of wolves in the night. They sniffed the air incessantly, clearly detecting the unique scent of blood mingled with canine essence emanating from Blake, a signal that was impossible for them to ignore. Blake's breath quickened, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He realized he had been exposed and could no longer remain hidden in the shadows. His steps hastened, his body gracefully weaving through the trees, his heartbeat echoing like a drum in his chest. Yet, the werewolves relentlessly pursued him, their forms darting swiftly through the woods, their claws thudding against the ground with a dull sound. Damn it! Blake gritted his teeth, refusing to pause even for a moment. He had arrived at the wrong moment. The werewolves had transformed, making it impossible for him to discern which werewolf was his ally. The transformation would last throughout the night, and the Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly be present to monitor the situation. Blake's pupils dilated sharply as his body twisted in midair, narrowly evading a lethal strike. The werewolf's claws grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep gash that instantly stained his clothing crimson. Furrowing his brow in pain, he bit his lip to suppress a grimace. He dared not stop. Propelling himself forward, he grasped the edge of the werewolf clan's wall. The wall was not particularly high, yet for Blake, it represented the fine line between life and death. His fingers gripped the stones tightly as he leapt with all his might, vaulting over the barrier. He landed heavily on the other side, the cold earth and tangled grass pressing against his wound, sending sharp pangs of agony through him. However, his moment of respite was fleeting as a familiar sound echoed from afar, the shouts of Horus. Blake's heart sank. The ministry had indeed arrived. He swiftly turned, scanning his surroundings for a place to conceal himself. The Horus' voices grew nearer, accompanied by the sound of their footsteps and the slicing air from their wands. Blake's body tensed, acutely aware that he could not linger here. His mind raced with thoughts of his next move, yet he found himself at a loss for direction, unable to uncover any clues in either of the two locations. His former friends either viewed him as a traitor or had already departed from this world. A flicker of loneliness and helplessness crossed his gaze, as if a heavy stone had settled upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, a figure emerged in his mind, Ivan. The little wizard, whom Blake had spent a few days with, exuded an air of mystery, yet possessed an undeniable sense of integrity that was profoundly reassuring. A subtle smile graced Blake's lips, and his gaze softened ever so slightly. Ivan had perhaps become the only person he could truly trust at this moment. Hogwarts, Blake murmured softly, a decision forming in his mind. He resolved to journey to Hogwarts to seek out Ivan, while also paying a visit to the child of his dear friend, who was also his godson. The child remained unaware of his existence, and a tumult of complex emotions surged within Blake. Anticipation mingled with trepidation. The first class of the third year was Magical Creatures, marking Hagrid's inaugural lesson as the professor. Each little wizard arrived with a copy of the textbook on magical creatures in hand, except for Ivan, who had perfectly missed the opportunity to procure his materials. Lacking any textbooks apart from a few outdated spellbooks from last year's advanced classes with Dumbledore, he found himself empty-handed, accompanying the other young wizards to class. Fortunately, Hagrid placed little importance on textbooks. Had it been another professor, points would surely have been deducted from Slytherin. The pumpkin patch in front of the hut served as their classroom for the day. Hagrid had donned a new outfit for the occasion. Standing beside the pumpkin patch, he wore a broad, sincere smile, gesturing towards a colossal pumpkin in the field. This pumpkin was 3 times the size of an ordinary one, its surface adorned with irregular bulges, as if it might burst at any moment. The little wizards formed a circle around it, their eyes wide with wonder, emitting a chorus of hushed gasps. The tree guardian gnomes loved to hide in such large pumpkins. Hagrid's voice rang out, rich with pride. Though small in stature, they are remarkably intelligent, utilizing the pumpkin's concealment to safeguard themselves while also aiding in the pumpkin's growth. But, Professor Hagrid, Hermione interjected, raising her hand with a slight furrow in her brow. Why do they only hide in pumpkins? Can't they utilize other plants? Hagrid grinned broadly, his beard quivering with his mirth. Excellent question, Hermione. The gnomes' habits align particularly well with the magic of pumpkins. Pumpkins emit a unique magical resonance, which the gnomes harness to enhance their own magical abilities. They not only protect the pumpkins, but can also communicate with other plants through the pumpkin's root system, fostering the growth of the entire pumpkin patch. Will they attack us? Ron's voice was tense, his eyes fixed on the enormous pumpkin, as if anticipating something to leap forth from within. Hagrid shook his head, his tone lighthearted. Fear not, Ron. The tree guardian gnomes are quite gentle. They will not attack unless you attempt to harm them or the plants they protect. However, if you inadvertently step on one of their toes while approaching, they may enchant your ankle, rendering you immobile. Hearing this, Harry instinctively took a step back, glancing down at his shoes, wary of treading upon something unseen. Ivan, however, was preoccupied, his mind consumed with thoughts of what Dumbledore had mentioned regarding the Grim Reaper and how to obtain the essence of the moon from its grasp. Hagrid, what is your relationship with the tree guardian gnomes and other magical creatures? Hermione inquired. Hagrid's eyes sparkled with delight, clearly pleased by the question. Indeed, having allies to support one is essential. Otherwise, the absence of inquiries can lead to an awkward silence. Those Slytherin brats, for instance, were thoroughly insufferable. Hagrid cast a sidelong glance at Malfoy and his companions, who were entirely disengaged from his lecture, engrossed instead in their monstrous tome. What about their relationship with phoenixes and unicorns? Hermione inquired eagerly, her eyes alight with fascination for such adorable creatures. Hagrid chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Both phoenixes and unicorns are noble magical beings, and the tree guardian treats them with great respect. I once witnessed, deep in an ancient magical forest, a tree guardian actively clearing the surrounding flora for the comfort of the phoenixes and unicorns, ensuring they had a pleasant habitat. Chapter 92, Malfoy's Social Embarrassment. Hermione's eyes sparkled with anticipation, ready to pose further questions, when suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air nearby. This cursed thing has gone mad. Malfoy's voice was laced with evident panic, almost cracking. Everyone turned to see Malfoy's monstrous book savagely gnawing at his robes, its pages flapping like the ferocious teeth of a beast, relentlessly devouring his attire. The monstrous tome showed no signs of ceasing, continuing its frenzied assault on his garments. In no time, Malfoy's robes were in tatters, sleeves and hems reduced to mere strips of fabric, revealing parts of his shirt beneath. His once proud appearance lay in shambles, resembling a beggar who had just crawled from the ruins. The surrounding young wizards initially froze, but soon erupted into laughter. The Slytherin students struggled to maintain their composure, attempting to feign seriousness, though the corners of their mouths betrayed them with slight smirks. The Gryffindor students, on the other hand, showed no restraint, laughing uproariously. Some even doubled over, clutching their stomachs. "Ha, Malfoy! How is it that you can't even manage a single book?" Ron jeered, tears of laughter nearly spilling from his eyes. Hermione couldn't suppress a grin, a hint of schadenfreude dancing in her gaze. While Harry did not laugh as boisterously as Ron, a subtle smile crept upon his lips, his eyes glinting with amusement. He glanced down at his own monstrous tome, confirming it lay docile, which eased his mind. Malfoy's expression grew increasingly stormy, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. He clenched his teeth, the muscles in his face twitching, evidently struggling to contain his rage. His ears turned a deep shade of crimson, warmth creeping down his neck. The situation worsened when he overheard the whispers of several witches nearby. "That's just hideous," one Gryffindor witch murmured. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke to her companion, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the hem of Malfoy's robes. Instantly, Malfoy's complexion shifted from red to white, then to a sickly green. He glanced down at his robes, only to realize that the hem had been nearly torn asunder, exposing his trousers and a glimpse of his undergarments. "Cursby!" Malfoy's voice emerged through clenched teeth, his fists tightly balled, fingernails nearly digging into his palms. He abruptly seized his wand and, with a fierce flourish directed at the monster book, exclaimed, "Shatter into pieces." The book was struck by the spell, instantly disintegrating into fragments, its pages fluttering to the ground like snowflakes. Malfoy's complexion remained ashen, his eyes brimming with fury and humiliation. He shot a venomous glare at the surrounding young wizards who were stifling laughter, particularly at the group of witches, whose gazes he seemed to pierce with his ire. Socially dead, utterly socially dead. Malfoy tugged at his tattered robe in a futile attempt to make it appear less disheveled, though the effort was evidently in vain. His fingers trembled slightly, and his breath quickened, a clear indication of his barely contained rage. With a sudden turn, he strode towards the castle, his steps hurried, as if he longed to escape this place immediately. "Malfoy, where are you going? The class isn't over yet." Hagrid's voice called from behind. "Ha! Is Malfoy off to change his trousers?" Ron couldn't help but laugh again, his tone dripping with mockery. "Ron, don't be like that." Harry gently nudged him. Though he too found the scene quite amusing, he strove to maintain restraint. Malfoy's pace quickened, nearly breaking into a run as he dashed into the castle. His figure vanished behind the door, yet the air lingered with the residue of his wrath. In the great hall, the clamor persisted. The earlier spectacle of Malfoy's embarrassment was still being relished, laughter rising and falling like waves, as if that tattered robe and the glimpse of his undergarments had morphed into an eternal topic of conversation. Ivan sat at the long table, his fork absently prodding the roasted potatoes on his plate, while his gaze drifted to the window. The specter of death and the essence of the moon, as mentioned by Dumbledore, remained etched in his mind. He had to locate the Grim Reaper, otherwise the obsession of his ancestor would dissipate entirely. As he sank into contemplation, an owl flapped its wings and flew into the great hall. Its feathers were ruffled, clearly weary from a long journey. It circled once before heading straight for Ivan's head, then, with a thud, a letter landed atop his skull and tumbled into his plate. "Ivan Effery," the letter began, its scrawl frantic and irate, clearly penned in a fit of emotion. "You unfilial son. 2 whole years, and you've been utterly silent. Not even a single letter of inquiry. Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused our family? Ivan's eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers instinctively tightening around the letter, which rustled softly in his palm. The content of the letter left him bewildered. His original family's troubles? He had never anticipated having to contend with such matters after his arrival. Because of your reckless actions, the Ministry of Magic has come knocking. The letter continued. You flew from Godric S. Hollow to Hogwarts on a broomstick, and let Muggles see you. Do you realize the trouble this has brought upon the family? The Ministry is now pressuring us for an explanation. You ungrateful child. The letter's content abruptly ceased, yet Ivan's brow furrowed even deeper. He looked up at the ceiling of the great hall. The owl had already departed, leaving only a few feathers drifting slowly to the ground. Ivan, are you all right? Harry's voice drifted in from the side as he noticed Ivan's unusual demeanor. It's nothing, merely a letter from home, Ivan replied calmly. He had no concern for the Affrey family. That was Ivan's affair and had no bearing on him. Clearly it did not. Harry chose not to press further, merely nodding as his gaze returned to the center of the hall, where Ron and Hermione were engaged in a hushed debate. Chapter 93, Ivan's Authority. Just as Harry intended to intervene in Ron and Hermione's dispute, Ivan called him over, leading him to the room of requirement. Within the room, Ivan's demeanor appeared somewhat grave. Harry, his voice resonated deep and steady. Do you remember the day you were attacked by the Dementors? Harry's fingers instinctively clenched as he met Ivan's gaze, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. But I was utterly defenseless. When they approached, my mind went blank. That power. It was because your vital energy was insufficiently strong, Ivan interrupted, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. He raised a finger, and a faint white stream of energy ascended from his palm, swirling like delicate smoke around his fingertips. As my apprentice, to be defeated by an obsession is a disgrace. Our lineage is inherently the nemesis of such fixations. Be it spells or vital energy, we possess a natural suppressive ability against them. Ivan's eyes sharpened, his tone tinged with severity. Harry, what have you been doing this summer? You have neglected your fundamental agility and vital energy training, allowing the Dementors to exploit your weaknesses. Harry lowered his head, his voice subdued. I thought the protection of Hogwarts would alleviate my worries. Moreover, there weren't many opportunities to practice at home. Ivan's tone carried a hint of exasperation and reproach. The protection of Hogwarts? Harry, external safeguards are never as reliable as one's own strength. If you cannot master even the most basic defenses, you will find yourself at the mercy of true danger. Harry lifted his gaze, guilt and unease flickering in his eyes. Observing this, Ivan's expression softened somewhat as he sighed. Well, it is pointless to reprimand you now. However, remember, you must never let your guard down. Watch closely, Harry. Ivan's voice was deep and commanding, his eyes aflame with intensity. This is the foundational fist technique of our lineage. Before he finished speaking, Ivan's fist shot out with tremendous force. Instantly, it seemed as though the air was torn apart, producing a thunderous boom. The air before his fist compressed into a visible stream, hurtling towards the opposite wall. With a resounding crash, the wall shuddered violently, dust cascading from the ceiling, and fragments splintering from the surface. The entire room of requirement seemed to tremble, as if on the verge of being shattered by that single blow. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle. His body instinctively recoiled a step, feeling the oppressive aftermath, as if even breathing had become a laborious task. As Ivan withdrew his fist, wisps of white energy still clung to it, gradually dissipating. He turned to Harry, his tone calm. Did you see that? This is the power of vital energy. Though Dementors are manifestations of obsession, their power is utterly diminished in the presence of true energy. Harry swallowed hard, his throat dry, his voice trembling slightly. Master, is this what you meant by suppression? Ivan nodded, his expression serious. Indeed. As long as you harness sufficient true energy, Dementors cannot approach you. Their essence lies in draining joy and hope. If you envelop yourself in true energy, they cannot touch your heart. Ivan placed his hand on Harry's wrist, his fingertips pressing gently, and the sensation of true energy swiftly permeated Harry's being. Moments later, Ivan's demeanor darkened, a suppressed fury evident in his furrowed brow. Releasing his grip, his voice was ice-cold, as if drawn from the depths of a freezing cellar. Harry, the true energy within you is as feeble as an old man's nocturnal struggles. Ivan inhaled deeply, forcibly quelling his rising anger. His tone softened slightly, yet remained imbued with undeniable authority. From this day forth, your training intensity will be doubled. Should such laxity persist, do not expect my leniency. Harry gritted his teeth, responding softly, Yes, master. No sooner had he spoken than Ivan's figure vanished, reappearing instantly to strike Harry's chest. Harry felt a sudden weight in his torso, his body uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the grass. Gasping, Harry inhaled sharply, his chest burning with pain, his breath coming in labored gasps. Struggling to rise, he looked up at Ivan, astonishment filling his eyes. "Master, what are you? This is your first lesson." Ivan's voice cut through. "Your reactions are woefully slow. In a true battle, you wouldn't evade even this punch, let alone a Dementor. Even a simple spell could claim your life." Clenching his teeth against the pain, Harry steadied himself, determination flickering in his gaze. Although his voice still trembled, his resolve was unwavering. "I understand, Master. Let's continue." Ivan's figure vanished once more, a gale of force rushing toward Harry's face. For the next several hours, Harry's training intensity approached its limits. Ivan's attacks came like a tempest, strikes of fists, legs, elbows, and knees, each delivered without mercy. Harry staggered backward, his training attire drenched in sweat, clinging to his skin, weighted as if filled with lead. "Where's your true energy? Why are you not utilizing it?" Ivan's voice thundered in his ears, his fist once again aimed at Harry's abdomen. Clenching his jaw, Harry strained to summon the true energy within. Yet the feeble flow proved insufficient to withstand Ivan's onslaught. His body was again sent hurtling backward, crashing onto the grass, his chest heaving violently, breath coming in rapid gasps like a bellows. "Master, I truly have no true energy left." Harry's voice bore the weight of exhaustion and resignation. Ivan's brow furrowed deeper, disappointment flashing in his eyes before hardening into severity. "No true energy? Then use your body to endure." Harry struggled to rise. Hands braced on his knees, his breath still unsteady. His eyes reflected a newfound tenacity, and though his voice was faint, it remained resolute. "I understand, Master. Proceed." Ivan's figure loomed closer once more, his fist mercilessly striking Harry's shoulder. The afternoon divination class arrived as scheduled, and Harry, weary in body, entered Professor Trelawney's classroom. A rich aroma of incense enveloped the air, while the walls adorned with an array of peculiar decorations, and the drapes hanging from the ceiling swayed gently in the breeze, imparting an air of enigmatic allure. "Harry," came Ron's voice from nearby, tinged with concern. "You don't look well. Are you all right?" Harry managed to lift his head slightly, forcing a faint smile. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Hermione interjected suddenly. "Harry, did you go swimming?" Ron, his expression puzzled, queried, "When did you come in, Hermione?" She shot him a disapproving glance. "I've been here all along." Ron turned to Harry, asking, "Have you seen him?" Harry shook his head. He had even noticed when Ron had arrived, let alone Hermione. 10 points from Gryffindor, Professor Trelawney's voice rang out, whispering during class. Chapter 94, Ivan's Interpretation. Professor Trelawney cleared her throat, the crystal ball in her hands shimmering gently, casting colorful shadows across the classroom. Her voice retained its characteristic haziness, as if emanating from another realm. "Today, we shall learn the art of tea leaf reading. This ancient divination method unveils subtle shifts in fate, aiding us in foreseeing the myriad possibilities of the future. Drink up." Her tone remained gentle, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Harry raised the teacup to his lips. The tea was scalding, yet he forced himself to sip it. The flavor was bitter, layered with an indescribable complexity. Hermione, on the other hand, elegantly finished her cup, the remnants of tea leaves forming an irregular pattern at the bottom. Professor Trelawney approached Harry, leaning down to scrutinize the tea leaves with intense focus. Her fingers delicately stirred the leaves, as if deciphering some arcane symbol. Suddenly, her body trembled, and a flicker of terror crossed her gaze. "Ominous." Her voice dropped to a hushed, gravelly tone, as if laden with foreboding. Her finger halted at a particular spot among the leaves, her expression betraying a hint of fear. "Harry, I see something ominous in your tea leaves." Harry's body stiffened, his fingers instinctively tightening around the edge of the cup. His breathing quickened as he fixated on Professor Trelawney's face, desperately seeking insight from her expression. "Ominous?" Ron's voice tightened, unease evident in his eyes. "Professor, could you be mistaken?" Professor Trelawney shook her head, her gaze still transfixed on Harry's cup, as if witnessing an unspeakable horror. Her voice, low and foreboding, warned, "I am not mistaken, Harry. There is a dog in your tea leaves, a black dog. This signifies doom, it heralds death." Hermione's brow furrowed even more tightly as her fingers gently tapped the surface of the table, her gaze imbued with a hint of skepticism. "Professor, the interpretations of tea leaf divination can vary greatly. You cannot draw such definitive conclusions. Professor Trelawney lifted her head, her eyes sweeping over Hermione's face, revealing a flicker of displeasure. Miss Granger, tea leaf divination is an ancient art, and its interpretations are precise. I have seen an omen of ill fortune. Harry must exercise caution. Professor, could it be that you are mistaken? Hermione's voice retained its calm skepticism. The interpretations of tea leaf divination are often subjective. You cannot hastily link death to Harry. Professor Trelawney's gaze sharpened, her voice laced with an undeniable authority. Miss Granger, I appreciate your questioning of my teachings, but please respect the seriousness of divination. Harry, you must be vigilant. Death approaches you. Upon hearing these words, the young wizards gathered curiously to see what the tea leaves that foretold death looked like. Unfortunately, to their eyes, the tea leaves were merely tea leaves, indistinguishable from one another. Ivan also leaned in, his gaze fixed on the bottom of Harry's teacup. The shapes of the tea leaves were indeed peculiar, vaguely resembling the outline of a large black dog. While this method of tea leaf divination appeared enigmatic, it bore a striking resemblance to the principles of the I Ching taught by his ancestors. Fascinating, Ivan murmured softly, his fingers gently tracing the rim of the teacup, as the shape of the tea leaves seemed to sharpen under his scrutiny. The principles of the I Ching flashed swiftly through his mind, which utilized the trigrams of the later heaven to predict fortune and misfortune, while tea leaf divination sought to forecast the future through the shapes of the leaves. Though the methods differed, both fundamentally relied on external symbols to discern fate. Ivan glanced at Harry, noting the pallor of his complexion, clearly shaken by Professor Trelawney's words. He reached over and patted Harry's shoulder, adopting a light-hearted tone. Don't take it too seriously, Harry. Divination, at its core, is subject to personal interpretation. It is not necessarily true. The black dog is merely a symbol, and there are myriad ways to interpret it. Some may perceive it as a harbinger of doom, while others may see it as a guardianess emblem. Harry paused, contemplating this alternative interpretation. Ron scratched his head in confusion, frowning as he remarked, "But Professor Trelawney spoke with such certainty. She is, after all, the teacher of divination." At this, Hermione interjected, unable to hold back. Ivan is right. Divination inherently carries a significant degree of subjectivity, especially in the case of tea leaf divination. We cannot leap to conclusions based solely on the shape of a tea leaf. Ivan smiled faintly, his gaze steady upon Professor Trelawney. Professor, I do not deny the value of divination. I merely believe that our destinies are in our own hands. The shape of the tea leaves may offer us some insights, but it does not dictate our future. Before Ivan had traversed through time, there had been a highly popular animated series that resonated with the motto, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven," echoing throughout the year. Professor Trelawney's countenance grew increasingly pallid, her fingers clutching the crystal ball with fervent intensity, her gaze betraying a flicker of ire and frustration. With a disdainful huff, she turned away from Harry's table, resuming her inspection of the other students' tea leaves. Harry watched her retreating figure and then cast a glance at Ivan, the unease in his heart finally dissipating somewhat. He murmured, "Thank you, master. Had it not been for you, I might have been quite unnerved by the professor's words." Ivan shrugged, his tone casual. "No need for gratitude, Harry. Remember, regardless of the divination's outcome, your fate lies within your own hands. Do not allow external omens to confine you." Ron, scratching his head in confusion, interjected with a furrowed brow. "But Ivan, we can't entirely disregard Professor Trelawney's words, can we? After all, she has taught divination for so many years. Surely she must possess some degree of accuracy." Hermione rolled her eyes, her disdain for such unscientific courses evident. Having clashed with Professor Trelawney during their first year. "Ron, have you forgotten that every year Trelawney predicts a student's demise, yet who has actually perished? Her divination is sheer nonsense." Ivan chuckled lightly, choosing not to prolong the discussion. He did not entirely dismiss divination, yet he certainly did not embrace it wholly. To him, whether it be through the I Ching or tea leaf reading, these practices merely interpret the future via external symbols, which are often subjectively interpreted and do not wholly dictate an individual's destiny. "Well, the divination class is nearly over," Ivan remarked, glancing at the time. He patted Harry on the shoulder. "Don't forget, we cannot afford to be lazy during tonight's training." Harry gathered his belongings and approached the spot where Ivan had stood, peering down at the remnants of tea leaves in the cup. The deep brown leaves indeed resembled a curled-up black dog, vividly lifelike. Unable to resist, he gently prodded them with his finger, causing the leaves to shift and transform their shape. Chapter 95, Learning to Draw Symbols, begins with recitation. No sooner had Ivan stepped out of the classroom, he had barely taken a few strides when a low, cold voice echoed behind him. "Ivan Effery, come to my office." A sudden weight settled in Ivan's chest. It was rare for Snape to seek him out for conversation. Turning around, he saw Snape standing in the shadow of the corridor, his black robes fluttering gently in the breeze, his gaze sharp as a sword, piercing directly at him. The two hastened along the corridor, their footsteps resonating distinctly in the empty hall. Ivan's eyes scanned the paintings on the walls. The figures within seemed to sense Snape's chilling presence, whispering to one another with a mix of curiosity and concern. Upon entering Snape's office, the air was thick with the pungent aroma of herbs, mingled with an indefinable, sinister chill. Snape strode to his desk, and with a casual flick of his wrist, ignited the black candle atop it. The flickering light cast eerie shadows upon the walls, creating an ominous atmosphere. "Sit," Snape commanded coldly, his gaze still fixed on Ivan. Without uttering a word, Ivan casually pulled a chair towards him and settled into it, maintaining an air of composure. He understood that Snape had never been fond of idle chatter and directly inquired, "Professor, is there a matter for which you summoned me?" Snape revealed a slight cold smirk. "Are you even aware of what you did today?" "Do you mean?" Ivan tentatively asked. "History of magic." Snape's tone suddenly turned frigid, his gaze piercing Ivan like an icy blade. "You did not attend the history of magic class today, did you?" Ivan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately comprehended Snape's intent. Indeed, he had skipped the class, initially intending to rush there right after roll call and divination. But the tea leaf reading had unexpectedly captivated his attention, leading him to completely forget about history of magic. "Yes, Professor," Ivan admitted candidly. "I did not attend history of magic today." Snape's brow furrowed tightly, a suppressed fury lacing his voice. "Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? The school has already deducted points due to your irresponsible choice of classes. Do you believe yourself to be an exception, able to skip classes without facing repercussions?" Ivan recognized his fault, his tone tinged with sincerity. "Professor, I did not intend to cause trouble for the school. Today's oversight was entirely my fault, and I shall address this issue promptly." Ivan took the form, which bore the inscription for a time-turner, signed by the guarantor, Severus Tobias Snape. A time-turner? He had never heard of such a device, but Snape's expression clearly indicated his displeasure. He glanced at Snape, whose cold eyes remained fixed on him, as if warning him to refrain from further inquiries. "Thank you, Professor. I will complete this as soon as possible," Ivan murmured, then stood, carefully folding the form and tucking it into his robe pocket. Snape huffed disdainfully, his gaze still icy as he seemed to verify that Ivan had no further questions. Not lingering any longer, Ivan turned and exited the office, the dim corridor lights casting a somber glow on his face. Once outside, Ivan slowed his pace slightly. He rubbed his temples, feeling a swirl of complex emotions. Snape was indeed a person of cold exterior but warm interior. After a brief respite in the dormitory, Ivan departed, heading toward the room of requirement. Pushing open the door, he surveyed the space, ensuring its arrangement met his needs. In the center stood a large wooden table strewn with various tools for drawing symbols, quills, powdered moonstone, and parchment, all present. The flickering candlelight on the walls added a touch of mystery to the atmosphere. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open again, and Hermione and Harry entered. Hermione's cheeks were slightly flushed from her brisk walk, and her eyes quickly scanned the room before settling on Ivan, a glimmer of excitement flashing within them. "Teacher, we've arrived." Hermione's voice carried a hint of anticipation, having heard from Harry about the training at noon. "Well, it seems you are all punctual," Ivan remarked as he approached Hermione, gently placing his hand on her wrist, his fingertips pressing slightly, allowing his inner energy to circulate rapidly as he sensed her energy concentration. Hermione's body momentarily stiffened, but she soon relaxed, allowing Ivan's energy to flow within her. After a few seconds, Ivan released her, a faint smile of approval gracing his lips. "Well done, Hermione," he remarked, his voice laced with admiration. "Your energy concentration is higher than I anticipated. It seems you have not been idle during the holidays." A proud smile blossomed on Hermione's face, her eyes sparkling with confidence. "I have been practicing diligently, as you taught me. Though there are still aspects I find perplexing, I believe I have made significant progress." Ivan turned to the desk, retrieving a piece of parchment, and began inscribing runes upon it. His movements remained fluid, each stroke imbued with an invisible authority. "Professor, is this the lightning spell you showed me before?" Harry inquired, noting its familiarity, albeit with differing symbols. Ivan shook his head, his quill gliding gently across the parchment as the runes became increasingly distinct. "This is not a lightning spell, but rather a defensive charm. The structure of the runes dictates their effects. The lightning spell focuses on instantaneous force, while the defensive charm provides sustained protection. Hermione approached Ivan's side, scrutinizing the runes on the parchment. Her brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Do these symbols follow any particular pattern? Ivan paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Indeed, the runes possess a pattern, yet it is not merely a matter of symbol combinations. It is intricately linked to the flow of magical energy in the world. Each stroke must harmonize with the flow of magic, otherwise the charm will fail. Your task today is to master the art of drawing these runes. Both Hermione and Harry nodded in unison, their attention riveted on the parchment. Ivan offered no further explanation, continuing his work on the runes. His movements remained graceful, the quill gliding effortlessly across the surface, the intricate patterns gradually taking shape. Minutes later, Ivan halted, the charm now complete. He lifted the parchment and gave it a gentle shake. All right, you may now attempt to draw it, he said, handing the parchment to Hermione. Although the moonlight grass powder produced by the Room of Requirement lacks the capacity to hold energy, rendering it incapable of crafting genuine charms, it suffices for practice. One cannot help but marvel at the wonders of the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. It rivals even Doraemon's pocket. Hermione accepted the parchment, her fingers caressing the runes with palpable excitement. She approached the desk, carefully pouring some moonlight grass powder onto the surface before picking up a quill. Harry also moved to the opposite side of the table, grasping another quill and earnestly studying the art of rune drawing. His movements appeared somewhat awkward, yet his determination shone through his focused gaze. Chapter 96, Harry's Discoveries. Ivan stood to the side, silently observing their efforts. Hermione's quill glided over the moonlight grass powder, the runes gradually unfurling beneath her meticulous touch. Though her movements lacked fluidity, each stroke radiated an extraordinary focus. Approximately 10 minutes later, Hermione set down her quill and exhaled softly. Her spell was complete, although her handwriting was not entirely smooth. The trajectory of each stroke closely aligned with the runes on the parchment. Harry, too, finally paused, his spell appearing somewhat chaotic, yet he managed to finish it. He lifted his gaze towards Ivan, a hint of anticipation and trepidation in his eyes. Ivan approached them, scrutinizing their spells with meticulous care. Hermione's spell, despite its uneven handwriting, demonstrated a fundamentally correct alignment of the runes, particularly at the connection points of the main rune, which exhibited no errors. Conversely, Harry's spell appeared somewhat rough around the edges. The runic paths were rather disjointed, particularly towards the end, where his strokes deviated from the intended runic direction. Hermione, Ivan nodded, his tone laced with approval. Your spell is commendable. Although the handwriting lacks fluidity, the runic pathways are sound. Moving forward, you must practice more to achieve a smoother execution. A flicker of pride illuminated Hermione's face, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Thank you, Professor. I shall strive to improve. Ivan then turned his attention to Harry, his demeanor growing serious. Harry, the shortcomings in your spell lie in the coherence of your strokes. The imprecision of the runic paths has significantly diminished the spell's efficacy. You must concentrate more, especially in the concluding segments. There can be no room for laxity. Harry lowered his head, a hint of shame coloring his expression. Apologies, Professor. I was a bit hasty just now. Nodding, he took a deep breath, grasped the quill once more, and resumed his practice. The atmosphere in the room returned to one of quiet focus, as Hermione and Harry immersed themselves in their spell work anew. Ivan stood to the side, silently observing their movements, occasionally offering guidance. Time slipped away unnoticed, the moonlight streaming through the window, casting soft shadows that enveloped the room. Gradually, Hermione and Harry's spells became increasingly fluid, their movements more adept. After about 2 hours, Ivan finally ceased his instruction. He glanced at the time, satisfaction tinged in his voice. Well, that concludes tonight's practice. You have made commendable progress, yet further practice is essential. The art of rune drawing hinges on focus and patience. One must never grow complacent. Having conveyed the evening's practice directives, Ivan rose, surveying Hermione and Harry with a calm, yet serious demeanor. The skill of rune drawing requires prolonged practice, but more importantly, you must learn to wield your inner energy with ease. After tonight's training, you may substitute sleep with the cultivation of your energy. This will serve as both a respite and a form of discipline. Hermione and Harry exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of surprise and curiosity. Harry hesitated before speaking. Master, will replacing sleep with cultivation not affect our mental state? Ivan smiled gently, his tone laced with a hint of patience. During the cultivation of true energy, your bodies will receive ample rest, even surpassing the effects of ordinary sleep. The circulation of true energy within you nourishes the meridians, replenishing your physical strength, while simultaneously enhancing your perception and focus. Hermione nodded, a flicker of understanding crossing her eyes. So, cultivating true energy is not merely a means to enhance strength, but also a form of rest? Precisely, Ivan affirmed, his gaze imbued with appreciation. Hermione, your comprehension is astute. The cultivation of true energy fosters comprehensive enhancement, granting you advantages in battle while ensuring you maintain your optimal state in daily life. Upon returning to the Gryffindor dormitory, Ron was already sound asleep, his snores echoing like thunder. Harry tiptoed to his bedside, settling cross-legged, and began to circulate his true energy once more. In the midst of the night, a soft snore pierced the dormitory's tranquility. Ron turned over, groggily opening his eyes. In the darkness, he discerned a vague figure sitting cross-legged on the bed, facing away from him, seemingly emanating a faint glow. Startled, Ron bolted upright, his heart racing as he feared he had encountered something unclean, exclaiming, "Ah!" Only then did Ron recognize Harry's face. He pointed at him, stammering, Harry, what are you doing?" "It's the middle of the night, sitting on the bed like a ghost." As he spoke, he patted his chest, striving to calm his wildly beating heart. The dim light in the dormitory illuminated only a small area beside the bed, leaving the rest shrouded in darkness. Harry chuckled, explaining, "I'm cultivating true energy, as taught by Ivan." He said this method not only enhances strength, but can also replace sleep, with even better results. Ron furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of this assertion. He scratched his head, his voice tinged with hesitation. "Replace sleep? Harry, you can't seriously believe Ivan's nonsense. I've never heard of anyone who can thrive without sleep." Harry replied solemnly, "Ron, Ivan is my teacher, and I would appreciate it if you refrained from speaking ill of him." Harry smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further, closing his eyes again to continue circulating his true energy. The dormitory returned to its quietude, save for Ron's occasional snores disrupting the stillness. The next day, during potions class, Harry felt an unprecedented lightness. Sitting at his desk, he surveyed the various ingredients and tools before him, each herb's properties and applications vividly surfacing in his mind. The once obscure and convoluted knowledge of potions now seemed impeccably organized. Snape stood at the lectern, his austere gaze sweeping across the classroom before landing on Harry. His voice was low and frigid, laced with a unique derision. "Potter, how much do you know about the efficacy of Bezoar?" Harry rose, his tone steady. The Bezoar's primary function is to counteract poison, commonly used to treat snake venom and potion toxicity. Its usage in potion formulations requires strict regulation, as excessive amounts can lead to adverse effects. Severus Snape's gaze sharpened, his fingers gently tapping the edge of the podium, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a moment, his voice, imbued with a chill, remarked, "Potter, it appears you have finally begun to earnestly engage with potion making. This is commendable. I hope you will maintain this newfound diligence." Snape's eyes swept across the classroom once more, his tone grave and somber. "Next, we shall commence the preparation of today's new potion, the Awakening Draft. This concoction is designed to enhance one's focus and reaction time, yet its preparation is exceedingly intricate. Any misstep could render the potion ineffective. Pay close attention." The other students were engrossed in their work, yet Harry's movements appeared particularly effortless. Ron, seated beside him, stole a glance with a mixture of envy and surprise, muttering quietly, "Harry, have you taken some sort of potion today? You seem extraordinary." Upon completion, Harry poured the potion into a vial, its liquid a clear, pale blue, the quintessential hue of the Awakening Draft. Hermione turned her head to take a look, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Harry, your potion is remarkably well made, even surpassing the perfection of my last experiment." Snape approached Harry's desk, his gaze scrutinizing the vial in Harry's hand, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. He lifted the potion, examining it meticulously, his brow furrowing slightly. Clearly, he found nothing to criticize. Chapter 97. Who says wizards must use wands? After class, Ivan casually handed a form to Snape. Snape accepted the document, casting a brief glance at it, nodding impassively, and uttered not a word more. Aware of Snape's preference for brevity, Ivan refrained from further conversation and exited the classroom. The afternoon's lesson was Defense Against the Dark Arts, under the tutelage of Professor Lupin for the first time. Ivan arrived early, choosing a seat towards the back. He knew little of this new instructor, but judging by Harry and Hermione's reactions, Lupin appeared to be a teacher worth anticipating. The classroom gradually buzzed with activity as students trickled in, finding their seats. Ivan's gaze scanned the room, noticing that Harry was seated at the front, engaged in a hushed conversation with Ron, his expression alight with excitement. Hermione sat beside them, engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding noise. Before long, Professor Lupin entered the classroom. His attire was simple, even somewhat worn, yet he bore a gentle smile, his eyes radiating warmth and approachability. The room fell silent, all attention drawn to him. "Good afternoon, everyone." Lupin's voice was soft yet clear, tinged with an easygoing tone. "I am delighted to serve as your defense against the dark arts professor this academic year. I have reviewed your previous curriculum, and, aside from dueling, the other aspects of dark magic defense proved rather unhelpful. Thus, this year, we shall primarily focus on practical application." Lupin's relaxed demeanor, despite it being his inaugural teaching experience, instilled a sense of reassurance among the young witches and wizards. "Today, we shall begin with a fascinating magical creature, the Red Cap." No sooner had Lupin spoken than a murmur of low discussions erupted throughout the classroom. Ivan heard Ron in the front row whisper to Harry, "A Red Cap? Isn't that the legendary malevolent creature? They lurk in the night, preying upon solitary travelers." Lupin, evidently catching Ron's murmur, smiled faintly before responding, "Indeed. The Red Cap is a perilous magical being, yet there are aspects of it from which we can learn. Understanding their habits and weaknesses will better equip us for future escapades." Lupin's words restored silence to the classroom, all students attentively focused on him. "First, we must comprehend the fundamental characteristics of the Red Cap." He approached the lectern, picked up a hefty tome of magic, and turned to a page, continuing, "The Red Cap is an exceedingly ferocious creature, typically found in abandoned castles or ancient graveyards, feeding on human blood. They resemble diminutive old men, adorned with red hats and tattered garments, yet do not be deceived by their appearance. The strength of a Red Cap far exceeds your expectations. Their mode of attack is remarkably direct. They utilize their speed and power to swiftly close in on their prey, tearing open its throat with their razor-sharp claws." At this juncture, Lupin's tone bore an air of warning. Thus, when faced with a Red Cap, the utmost vigilance and composure are paramount. Any panic or miscalculation could plunge you into mortal peril. "Now, are you prepared to confront a Red Cap?" Lupin's question once again silenced the classroom. Would practical experience soon commence? These were Red Caps captured during Lupin's previous travels, originally intended for other purposes, but fortuitously repurposed for this occasion. Hermione and Harry exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement and a hint of trepidation, while Ron appeared somewhat apprehensive. Ivan observed the spheres with calm composure, his gaze revealing no trace of emotion. His keen senses detected the magical fluctuations within the spheres, as he silently assessed the strength of the Red Caps. Memories from the tome regarding Red Caps flashed rapidly in Ivan's mind, aggressive magical beings known for their speed and power, adept at ambush. Harry was the first to rise, his gaze resolute as he approached one of the spheres. His fingers clenched tightly around his wand, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Noticing his actions, a deeper smile graced Ivan's lips. Harry's bravery was commendable. Malfoy, observing Harry's initiative, scoffed disdainfully, a flicker of contempt crossing his features. He stood, elegantly adjusted his robes, and sauntered toward another sphere. With a subtle wave of his wand, a confident smile played at the corners of his mouth, clearly eager to demonstrate his prowess before the others. Professor Lupin's gaze swept over Harry and Malfoy, nodding slightly to indicate they should prepare. He slowly raised his wand, softly intoning, "Release." Instantly, the light of the sphere dissipated, and the Red Caps surged forth like a bolt of lightning, lunging at Harry and Malfoy. Harry's armor charm activated immediately, the Red Cap's claws raking against the aura with a piercing screech. Harry steadied himself, his expression unwavering, unperturbed by the sudden assault. He swiftly took a step back, reciting another incantation. Thunder cracked. A brilliant light surged from the tip of his wand, striking the figure clad in red. Meanwhile, Malfoy faced the onslaught of the red-capped creature with an air of composure. He scoffed, and with a flourish of his wand, unleashed a powerful jinx towards the creature. However, the speed of the red cap exceeded his expectations. Its scarlet form twisted deftly in mid-air, evading Malfoy's attack with grace. A flicker of surprise crossed Malfoy's face, clearly taken aback by the creature's swift reflexes. The red cap wasted no time, swiftly altering its stance, its sharp claws lunging towards Malfoy's throat. Reacting with alacrity, Malfoy waved his wand, conjuring a protective spell before him. Nevertheless, the creature's claws grazed the edge of the shield, nearly tearing through his robe. Malfoy stepped back, his complexion paling, evidently startled by the sudden counteroffensive. Concurrently, the Redcap, opposing Harry, initiated its own assault. Its speed was astonishing, almost instantaneously appearing before Harry. Although Harry's armor charm deflected the creature's initial strike, the subsequent attack came with even greater ferocity. With a steely gaze, Harry chose not to retreat. Instead, he advanced, clenching his fist, enveloped in his inner energy, and struck fiercely at the creature's head. The effects of his training manifested for the first time. A hush fell over the classroom, all eyes fixated on Harry. Even Professor Lupin's widened in surprise at Harry's unorthodox approach to the predicament. Hermione's eyes were wide, her lips slightly parted, clearly astonished by Harry's actions. Ron, mouth agape, nearly dropped his wand, muttering Merlin's beard. Harry, did you just knock out the Redcap with your bare hands? Harry smiled faintly, offering no further explanation, simply stating, Professor, I believe that sometimes the most straightforward method is the most effective. Professor Lupin nodded, refraining from further inquiry. He turned to scan the other students in the classroom, his tone shifting back to seriousness. As you all witnessed, the speed and strength of the Redcap are formidable. In confronting such threats, maintaining composure and a swift response is paramount. While Harry's method was unique, it serves as a reminder that combat is not solely reliant on spells. 10 points to Gryffindor. At Lupin's words, Malfoy snorted disdainfully, muttering, wizards ought to resolve issues with wands, not fists. Such barbarism. With Harry and Malfoy leading the charge, the students eagerly engaged in battle against the Redcap. Chapter 98. The Clue of Death. Harry, Ron, Hermione. Hagrid's voice echoed from the darkness, tinged with urgency. His towering figure emerged from the castle shadows, holding a dim lantern, his face betraying a hint of hesitation. Harry halted, turning towards Hagrid. Oh, Hagrid, what brings you here at this late hour? Hagrid scratched his disheveled beard, his gaze somewhat evasive, as if contemplating how best to articulate his thoughts. He glanced around to ensure no one else was present, and then lowered his voice, saying, Would you mind coming to my little hut? I have certain matters for which I seek your assistance. Ivan was initially reluctant to go, but Hermione urged him to join, as Hagrid's treacle tart was quite delectable, and she wanted Ivan to sample it as well. The group followed Hagrid across the grassy expanse outside the castle, making their way toward his hut. The night breeze carried a hint of chill, rustling their robes with a soft whisper. Moonlight bathed the path, elongating their shadows. Upon reaching the hut, Hagrid opened the door and gestured for them to enter. Inside, the atmosphere was warm and bright, with the crackling of the fire in the hearth and a table adorned with steaming cups of tea and freshly baked treacle tarts. Hagrid closed the door and approached the table, inviting them to sit. Come, have some tea to warm yourselves. His voice carried a hint of nervousness, clearly indicating he was stalling. Hermione lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip, her gaze fixed on Hagrid. Hagrid, are you concerned about the class? The astute little witch immediately discerned Hagrid's intentions. Hagrid set down his cup, his hands clasped tightly together. As a professor, he found it rather embarrassing to seek help from students regarding class matters, which would undermine his professionalism. Ron, with a teasing tone, remarked, Hagrid, Haven T, you always claim to be the foremost expert on magical creatures. Even a Niffler has eluded you, which is rather uncharacteristic. Hagrid's cheeks flushed slightly, betraying his discomfort. Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glance and addressed Hagrid. Hagrid, do you need our help in finding a Niffler? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both bearing a hint of helplessness. They were even less familiar with magical creatures and had no idea how to assist. Hermione glanced at Ivan and said, Hagrid, there's indeed a magical creature that perhaps I could recommend. Hagrid's eyes brightened, a glimmer of hope in his tone. Hermione, what do you suggest? She pointed at Ivan, smiling. That depends on whether Ivan is willing to help. Ivan's eyes widened in disbelief. What does this have to do with me? I came here for the treacle tart. Hermione continued. Ivan has a three-headed hellhound. You are quite familiar with three-headed hellhounds, are you not? After all, that very creature was provided at Hogwarts by you. Ivan suddenly recalled that there was indeed a three-headed dog in the dormitory. The creature had been frolicking with Hermione's Crookshanks lately, often absent from home, truly believing itself to be a dog. He set down his teacup and tentatively asked, Hagrid, where did you acquire that three-headed hellhound? I won that hellhound from a mysterious Greek man at the Leaky Cauldron, Hagrid nodded. That was about 10 years ago. I was in Diagon Alley helping Dumbledore procure supplies when I happened upon a man who claimed to be a beast tamer. He possessed a three-headed hellhound, which he said he had retrieved from some ancient temple. Intrigued by such a rare creature, I decided to wager with him. What wager? Ron interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Upon listening to Hagrid's recounting, Ivan's eyes flickered with a moment of contemplation. It appeared that Hagrid was also unaware of how the three-headed dog came to the magical realm. Should he seek out that Greek individual? Hagrid, are you able to contact that Greek person? Hagrid shook his head. Ivan felt a twinge of disappointment. Observing Ivan's expression, Hagrid mistakenly assumed that he was unwilling to assist, which left him rather despondent. However, upon hearing Ivan's words, Hagrid's eyes brightened and a glimmer of excitement crossed his face. Ivan, it would be splendid if you could lend it to me for my class. I'm sure the students will find the three-headed dog incredibly fascinating. Ivan offered a slight smile and nodded. No problem, I will lend it to you. However, you must ensure it does not frighten the students. Hagrid quickly nodded, his voice trembling with excitement. Rest assured, Ivan, though the three-headed dog may appear fearsome, it is truly quite loyal. As long as it is not provoked, it will not attack unprovoked. Ron pursed his lips and quipped, who said that? Back in the room, the three-headed beast certainly seemed intent on attacking us. Only a big oaf like Hagrid would think otherwise. His tone was laced with jest. I hope it doesn't eat anyone. Hagrid laughed heartily, patting Ron on the shoulder. Do not worry, Ron. With me around, Flapper will not cause any trouble. Flapper was the name Hagrid had bestowed upon the three-headed dog, though unfortunately, the creature favored the name three-headed beast more. Chapter 99, The Gate of Rebirth. The following morning, as Ivan stepped out of his dormitory, he received a message from the framed spirit. Dumbledore wished to see him. After the morning class concluded, Ivan made his way to the headmaster's office. The stone gargoyle statue slowly moved aside after he uttered the passphrase, revealing a spiraling staircase. Ivan ascended, the staircase gracefully lifting him until it brought him to the door of Dumbledore's office. Come in, Ivan. Dumbledore's voice resonated from behind the door, warm and serene. Ivan pushed the door open and entered. The walls of the office were adorned with an array of magical portraits, their subjects engaged in hushed conversations, occasionally glancing at Ivan. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his silver hair and beard shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. His blue eyes, framed by crescent-shaped spectacles, regarded Ivan with gentle warmth. Take a seat. Ivan, Dumbledore gestured to the chair before the desk, his tone relaxed. Ivan looked up at Dumbledore, a hint of confusion in his voice. Why? Dumbledore sighed. The Ministry of Magic stipulates that the school can only have one time-turner in use, and that privilege has already been granted. Professor Snape was unaware of this when he submitted your application. Ivan suddenly realized it must have been given to Hermione. So that was it. He fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. So, I need to forfeit a few elective courses? Dumbledore nodded, a flicker of regret in his gaze. Yes, Ivan. Due to scheduling conflicts with several courses, we also do not recommend that you take all of them. Ivan's mind swiftly traversed through the contents of several elective courses: Muggle Studies, Divination, and the History of Magic. Each course held a distinct significance for him. In the Muggle Studies class, Ivan murmured softly. As a person of Muggle origin in his past life, he harbored a unique affection for this subject. It not only deepened his understanding of the connection between the magical and Muggle worlds, but also contributed to the Academy's score. After all, his knowledge of the Muggle realm far surpassed that of his peers. In Divination, a flicker of hesitation crossed Ivan's eyes. The amalgamation of divination and the I Ching piqued his interest significantly. This course not only promised new insights, but also held the potential to enhance his ability to foresee future events. In History of Magic, Ivan furrowed his brow once more. Although this subject was tedious, it might prove crucial in his quest to locate death itself. By delving into the history of the magical realm, he might uncover valuable clues. Dumbledore patiently awaited his decision, refraining from pressuring Ivan. After a moment of silence, Ivan lifted his gaze to meet Dumbledore's, his tone imbued with resolve. Professor, I may require some time to contemplate. Each elective holds significant meaning for me. Dumbledore nodded, his expression reflecting a hint of approval. I understand, Ivan. This is a challenging decision, and you must choose based on your own needs. Regardless of which course you ultimately select, I have faith that you will benefit from it. Suddenly, Ivan recalled the matter of the Cerberus. Professor, regarding the three-headed dog of hell, I would like to inquire why it appears at Hogwarts. Is it possible for me to locate death through it? Dumbledore slowly retrieved a sheet of white paper from his drawer, laying it flat upon the table. He gently tapped the surface with his fingertip, and a simple humanoid figure materialized, traversing a straight line. Ivan observed Dumbledore's voice resonated, deep and magnetic, as his gaze focused on the figure on the paper. This represents our world. We can only walk forward, while hell lies behind us. Ivan's eyes fixated intently on the paper, his brow slightly furrowed with confusion. Dumbledore continued. To break through from the back to the front is no simple feat. It requires a tremendous surge of energy to pierce the barrier between the two realms, creating an exit. Only then can one reach the dimensions inhabited by both. Ivan murmured softly. So, the three-headed dog arrived in the magical realm through some form of energy explosion? Dumbledore nodded, his gaze reflecting approval. Indeed. Its manifestation was a result of powerful energy breaching the dimensional barrier. This energy could originate from the magical world or perhaps from hell itself. A thought suddenly flashed through Ivan's mind. Could the gate of rebirth he had previously utilized also be considered passage? After all, it enabled the souls of the deceased to reincarnate, and the three-headed dog was drawn by the scent of the underworld. Perhaps it was worth exploring. Yet, he pondered whether humans could traverse the gate of rebirth. Dumbledore discerned Ivan's contemplations and felt a twinge of concern, for encounters with death rarely concluded favorably. As Ivan exited the headmaster's office, the dialogue with Dumbledore continued to resonate in his mind. The choice of elective courses, the origins of the Hellhound, and the traces of death left him feeling somewhat disoriented, prompting him to unconsciously quicken his pace. You seem to have many distractions. The girl's voice was gentle, imbued with a dreamlike ethereality. Ivan paused momentarily, his brow slightly raised, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Distractions? Were those? The girl tilted her head, her eyes fixed upon him, as if she were scrutinizing him intently. Her eyes were large and bright, resembling two clear glass beads, reflecting Ivan's figure within their pupils. She softly elucidated, distractions are invisible little creatures that like to attach themselves to people, causing restlessness and unease. Surprised, Ivan pondered the existence of such magical beings. He lowered his gaze to his sleeves, attempting to sense any unusual presence through his inner energy, yet found nothing amiss. Raising his head, he remarked, Luna, your words are quite mysterious. Why do I not sense any distractions? Luna blinked, as if anticipating his reaction. Her fingers lightly touched her temple, her voice remaining gentle. They are quite cunning and not easily detected. However, if you relax and attune your senses, you will be able to perceive their presence. Ivan nodded slightly, still harboring a degree of skepticism, yet Luna's words intrigued him. Suddenly recalling his earlier turmoil regarding elective courses, he felt an inexplicable lightness wash over him. He lifted his gaze to Luna's face, his tone tentative. Luna, how do you think I should deal with these distractions? They seem to hinder my focus. Chapter 100. The Plum Blossom Divination. Luna smiled softly, taking a step closer and enveloping Ivan in a gentle embrace. Ivan's body stiffened abruptly, his heart seemingly ceasing its rhythm in that instant. His hands hovered uncertainly in midair, unsure of where to rest, and his breath quickened. Luna's form was soft and warm, her hair brushing against his chin, carrying a faint scent reminiscent of fresh air mingled with the delicate fragrance of wildflowers after rain. Ivan's face flushed a deep crimson, his ears feeling as if they had been scorched by fire. He had never experienced such intimate contact with a woman, let alone with someone as enigmatic and ethereal as Luna. His throat felt dry, his mind blank, only aware of the subtle tremor of Luna's body, as if her laughter lingered in the air, yet had not fully ceased. Luna's voice whispered near his ear, soft as a breeze. On the night my mother passed away, my father held me just like this, driving away my distractions. Her tone held a hint of nostalgia and a tinge of sorrow, causing Ivan's heart to soften involuntarily. After a moment's hesitation, he gently patted Luna's back, the gesture somewhat awkward, but striving to convey tenderness. It's all right. Luna released him, stepping back, her face still adorned with that dreamlike smile. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, as if the embrace had been the most natural act in the world. Ivan felt his heart still racing, and he took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. His gaze fell upon Luna's feet, where a silver chain adorning her fair ankle glimmered softly in the moonlight. He furrowed his brow, concern lacing his tone. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Luna glanced down at her feet, her toes gently wiggling as if to gauge the temperature of the ground. She lifted her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. My shoes are quite mischievous. Every time I sleep, they play hide and seek with me. Her tone resembled that of a whimsical fairy tale, imbued with a sense of innocent levity. Ivan paused momentarily before comprehending the truth. Luna's shoes were not truly mischievous, but rather hidden away by someone. Before he met Ergouzi, he too had often been teased in a similar manner by the village children. Ivan's expression turned serious, his voice imbued with earnestness. Allow me to help you find your shoes, as a token of gratitude for driving away that nuisance. Luna blinked in surprise at his suggestion, but her smile soon brightened. All right, I would appreciate that. Her voice remained gentle, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation and trust. Ivan chuckled softly, producing a blank parchment and a quill from around his neck. He handed them to Luna, his tone casual. Feel free to write anything. I will assist you in locating your shoes. Luna accepted the parchment and quill, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Can I write anything? Of course, Ivan nodded. Luna lowered her gaze, the quill's tip lightly touching the parchment as she inscribed the word shoes. Ivan took the parchment, his eyes swiftly scanning the word. His left thumb brushed over his other fingers, his lips moving slightly, as if silently reciting something. Luna faintly heard phrases like Li Si, Qian, and Fire Heaven Great Abundance, as well as Yuan Yi Bian Lu, Thunder Wind Constant, and Wood generates fire. Fire thrives in the south. She was entirely perplexed by the meaning, which piqued her curiosity. Despite being a Ravenclaw, she was unaware of it. Luna blinked, a hint of confusion on her face. Ivan, are you divining? Why is it different from what Professor Trelawney teaches? Ivan raised his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is my unique secret art, known as the Plum Blossom Numerology. It differs from traditional divination, but is quite practical. Plum Blossom Numerology. Luna echoed softly, a spark of interest lighting her eyes. It sounded fascinating. The shoes are beneath the stairs on the south side of the academy. Let us go search for them, Ivan declared, folding up the parchment with conviction. Luna nodded, her bare feet following Ivan toward the southern direction of the academy. Her steps were light, as if she were treading on air, the silver chain around her ankle shimmering delicately in the moonlight. Ivan walked beside her, occasionally glancing at her feet, his brow slightly furrowing. Luna, don't you feel cold? The ground might have small stones. Be careful not to step on them. Luna shook her head, her face still adorned with that dreamlike smile. It's all right. I don't feel cold. Besides, the stones won't harm me. Ivan uttered no further words but quickened his pace, guiding her through several corridors until they arrived at the staircase on the southern side of the academy. In the shadows beneath the staircase, a pair of shoes was faintly discernible. Indeed, the very ones Luna had lost. As anticipated, they were here. Ivan stepped forward, bent down to retrieve the shoes, and handed them to Luna. Give them a try. Are they yours? Luna accepted the shoes, gently dusting them off, a joyful smile illuminating her face. Yes, they're indeed my shoes. Thank you, Ivan. Your divination skills are truly remarkable. Ivan shrugged, his tone relaxed. It was but a small effort. Besides, you helped me as well, did you not? In an instant, Ivan's demeanor shifted to one of stark intensity as he turned his gaze toward the group of girls, an invisible pressure emanating from his eyes. The girls, caught in his piercing stare, felt an abrupt constriction in their breaths, as if something heavy pressed upon their chests. As Luna's roommates walked a short distance away, one girl could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. It's all right, Emily, don't cry, a fellow student gently consoled. But yes, truly terrifying, the sobbing girl stammered, her voice quivering with fear. Ivan a fiery, his gaze is simply too frightening. Soon, the name of the madman began to circulate once more throughout the campus. Chapter 101. Muggles and Wizards. Today's schedule was quite full, with History of Magic coinciding with a Muggle Studies class. Ivan decided to attend the Muggle Studies class first. The classroom was already filled to capacity, predominantly with Gryffindor students, while a few Slytherin students occupied the corners. Ivan chose a seat towards the back, scanning the room until he spotted Harry, Ron, and Hermione engaged in a hushed conversation at the front. At that moment, Professor Charity Burbage entered the classroom. Dressed simply, she wore a warm smile that radiated approachability. She walked to the front of the class, gently tapping the desk to signal for silence. Hello, everyone. Today we will be discussing Muggle technology. Her voice was soft yet clear, imbued with a casual tone. With the progression of time, Muggle technology has reached an astonishing level. Their firearms, such as guns and bombs, can inflict severe harm upon us wizards. A low murmur spread through the classroom, with several Slytherin students displaying disdainful expressions. Ivan noticed one Slytherin girl seated in front of him scoff softly, muttering under her breath, Muggle weapons? They are utterly insignificant before us wizards. Professor Burbage evidently caught her murmur, offering a slight smile as she continued. Some may believe Muggle technology to be trivial, but I must inform you that its development is advancing at a pace that far exceeds your imagination. I have heard that in a country in the East, they possess a system known as the Sky Eye, capable of monitoring nearly every location. This implies that we wizards are becoming increasingly susceptible to Muggle discovery, and our secrecy is gradually diminishing. Professor Burbage paused, surveying the classroom and gauging each student's reaction. She observed Ivan intently listening, his eyes reflecting a contemplative demeanor. While the Slytherin student predominantly wore expressions of disdain, occasionally emitting derisive laughter. More importantly, Professor Burbage continued, her tone growing serious, stating that the advancement of Muggle technology is progressing at an astonishing rate, endowing them with powers far beyond our imagination. Should we persist in our insular ways, remaining stagnant, there will inevitably come a day when they surpass us. She paused, a piece of chalk soaring through the air to inscribe the word technology upon the blackboard, striking it firmly thereafter. The professor's mention of a surveillance system could not possibly refer to mere monitoring, could it? Before his crossing over, Ivan indeed observed that every street corner was densely populated with cameras, and hardly anyone dared to engage in unlawful activities. If one were to steal an electric bicycle, within 10 minutes, even a number of mice in one's home could be unearthed. Was it conceivable that he was not traversing worlds, but rather navigating the same sphere? Ivan deemed it essential to explore the East. For instance, Professor Burbage's voice suddenly crescendoed, capturing everyone's attention. You must have heard of the Weasley family's flying car, yes? This is a product of the fusion between magic and technology. Though it is currently but a modest example, it is sufficient to prompt reflection on how, if we could better integrate magic with technology, we might achieve even more astonishing feats. She continued to cite the Ministry of Magic's motorcycles and night buses. With a slight smile, Professor Burbage remarked, I understand this may astonish many. Yet, this is the reality. Muggle technology is advancing at an incredible pace, and their creativity rivals our own as wizards. Should we continue to overlook this fact, the magical world may face unprecedented challenges in the future. Professor Burbage then asserted, I believe our educational system should learn from Muggles, not solely in the amalgamation of magic and technology, but also in innovating our methods of learning and modes of thought. Only in this manner can we secure our position in the magical world of the future. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the classroom once more. The Slytherin students remained scornful, smirking with derision, while students from other houses fell into deep contemplation, clearly impacted by Professor Burbage's insights. Learning from Muggles? A Ravenclaw student murmured softly, this is truly unprecedented. Yet, another Hufflepuff student nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that certain Muggle technologies are indeed impressive. Ivan's lips curled slightly upwards, evidently in agreement with Professor Burbage's perspective. He understood that the magical world and the Muggle realm are not entirely antithetical. In fact, there exists a wealth of commonalities between them. If the two could be harmoniously intertwined, it might indeed unlock a plethora of possibilities. Just then, a Slytherin student abruptly stood, his voice laced with unabashed mockery. Professor, are you jesting? Muggle technology? They are merely rudimentary toys, utterly incomparable to our magic. Professor Babbage was not angered. Instead, he offered a faint smile and spoke in a calm tone. Perhaps, in your eyes, Muggle technology appears to be trivial. However, do bear in mind that underestimating one's adversary often heralds the onset of our failure. While Muggle technology may seem simplistic, the power it conceals far exceeds your imagination. Professor Babbage's gaze swept across the classroom once more, his tone growing resolute. Today's lesson is not intended to belittle our magic, but rather to help everyone recognize that Muggle technology is equally worthy of our study and emulation. Only in this way can we secure our position in the future. The students rose in groups, making their way out of the classroom. Hermione proudly remarked, Professor Babbage's words truly left me astonished. I had always thought that wizards looked down upon Muggle technology, save for Mr. Fizzly, but it seems the magical community has long been aware of this situation. Ivan's lips curled into a subtle smile. The fusion of technology and magic may indeed yield unforeseen marvels. He was eager to watch films, lamenting the absence of Stephen Chow's movies in this world. Ron glanced at Ivan, a hint of complexity in his expression. Ivan, you seem quite interested in these matters. Ivan nodded, of course. The advancements in technology have transformed the Muggle world dramatically, and if we wizards could draw inspiration from it, perhaps we could fortify the magical realm. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. Exactly. If we could merge magic with technology, we might create even more powerful magical artifacts, potentially altering the very landscape of the magical world. Harry nodded in agreement. That certainly sounds promising. We should delve into this further. Ron scratched his head, appearing somewhat hesitant. But wouldn't that be overly complicated? I know nothing about Muggle technology. Ivan chuckled lightly, his demeanor relaxed. No worries. Learning is never instantaneous. As long as you possess interest, you will invariably discover a way in. Hermione clapped her hands in enthusiasm. Wonderful. We can set aside some time to explore this together. Perhaps we will uncover new inspiration. As Ivan observed their expressions, His smile deepened. He understood that his words had sown a seed within their hearts, and one day, this seed might take root and blossom, yielding unexpected rewards. Chapter 102. The Three-Headed Dog Textbook. The afternoon sun bathed the edge of the forbidden forest at Hogwarts. The air infused with the fragrant aroma of earth and pine needles, mingled with an unusual metallic scent. Ivan rode atop the restored three-headed dog, Fluffy. As they ambled towards Hagrid's hut, Fluffy appeared languid, his head drooping, occasionally wagging his tail. Yet his 6 keen eyes remained alert, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, occasionally emitting a low whine. Among the underbrush surrounding the forbidden forest, several centaur figures could be discerned, armed with spears, their gazes watchfully fixed upon this direction, creating a palpable tension. They sensed the ominous presence emanating from the depths of hell. Yaya detected the intense odor emanating from the three-headed dog, causing her to curl up in a corner of the small cabin, trembling in fear. Inside, Hagrid was enthusiastically cradling the head of the creature, marveling, "Look at this physique. These teeth. The little ones in class are sure to be awestruck." The three-headed dog impatiently shook its head, harboring no malice towards the rugged half-giant, merely finding him somewhat noisy. "Hagrid, don't tease it," Ivan chuckled, gently patting the dog's head, which finally calmed down. At 3 o'clock sharp, class commenced. "Remember to remind the students to keep their distance." Although this fellow appears docile now, Ivan paused meaningfully. It could be quite formidable when provoked. Hagrid nodded vigorously. At precisely 3 o'clock, in the open space before Hagrid's hut, the students whispered among themselves, their eyes alight with curiosity and a hint of trepidation. All gazes were fixed on the legendary Cerberus, a creature of myth and terror. Even those who had seen Fantastic Beasts had never encountered such a colossal hellhound. "Wow, what a huge dog!" exclaimed a Hufflepuff wizard. "It has 3 heads." Another Ravenclaw which gasped, eyes wide, pointing at the 3 heads, prompting a murmur of excitement among the onlookers. The three-headed dog cast a disdainful glance at the small wizards, all 3 heads simultaneously exhaling derisive huffs, creating a striking spectacle. In the corner of the classroom, Malfoy wore a scornful expression, whispering derisively, "Country bumpkins, utterly unworldly." He even purposefully poked the dog with his wand, testing its reaction. The creature abruptly turned its head, 3 pairs of eyes locking onto Malfoy with an intimidating glare, sending him hastily retracting his hand. "Silence." Hagrid's voice instantly commanded the attention of the young wizards. He approached the creature, addressing the students. "Today, we shall study a remarkably powerful magical beast, the Cerberus. It possesses immense strength and agility, coupled with high intelligence and loyalty." Hagrid elaborated on the creature's habits, abilities, and its connections to the magical realm. This was a speech Hermione had prepared for him, which he had memorized through the night. Hagrid animatedly recounted various aspects of the Cerberus, his enthusiasm evident as he spoke passionately, nearly gesturing too close to the creature's nose. The three-headed dog, however, yawned in impatience, all heads tilting slightly, emitting soft snores. Upon concluding his exposition on the Cerberus, Hagrid shifted the conversation, surveying the students. "Now, a question arises, dear students. Who dares to step forward and attempt to, well, pet the Cerberus?" The young wizards fell silent, exchanging glances, none willing to be the first to volunteer. This was no ordinary dog. It was the legendary Cerberus, and a single bite could spell doom. Summoning his courage, Harry raised his hand first, although he was quite familiar with his mentor's pet. This was a transformation of the three-headed dog into its normal, majestic form. The hellhound, restored to its true form, had only been glimpsed once before at the trapdoor, and now it loomed before him, an imposing figure that stirred a sense of trepidation within. He inhaled deeply and approached the three-headed beast, striving to appear relaxed and composed. The other young wizards, unaware of the hellhound's nature, refrained from speaking loudly, fearful that their noise might provoke its ferocity. Harry extended his hand, gently caressing one of the creature's heads. The hellhound tilted its head slightly, as if savoring the warmth of Harry's touch. His movements were tender, akin to handling a fragile treasure. The beast emitted a low, contented whine, its body trembling slightly in response to Harry's affection. It gradually closed its eyes, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Rolling onto its back, it signaled Harry to scratch its belly. After a brief hesitation, Harry obliged, running his fingers over the hellhound's underbelly. It responded with a pleased groan, its tail wagging gently. Malfoy observed the hellhound's demeanor, noting the similarity to conventional dog training. A flicker of jealousy and resentment crossed his features as he huffed disdainfully and rose to approach the beast. "Watch this," he declared, feigning calm as he mimicked the trainer's tone, commanding the Hellhound. Hellhound, shake. The creature opened one eye, glancing at Malfoy, then extended a paw, seemingly compliant. However, as Malfoy reached out to shake its paw, the Hellhound suddenly exerted its strength, pinning Malfoy beneath its massive paw. A cry of shock escaped Malfoy's lips as he found himself immobilized. The creature's bulk pressed down on him, rendering him breathless. The classroom erupted in chaos as students gasped in astonishment, the scene spiraling out of control. Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle, alarmed, attempted to rush to his aid, but were halted by Hagrid's firm command. Don't move. The Hellhound is merely trying to frighten him. It won't truly harm him. The beast let out a series of low growls before gradually lifting its paw. Malfoy scrambled to his feet, disheveled and covered in dirt, his hair a tangled mess. His face flushed with humiliation and rage. He pointed an accusatory finger at the Hellhound, stuttering in anger. You wretched beast. Ivan observed the scene with a slight, barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He murmured, Malfoy, remember to approach all creatures with a sense of reverence. Otherwise, you must bear the consequences. Malfoy, his face still crimson, seethed with resentment. The lesson continued as Hagrid elaborated on how to interact safely with the Hellhound and care for it. He shared insights into the creature's habits and preferences, instructing the students on how to avoid inciting its wrath. As the afternoon class concluded, the students reluctantly departed from Hagrid's hut. Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged glances, silently observing Malfoy, whose expression had darkened further, his eyes brimming with bitterness and resentment. Chapter 103. The inspiration brought by Harry. After a week of tranquility, Ivan relinquished his studies in Muggle research, opting instead for divination and the history of magic. Hogwarts courtyard resumed its lively ambience with the rejuvenation of Harry and Hermione. However, this serenity was abruptly shattered by an issue of the Daily Prophet. The newspaper's headline boldly proclaimed, Sirius Black spotted. The location was less than 100 kilometers from Hogwarts, seemingly directed towards it. The news detonated within Hogwarts like a bomb, igniting fervent discussions among young wizards, the air thick with tension. Ron and Hermione bore solemn expressions, fully aware that Sirius's target must be Harry. Hermione bit her lip, convinced that he would come, and that they must be prepared. In stark contrast to their anxiety, Ivan maintained an air of calm, even exhibiting a hint of amusement. He was more concerned with Sirius's greasy, gleaming hair, observing that since their parting, Sirius had evidently fallen on hard times, lacking even the opportunity to wash his hair. Harry, on the other hand, appeared unusually exhilarated, fists clenched, his eyes sparkling with excitement. At last, the moment had arrived. He could hardly wait to confront him. He had grown immensely stronger since the beginning of term, capable of matching an adult wizard in sheer physical prowess. In the ensuing days, Hogwarts was enveloped in a peculiar calm. On the surface, everything seemed normal. Yet beneath the facade, tensions simmered as everyone remained on high alert. Students congregated in small clusters, whispering about Sirius, with various speculations and rumors swiftly circulating throughout the campus. The match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff commenced amidst this eerie atmosphere. Sunlight bathed the verdant Quidditch pitch, its radiant glow even brightening the distant Forbidden Forest. Hermione, Ron, and numerous Gryffindor students cheered from the stands, rallying support for Harry. Meanwhile, Ivan sat in a relatively secluded corner, casually nibbling on an apple. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. His gaze swept across the swiftly darting figures on the field, his expression tranquil, as if the match bore no significance to him. Harry soared on his Nimbus 2000 like a nimble falcon, deftly maneuvering through the air. With a flourish of his wand, he skillfully evaded the Hufflepuff team's bludgers, his movements fluid and precise. His remarkable prowess elicited jubilant cheers from the Gryffindors, even drawing impressed murmurs from some Hufflepuff students. Harry resembled a soaring sprite. Hermione waved her arms in excitement, her voice nearly drowned out by the uproar. Ron's mouth hung agape, his eyes wide as saucers, exclaiming, wow. He completely outmaneuvered that Hufflepuff seeker. That lad, Ivan mused quietly, a slight smile gracing his lips, has made remarkable progress. Having finished his apple, he casually discarded the core into a nearby bin, which emitted a soft clang. In the stands, Hermione leapt up in elation, while Ron enthusiastically waved his scarf, nearly slapping it across the faces of the Weasley twins. As Ivan watched Harry release his broom for flight, he contemplated the art of flying on a sword. Perhaps he could harness the techniques used in crafting flying brooms to create his own enchanted sword. He placed several unique materials he had previously gathered from the Forbidden Forest upon the table, meticulously examining their textures and hues. His fingers gently brushed against these materials, attuning himself to the energies they harbored. With a solemn demeanor, he appeared to be engaged in a sacred rite. The room was imbued with the scent of alchemical substances, a delicate blend of herbal aromas and sulfur wafting through the air. Ivan was immersed in his own world, completely unaware of the passage of time. His quill danced swiftly across the parchment, chronicling his thoughts and experimental processes. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. He could hardly wait to commence the forging of the spirit sword. As the night deepened, Ivan finally completed his experimental plan. "Let us begin," he murmured, his voice resolute and powerful, brimming with determination. The furnace blazed fiercely, the flames shifting in color from a vibrant orange red to a profound purple, ultimately transforming into an unusual ghostly blue. The materials within the crucible mirrored this transformation, melting, blending, and bubbling, emitting crackling sounds akin to an ancient incantation. Ivan remained utterly focused on the crucible, occasionally adding materials and stirring with specialized tools. Beads of sweat adorning his brow, yet he showed no signs of stopping. Hours slipped by as the flames in the alchemical furnace gradually extinguished, and the liquid within the crucible began to cool and solidify. Ivan carefully extracted the crucible from the furnace, using specialized tongs to grasp the cool product. It was a peculiar metallic block, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, emanating a faint metallic luster, with hints of purple light flowing within. Ivan meticulously polished the metallic block, enhancing its smoothness, and inscribed intricate runes upon its surface using magic. These runes shimmered with a soft golden light, imbued with mysterious energy. While etching the runes, he softly recited ancient incantations, his voice deep and powerful, as if communicating with some arcane force. Chapter 104. The Purple Sky Sword. The night was profound, and the skies above Hogwarts were studded with stars. Ivan inhaled deeply, channeling his vital energy into the spirit sword. A powerful force surged from the blade into his being, harmonizing with his own spiritual essence, bringing him immense comfort and confidence. He slowly raised the spirit sword, feeling the strength emanating from it, a subtle smile gracing his lips in satisfaction. "I shall name you Purple Sky," he whispered softly, bestowing a name upon the spirit sword. He attempted to fly with the sword, gently tossing it into the air, where it hovered steadily, radiating a soft purple glow. With a gentle leap, he landed gracefully upon the spirit sword, which ascended slowly, tracing a violet arc across the night sky. The enchanting night view of Hogwarts unfolded beneath him. The silhouette of the castle appeared particularly majestic against the night, with lights scattered like stars throughout the darkness. He skillfully controlled the direction and speed of the spirit sword, soaring freely above Hogwarts. The cold wind howled, yet could not approach him in the slightest. The intricate array etched upon the spirit sword, designed to ward off the biting cold, enveloped him in a comforting warmth, contrasting sharply with the shivering experience he endured while riding a flying broomstick. As he gazed upon the nocturnal splendor of Hogwarts, Ivan's heart swelled with joy and pride. He had triumphed. Not only had he forged the spirit sword, but he had also mastered the art of flying with it. This achievement not only affirmed his personal capabilities, but also represented a continuation and elevation of Taoist traditions. Gently caressing the sword's blade, he savored its smooth warmth, a smile of contentment gracing his face. Yet, a tinge of regret quietly surfaced in his mind. Unlike the broomstick, this spirit sword could not harness the magical energies of the universe. It relied solely on his own spiritual power as its source of propulsion. This limitation undoubtedly curtailed the duration and distance of the sword's flight. He descended slowly, the sword coming to a steady halt in his hand. The purple glow gradually dimmed, ultimately fading away, leaving only the lingering warmth of the blade. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the Gothic windows, dispelling an unusual heaviness that had settled in the defense against the dark arts classroom. Professor Lupin pushed open the door, and a wooden chest floated in behind him. "Today, we shall learn how to confront a boggart." His voice resonated, deep and magnetic. The boggart, a creature of Schrodinger's nature, delights in hiding within boxes or closets. Until it is revealed, its existence remains uncertain, and even upon unveiling, its true form eludes perception. It transforms into the embodiment of one's greatest fears. An instant hush fell over the classroom, the previous clamor stifled, replaced by a near immovable silence. Students held their breath, their expressions a tapestry of curiosity, unease, and dread. Professor Lupin, perceiving the students' anxious gazes, offered a gentle smile, his tone softening, Fear not, young witches and wizards. With the right countermeasures, a boggart cannot defeat you. Approaching the lectern, he lightly tapped the ancient wooden chest, which quivered slightly, emitting a faint creaking sound, akin to a slumbering giant awakening. Now, we shall engage in a practical exercise. Professor Lupin gestured towards the line of young wizards, his gaze settling on Neville Longbottom. Mr. Longbottom, you shall go first. With a nod, he encouraged Neville to focus on the old chest, his voice calm, yet assertive. Now, imagine Professor Snape clad in your grandmother's nightgown, adorned with her floral scarf, wearing her embroidered slippers, and busily engaged in needlework. With a subtle flick of his wand, a figure emerged from the shadows, Professor Snape, unmistakable in his trademark scowl and black cloak. Neville felt a chill run down his spine as Snape's piercing gaze fell upon him. Imagine, Mr. Longbottom, imagine. Lupin urged from the sidelines. Steeling himself, Neville raised his wand, conjuring the absurd image in his mind, and with clarity pronounced the incantation, ridiculous. In an instant, the usually stern and formidable potions master transformed with a resounding pop, donning an entirely new ensemble. The once black cloak had transformed into a pink pajama set, adorned with a vibrant floral scarf around the neck, and on the feet were embroidered shoes embellished with delicate daisies. In her hands, she clutched a needle and thread. Gazing around in utter bewilderment, the classroom erupted into a chorus of hearty laughter, dispelling the previously tense atmosphere, replaced instead by an ambience of joy and ease. Neville joined in the laughter, his previously taut expression now relaxed, his eyes brimming with confidence and delight. Professor Lupin nodded in satisfaction, signaling for the next student to step forward. Hermione approached with unwavering confidence, her posture straight and her gaze resolute, exhibiting not a trace of panic. What I fear most is failing the exam, she declared, her voice ringing clear and bright, laced with a hint of playfulness, prompting a gentle smile from her own lips. A slight smile graced Professor Lupin's face as he waved his wand, with a soft sound. A colossal version of Hermione appeared in the center of the classroom, dressed in tattered school robes, hair disheveled, and a sorrowful expression etched upon her face. Clutching a test paper marked with red crosses, weeping in anguish. Without hesitation, Hermione raised her wand and, addressing her giant, weeping self, articulated the spell clearly. Ridiculous. Instantly, the enormous Hermione transformed into a comical sight. Her once unruly hair morphed into a bird's nest, her tattered uniform splattered with ketchup and chocolate, and the test paper in her hand transformed into a colorful drawing filled with cartoon characters. Her exaggerated crying became a spectacle, with tears and snot mingling, provoking an even louder burst of laughter from the classroom. Next was Ron, who stammered that his greatest fear was spiders. Nervously rubbing his hands together and darting his eyes around as if poised to flee, Professor Lupin waved his wand, summoning a gigantic, furry spider with 8 legs that appeared in the center of the classroom, menacingly approaching Ron. His face turned pale with fright, yet he took a deep breath, concentrating hard, envisioning the spider clad in a ballet tutu, adorned with a pink bow and wearing sparkly little dance shoes, gracefully waltzing. He shouted the incantation, ridiculous. In an instant, the enormous spider became ludicrous, awkwardly mimicking ballet movements, eliciting laughter from the entire class. When it was Draco's turn, he stood there with an arrogant demeanor, exuding disdain. When Professor Lupin inquired about his greatest fear, he hesitated before muttering, I don't know. Professor Lupin was momentarily taken aback. That's all right, let us give it a try. He waved his wand, and a wooden box slowly opened. Out stepped someone everyone recognized all too well. Draco's face flushed crimson. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. He had never anticipated that his deepest fear was Ivan, and he gripped his wand tightly, palms slick with sweat. He struggled to conjure a comical scene in his mind, but found himself utterly unable to do so. Attempting to recite the spell, his voice trembled uncontrollably, failing to resonate clearly. Meanwhile, at the back of the classroom, Ivan observed the unfolding scene with a bemused expression. He let out a resigned sigh, silently massaging his temples, and muttered under his breath, this brat, is he truly afraid of me? He longed to confront Malfoy with a punch, to enlighten him on the essence of true fear. Stealthily, he retrieved a candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth as a means of calming his nerves. Malfoy, petrified, stumbled backward, emitting faint gasps, his complexion as pale as parchment. Ivan seized Malfoy's collar, and before Malfoy could react, he swiftly struck with a precise chop to Malfoy's neck. Malfoy fell unconscious to the ground, his vision darkening. The boggart, witnessing the disappearance of its original target, seemed momentarily taken aback, then turned its massive head. Fixing its gaze upon Ivan, who stood still, his expression composed. It appeared intent on transforming into Ivan's greatest fear and began to contort its form, its body writhing and producing chilling sounds. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, every breath held in anticipation as they observed the Boggart's every move. Curiosity surged among the onlookers, eager to discover what the formidable Ivan feared. Time seemed to stretch, the air thickening around them. Ivan straightened his posture, staring intently at the Boggart, his eyes as calm as still waters, devoid of any hint of panic. He envisioned the visage of death, pondering whether the Boggart could manifest it. If it succeeded, it would affirm the existence of death, at least in the Boggart's experience. Sensing Ivan's provocation, the Boggart intensified its transformation, its form twisting more violently, emitting increasingly terrifying sounds. Yet, no matter how fervently it attempted, it could not coalesce into a complete, distinct image, remaining merely a swirling, indistinct shadow. An unsettling atmosphere enveloped the classroom, all eyes riveted on Ivan and the Boggart, hearts racing in collective trepidation. Eventually, the Boggart seemed to exhaust its energy, halting its transformation with a subdued thud. Its distorted form rapidly shrank, ultimately reverting to the size of an ordinary wooden box. Retreating within, Ivan felt a twinge of disappointment, uncertain whether the Boggart was incapable of transforming into death or if death simply did not exist. In either scenario, it was a conclusion Ivan was reluctant to accept. It appeared his clever ploy had failed. He sighed softly, the sound resonating clearly in the hushed classroom. Everyone regarded Ivan with intrigue, pondering what it was that instilled fear in him. The silence was palpable, occasionally disrupted by the distant hoot of an owl outside, shattering the strange tranquility. Thus, Hogwarts gained another unsolved mystery. Professor Lupin observed the now tranquil Boggart within the box, secretly relieved. Fortunately, this session of Boggart transformation had not yielded any unforeseen incidents. He adjusted his collar, preparing to announce the end of class. However, at that moment, a clear voice shattered the classroom's stillness. Harry raised his hand, saying, "Professor, I have yet to try." The air in the classroom seemed to solidify once more, all eyes converging on Harry and Professor Lupin. Even the notoriously mischievous Weasley twins fell into a rare silence, exchanging a glance that suggested an impending spectacle. Lupin regarded Harry, his mind a whirlwind. He had utterly failed to consider Harry's circumstances when selecting the Boggart. Should he allow Harry to face it now? Perhaps the reality was not as dire as he envisioned. With a gentle sigh, he recognized that preventing Harry from attempting it could leave him with deep-seated psychological scars. Yet, permitting Harry to proceed could expose him to unforeseen dangers. He was acutely aware of Voldemort's significance to Harry. After a moment of contemplation, Lupin resolved to let Harry try. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to make his voice sound calm and resolute. "Very well, Harry. However, remember to focus and imagine your greatest fear transformed into something comical. Do you understand?" He deliberately emphasized the word comical, hoping to instill a sense of psychological reassurance in Harry.